The blazing sun hung high in the sky. Tonight would be the night of the full moon. Uchiha Jin forced himself to remain calm. There was no doubt at all. Tonight would be the night of the clan's annihilation. He himself was a transmigrator who had just taken over the body of Uchiha Jin. Before crossing over, he had been nothing more than an ordinary online novelist. Yet, after transmigrating, he was about to face death. Avoiding that death would be easy enough. As a transmigrator, he too possessed his own cheat-like golden finger. That golden finger was soul exchange. Once every 10 years, he could activate a soul swap. This soul exchange could be used to trade the souls of other people. It could also swap his own soul with that of another person. However, the exchange could occur only between individuals of the same rank. At this moment, the entire Uchiha compound was sealed off. He could not leave. And within the Uchiha clan itself, knowing that annihilation was coming, exchanging with anyone would be meaningless. If he could swap souls with Uchiha Fugaku, that would be another matter. As the clan head and moreover a wielder of the Mangekyō Sharingan, Uchiha Fugaku was different. Fugaku could have been the key to breaking the deadlock. Yet the body he now occupied belonged to a mere 12-year-old Uchiha genin. He had only graduated from the Ninja Academy a few months ago. As a genin, he could only exchange souls with other genin. At the very moment of the Uchiha clan's extermination. Unless he could swap souls with Uchiha Sasuke, there was no way to survive the future in which the clan perished. Yet Uchiha Sasuke was not even a genin. He could not be chosen as a target for soul exchange at all. Right now, all 12 of Konoha's future prodigies were still studying at the Ninja Academy. The pool of Konoha genin he could choose from was very limited. If his only goal were simply to survive, he could swap souls with any random Konoha genin, thus avoiding the fate of dying immediately after transmigrating. Yet, in return, he would have to face the coming decade of upheaval with a rather mediocre talent. Whether it was Orochimaru's plan to crush Konoha, or the future devastation of Konoha by the 6 paths of pain and even the 4th Great Ninja War, throughout the future, weakness itself was the original sin. One must remember that Naruto's world was also known as the Legend of Eyes. To gain a foothold in the ninja world, to come one either advanced from Sharingan to Mangekyō Sharingan and then to the Rinnegan, or progressed from Byakugan to Tenseigan. These were 2 direct paths to the apex. Compared with the Rinnegan and the Tenseigan, all other routes, whether would release sage techniques or spacetime ninjutsu, all paled in comparison. Now that he had transmigrated as a member of the Uchiha clan, he was born with the potential for Sharingan. Should he allow the Uchiha clan to be destroyed or seek only to preserve his own life? With such thoughts weighing on him, Uchiha Jin pondered for a long time. At last he devised a plan that could serve both ends. The key factor behind the Uchiha clan's massacre was the aged and declining Third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, who had gradually lost confidence in controlling the Uchiha. Thus, he could only suppress them, weakening the clan through relentless pressure. The proud Uchiha, unable to accept such unfair oppression, then produced 2 Mangekyō Sharingan users in succession, causing the ambitions of the Uchiha clan to swell to unprecedented heights. They now possessed the power to topple the Third Hokage. Among them, Uchiha Shursui was ambushed by Shimura Danzo, the leader of Root, and had his right eye Mangekyō stolen. Uchiha Shursui was then hunted by Root Shinobi and gravely wounded. After entrusting his left eye Mangekyō to Uchiha Itachi, he leapt into the river and took his own life. Yet Shursui's death stimulated Uchiha Itachi to awaken the Mangekyō Sharingan. The death of Uchiha Shursui severed any remaining possibility of reconciliation between the Uchiha and the Hokage faction. None among the Uchiha could have imagined that Uchiha Itachi, eldest son of the clan head, would choose to stand on the Third Hokage's side. He became the blade that slaughtered the Uchiha, turning the clan's attempted coup into a full-blown extermination. The other Mangekyō wielder, Uchiha Fugaku, faced with his eldest son Itachi's betrayal, lost even the will to fight and chose to wait for death. Thus, for all these reasons, the so-called foremost ninja clan of the world, the Uchiha, were declared extinct without even mounting a proper resistance. For Uchiha Jin, who possessed the ability of soul exchange, there existed a way to strike at the root of the problem. He could swap the souls of Uchiha Fugaku and Sarutobi Hiruzen. Since Sarutobi Hiruzen, unable to control the Uchiha, had ruthlessly chosen to wipe them out, why not simply make Sarutobi Hiruzen himself the Uchiha clan head? In that case, Sarutobi Hiruzen would hardly destroy himself, as the old cunning fox who had manipulated Konoha for decades. If he became the Uchiha clan head, he would surely be able to neutralize the crisis of the clan's annihilation. This was not only a stratagem of intellect, but also a crushing victory in terms of strength. A Sarutobi Hiruzen who possessed the Mangekyō Sharingan would never meekly wait for death. With this thought in mind, a translucent window appeared before Uchiha Gen's eyes. Within it, the portraits and names of Uchiha Fugaku and Sarutobi Hiruzen were clearly displayed. As Uchiha Gen steeled his resolve, the positions of the two portraits swapped, signifying that their souls had exchanged places. In reality, Sarutobi Hiruzen, who had been in the Hokage building, felt his consciousness blur for an instant, and then found himself in a completely unfamiliar environment. Conversely, Uchiha Fugaku, who had been in the Uchiha compound, came to in a daze and discovered he was now in the familiar Hokage office. At this very moment, both sides were hurriedly making preparations. Within the Uchiha compound, Sarutobi Hiruzen calmly regarded the Uchiha Council of Elders before him without betraying any emotion. All of the Uchiha Jonin had gathered there, with Uchiha Itachi conspicuously among them. The Uchiha clan's plan was simple. They would use Uchiha Itachi, the Mangekyō Sharingan wielder, as their spearhead to swiftly seize control of the Hokage building, then employ Mangekyō Genjutsu to compel Sarutobi Hiruzen to pass the Hokage title to Uchiha Fugaku. Their aim was to make Uchiha Fugaku the fifth Hokage. On the other side, Uchiha Fugaku, now in Hiruzen's body, was likewise quietly watching as Shimura, Danzo Mitokado Hamura, and Udatain Koharu laid out their meticulous plan to exterminate the Uchiha. Within that plan, his eldest son, Uchiha Itachi, was the linchpin of success. After tonight, there would be no Uchiha clan left in the ninja world. There would only remain the last scion, Uchiha Sasuke. The two men quickly understood the situation they were now in. Sarutobi Hiruzen savored the sensation of being in a body in its prime. Uchiha Fugaku was at the height of his vigor. This body, brimming with youth, vitality, and formidable strength, was something Hiruzen had not felt for a very long time. It was precisely his own aging body, coupled with the Uchiha clan's successive emergence of Mangekyō Sharingan wielders, that had driven Sarutobi Hiruzen to resolve upon their extermination. After all, the Sharingan of the Uchiha was terrifyingly powerful. Awakening the Onetamo Sharingan was enough to become an elite genin. With 2 tomo, one could stand as an elite chunin. With 3 tomo, one could reach the level of an elite jonin. And awakening the Mangekyō Sharingan meant stepping into cage-level might. Depending on the specific Mangekyō ocular abilities, one could gain devastating tactical or even strategic power. The Nine Tails incident 7 years ago, for instance, had been orchestrated by a Mangekyō Sharingan user, who attacked the Nine Tails Jinchuriki, then summoned and controlled the beast to rampage through Konoha, inflicting unprecedented damage upon the village. To this day, the identity of that Mangekyō-wielding Uchiha remained unknown. Uchiha with Mangekyō and one without were worlds apart. But that had been the situation before. Those successive Mangekyō awakenings among the Uchiha had indeed posed a great threat to Sarutobi Hiruzen. Now, however, he himself was the Uchiha clan head. Sensing the vast ocular power hidden within his eyes, he could not help but be stunned. Never in his wildest imaginings had Sarutobi Hiruzen expected that Uchiha Fugaku himself was a Mangekyō Sharingan wielder. Such information had never appeared in any prior intelligence. Fortunately, this formidable power now belonged entirely to him. Whether it was Sarutobi Hiruzen or Uchiha Fugaku, although their souls had been exchanged, neither of them obtained the other's memories. However, compared to Uchiha Fugaku, who could only passively wait inside the Hokage building for the clan extermination plan to begin, Sarutobi Hiruzen now held far more initiative in his own hands. Because Sarutobi Hiruzen received intelligence from Uchiha Itachi, all information about the Uchiha clan was completely open before Itachi's eyes. Even though some among the Uchiha were dissatisfied with Uchiha Itachi's seemingly indecisive attitude, the clan's imagination had not yet run so wild as to believe that Itachi would betray his own people. After all, he was the eldest son of the clan head Uchiha Fugaku, and also a wielder of the Mangekyō Sharingan within the Uchiha. He was almost destined to become the next head of the Uchiha clan. Once the coup succeeded and Uchiha Fugaku became the 5th Hokage. Then Uchiha Itachi would become the 6th Hokage. At the same time, Itachi would be the linchpin of the Uchiha coup. Whether his Mangekyō Sharingan was used to assault the Hokage building, to defeat the 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, or to control him, it would be of critical importance. Thus the Uchiha clan left their information completely unguarded before Uchiha Itachi. Naturally, the movements of the Uchiha clan were also transparently visible in one direction to Sarutobi Hiruzen. As for why Uchiha Itachi was so loyal to Sarutobi Hiruzen, so loyal to Konoha, to the point of being willing to betray his own people, this stemmed both from Uchiha Itachi's own will and from factors tied to Sarutobi Hiruzen. The reason was simple: Sarutobi Hiruzen had used Uchiha Shirsue's Kodo Amatsukami on Uchiha Itachi. Although Shirsue's right Mangekyō eye of Kodo Amatsukami had fallen into Shimura Danzo's hands. No matter how one thought about it, it was clear that Sarutobi Hiruzen would never simply allow a Mangekyō that could silently alter a person's will to fall into Shimura Danzo's grasp unchecked. Especially given that Shimura Danzo had always eyed his Hokage seat like a hungry tiger. Shirsue's right Mangekyō eye of Kodo Amatsukami had in fact remained in Sarutobi Hiruzen's possession for a long time. It was only after Uchiha Itachi awakened the Mangekyō Sharingan that Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo fully resolved to annihilate the Uchiha clan. To prevent the Uchiha from producing more Mangekyō wielders who would become destabilizing factors in Hiruzen's control over Konoha, he used the Kodo Amatsukami Mangekyō to carve into Uchiha Itachi an ideological brand that placed Konoha above his clan. Thus, Uchiha Itachi, for the sake of Konoha's stability, personally took up the blade against the Uchiha clan. Only after using Kodo Amatsukami on him did Sarutobi Hiruzen hand the Kodo Amatsukami Mangekyō over to Shimura Danzo. For this, I required at least 10 years of nurturing after each use before it could be activated again. Therefore, the Kodo Amatsukami Mangekyō no longer held much immediate value. Handing it to Shimura Danzo served multiple purposes. It was both to placate Shimura Danzo, spurring him to work for Hiruzen with even greater zeal, and to borrow Danzo's hand to conduct research on the Mangekyō Sharingan. Moreover, if he himself were ever defeated in the struggle against the Uchiha, he could shove Shimura Danzo out as the scapegoat, allowing his own red-faced image as the 3rd Hokage to escape judgment. All crimes would be pinned on Shimura Danzo, while he, the 3rd Hokage, would merely be portrayed as an old man who had been misled, coerced, and forced into error. Now looking back, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt even more strongly that his prior moves had not been mistaken. With only a single pair of Mangekyō eyes, the Uchiha clan already dared to launch a coup. Yet he had never imagined that the Uchiha were actually concealing a second pair of Mangekyō Sharingan, and that the two Mangekyō wielders were father and son. This carried a completely different significance. The 2nd Hokage, Senju Tobirama, had conducted extremely deep research into the Uchiha clan. Naturally, the 3rd Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, inherited these research findings. When it came to the Uchiha, he had always been intensely wary. He feared above all the Uchiha's Mangekyō. Once Uchiha Madara had suppressed the entire shinobi world through his Mangekyō Sharingan, standing shoulder to shoulder with the god of shinobi Senju Hashirama. Although Uchiha Madara was ultimately slain by Senju Hashirama himself died a few years later. A single Mangekyō Sharingan was terrifying. Yet not enough on its own to make Sarutobi Hiruzen truly cower, for the Mangekyō Sharingan had a fatal weakness: its ocular power. Frequent use of Mangekyō techniques would rapidly blind the Mangekyō Sharingan. In the past, the Uchiha clan had produced many powerful Mangekyō wielders. Yet they were still unable to defeat the Senju clan precisely because of this. No matter how dazzlingly gifted you were, once you lost the Mangekyō Sharingan, you lost your edge. This limitation, however, was shattered in Uchiha Madara's case, for he awakened the eternal Mangekyō Sharingan. The method to awaken it was to fuse the Mangekyō Sharingan of one's own blood relative. Awakening the Mangekyō in the first place was already exceedingly difficult, let alone having close kin of the same generation who also awakened the Mangekyō. Thus, even knowing the condition to gain the eternal Mangekyō, it remained nearly impossible to replicate. Once the eternal Mangekyō Sharingan was awakened, ocular power would no longer shackle the Mangekyō. One could not only unleash Mangekyō techniques without restraint, but even Susanoo itself would undergo a qualitative transformation. From a Susanoo only a few dozen meters tall, it would become a Susanoo hundreds of meters high, a true god of war in every sense. And the Uchiha clan, as they stood now, undeniably met this condition. Uchiha Fugaku had already awakened the Mangekyō Sharingan, yet even Uchiha Itachi knew nothing of this. In Sarutobi Hiruzen's mind, this could only mean that Uchiha Fugaku possessed a deeply concealed nature, guarding himself even against his most trusted eldest son, Uchiha Itachi. The reason for that vigilance was also clear. It was the eternal Mangekyō Sharingan. There could be only one pair of eternal Mangekyō. Clearly, Uchiha Fugaku intended, after using his eldest son Uchiha Itachi, to seize the Hokage's seat. To then take Itachi's Mangekyō Sharingan for himself, thereby achieving his own eternal Mangekyō. Such was the scheme of Uchiha Fugaku within Sarutobi Hiruzen's mind. Although Uchiha Fugaku had always appeared outwardly overbearing yet inwardly weak and indecisive, judging others by himself, Hiruzen did not believe Fugaku was truly a spineless coward. A coward could never awaken the Mangekyō Sharingan. Moreover, Fugaku's attitude toward the coup was without a doubt one of support. At the very least, he did not oppose it. From the discussion among the Uchiha present on site, it was clear they did not truly understand the consequences of a failed coup. Everyone except Uchiha Itachi. All the Uchiha present believed that even if the coup failed, given Sarutobi Hiruzen's usual indecisive and soft-hearted disposition, the worst outcome would be the execution of those Uchiha shinobi who had directly participated in the coup. For such a price, the Uchiha were willing to take the risk. They never imagined that what the Hokage faction sought was the annihilation of the Uchiha clan itself, to completely erase the Uchiha as a threat to their power. Yet all of this had been Sarutobi Hiruzen's previous line of thought. Now, for reasons unknown, he had become Uchiha Fugaku, the head of the Uchiha clan. The clan slated for annihilation was now his own. With less than half a day to prepare, he had to decide which side he should stand with and act for. Now he is Uchiha Fugaku, and Uchiha Fugaku has become him. The two have exchanged souls. Sarutobi Hiruzen possesses an absolute advantage in intelligence. Conversely, Uchiha Fugaku has inherited the absolute authority of the Third Hokage. Now the Uchiha coup is imminent. The Hokage faction has long prepared various plans for the extermination of the Uchiha clan. Given Uchiha Fugaku's character now as the Third Hokage, it is highly unlikely that he would stand by and watch the Uchiha clan be exterminated. However, Uchiha Fugaku will never allow him to live. This is not only the key to breaking the situation for the Uchiha clan, but Uchiha Fugaku also cannot let his wife fall into Sarutobi Hiruzen's hands. After the soul exchange, Sarutobi Hiruzen realized that, based on his and Uchiha Fugaku's positions, the two could only walk a path of mutual destruction. Plans appeared in Sarutobi Hiruzen's mind. Now he is Uchiha Fugaku, with not only a youthful body, but also as a wielder of the Mangekyō Sharingan. Even the eternal Mangekyō Sharingan is at his fingertips. A strong body, decades of lifespan, and greater power. These are all things he cannot refuse. To possess all of this, he must take control into his own hands. Though he does not believe Uchiha Fugaku would allow the Uchiha to be exterminated as per the plan. With Uchiha Fugaku's personality, he would certainly delay the extermination of the Uchiha clan using his identity as Hokage. Once the secret of their soul exchange is leaked, not only will he find it difficult to establish himself in the Uchiha, but even his position as Hokage will be at stake. These are all things Sarutobi Hiruzen does not wish to face. He wants Uchiha Fugaku's body, and also wants to maintain his position as Hokage. To achieve all this, the best method is to carry out the Uchiha clan's coup. To silence Uchiha Fugaku, who currently occupies his aged body. In this way, he can not only possess power comparable to Uchiha Madara, but also become the fifth Hokage with absolute strength. This will further solidify his position as Hokage. After all, in the past he played with various power tactics. The core issue was his insufficient strength to suppress Konoha. If he could have enough power to suppress Konoha, naturally he would grasp the absolute power of Konoha, and would not need various power tactics for balance. He could even use various means to destroy those ninja clans or geniuses in Konoha who are capable of challenging his position as Hokage. Inside the Nanha Shrine, discussions about the armed coup have reached their conclusion. It is more about mutual encouragement. After all, there has been no successful precedent for such an armed coup among the 5 great shinobi countries. The coup of the Mizukage's Water Moon clan and the Kagaya clan has yet to begin. The political landscape of other ninja villages is also relatively stable. No one expected that. At the first shinobi village Konoha, the conflict between the Hokage faction and the Uchiha clan would escalate to the point of a coup and extermination, although Sarutobi Hiruzen has poor performance in external battles. He possesses rich means internally. The Senju clan, which established Konoha, has disappeared. The external explanation is that the Senju clan voluntarily integrated into Konoha and vanished. The Vortex country was destroyed too quickly, and Konoha could not provide timely assistance. Now the Uchiha clan is also on the verge of disappearing. However, the unexpected event of the soul exchange between Sarutobi Hiruzen and Uchiha Fugaku occurred. Itachi, come before me. The 13-year-old Uchiha Itachi appeared before Sarutobi Hiruzen. This attracted everyone's attention. Uchiha Itachi awakened the Mangekyō Sharingan at the age of 13. Such talent is extremely rare in the history of the Uchiha clan. His talent as a ninja is unquestionable. However, as the eldest son of the Uchiha clan leader, his attitude is not firm. This is also the point most unsatisfactory to other Uchiha clansmen. Before Uchiha Shisui was like this. Now Uchiha Itachi is the same. The Mangekyō Sharingan appears in such a weak person's possession. How can one not be angry at this? Itachi, now it's time for you to know. The Uchiha clan's coup this time besides your Mangekyō Sharingan. There is another forbidden technique of the Uchiha clan. This forbidden technique is called Izanagi. Sarutobi Hiruzen revealed a forbidden technique that most of the Uchiha clan did not know. This technique requires the sacrifice of a 3-demo Sharingan. It transforms all surrounding damage into illusion. Even the fact of death can be rewritten. By utilizing this forbidden technique, before the 3-demo Sharingan is exhausted, our Uchiha clan will be completely immortal ninjas. This forbidden technique may not be enough to fight against all of Konoha, but taking down the Third Hokage is more than sufficient. Sarutobi Hiruzen publicly revealed this forbidden technique. The effect of this forbidden technique not only surprised Uchiha Itachi, but also made other Uchiha Jonin ecstatic. However, unlike the excitement of other Uchiha Jonin, a hint of worry flashed in Uchiha Itachi's expression. I will pass on Izanagi to you now. Tonight the Uchiha must win. Sarutobi Hiruzen's hand, infused with chakra, descended upon Uchiha Itachi's head. In the face of this situation, Uchiha Itachi could not possibly resist. He does not believe his father would harm him. At the same time, he needs to obtain the information about Izanagi, and then pass it on to the Third Hokage. So when Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly used a sealing technique on him, Uchiha Itachi was completely unprepared. Even the other Uchiha members were the same. Uchiha Itachi's chakra was sealed. From a shadow-level powerhouse possessing the Mangekyō Sharingan, he suddenly became an ordinary person. Clan leader, what are you doing? Even though other Uchiha elders and Jonin were dissatisfied with Uchiha Itachi's unsteady attitude, in the imminent coup environment, it is difficult to understand why he suddenly acted against Uchiha Itachi. Even as the clan leader and father Uchiha Fugaku finds it hard to comprehend. It's simple. Uchiha Itachi has betrayed the Uchiha. I understand Uchiha Itachi. He is too outstanding. So we need to conduct a final confirmation. The 3-tomo Sharingan appeared in Uchiha Fugaku's eyes. This is the second time Sarutobi Hiruzen has used the Sharingan. Previously, when he used the Kodo Amatsukami Mangekyō on Uchiha Itachi, the consumption was so great that his aging body could hardly sustain it. But now, he uses the 3 Tomo Sharingan in Uchiha Fugaku's body, and it feels so smooth. There is no difficulty or complexity, and even the chakra consumption is minimal. Sarutobi Hiruzen used illusion on Uchiha Itachi, who had lost his chakra. Uchiha Itachi, having lost his chakra, had no means of resistance. His memories were completely presented before Sarutobi Hiruzen. It seems that my feeling as a father was indeed correct. Uchiha Itachi has indeed betrayed the Uchiha clan. Sarutobi Hiruzen presented the evidence he found from Uchiha Itachi's memories. This was conveyed in the form of a 3-tomo illusion to the Uchiha elders and jonin present. In the face of this fact, and especially at the critical moment of the coup, the Uchiha elders and jonin were furious. They could not comprehend why Uchiha Itachi, as the eldest son of the Uchiha clan leader, would stand on the side of the Hokage faction. Since the Nine-Tails incident, the Uchiha clan has been the biggest suspect, and has faced the most brutal repression from the Hokage faction, as one of the 2 great ninja clans that established Konoha. The Uchiha clan was stripped of its central residence in Konoha, as well as all other commercial assets. They were forced to relocate to the outskirts of Konoha Forest to rebuild their residence. Even so, the Hokage faction still does not let the Uchiha clan off. They have pushed the Uchiha to the point of needing a coup. In such circumstances, when Uchiha Shisui was killed, the entire Uchiha united against the common enemy. Uchiha Itachi actually stood on the Hokage's side, unilaterally revealing all information about the Uchiha clan to the Third Hokage, including information about today's Uchiha coup, with the Hokage faction already prepared. The originally high-probability coup now seems to have little hope. At this moment inside the Nanja shrine, everyone looked at Uchiha Itachi with eyes full of crimson. The Uchiha clan had staked their lives and fortunes on this coup. It was unexpectedly revealed in advance by Uchiha Itachi. Such behavior was hard to comprehend, utterly inconceivable. Stay calm. We still have a chance. Sarutobi Hiruzen unleashed a powerful aura that quelled the chaos in the scene. That overwhelming pressure left everyone present in shock. If Sarutobi Hiruzen had always presented himself as a benevolent figure, it was merely due to his insufficient power, unable to suppress everything. Yet Uchiha Fugaku, who possessed the Mangekyō Sharingan, had always concealed his strength. He emphasized reasoning and gained the respect of the entire Uchiha clan through just and fair actions. However, few truly respected Uchiha Fugaku from a strength standpoint. In the past, the power he displayed was merely that of an elite jonin. And as for the strength of an elite jonin within the Uchiha clan, merely activating the 3-tomo Sharingan would grant one the status of an elite jonin. But now the pressure exerted by Uchiha Fugaku was undeniably that of a Kage. As the clan leader, Uchiha Fugaku had hidden his strength all this time. In the flamboyant Uchiha clan, concealing one's power was considered a disgraceful act. But now, after Uchiha Fugaku displayed his cage-level pressure, it helped the panicked Uchiha regain their composure. I will use his Mangekyō Sharingan to control the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. This is our only opportunity to break the situation. Let Konoha experience the Nine-Tails disturbance once again. Sarutobi Hiruzen revealed his plan. When this plan was articulated, a fervor suddenly surged in the expressions of the Uchiha present. Uchiha Itachi had indeed betrayed the Uchiha, but his Mangekyō Sharingan still existed. As long as clan leader Uchiha Fugaku acquired Uchiha Itachi's Mangekyō Sharingan, and then controlled the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki with the immense power of the Nine-Tails, it would be enough to render all preparations by the Hokage faction futile. Clan leader, do you know who the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki is? Indeed. As an audience of the anime, everyone knew that Uzumaki Naruto was the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, but in the real ninja world, any Jinchuriki was the most confidential information of a ninja village. The Uchiha clan was unaware that Uzumaki Naruto was the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Otherwise, at such a crucial moment in the coup, they would not have overlooked the possibility of kidnapping the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki as a trump card. But the Uchiha clan did not know. Sarutobi Hiruzen, as the third Hokage, was very much aware. Uzumaki Naruto had always been under Sarutobi Hiruzen's surveillance and guidance. All the suppression against Uzumaki Naruto was actually under Sarutobi Hiruzen's control. He aimed to fully grasp the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki physically and emotionally. As one of his greatest trump cards as Hokage, however, now to break the deadlock, he did not mind exposing Uzumaki Naruto's existence. Using emotions as a bond to control the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki was one method, while using the Mangekyō Sharingan to do so was another. Moreover, it was far more convenient and effective. I understand. I will personally bring back the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. As long as we have the Nine-Tails, the preparations of the Hokage faction would be utterly crushed. The sudden outburst of clan leader Uchiha Fugaku at this critical moment gave the Uchiha clan a renewed sense of assurance. Next, Sarutobi Hiruzen personally extracted Uchiha Itachi's Mangekyō Sharingan and obtained Uchiha Shizui's left eye Mangekyō from Uchiha Itachi's hands. Before this, even Sarutobi Hiruzen was unaware that Uchiha Itachi possessed Uchiha Shizui's left eye. However, after sealing Uchiha Itachi's chakra, and after reading Uchiha Itachi's memories, he learned everything. As the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen was fully aware of the arrangements outside the Uchiha stronghold concerning the Umbu and root. He easily slipped out of the Uchiha stronghold and arrived at the ninja school right under the noses of the elite jonin of the Umbu. He took the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki Uzumaki Naruto but did not take Uchiha Sasuke. Because compared to Uchiha Itachi, Uchiha Sasuke, as the second son, did not exhibit any remarkable ninja talent. With Uchiha Sasuke's qualifications aside from Uchiha Itachi's inexplicable obsession in the eyes of others, he did not even qualify to be a pawn. When the unconscious Nine-Tails Jinchuriki was brought back to the Uchiha stronghold by Sarutobi Hiruzen, it greatly reassured the Uchiha elders and elite jonin. Additionally, regarding the forbidden technique of the Sharingan Izanagi, Sarutobi Hiruzen truly opened it up to the Uchiha elders. With Izanagi, the Uchiha clan had already secured an invincible position. As the time for the coup approached, both sides understood that they had transitioned from the shadows to open confrontation. However, unlike the Uchiha clan's readiness to strike and take risks, the third Hokage side had paused their actions against the Uchiha clan. The third Hokage wanted to have a face-to-face discussion with Uchiha Fugaku. To this request from the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen agreed. If previously he had thought more about a violent resolution, he understood that even if Uchiha Fugaku occupied his body trying to persuade Shimura Danzo to halt the Uchiha extermination plan would still be an uphill battle. Once Uchiha Fugaku exposed any flaws at such a crucial moment, Shimura Danzo would undoubtedly retaliate mercilessly. But now that he possessed Uchiha Shizui's Kodo Amatsukami, left eye, everything would be vastly different. His plan had shifted from killing Uchiha Fugaku to controlling Sarutobi Hiruzen using Kodo Amatsukami. In this way, he could smoothly transition the Hokage power. Although, for the position of Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen could be resolute in exterminating the Uchiha, but from the moment he occupied Uchiha Fugaku's identity, the Uchiha clan transformed from a threat to an ally. The extermination of the Uchiha could actually provoke the outbreak of the Fourth Great Ninja War. After all, Konoha had been declining since the Third Great Ninja War. The Nine-Tails disturbance, the death of the fourth Hokage, and his wife Tsunade, leaving the three Sannin Orochimaru's defection, and Jiraiya's long absence from the ninja village. 4 years ago, Kumogakure attempted to seize Konoha's Byakugan bloodline through exceedingly shameless means. When they failed to capture Hyuga Hinata, the heiress of the Hyuga clan, they attempted to threaten Konoha into handing over Hyuga Hayashi, the clan head of the Hyuga family, with war. Although ultimately under Sarutobi Hiruzen's tactics, they surrendered the corpse of Hyuga Hizashi. But that moment's humiliation lingered in Sarutobi Hiruzen's mind. If the Uchiha were exterminated, the significantly weakened Konoha would inevitably face various tests from the other 4 great ninja villages. The ninja world undoubtedly bore the risk of igniting the Fourth Great Ninja War. and with Konoha's current strength it was absolutely impossible to withstand the offensive from the other ninja villages in the Fourth Great Ninja War. Therefore, when given a choice, the Uchiha clan was naturally better off preserved, provided they did not threaten Sarutobi Hiruzen's position as Hokage. He had already schemed the disappearance of both the Senju clan and the Uzumaki clan, let alone that of a single Uchiha clan. Fortunately, he had now become Uchiha Fugaku and would soon become the second person to possess the eternal Mangekyō Sharingan. He would suppress the ninja world like the once feared Uchiha Madara, and in this era there was no second ninja god Senju Hashirama. Of course, Sarutobi Hiruzen was unaware of this. Although there was no second Hashirama Senju in this era, there was Nagato with the Rinnegan. This information was known to Shimura Danzo. However, he did not disclose it to Sarutobi Hiruzen. The request for this meeting was significant for Sarutobi Hiruzen. It was entirely expected. After he took away the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, Danzo could no longer intervene. If the Uchiha clan were to be exterminated, Konoha could barely withstand it. But the current Konoha could definitely not endure a second Nine-Tails incident, much less the death of the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. The loss of the Nine-Tails deterrence would inevitably lead to the outbreak of the Fourth Shinobi World War. Thus, outside the Uchiha compound, the Uchiha clan met with the Hokage faction. Originally, there was a plan to rely on Uchiha Itachi for an inside-outside collaboration to eliminate the Uchiha clan at minimal cost. However, this plan fell apart with the capture of Uchiha Itachi. Moreover, his Mangekyō Sharingan was rendered useless. Now, with both the Uchiha clan and the Hokage faction fully aware of the situation, neither side wished to escalate things unnecessarily. Fortunately, Sarutobi Hiruzen managed to stabilize the situation through his intelligence advantage. He did not reveal any information regarding the extermination of the Uchiha clan. Once the Uchiha clan realized that the consequence of their failed coup would be extermination, there would be no possibility of negotiation, only a fight to the death against the Hokage faction. Amidst the mutual distrust, Sarutobi Hiruzen and Uchiha Fugaku met for the first time after their souls were swapped. However, at the very moment of their meeting, Sarutobi Hiruzen ruthlessly activated his left eye's Kodo Amatsukami. Then Uchiha Fugaku, under the influence of Kodo Amatsukami, killed Shimura Danzo on the spot. Shimura Danzo had to die. Or rather, the Danzo who knew about Kodo Amatsukami had to die. Currently, only 3 people were aware of Uchiha Shizui's Kodo Amatsukami. They were Sarutobi Hiruzen, Shimura Danzo, and Uchiha Itachi. By the time Uchiha Shisui died, even Uchiha Fugaku was unaware of Uchiha Shizui's Mangekyō abilities. In order to demonstrate his sincerity, Uchiha Shisui revealed the existence of his Kodo Amatsukami to Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo, which not only cost him his life, but also pushed the Uchiha clan into an irreversible abyss, solidifying the resolve of Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo to exterminate the Uchiha clan. Now, with Uchiha Itachi already captured by Sarutobi Hiruzen, all that remained was to eliminate the other person who knew about Kodo Amatsukami, Shimura Danzo. Then Kodo Amatsukami would not be leaked. He could also fully control Uchiha Fugaku, ensuring a smooth transition of power in Konoha. In the past, he needed to keep Shimura Danzo around due to his insufficient strength, requiring someone to play the bad cop while he played the good cop. But now he no longer needed that. Next, he could not only obtain the eternal Mangekyō Sharingan, but also acquire a pair of Kodo Amatsukami Mangekyō, even if it could only be used once every 10 years. The strategic significance of Kodo Amatsukami was indisputable. The third Hokage suddenly ambushed Shimura Danzo, and with his first move he delivered a fatal blow. This undoubtedly shocked everyone. When Sarutobi Hiruzen used the Kodo Amatsukami, he deliberately wore contact lenses to conceal it. Even if someone suspected that Uchiha Fugaku had used genjutsu, no one believed that Uchiha Fugaku's genjutsu could easily control the third Hokage. If genjutsu were truly that invincible, the Uchiha clan wouldn't need a coup. They could simply control the shinobi world with genjutsu. However, all of this depended on their ignorance of the existence of Kodo Amatsukami. Uchiha Fugaku. The Uchiha clan and Konoha have reached this point today. This is something no one wishes to see. Shimura Danzo killed Uchiha Shisui and seized his Mangekyō Sharingan. Now I personally killed Shimura Danzo, handing over the Mangekyō Sharingan belonging to Uchiha Shisui. You will hand over the Nine Tails Jinchuriki. This is my sincerity. Otherwise the Uchiha clan will be doomed. Opposite Uchiha Fugaku under Sarutobi Hiruzen's control provided a reasonable justification for killing Shimura Danzo. Uchiha Shijui's mysterious death had always been a case in Konoha. Now this case was confirmed by the Third Hokage himself. This undoubtedly gave the Umbu present a great psychological shock. After all, taking action against fellow village ninjas was something that could be done, but should never be spoken of. Once Orochimaru conducted human experiments on Konoha ninjas. After being discovered, he had no choice but to defect. Now to appease the Uchiha clan, the seemingly benevolent Third Hokage personally killed Shimura Danzo, leaving Danzo without a posthumous name for his lifetime of service to Konoha. As the leader of Root, Shimura Danzo, because of the crime of killing Uchiha Shisui and seizing his Mangekyō Sharingan, would lose even the qualification to enter the memorial stone. Mito Kamen and Toryun Koharu were equally shocked by the Third Hokage's action of killing Shimura Danzo. However, using Shimura Danzo's life to appease the Uchiha clan and obtain the Nine Tails Jinchuriki was something both of them, after careful consideration, could only express support for. As for opposition and complaints, those could be discussed behind closed doors, but must never erupt into conflict at the sight confronting the Uchiha clan. Regarding the goodwill shown by the Third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, having achieved his objective, allowed the Uchiha ninja to take away Shimura Danzo's corpse. He then publicly revealed the right eye of Shimura Danzo, which had been covered by bandages. Danzo's right eye was a Mangekyō Sharingan. However, after Sarutobi Hiruzen personally infused Danzo's right eye with Mangekyō power, it transformed from a 3-demo to a Mangekyō Sharingan. In Konoha, the last owner of the Mangekyō Sharingan who died mysteriously was Uchiha Shisui, who lost both eyes. The case of Uchiha Shijui's mysterious death was now definitively established with the appearance of his Mangekyō Sharingan in Shimura Danzo's right eye. Where is Uchiha Shijui's left eye? The Uchiha elder angrily questioned. The Third Hokage opposite remained silent. Hand over the Nine Tails Jinchuriki. This is also our Uchiha clan's sincerity. We Uchiha have no intentions of betraying Konoha. All of this is a forced retaliation caused by Shimura Danzo's killing of Uchiha Shisui and malicious suppression of the Uchiha clan. Sarutobi Hiruzen easily attributed this imminent coup entirely to Shimura Danzo. A premeditated coup and a revealed coup after being discovered are completely different matters. Regarding this statement from Sarutobi Hiruzen, the Uchiha clan was willing to accept it. Since the Third Hokage had shown ample sincerity, the Uchiha clan did not wish to lose the initiative. The Uchiha clan had indeed lost the upper hand and the Nine Tails Jinchuriki, but the Hokage faction had also lost Shimura Danzo. Correspondingly, the Uchiha clan obtained 2 pairs of Mangekyō Sharingan, namely those of Uchiha Shisui and Uchiha Itachi. This was enough to pose a significant threat to the Third Hokage. As both sides completed the exchange of Shimura Danzo's corpse and the Nine Tails Jinchuriki, this conflict was dissipated by Sarutobi Hiruzen without a trace. Without the constraints of Shimura Danzo, Sarutobi Hiruzen could finally proceed with the transfer of Hokage power. Most of the villagers of Konohagakure and the Uchiha clan were unaware of what had transpired at this crossroads capable of altering the future of the shinobi world. The Ninja Academy continued its regular classes. The villagers of Konohagakure went about their daily work as usual, even with Uzumaki Naruto missing. However, this was not the case for the higher-ups of the Hokage faction and the Umbu. Most people believed that Uzumaki Naruto was just playing hide-and-seek again. The Uchiha clan shared a similar sentiment. Including Uchiha Sasuke, the Uchiha youths were attending the Ninja Academy. The Konohagakure police department also maintained order in the village. In order to prevent the Hokage faction from discovering the Uchiha clan's coup, both sides were striving to maintain the facade of peace, especially with the impending raid on the Hokage building. Only the Uchiha clan's upper ninjas and some middle ninjas were needed. However, the covert clashes that ensued took a completely different direction with the soul exchange between Sarutobi Hiruzen and Uchiha Fugaku. As night fell, the full moon hung overhead. Uchiha Itachi sat quietly at home, his expression calm under the dim light. He was staring intently at a scroll before him. This scroll was merely an ordinary body replacement technique scroll, a hallmark ninjutsu for graduates of the Ninja Academy. However, if someone were to closely observe Uchiha Itachi's state, they would notice that he appeared to be earnestly studying the body replacement technique scroll. In reality, he was lost in thought. His eyes lacked any focus, completely in a daze. Yet within this daze there was a hint of extreme fear. Indeed, he had exchanged the souls of Sarutobi Hiruzen and Uchiha Fugaku, but at this moment he felt a tinge of regret. At the moment he awakened his unique abilities, he was filled with arrogance. As a transmigrator, the Sharingan Rinnegan and the Ten-Tails Jinchuri were in essence tailored for him in this world. He did not want to become Senju Hashirama or Uchiha Madara. Even if his strength could suppress the shinobi world, he ultimately could not escape the fate of a mortal's lifespan. 100 years later, he would merely become a handful of dust. He aspired to achieve a bloodline limit like Kagaya Otsutsuki to attain immortality. Thus, he could not easily abandon his Uchiha bloodline. This was his pathway to the pinnacle. Moreover, he sought to change the fate of the Uchiha clan's extermination through a soul exchange. Yet as night descended, he faced the grim reality. Confronted with the fact that he could not control his fate, and could only passively await the outcome of life and death, an uncontrollable fear finally arose within him. He did not want to die, especially not immediately after having just transmigrated. He felt a sense of regret. Rather than gamble on an uncertain future, he could have chosen a safer option for survival. But it was too late for regrets as time continued to slip away. Any sound from outside magnified exponentially in his ears. The feeling of death loomed over him constantly. As the clock struck 10, each tick resonated in the stillness. According to the habits of his body, Uchiha Itachi extinguished the lights and lay on the hard bed. As a ninja, even one day was significant. He had come to realize the harshness of being a ninja. There was no trace of youthful exuberance in the plot. As a ninja, one had to remain calm at all times, with indulgence strictly prohibited. Only by maintaining a clear mind could he ensure the efficiency of his training and stabilize his chakra refining, especially in times of crisis. This would maximize his advantages and help him identify the weaknesses of his opponents. Moreover, due to the nature of ninja missions, one often faced harsh conditions. Indulgence was discouraged for ninjas as it could easily become a weakness. Being greedy for food could lead to being poisoned. Being greedy for money could make one susceptible to bribery and treachery. Being tempted by beauty not only harmed health but also became a fatal weakness. Unless one possessed strength comparable to Jiraiya, one of the legendary three, who was both powerful and experienced, countless ninjas died each year due to the allure of beauty. Even as an Uchiha ninja under such rigorous training, Itachi found himself with little spare change. This was partly due to being an orphan. Having just recently become a genin, he could only take on some ordinary drank missions. Drank missions were notorious for being low-paying with much work involved. As a genin, he could only earn a meager income. Moreover, even this little income had to be shared. He had to give a portion to the Hokage, building another to the Uchiha clan, one more to his supervising ninja, leaving him with a limited amount for his daily expenses. After becoming a genin, he was already an independent Uchiha. He had to take full responsibility for his living expenses and could not rely on the Uchiha clan for support. Due to the ninja's creed, his room was extremely simple. It had almost no decent furniture, merely serving the basic function of shelter. Unlike modern preferences for soft bedding, ninjas typically accustomed themselves to sleeping on hard floors, incorporating this into their daily training. After all, when ninjas were out in the field, they slept on the ground and had to remain alert, only able to enter a limited state of light sleep. This was to avoid being caught off guard and losing their lives during a surprise attack. They were ninjas facing opponents who were also ninjas, and ninjas understood each other best. Any negligence could lead to deadly consequences. Training a ninja was no easy task, so naturally maintaining a high survival rate was paramount. Although ninjas often perished en masse during wars, their survival rate could still be significantly guaranteed in peacetime. Uchiha Itachi, having just transmigrated, needed to adapt to these common-sense aspects of being a ninja despite the significant conflicts between many ninja rules and his modern mindset. He did not remove his ninja uniform, nor change into sleepwear laying on the hard floor. Uchiha Itachi found it impossible to fall asleep. The shadow of death loomed over him at all times, listening to the ticking of the clock in the darkness. His senses were heightened to an extreme. As time drew near, the Uchiha compound became eerily silent, housing thousands of individuals. It was dead silent, with not even the chirping of insects. This was due to the presence of insect-controlling ninjas, as any ninja compound would ensure cleanliness to the greatest extent possible. This cleanliness meant that no foreign objects or odors should be present. Consequently, any sign of abnormality would prompt a swift reaction from ninjas accustomed to such a clean environment. Such an eerie silence was absolutely impossible in modern environments. The quieter it became, the more it incited Uchiha Itachi's fear. Unlike the ignorance of other Uchiha clan members, he was acutely aware that tonight marked the night of the clan's extermination, if the fate of the Uchiha's annihilation could not be rewritten. Then, with Uchiha Itachi's power to activate the Mangekyō Sharingan, he could silently complete the massacre of the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Itachi could hear his own heartbeat clearly. The heartbeat that was often ignored now sounded like a resounding gong. It shook his eardrums, and his perception of time stretched infinitely. He had never felt time flow so slowly. The inexplicable feeling of life and death was terrifying. At this moment, he even felt an impulse. It would be better if Uchiha Itachi truly came to massacre the clan. At least it would provide him with a certain recognition instead of facing the unknown fear. As the window began to glow faintly, white morning arrived. The extermination and death that Uchiha Itachi feared did not come. This meant that his attempt to exchange souls with Sarutobi Hiruzen and Uchiha Fugaku had achieved its effect. In the dim light, Uchiha Itachi himself was unaware that his eyes had already turned crimson red unbeknownst to him. Amidst the endless fear and blurred sense of time, he activated the Sharingan of the Uchiha clan. Not dead, Uchiha Ken looked at the faint light outside the window with overwhelming joy in his heart. He had not slept all night. At this moment he felt an endless emptiness in his body. This emptiness even made his vision darken. He almost fell asleep on the spot. With the qualities of a ninja, one would not expect such a situation after just one night of staying up. Even if he were to stay awake for 3 days and nights, it should not have led to such a condition. However, Uchiha Ken quickly realized the reason behind this situation. It was chakra. His chakra had unknowingly been completely depleted. Even for the Uchiha clan, as a genin, his chakra was already quite limited. Now his physical condition was not merely due to staying up late, but rather a sign of chakra depletion. Yet he had not practiced any ninjutsu all night. Why had this depletion occurred? With such questions in mind, Uchiha Ken gradually became aware of a situation. He turned over and sat up, rushing to a mirror. Even in his weakened state, he exhibited a nimbleness far more agile than modern athletes. The mirror reflected a pale and weak face. This face seemed lifeless, as if it had been drained of spirit. His intense dark circles widened his eyes. He looked like a terrifying specter. Even Uchiha Ken himself was startled. After all, he was still not accustomed to his current body and face. He had only been reincarnated for a day. His instincts still belonged to his former self, and not to Uchiha Ken himself. This fright had indeed made him more alert. Uchiha Ken immediately sat cross-legged on the ground and began to refine his chakra. New chakra slowly emerged from his body. This time the chakra did not provide him with a sense of enhancement. Instead, it made his body feel even weaker. He forcefully infused the chakra into his eyes. In the next moment, his dark eyes transformed into a shade of crimson. Even though this crimson lasted less than 30 seconds, it vanished again due to the lack of chakra. But a wild joy appeared on Uchiha Ken's face. After absorbing Uchiha Ken's memories, he had already understood the significance of the Sharingan. To put it bluntly, before he was merely an ordinary Uchiha genin, just an unremarkable ninja within the Uchiha clan. After becoming a chunin, he would enter the Uchiha police force, then marry and have children. That would probably be his future. But now, with the activation of the Sharingan, even a Onetamo Sharingan was enough to leap from the margins of the Uchiha to become a true core member of the Uchiha clan. Uchiha who had activated their Sharingan and those who had not had completely different statuses and treatments. The gap could be described as that between the main family and the branch family. Uchiha who activated the Tudamo Sharingan would be able to enter the core of Uchiha status, and the same treatment would only be available to those who became Jonin without activating their Sharingan. As long as he demonstrated the fact that he had activated his Sharingan, he could not only receive more elite training from the Uchiha, but other resources for cultivation would also be covered by the clan. What he needed to repay the clan after growing up was merely the obligation to give back. He was no longer at risk of clan extermination or death, and had even activated the Sharingan. This was undoubtedly a perfect start for Uchiha Ken. However, he could not reveal the fact that he had activated his Sharingan just yet. As a traveler, he certainly knew that activating the Sharingan required extreme emotional stimulation. Last night, in the endless fear of life and death, he activated the Sharingan. But he could not provide a reasonable explanation for its activation. The Uchiha coup yesterday was a top secret even within the Uchiha clan. Only the Uchiha elders Jonin and some Chunin were aware of it. As a genin, it was impossible for him to access this top secret without a reasonable explanation for activating the Sharingan. He could not easily reveal the fact that he had activated it. As for the weakness of his body due to chakra depletion, providing a simple reason was actually easy. That was training. As a ninja, whether training in physical arts, ninjutsu, or simply refining chakra, it would lead to chakra consumption. Genin with insufficient chakra would frequently encounter situations where their bodies became weak due to cultivation. On the other hand, even though he did not understand the internal circumstances, the fact that the Uchiha had not been exterminated or attacked suggested that even Sarutobi Hiruzen had reversed the situation. The high-ranking Uchiha must have been in a state of alert, faced with such a powerful opponent as the Hokage faction. It was unlikely that the Uchiha clan would notice an abnormal genin like Uchiha Ken, and the reality was much like Uchiha Ken had anticipated. When dawn broke, Uchiha Ken first arrived at the Uchiha hospital. The Uchiha residence looked no different from usual. Most of the Uchiha clan members were completely unaware that the Uchiha clan had experienced a coup and a crisis of extermination yesterday. While explaining that he had overtrained, he smoothly obtained 3 days' worth of vitality pills from the Uchiha hospital. Vitality pills, as the name implies, are pills that nourish the body. They are mainly used for situations where chakra is slightly depleted, leading to physical weakness. He did not need to pay. However, all of this would be deducted from his mission funds. Then he went to the Uchiha telephone booth. Using the phone, he called his supervising ninja to inform them he was taking leave. As an ordinary Uchiha genin, his supervising ninja was not an Uchiha ninja, but an elite chunin. As for his other 2 genin teammates, they were also common ninjas. Such an ordinary genin team was hardly worth any attention during the peaceful times in Konoha. After completing the report, Uchiha Ken returned to his room once more. After taking the vitality pills, he fell into a deep sleep, with no threat of clan extermination or death. And having activated a Onetamo Sharingan, Uchiha Ken felt completely at ease. When he woke up again, he had slept from morning until evening. The long period of sleep and rest had restored his body significantly. His complexion was only slightly pale, and not the terrifying appearance of excessive depletion from before. He first went to the Uchiha cafeteria and got 5 rice balls and a bowl of hot meat soup. As the only public cafeteria of the Uchiha clan, All Uchiha clan members who did not wish to cook would eat here. However, the lively Uchiha cafeteria displayed a stark contrast. In the area for ninjas, it was filled with noise from men, women, and children, while the area for Uchiha ninjas was eerily quiet. This was not a unique phenomenon of the Uchiha clan, but rather a common occurrence among ninjas in the ninja world. Aside from different combat styles, ninjas from various villages were mostly alike in terms of the ninja code. The calmness brought about by habitual composure is a fundamental skill for ninjas. The vast majority of ninjas have an expressionless face, making it hard to discern their thoughts. Even in conversation, it is done in hushed tones that do not reveal content. Emotional displays like those of Naruto Uzumaki are considered taboos for ninjas. The rice balls and meat soup did not taste very good. It wasn't that they were poorly made. Rather, they could not be flavorful. A bland taste reduces the risk of poisoning. Truly colorless and tasteless poisons are valuable even in the ninja world and are rarely used on low-value targets. Therefore, ordinary ninjas only need to guard against poisons with distinct odors. At this time, a bland diet helped prevent risks. Filling his stomach, he took 2 vitality pills in one go. Uchiha Ken returned to his clearly defined room. Such a room could not possibly have any hidden compartments, even under the bed, unless one possessed stealth or illusion techniques. He maximized the avoidance of being ambushed or spied upon. Uchiha Ken did not sleep. Instead, he began to adapt to his body and memories with basic body techniques and shadow clone techniques. The empty room itself was equivalent to a small training ground. Time reached 10 o'clock at night. This was the curfew time for the Uchiha residents. After 10 o'clock, unless it was a specific Uchiha location, such as the Uchiha training ground, it was forbidden to make any unusual noises. Uchiha Ken quietly fell into a deep slumber. From tomorrow on, he would need to meet with his genin teammates and continue his training as a genin. 2 days have passed since I crossed into the world of Naruto. The first day was filled with thrilling events, while the second day was uneventful. Now it is the third day. I woke up at 4 in the morning. I changed into a new genin uniform. Indeed, Konoha has ninja uniforms, including those for genin, chunin, and jonin. However, the wearing of these uniforms is mainly regulated within Konoha. Genin and chunin on regular missions are required to wear their uniforms. Of course, jonin belong to a true privileged class. Except on special occasions, they enjoy the freedom to dress as they please, especially during external missions. They can also choose their attire based on the actual situation. As ninjas, there are countless rules that every ninja must memorize and practice. The situation of the 12 young ninja is a special case among exceptions. They have backgrounds, abilities, and the capacity to accomplish great things. For most ordinary ninjas, such actions would lead to severe punishment. Naruto Uzumaki's graffiti on Hokage Rock was merely a simple corporal punishment and verbal reprimand. If other ordinary ninjas engaged in the same behavior, they would face execution. An execution indeed. The dignity of the Hokage cannot be desecrated. Uchiha Ken changed into a new genin uniform and personally washed his previous one. He possesses 2 sets of genin uniforms. Wearing one and washing the other, this cycle continues. Throughout this process, he must ensure that neither he nor the uniform has any unpleasant odors. This is the basic skill of a ninja to avoid being poison tracked and so on. According to practical needs, one can choose to retain certain scents during missions. This can help prevent issues related to transformation techniques. The existence of transformation techniques makes appearances unreliable. Multiple verification measures are employed to guarantee the reliability of comrades. This becomes the focus of teaching from the 5th grade in Ninja School. Ninja School is a 6-year program with 6 grades. Normally, students enroll at 6 years old and graduate as genin by 12. However, there are many exceptions. For instance, Kakashi Hatake graduated as a genin at 5, Itachi Uchiha at 7, and it was common for many to graduate at the age of 8 or 9 during the Ninja Wars. After the Uchiha clan's crisis was averted, Uchiha Ken grew up in a rare period of peace. For the next 5 years, Konoha would not face any crises. Moreover, future changes make it uncertain whether Orochimaru's plans to destroy Konoha 5 years later will still occur. Waking at 4 in the morning for washing up, changing clothes, doing laundry, using the restroom, and maintaining ninja tools. I began warming up at 5. After warming up, I headed to the Uchiha training ground. There I practiced the basics of physical technique, swordsmanship, and throwing techniques. After finishing warm-ups at 6, I went to the Uchiha cafeteria. After having breakfast, I packed my lunch and proceeded to meet with my teammates in Konoha. My 2 teammates are named Onoda and Abe Kiku. Both are civilian genin, and the 3 of us belong to Team 3. Without a doubt, Uchiha-kan is the leader of the genin class. For our ordinary genin group, he is quite unremarkable. An unremarkable Uchiha genin alongside unremarkable civilian genin. The only jutsu commonly used in Team 3 is the body replacement technique. However, within Konoha, the body replacement technique has limited application. Thus, the 3 of us focus primarily on physical techniques. In terms of physical techniques, Uchiha-kan is considered quite good, while the other 2 can only be deemed average. Currently, Team 3 mainly focuses on adapting to ninja missions and fostering teamwork. Onoda and Abe Kiku both wear expressions of indifference. However, considering their arrival together, they seem to be intentionally cultivating feelings for one another. As civilian genin, their options are limited. Forming a romantic relationship quickly is the best choice to face the risks of future ninja missions together. After all, Uchiha-kan's future is almost predetermined. He will become a member of the Konoha police force, a position that is far beyond the reach of civilian ninjas. Thus, it is inevitable that Uchiha-kan will leave Team 3 in the near future. Without his protection, the 2 of them will have to rely on each other for survival as genin. Without needing any orders, the 3 of us began training at the Konoha Public Training Ground, engaging in 40 minutes of solo practice followed by 40 minutes of cooperative training. As genin, mutual cooperation is crucial. Not only can it greatly enhance combat effectiveness, but it also maximizes the chances of survival. By 9 in the morning, Team 3 arrived at the Hokage building where the guiding ninja was already waiting. The guiding ninja's name is Yamada Ken. He is an elite chunin in his 20s who has survived the brutal Third Shinobi World War. He excels in throwing hidden weapons and setting traps. This is one of the few paths available to civilian ninjas. After all, civilian ninjas lack a strong heritage. Even the physical techniques that civilian ninjas are best at can easily be overpowered by clan ninjas. As for ninjutsu, it's even more one-sided. Using traps and hidden weapons to compensate for the lack of background and combat strength is a good direction for civilian ninjas. With trap-setting techniques, he killed numerous ninjas from the Rock Village during the Third Shinobi World War, earning the qualification of an elite chunin. Under Yamada Ken's leadership, Team 3 took on the task of gathering herbs, a mission issued by the Nara clan. The advantage is that during the herb gathering process, we can become familiar with the herbs and receive relatively higher rewards. Uchiha-kan did not oppose this task, and Team 3 went to Nara Medicine Mountain. Although many herbs can be cultivated, some have specific environmental needs, and wild ones have greater potency. Thus, the Nara clan issues herb gathering tasks throughout the year. However, only ninjas with some connection to the Nara clan can accept these tasks. A herbal compendium was handed to Team 3 by a Nara ninja. After providing instructions for herb collection and giving them some insect repellent, the rest is up to Team 3's discretion. Nara Medicine Mountain is somewhat dangerous for ordinary people. There are many poisonous insects and fierce beasts in the ninja world jungle, but they pose limited threats to ninjas. The herbal compendium only contains detailed drawings and names of the herbs with no descriptions of their effects, only their selling prices. This allows Team 3 to clearly know their income from herb gathering. Yamada Ken promised that if they completed 10 herb gathering tasks, he would teach them techniques for throwing hidden weapons or setting traps. Onoda and Abe Kiku were thrilled by Yamada Ken's promise. Not only were they excited about the generous rewards of the herb gathering task, but they were also thrilled by Yamada Ken's teachings, as opportunities for civilian ninjas to obtain such knowledge are rare. The best opportunity is during the guidance of a ninja, which typically lasts only a year for genin classes. After a year, whether they still recognize the relationship as master and disciple is uncertain. If they are unable to obtain knowledge from their guiding ninja, it becomes even more difficult later on. Now, with the opportunity to learn from a Chunin, both Onoda and Abe Kiku were quite excited. However, Uchiha can maintain a calm demeanor. Whether it's throwing hidden weapons or setting traps, the Uchiha clan's legacy far exceeds that of an elite Chunin like Yamada Ken. What he seeks now is to adapt to the life of a ninja after his crossing, and to plot for the ultimate power in the ninja world. The life of a ninja is exceedingly monotonous and regular. The reward for the task of gathering herbs is 3 times higher than that of previous tasks, such as cleaning up garbage, removing weeds, and clearing waterways. Even so, after giving a share to the Hokage Tower, guiding the ninja's share, and the Uchiha share, there is not much left for him. In contrast, Koyata and Abe Kiku, by not receiving a share from the ninja clan, saw their income improve dramatically. After spending a week among the Uchiha Fugaku took over the position of Shimura Danzo, becoming the new leader of the route. However, he could only establish a new route. The route originally belonging to Shimura Danzo was merged into the Umbu. After the Uchiha clan took control of the Konoha police department, they finally gained the power to influence the Umbu. Meanwhile, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, accepted Uchiha Fugaku's second son, Uchiha Sasuke, as his direct disciple. Uchiha Fugaku, on the other hand, took Sarutobi Hiruzen's newly born grandson Sarutobi Konohamaru as his direct disciple. In a short period, the Uchiha clan and the Hokage faction swiftly transitioned from a state of tension to close cooperation. This signal undoubtedly elevated the status of the Uchiha clan in Konoha. Not long after, Uchiha Fugaku publicly displayed his Mangekyō Sharingan. Although he was well aware of the truth, the Mangekyō Sharingan actually belonged to his eldest son, Uchiha Itachi. However, most people were unaware of this. With the activation of the Mangekyō Sharingan, Uchiha Fugaku undoubtedly possessed the qualifications to run for the position of the 5th Hokage. The elderly 3rd Hokage made a compromise with the Uchiha clan at the cost of personally killing Shimura Danzo. This became a fixed perception in Konoha. They naturally did not know that Sarutobi Hiruzen and Uchiha Fugaku had exchanged souls. Now, Sarutobi Hiruzen was controlling the Uchiha Fugaku, occupying his body with the Kodo Amatsukami technique. Controlling Mido Gate Hayashi and Nara Shikamaru with the Mangekyō Sharingan, he also revealed his identity to Sarutobi Shinji, the son of the Umbu leader and Nara Shikaku. Thus, he quickly shifted and consolidated his power under the identity of the Uchiha clan leader. A month after traversing among the Uchiha, the 3rd Hokage publicly revoked the accusations against the Uchiha clan regarding the Nine-Tails incident. The reputation of the Uchiha clan was restored and their assets in Konoha were returned. The Uchiha clan returned from the edges of the Konoha forest to the heart of Konoha. Regarding the strong return of the Uchiha clan, not only did they receive the support of the 3rd Hokage, but even Inuzuka Nara and Akimichi did not oppose it. Now Uchiha ninjas had new options. Besides joining the Konoha police department, they could also choose to join the new route. However, all of this had little to do with Uchiha. After a month of integration, he had already adapted well to his life as a genin. Moreover, he had not revealed that he had activated a Onetamo Sharingan. With his unremarkable ninja qualifications, he still did not meet the entry threshold for either the Konoha police department or the new route, both of which required at least Chunin strength. 3 months after traversing among the Uchiha, the Konoha police department, once controlled by the Uchiha clan, opened its membership requirements and was no longer limited to Uchiha Chunin. Other Konoha Chunin could also become members of the Konoha police department after passing assessments. The reason for this was twofold. On one hand, most elite ninjas of the Uchiha clan had joined the new route. This led to a large number of vacancies in the Konoha police department. On the other hand, Sarutobi Hiruzen needed to change the Uchiha clan's image in Konoha in this manner. By sacrificing some interests of the Konoha police department, he sought to win the support of other Konoha ninjas, thereby allowing him to become the 5th Hokage in a rightful manner. It was also after the Uchiha clan opened the rights to the Konoha police department that news about the election for the 5th Hokage began to circulate in Konoha. Such significant news could not have spread widely without the consent of the 3rd Hokage. Now in Konoha there were candidates with strength and reputation running for the position of the 5th Hokage. Only Uchiha Fugaku, who had activated the Mangekyō Sharingan, was the sole candidate. The 3rd Hokage was paving the way for Uchiha Fugaku to become the 5th Hokage. This was an obvious situation. The Uchiha clan unilaterally withdrew from the 3rd team. They then took this opportunity to enter the Konoha Hospital. They obtained a training quota for medical ninjas at the Konoha Hospital, which was impossible in the past. Under the influence of the 2nd Hokage and the malicious distortion of the 3rd Hokage, there was a general gap between the Uchiha clan and Konoha ninjas. Except during the Ninja World War period, Uchiha ninjas were fixed on the path of the Konoha Police Department. The Konoha Police Department managed the security of Konoha, akin to the police of Konoha, handling the vast majority of civil cases, which was extremely displeasing. Moreover, the Uchiha clan was proud, equally looking down on every non-Uchiha person in Konoha, which tarnished the Uchiha clan's reputation. Konoha people did not treat the Uchiha clan well, and naturally Uchiha ninjas would not take the initiative to provide services for Konoha people. Now, with Uchiha Fugaku's ambition to seize the position of 5th Hokage, it was glaringly evident. Under Uchiha Fugaku's strong leadership, the Uchiha clan welcomed a comprehensive transformation. Previously, the hawkish members of the Uchiha clan had generally joined the new route. The remaining dovish members of the Uchiha clan were committed to improving the reputation of the Uchiha clan. At this crucial moment, Uchiha was willing to enter the Konoha Hospital to train as a medical ninja. To serve all people of Konoha, rather than simply serving the Uchiha clan, this undoubtedly aligned with the new will of fire proposed by Uchiha Fugaku. Indeed, Uchiha Fugaku proposed the Uchiha version of the Will of Fire slogan. It must be said that Sarutobi Hiruzen had a profound understanding of manipulating people's hearts. After he took over Uchiha Fugaku's body, he easily led the Uchiha clan towards transformation, making suitable arrangements for both the Uchiha hawks and doves. 6 months after traversing among the Uchiha Fugaku, with the support of the 3rd Hokage, became the rightful 5th Hokage. Apart from a very small number of people in Konoha, no one knew that the imposing figure on stage, who seemed out of place with the elderly 3rd Hokage, was the 5th Hokage. In fact, they were the same person. The 5th Hokage Uchiha Fugaku was also the 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen. With the vigorous promotion of Uchiha Fugaku, the Uchiha clan has gained recognition from many Konoha residents through their actions, gradually reversing the past excessive demonization of the Uchiha clan. This was being gradually turned around by the practical actions and contributions of the Uchiha Dove faction members. Compared to the elderly 3rd Hokage, the current 5th Hokage was undoubtedly more recognized by the people of Konoha in terms of strength. This point was evident when Uchiha Fugaku publicly displayed his giant Mangekyō Susanoo, assuring that with his strength a second Nine-Tails incident would never occur. This greatly reassured the hearts of Konoha citizens who had been hurt by the Nine-Tails incident 8 years ago. At the same time, it was also a hint and indication that he was even more exceptional than the 4th Hokage Minato Namikaze. After all, the 4th Hokage Minato Namikaze paid the price of his life to seal the Nine-Tails and inflicted great suffering on Konoha. As the 5th Hokage Uchiha Fugaku in front of his Mangekyō Sharingan, even the Nine-Tails would be subdued in an instant. A strong sense of confidence surrounded the 5th Hokage Uchiha Fugaku. What he showcased was merely the Mangekyō Sharingan. In reality, he had already fused with Uchiha Itachi's Mangekyō Sharingan. Achieving the eternal Mangekyō Sharingan, he now possessed an invincible power that could rival the legendary Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Itachi was well aware that the changes in Konoha over the past 6 months stemmed from this. Regarding Sarutobi Hiruzen becoming the 5th Hokage in Uchiha Fugaku's body, he didn't really care, because no matter how strong Sarutobi Hiruzen was, it didn't concern him much at present. He was doing an internship at the Konoha Hospital. He successfully found a reasonable justification for awakening a Sharingan. That was to empathize with the patients at Konoha Hospital, thus opening his Sharingan. This justification was quite reasonable. At Konoha Hospital, every day witnessed various partings and deaths, even among medical ninjas. There were countless patients who could not be saved. Patients who couldn't afford treatment were even more numerous. Outside of battlefields, nowhere tested human hearts more than hospitals. Countless horrifying injuries and corpses. Countless heartbreaking cruelty and sorrow, whether among Konoha ninjas or civilians. In this current era, it was hard to call anyone happy. For most genin and civilians, merely surviving required effort. Those who could come to Konoha Hospital were mostly those struggling to maintain their existence. Living in such an environment, witnessing countless pain and farewells. As medical personnel at Konoha Hospital, there were generally only two paths for development: either becoming more compassionate or becoming hard-hearted. Uchiha Itachi was actually the latter, but that did not hinder him from pretending to be the former. After Itachi awakened his eyes at Konoha Hospital, soon more Uchiha genin were arranged to work at Konoha Hospital. In the past, the primary way for the Uchiha clan to awaken their Sharingan was through partings and deaths. The main direction was the death of friends and family, preferably in front of their own eyes, providing maximum stimulus to Uchiha ninjas, thus awakening the Sharingan. However, this method of awakening was too cruel. Even within the Uchiha clan, it was not recommended for use unless one had exceptional qualifications. For example, Uchiha Itachi used this method to awaken his eyes by intentionally facilitating the friendship of Uchiha Itachi, then pushing Uchiha Itachi to the battlefield, allowing his friend to die before Itachi's eyes after experiencing the brutality of war. This stimulation led Uchiha Itachi to awaken a Sharingan at the age of 8. This method of valuing the Sharingan while disregarding lives was also a factor in Uchiha Itachi's confusion and eventual betrayal of the Uchiha clan. After all, Itachi easily empathized with others. He believed that the awakening of the Uchiha clan was behind the lives of others, thus resonating with the second Hokage Senju Tobirama's notion of the innately evil Uchiha, ultimately raising a blade against the evil Uchiha clan. Itachi's way of awakening his eyes allowed the Uchiha clan to find a less costly method of awakening. No need for friends and family to die before one's eyes. Just witnessing cruelty in places like Konoha Hospital could also potentially awaken the emotional Uchiha clan's Sharingan. This was originally the excuse Itachi provided for awakening, yet it was confirmed to be effective in practice, because there were indeed Uchiha genin who awakened their Sharingan after witnessing the cruelty of Konoha Hospital. Itachi was also recognized by the Uchiha elders for awakening his Sharingan and discovering a new method for the Uchiha clan to awaken. He became an apprentice to the Uchiha elder, gaining a master who had awakened the Three-Demo Sharingan. This elder was named Uchiha Ran. His chakra nature was lightning and water. He once attempted to develop a new bloodline limit called Storm Release but failed. This resulted in damaged chakra pathways and a significant drop in strength. From originally being capable of challenging the Kage level to becoming an Uchiha elder with only elite Jonin level strength. Itachi's chakra nature was also lightning and water. He did not possess the fire attribute shared by most Uchiha. However, this apprenticeship did not bring him significant changes, because his interactions with his master Uchiha Ran were not pleasant. The Uchiha clan had always been proud and arrogant. This was true even within the Uchiha clan. Although Itachi had awakened a Sharingan, his ninja aptitude was not outstanding, and he was not very invested in the cultivation of ninjutsu. His combat talent was even subpar. If it weren't for his Sharingan, one might doubt his Uchiha bloodline. It is known that even the infamous underachiever Uchiha Obito showed remarkable combat talent after awakening his Sharingan, sweeping through elite ninjas. But Itachi's displayed combat talent was barely stronger than that of a civilian ninja. This was natural. Before his transmigration, Itachi was a modern person. It was normal for modern individuals to lack combat talent and awareness. The qualifications of Itachi after his transmigration were indeed ordinary. With both factors combined, serving under Uchiha Ran was nothing short of torment. Uchiha Ran believed he was wasting the Uchiha's Sharingan talent. Itachi also did not think highly of ordinary ninjutsu. After all, in the eyes of ordinary people, powerful elemental ninjutsu paled in comparison to the Mangekyō Sharingan Rinnegan reincarnation eye-sealing techniques, tailed beasts, and sage arts. Itachi's apprenticeship under Uchiha Ran was not aimed at enhancing combat power. He simply wanted a backing, nothing more. Thus their master-apprentice relationship was declared broken after just a month and a half. Not to the point of tearing apart their faces, but they had grown to dislike each other. Itachi returned to Konoha Hospital once again. His plan was simple: to major in medical ninjutsu and minor in sealing techniques. Thus he would follow a path similar to Orochimaru, leveraging the power of biochemical technology to achieve breakthroughs in strength and immortality. He did not have much time. Although Sarutobi Hiruzen in the identity of Uchiha Fugaku became the 5th Hokage, this might prevent Orochimaru's plan to destroy Konoha from being implemented 4 years later. The formidable Konoha was sufficient to make the 4th Kazekage Raza abandon his plan to attack Konoha. However, the invasion of Konoha by Pain's Six Paths 8 years later, and the subsequent 4th Shinobi World War were inevitable. The leader of the Akatsuki organization, Pain, wanted to collect the 9-tailed beasts. Therefore, attacking Konoha to capture the 9 tails Jinchuriki Naruto Uzumaki was inevitable. And Uchiha Obito, in order to become the 10 tails Jinchuriki, would inevitably initiate the infinite Tsukuyomi, sparking the 4th Shinobi World War. In such circumstances, he had only 8 years. In such a short span of 8 years, he wanted to acquire strength to protect himself under Uchiha Madara and Kagaya Otsutsuki. This was undoubtedly a race against time. There was no leisure to practice lightning and water release with his master Uchiha Ran, and then inherit his will. Uchiha Itachi is now 13 years old. Uchiha Sasuke and Naruto Uzumaki are 8. Since his reincarnation, he has seen Uchiha Sasuke from a distance several times. However, Naruto Uzumaki has never seen him even once. Before entering Konoha Hospital, Uchiha Itachi acted quietly and low-key. Most of his days were spent working alongside Team 3, completing drank missions as a genin before entering Konoha Hospital and awakening his Sharingan. He displayed a fervent and obsessive interest in medical ninjutsu. When dealing with patients, he could be considered quite patient, aided by the replication capabilities of his Sharingan. In aspects such as nursing care, bandaging, treatment of external injuries, and even surgery, Uchiha Itachi showed remarkable progress. Even so, Uchiha Itachi's personality remained rather peculiar, as he was solitary by nature and showed little interest in training ninjutsu. This led to a strained relationship with Uchiha Fugaku, the clan elder. Such a temperament doomed him to be unsuitable for joining the Konoha police force. Nor was he fit to join the Umbu or the New Route. Instead, he was appreciated at Konoha Hospital, where ability was prioritized. However, opinions about him were mixed. While Uchiha Itachi indeed spared no effort in treating patients, he often violated the hospital's regulations. After he had just learned the critical medical ninjutsu, the healing palm technique, it was expected that he would first gain experience by treating animals. However, after grasping the healing palm technique, Uchiha Itachi directly violated medical regulations by using it on Konoha villagers who could not afford treatment. Because Uchiha Itachi often practiced medical ninjutsu on patients in secret, even without causing serious consequences, his reputation among medical ninjas suffered. Nonetheless, this provided a new option for patients who could not receive treatment at Konoha Hospital, as long as they were willing to bear the consequences. They could seek assistance from Uchiha Itachi, who would treat them, gaining medical experience, in return achieving a win-win situation. However, even with this option, due to Uchiha Itachi's limited chakra, the number of patients who could receive treatment remained few. Even when some patients faced treatment failures, Uchiha Itachi could stabilize their injuries, preventing immediate death as a last resort. With a healing rate exceeding 75%, Uchiha Itachi received unanimous praise from patients, and through this his medical ninjutsu skills advanced rapidly. After all, the best way to improve medical ninjutsu is through diligent practice and continuous treatment. However, this also touched on the interests of Konoha Hospital. He was ostracized by the medical ninjas of Konoha Hospital. Fortunately, Uchiha Itachi did not mind this. Now Uchiha Fugaku is the 5th Hokage. The Uchiha clan is at the peak of its power in Konoha. What Uchiha Itachi needs are the patients from Konoha Hospital along with related medical ninjutsu materials. With his demonstrated talent in medical ninjutsu, he also gained corresponding access rights. If necessary, he could obtain relevant medical ninjutsu and materials from Uchiha Hospital. The core of medical ninjutsu is the yang release. After several months of training stimulated by the yang release, Uchiha Itachi's chakra level reached that of a chunin. This amount of chakra was sufficient for practicing higher-level medical ninjutsu, as Uchiha Itachi exhibited significant skills in medical ninjutsu. What surprised Uchiha Itachi was that his master Uchiha Arashi invited him to join the new route. Previously, Uchiha Itachi had displayed poor combat talent as a ninja. Coupled with Uchiha Arashi's stern teaching attitude, they had developed a mutual dislike. However, a ninja requires more than just combat. They also need support from other ninjas. Medical ninjas are of utmost importance. The new route is primarily composed of elite ninjas from the Uchiha clan, but the first task they faced after establishment encountered significant setbacks. This task was to investigate the mastermind behind the Ninetales incident, with the investigation directed towards the Rain Ninja village. After Sarutobi Hiruzen read Uchiha Itachi's memories, he learned of the existence of the mastermind behind the Ninetales incident, who called himself Uchiha Obito. However, Sarutobi Hiruzen completely did not believe it. The real Uchiha Obito would not hide behind a mask, and this person had caused the Ninetales incident. He also attempted to instigate the Uchiha clan's extermination. According to the information disclosed by the person himself, the masked man currently belongs to an organization called Akatsuki from the Rain Country. Regarding Akatsuki, Sarutobi Hiruzen had some understanding. His own disciple, the Shrank rogue ninja Orochimaru, is currently affiliated with Akatsuki. In order to gather more information about the masked man and Akatsuki, the new route was naturally dispatched to the Rain Country to investigate. However, the overconfident Uchiha clan faced heavy losses in the Rain Country. The Uchiha ninjas who entered the Rain Country either mysteriously disappeared, or they died under mysterious circumstances, or were severely injured while escaping. Even elite jounin of the Uchiha clan with 3 tomo met mysterious deaths in the Rain Country, creating no ripple. The entire Rain Country seemed to possess a great terror that easily swallowed the elite Uchiha who entered. The failure of the Rain Country mission greatly diminished the confidence of the Uchiha clan and raised the danger level of the Rain Country within Konoha to the highest. Even the other 4 great ninja villages, their danger levels were nowhere near as absurd as that of the Rain Country. The newly formed route suffered a heavy blow, striking at the pride of the Uchiha clan. The newly formed route, originally relying on the Uchiha clan as the absolute main force, also began to accept members from other Umbu. Shimura Danzo could treat route members as tools to sacrifice at will, but the new route could not. Under such circumstances, the knowledgeable medical ninja Uchiha Itachi caught the attention of the new route. Since he had conflicts with the conventional medical ninjas, he was just suitable for the perilous new route, allowing Uchiha Itachi, a member of the Uchiha clan, to treat the Uchiha ninjas in the new route. This could also soothe the feelings of Uchiha clan members within the new route. Under these circumstances, Uchiha Itachi confirmed that joining the new route would not place a cursed seal on him, and that he would not need to participate in the new route's out-of-village missions, so he chose to join the new route. By leveraging the new route, he could gain higher privileges and access more related materials on medical ninjutsu and biochemical experiments. Among these were the medical ninjutsu he yearned for that could eliminate rejection reactions, as well as medical ninjutsu for absorbing chakra. These 2 medical ninjutsu, due to their specificity, require rigorous testing even for medical ninjas to learn. Now, as a Uchiha ninja and a member of the new route, the barriers that ordinary people find difficult to cross are completely open to him. After all, no one would suspect that Uchiha Itachi, who had activated his Sharingan, would spy on other Uchiha ninjas' Sharingans. The medical ninjutsu that eliminates rejection reactions is called the transformation of yang technique. Rather than being a mere technique, it is more akin to a change in the properties of yang release chakra. The transformation of chakra properties is nearly the threshold for a jonin. Generally speaking, only by mastering the transformation of chakra properties can one attain jonin-level strength. Only by mastering the transformation of yang-release chakra can one use it to erase the rejection reactions of organs. This allows for the conversion of organs with different genetic traits into non-rejecting organs that can be transplanted by anyone. Only by mastering the transformation of yang release can one achieve this. Only then can one practice a class medical ninjutsu and become a true medical master. Without a doubt, a new route has been established. Having distanced themselves from the Konoha police force, they truly witnessed the brutality of the Uchiha clan. No longer prioritizing combat strength above all else, they began to focus on the cultivation of medical ninjas, providing them with top-tier treatment from the very beginning. The same applies to medical ninjutsu that absorbs chakra. Normal medical ninjutsu generally employs two methods. One involves injecting one's own yang-release chakra into the patient to treat their wounds. The other method stimulates the patient's own body cells using yang-release chakra for self-healing. By reversing medical ninjutsu, one can extract a ninja's chakra for personal use. In urgent situations on the battlefield, using such methods is justifiable. By supplying medical ninjas with more chakra, they can treat more injured individuals. However, during peacetime, extracting chakra from other ninjas to supply oneself is strictly prohibited. Yet within the new route there are no such restrictions. This is not only because the new route possesses authority comparable to the Umbu, but also because whether it is the Konoha police force, the Umbu, or the new route, all have corresponding ninja prisons. It is completely acceptable to extract chakra from the ninjas in those prisons to supply the medical ninjas for their training. One of the key factors restricting the growth of the Uchiha clan is chakra. With the option to extract chakra, the limitations on the Uchiha clan's growth have been greatly eased. With ample chakra at hand, he naturally practiced the shadow clone technique, a class ninjutsu that significantly enhances training and learning. Under the premise of capability, he certainly intended to master it. Along with his mastery of the shadow clone technique, new discoveries emerged regarding the Uchiha clan's previously dormant golden finger. His golden finger, the soul exchange, is undeniably powerful, capable of unconditionally exchanging the souls of two individuals. Even the souls of shadow-level powerhouses can be exchanged. Aside from the limitation of being in the same realm, there are no other conditions. Such a strategically valuable ability far surpasses Orochimaru's Edo Tensei in terms of value. Although Orochimaru's Edo Tensei has the ability to seize and reincarnate, it requires a very high compatibility with the body. Finding a body that is compatible with one's soul is not an easy task. A body with insufficient compatibility will significantly affect strength even after reincarnation. Additionally, it requires reincarnation again after 3 years. The requirement for compatibility is elusive, and insufficient compatibility necessitates the 3-year reincarnation limitation. Moreover, frequent reincarnation weakens the soul, drastically reducing resistance to genjutsu. These are the costs of Edo Tensei. As for Orochimaru's complete resolution of the downsides of Edo Tensei that came only after the Fourth Shinobi World War. After soul exchange, there are no side effects except for not inheriting the memories of the body. In all other aspects, it is perfect, even with the 10-year cooldown limit. It can be said that merely through the soul exchange the Uchiha clan can achieve a form of immortality within the ninja world, though such immortality is that of the weak. Without sufficient strength, even if one can continue to exchange souls to obtain a new life, they would still be powerless in the face of Pain, the leader of the Akatsuki. Attempting to use the Ten Tails to deliver a devastating blow to the 5 great nations to establish deterrence for peace, along with Uchiha Obito, Uchiha Madara, and Kagaya Otsutsuki, covering the ninja world with infinite Tsukuyomi. There is also the Otsutsuki clan's Shin Otsutsuki, attempting to annihilate the world from the moon, not to mention the Otsutsuki expedition team that descends upon the ninja world in Boruto's era. Even the slightest ripple would be enough to render the soul exchange a joke. After all, if the world is destroyed, where would one go to exchange souls? Moreover, the 10-year cooldown after a soul exchange is a fatal weakness. Using soul exchange for immortality is merely a backup plan for the Uchiha clan. If possible, he would much prefer to achieve immortality through his own strength rather than living a life of mere survival. He initially thought the soul exchange golden finger would be rendered useless during the cooldown period. Unexpectedly, with the emergence of the shadow clone technique, a new change occurred. This change is that the Uchiha clan can exchange souls with their own shadow clones. This discovery was completely unexpected for the Uchiha clan. He did not anticipate that exchanging souls with oneself would not be subject to the 10-year cooldown limit. Through the soul exchange with his shadow clone, the Uchiha clan quickly made new discoveries. After exchanging souls with the shadow clone, he could survive using the shadow clone. In this state, he fully inherits everything from the shadow clone. Even if the shadow clone is destroyed, his soul will only return to his physical body and will not disappear. Based on this characteristic, he can utilize shadow clones to develop some dangerous ninjutsu. In this way, he can not only enhance his training and learning efficiency with the help of shadow clones, but after dispelling the clones, the side effects of those clones can be borne by the consciousness of the shadow clone within his body. After all, he exchanged souls with the shadow clone. His main soul acts through the shadow clone while his physical body is controlled by the consciousness of the shadow clone. When the shadow clone technique is dispelled, it will transmit the memories and sensations of the shadow clone back to the main body. This makes the primary function of shadow clones primarily one of intelligence gathering, not combat. The memory shock caused by the dispelling of the shadow clones can in severe cases pose a fatal threat to the main body. This is also why the shadow clone technique is classified as class ninjutsu, while the multi-shadow clone technique is considered a forbidden technique except for rare cases like Naruto Uzumaki. Most ninjas must exercise considerable caution when using the shadow clone technique for combat. Yet the Uchiha clan can allow the consciousness of shadow clones to bear the side effects. This to some extent eliminates the side effects of the shadow clone technique. While verifying the limits of the shadow clone's consciousness, the Uchiha clan inadvertently unlocked the double Tomo Sharingan. After all, the shadow clone's consciousness had perished multiple times. The emotional stimuli caused by such repeated deaths are something his main soul does not experience. However, his body experiences real mental stimulation every time the shadow clone's consciousness disappears, successfully unlocking the double Tomo Sharingan. This is a pleasant surprise for the Uchiha clan, providing him with a stable means to activate his Sharingan. This method could allow him to reach the triple Tomo Sharingan. As for unlocking the Mangekyō Sharingan, there may not be sufficient stimulation. The single Tomo Sharingan significantly enhances dynamic vision and the ability to replicate techniques. The double Tomo Sharingan further possesses the characteristic of energy perception. As for casting genjutsu and replicating ninjutsu, that is the hallmark of the triple Tomo Sharingan. Unlocking the double Tomo Sharingan aids him in mastering ninjutsu more rapidly, and the ability to exchange souls with clones leads to a comprehensive enhancement of his abilities. This applies to research, learning, and combat alike. However, for the Uchiha clan in his current state, improvements in combat are of little significance. Harnessing the abilities of shadow clones to master the transformation of yang release chakra takes precedence over all else. The mastery of the shadow clone technique placed Uchiha Itachi on a fast track in his training. However, the challenge of mastering the nature transformation of yang release chakra remained beyond imagination. From this perspective, at the same age of 13, Noara Rin's ability to transplant Uchiha Obito's left Sharingan to Hatake Kakashi in a battlefield environment stands out. It is evident that Noara Rin is also a genius, particularly a genius in medical ninjutsu, having mastered the nature transformation of yang release chakra at just 13. She can eliminate organ rejection between different individuals and can host a tailed beast as a Jinchuriki. Unfortunately, she became a predetermined target for Uchiha Madara's plans. In this regard, Uchiha Madara indeed achieved his goal, the death of Noara Rin. Her death not only triggered Uchiha Obito and Hatake Kakashi to awaken their Mangekyō Sharingan, but also plunged Uchiha Obito into utter despair, leading him to become a puppet of Uchiha Madara. This resulted in the creation of more and greater tragedies. Subsequently, Uchiha Itachi confirmed that he could not achieve a breakthrough in the nature transformation of yang release chakra in the short term. He then shifted his focus to deepening his development of sealing techniques, lightning release, and the shadow clone technique. The Tutomo Sharingan allowed him to perceive energies. This made it relatively easy for him to get started with sealing techniques. His motivation for training lightning release was not solely for combat power. Rather, it was to compensate for his shortfall in chakra. At the new root base, due to the large number of ninja prisoners, he could directly absorb chakra from them. However, he could not stay at the new root base indefinitely. As the nature transformation of yang release chakra fell into a deadlock, he attempted to master the nature transformation of lightning release chakra. In comparison to the nature transformation of yang release chakra, that of lightning release was much. This is because lightning release has an unparalleled advantage over other chakra nature's electricity. Although the ninja world is generally quite backward, each ninja village is among the most technologically advanced areas in the ninja world, equipped with electric lighting, refrigerators, washing machines, and even computers. With electrical appliances, there is naturally a complete power system. The 5 basic nature transformations are fire, wind, lightning, earth, and water. None of the elements, whether fire, wind, earth, or water, can be directly converted from nature into chakra. For human absorption, only electricity can. By applying electricity to the human body, electricity can to some extent replace lightning release chakra for the use of ninjas, although the current energy storage capabilities in the ninja world are quite primitive. Lightning release ninjas cannot create a power line for themselves during battle, which limits the full advantage of electricity. Uchiha Itachi constantly electrified himself and his shadow clones, while maintaining 8 shadow clones to practice the nature transformation of lightning release chakra. Even so, it took him 3 months to master the nature transformation of lightning release chakra and awaken his 3-demo Sharingan. Uchiha Itachi's method of electrifying himself to master the nature transformation of lightning release chakra and awaken the 3-demo Sharingan was quickly adopted by the Uchiha clan. The lightning release ninjas of the Uchiha clan significantly accelerated their mastery of lightning release chakra, using this method greatly increasing the probability of producing lightning release genin. Additionally, using electric current to stimulate the awakening and enhancement of the Sharingan also yielded certain results, improving the probability of the Uchiha clan awakening their Sharingan. Regarding this, Uchiha Itachi himself did not care. After mastering the nature transformation of lightning release chakra, he was not in a hurry to immediately enhance his combat power. The combination of lightning release chakra's nature transformation and the 3-demo Sharingan granted him Jonin-level combat power, but his initial intention for training lightning release was not merely for combat strength. It was more about chakra. Indeed, it was still about chakra. The deficiency of chakra had long plagued Uchiha Itachi, and with sufficient chakra, he could create more shadow clones. After mastering the nature transformation of lightning release chakra, he poured more of his energy into developing the shadow clone technique, which completely replicates the original body. It can replicate memories, jutsu, and bloodline abilities. Upon dispelling all experiences of the shadow clone, return to the original body. This makes the shadow clone technique the best method for gathering information. However, the restriction of the shadow clone forcibly separating half of the original Bodhis chakra means that every shadow clone created halves the original's chakra. Uchiha Itachi sought to lift the restriction that forced the shadow clone to take away half of the original Bodhis chakra, allowing the shadow clones to distribute chakra freely. Another main reason he mastered the nature transformation of lightning release chakra was for chakra. Not only do all sensations return to the original body after dispelling the shadow clone, but so does chakra. In the future, Uzumaki Naruto would utilize the shadow clone technique to refine sage chakra by dispelling shadow clones to continuously gather sage chakra. This would significantly extend the duration of his sage mode. Uchiha Itachi attempted to draw on this concept, but he had yet to find a way to practice sage techniques. He simply sought to convert his shadow clones into lightning release shadow clones by having them continuously absorb electricity and then transforming that electricity into lightning release chakra. Ultimately, the lightning release chakra would completely fill the shadow clones, turning them into super batteries for lightning release chakra. Thus, when he needed chakra, he could dispel the shadow clones to obtain a significant amount of lightning release chakra. In this way, he could indirectly acquire nearly infinite lightning release chakra. With nearly infinite lightning release chakra, he could produce more shadow clones to create a virtuous cycle. Additionally, due to the fact that lightning release shadow clones are nearly entirely composed of lightning release energy, they can also be sealed with the lightning sealing technique. This allows for them to be summoned at will. Uchiha Itachi's concept achieved complete success and became popular among the lightning-release jonin of the Uchiha clan. Originally focused on fire-release Uchiha ninjas are now rising strongly as lightning-release ninjas thanks to Uchiha Itachi. When Uchiha Itachi turned 14 with the collective efforts of numerous shadow clones, he successfully mastered the nature transformation of yang-release chakra. Successfully entering the ranks of medical masters, only with mastery over yang-release chakra's nature transformation could he qualify to engage in taboo research related to medicine. It was also in this year that Uchiha Fugaku, the fifth Hokage, took Uzumaki Naruto as his disciple, completely securing the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki under his control. With mastery over the nature transformation of yang-release chakra, Uchiha Itachi officially began his taboo research in the medical field, truly exploring the mysteries of the physical body bloodlines and genes in the ninja world. 2 years after the crossing, Uchiha Jin finally began to pursue his goals. With the unique characteristics of the shadow clone technique, a single day for Uchiha Jin equated to 30 days for others. Indeed, Uchiha Jin now maintained the activity of 30 shadow clones each day. This was merely the number of active clones. If we include the shadow clones that simply absorb electricity and convert it into lightning release chakra, the number would rise to 50. This means he has 30 times the training, learning, and research efficiency of other ninjas. However, his method of counteracting the side effects of the shadow clones involved exchanging souls with them, which somewhat limited the efficiency of knowledge acquisition. Fortunately, after obtaining the heart projection technique from the Yamanaka clan, Uchiha Jin completely resolved the issue of absorbing the memories of the shadow clones. The heart projection technique allows one to project their spirit into the target's body, thereby controlling the target's actions. It is important to note that the heart projection technique merely projects the spirit, not the soul. If it involved soul projection, that would be the forbidden technique known as soul transformation. However, after the death of Kato-dan, no one in Konoha could master soul transformation. This has been the case for a long time. The Yamanaka clan has always used the heart projection technique to control their opponents, forming the renowned Ino-Shikacho combination with the Nara and Akimichi clans. In Uchiha Jin's hands, the heart projection technique was applied to his shadow clones, allowing him to obtain the training results of the shadow clones by reading their memories. After all, training with shadow clones has another drawback. If a shadow clone stays in the outside world for too long, the overwhelming memories it has will create a strong impact on the original body upon its return. This could potentially lead to serious consequences for the original body, directly limiting the time that shadow clones can remain in the outside world. Uchiha Jin used the consciousness of the shadow clones to counteract the side effects of their memories returning. As a cost, this method cannot acquire the memories of the shadow clones. Now that he mastered the heart projection technique, he could allow his shadow clones to exist in the outside world almost indefinitely, significantly enhancing their value. His original body could acquire the training results of the shadow clones anytime and anywhere through the heart projection technique, maximizing their utility. As for biochemical research, Uchiha Jin himself only possesses high school-level biological knowledge. However, the shinobi world lacks a systematic knowledge framework. This situation arises naturally to prevent knowledge from leaking out, as knowledge is power in the shinobi world. The genin who graduate from the ninja academy are only proficient in the basic transformation technique. Their other techniques include basic physical skills, basic sword techniques, basic throwing techniques, basic trap setting, and so on. On the battlefield, such genin are merely cannon fodder. Even the basic skills of shinobi, such as tree climbing and water walking, are considered secret techniques for most civilian ninjas. Moreover, other related knowledge is tightly sealed. Ordinary ninjas can only acquire fragmented ninjutsu and knowledge. These ninjutsu and knowledge cannot form a system and are merely circulated passively within their circles. Additionally, due to the ninja's need for survival, they excessively seek ninjutsu and related knowledge that enhance their power. This has led to a severe lack of investment in the research and development of ninjutsu and knowledge. All these factors have contributed to a significant knowledge barrier between ninjutsu and knowledge. To acquire systematic knowledge in the shinobi world, one must either become a high-ranking member of a ninja village to consolidate ninjutsu and related knowledge, or become a member of a clan like the Uchiha or Hyuga. The Sharingan of the Uchiha clan and the Byakugan of the Hyuga clan, possessed the ability to see through ninjutsu and secret techniques. The ninjutsu secrets held by the Uchiha and Hyuga clans are likely unrivaled in the shinobi world. Currently, Uchiha Jin happens to have such an identity and background. Although the soul of the fifth Hokage is Sarutobi Hiruzen, his identity is Uchiha Fugaku. Uchiha Jin has displayed considerable talent in medical ninjutsu, successfully awakening the three-demo Sharingan, and ignoring the side effects of the shadow clones. He also innovatively proposed two methods to increase the probability of awakening the Sharingan by using electricity to assist in mastering the nature transformation of lightning release chakra. He developed lightning release shadow clones, a type of energy-storing clone granting lightning release genin, an astonishing reserve of lightning release chakra. Uchiha Jin's performance in medical ninjutsu can only be described as excellent. He is already a qualified medical jonin, yet he has also demonstrated a powerful talent in developing the Sharingan ninjutsu and shadow clones. After all, every development result by Uchiha Jin can be applied to the Uchiha clan, significantly boosting their strength. As the second half of the year approached under the leadership of the fifth Hokage Uchiha Fugaku, Konoha held the Chunin exams. During this Chunin exam, Uchiha Genin displayed overwhelming advantages. Many Uchiha Genin activated their Sharingan, and any Uchiha ninja who awakened the Sharingan was like a cheat code. In terms of physical skills, sword techniques, and throwing techniques, they could easily crush their opponents. Renowned for their fire release, Uchiha ninjas showcased dominating lightning release during this Chunin exam. On paper, they were merely genin, but under the combination of the Sharingan and lightning release, they could unleash jonin-level power. They far outpaced other genin. In a single Chunin exam, the power displayed by Uchiha Genin was comparable to that of Jonin. It was extraordinarily remarkable. Also during this Chunin exam, Uchiha Jin launched a beauty clinic leveraging his high school biology knowledge. Along with medical ninjutsu, the beauty services he offered included cosmetic surgery, skin whitening, hair dyeing, liposuction, and hair restoration, applying precious medical ninjutsu resources to such frivolous endeavors. Initially, many Uchiha, including the fifth Hokage, could not comprehend this. However, as the beauty clinic brought extraordinary economic benefits with its exaggerated beauty results, all opposition vanished. From then on, a new category of beauty ninjutsu emerged in the shinobi world, with Uchiha Jin becoming the founder of this beauty ninjutsu school. As for why he opened the beauty clinic, the reason is simple: he needed money. Although in the new foundation his research could receive support, the support from the new foundation is limited. The budget from the new foundation cannot be freely allocated and can only be used for reasonable research. Some expensive research equipment cannot be covered solely by the limited budget and funding from the new foundation. To achieve a certain degree of research freedom, it is best for him to have his own income stream. This is also the reason for opening the beauty clinic, and with the Chunin exams attracting a large number of visitors to Konoha, the beauty clinic became an instant success, generating a substantial income. After obtaining significant revenue from the beauty clinic, Uchiha Jin could finally establish his own high-tech laboratory. By relinquishing part of the shares of the beauty ninjutsu and the clinic, Uchiha Jin successfully acquired some research equipment and relevant research materials from the old foundation. The first project he set up in the laboratory was to clone himself. To clone oneself. This is the realization of the soul exchange ability discovered by Uchiha Itachi. When facing shadow clones, one can ignore cooldowns. This gave rise to the thought: since soul exchange can ignore cooldowns when facing shadow clones, what would happen when confronting one's own clone? In the current ninja world, the concept of cloning does not exist. Orochimaru may have already discovered the concept of cloning. However, it wasn't until after the Fourth Great Ninja War that he truly researched cloning technology. Because if Orochimaru mastered cloning technology, he wouldn't need to worry about finding vessels for his reanimation techniques. After all, it is a matter of compatibility. What kind of body can compare to one's own clone? Because of Uchiha Itachi's intervention, the Uchiha clan was not exterminated, and naturally Uchiha Itachi did not defect. Without Uchiha Itachi defeating Orochimaru in one blow, Orochimaru wouldn't have defected from the Akatsuki. Thus began his life of hiding. Orochimaru's existence is not necessarily a good thing for the Akatsuki, as he does not hold any loyalty towards the organization. Orochimaru would go so far as to covet Uchiha Itachi's Mangekyō Sharingan, and watch Uchiha Sasuke intently using all sorts of means. Uchiha Itachi does not believe that Orochimaru would give up on coveting Pain's Rinnegan. He is simply cut off from information at present even though he is a medical ninja of the new root. However, he cannot use this to gather intelligence. This is a basic rule of ninjas. But this is not important for Uchiha Itachi. As long as he becomes strong, any crisis will be easily resolved. Although he only has high school-level biological knowledge, he possesses Jonin-level medical ninjutsu. With the black technology-level research equipment and abundant research materials from the old root, Uchiha Itachi began his first cloning research at the age of 15 using shadow clones to acquire large amounts of old root research data. Although the technology and knowledge in the ninja world are not systematic, the existence of chakra allows for achievements that many technologies cannot accomplish. The so-called cloning based on Uchiha Itachi's understanding involves transferring a biological cell nucleus into an egg cell to develop into an individual. Although the individuals cultivated this way cannot be completely identical to the original, after selection achieving high similarity is still possible. As for the technology that theoretically does not require an egg cell, and any cell can generate an individual, that is still within the realm of science fiction or fantasy. In the realm of fantasy, it can be likened to blood rebirth. Uchiha Itachi is not greedy. He only needs to achieve the most feasible scenario. Originally, Uchiha Itachi thought that the technology in the ninja world was backward, while having computers and advanced research equipment seemed unreasonable. However, he gradually understood how it works through practice. Because those high technologies are completely different from what he understands as high technology. Modern high technology often relies on extremely complex processing. From various optical instruments to chip manufacturing, and even computer screens, such high-tech devices require massive educational research and industrial investments. These conditions are not present in the ninja world, where high-tech research can be completed with a very small population. It relies not on technology itself, but on another unique ability of the ninja world. That is sealing techniques and barrier techniques. The ninja world's electric lights, refrigerators, microwaves, and telephones are not significantly different in function from modern ones. However, starting from televisions and computers, it takes a completely different route. The core of televisions and computers is sealing techniques and barrier techniques. The screen is a projection of barrier techniques. Even the old root's high-tech equipment, especially various high-performance microscopes, achieves the effects of modern optical microscopes through sealing and barrier techniques. Correspondingly, modern theoretical artificial wombs can also be realized in the ninja world using nutrient solutions containing yang-release chakra. In the ninja world, chakra ninjutsu sealing techniques and barrier techniques largely replace technology. In the face of Uchiha Itachi's powerful insight from his Three-Demo Sharingan, the challenges of cloning technology seem insignificant before him. His powerful insight and ninja qualities enable him to manually extract and implant cell nuclei. The existence of yang-release chakra further maximizes the integrity, health, and survival of the cell nucleus. What he originally thought would be a highly difficult operation. With the combination of his Three-Demo Sharingan and yang-release chakra, it has turned into a task of a civil science level of difficulty. Cloning is easier than he expected. However, if it were someone else, it would be difficult to accomplish the same feat. After all, medical ninjas who grasp the nature changes of yang-release chakra are few. Highly advanced research equipment is firmly held in the hands of the 5 great ninja villages. Without extremely high authority, it is simply impossible to obtain. Even Orochimaru without the proper instruments would find it a pipe dream to perform cellular-level operations. In the ninja world, only the Uchiha clan and the Hyuga clan possess the ability to perform cellular-level operations by hand. If Uchiha Itachi had not activated his Three-Demo Sharingan, or mastered the nature changes of yang-release chakra, it would be impossible to easily complete the extraction and implantation of the cell nucleus. Cloning is even easier than Uchiha Itachi initially anticipated. After completing the implantation of the cell nucleus, Uchiha Itachi directly stimulated the egg cell to transform into an embryo using nutrient solution and yang-release chakra. With the protection of yang-release chakra, the cells find it hard to die. Under sufficient nutrient supply, the egg cell successfully completed its transformation into an embryo, ultimately taking shape into a baby. At this point, Uchiha Itachi's cloning plan had already succeeded. The success took him by surprise thanks to the existence of chakra. It lowered the technological threshold to an extent that was unexpected for Uchiha Itachi. The results of cloning technology allowed him to directly enhance the security level of his laboratory. A 24-hour barrier completely enveloped the laboratory. Unless Uchiha Obito infiltrated using Kamui Mangekyō, not even the Flying Thunder God technique could enter. Because the Flying Thunder God technique requires the prior setting of corresponding seals as time-space coordinates to perform spatial transfer. The time has come for Uchiha Itachi to be 16 years old. His cloning technology has achieved success and successfully verified that his soul can indeed transfer between clones without being restricted by cooldowns. However, his plan to activate the Mangekyō Sharingan has failed. Throughout this year, he employed various means to stimulate his clones. To accelerate the growth of the clones, these clones endured various hormones, nutrient solutions, and yang-release chakra that exceeded their physical limits. Rapid growth in 3 months with a lifespan of no more than a year. Since they can be mass-produced, Uchiha Itachi naturally regarded them as expendables. Moreover, due to their similarities to the original Uchiha Itachi, can use the clones as substitutes for his original body after soul transfer. After the shadow clone disperses, the chakra will return to the clone that performed the soul transfer, thus granting the clone immense chakra for rapid growth. Not only does this lead to rapid physical growth, but chakra does as well. Uchiha Itachi continuously experiments with these clones to activate the Mangekyō Sharingan. As a result, many of the clones suffered from brain death. He obtained numerous three-demo Sharingan, but there were no signs of the Mangekyō Sharingan. This can only indicate one situation, that his Bodhis qualities completely lack the conditions to activate the Mangekyō Sharingan. Uchiha Itachi felt somewhat disheartened but did not lose hope. Since he has mastered cloning technology, he can completely create clones with greater potential to serve as his original body. Uchiha's physical aptitude is indeed limited. However, he can enhance the qualities of his clone body by utilizing external means. In other words, it involves improving the quality of the egg cells to simultaneously enhance the clone's aptitude. To achieve this, his options are quite limited, as he can only select from the bloodlines of the descendants of Otsutsuki Kagaya, Uchiha Senju Uzumaki Hyuga, and Kagaya. Uchiha is easy to understand. Under Uchiha's manipulation, the Uchiha clan not only survived but thrived under the leadership of the Fifth Hokage. They reached new heights. Uchiha did not need to kidnap Uchiha Kunoichi, as that is taboo. However, obtaining somatic cells from Uchiha Kunoichi for cloning remains feasible. The Senju clan is similar. Although the Senju have vanished, Tsunade, the princess of Konoha, remains as a descendant of the Senju clan. The opponent has a fatal weakness due to her fear of blood. Kidnapping Tsunade would certainly shock the ninja world, but obtaining her somatic cells is not a difficult task. The Otsutsuki clan has been exterminated. However, due to Uchiha's influence, there are no survivors left among the Otsutsuki, and the reason is quite simple. The massacre of the Mizukage clan and the Otsutsuki clan occurred after the Uchiha massacre. Uchiha Itachi joined the Akatsuki organization after defeating Orochimaru in one blow. This led Orochimaru to betray the Akatsuki and establish his own power, sheltering Otsutsuki Kinshiki outside the hidden mist village. However, due to Uchiha's circumstances, the Uchiha clan did not face extermination, and Orochimaru did not betray the Akatsuki, which directly resulted in the death of Otsutsuki Kinshiki, who would have otherwise survived. However, a political storm to eliminate bloodline ninja erupted in the hidden mist village, making headlines across the ninja world. The Umbu of various ninja villages participated, seeking to gain benefits. The new Root faction opportunistically acquired numerous corpses of bloodline limit users from the hidden mist village. However, these were merely corpses, and the interests of any ninja village are relatively limited. The rise of the new ninja clan will inevitably encroach on the interests of other ninja clans. For ninja villages, researching bloodline limits is one thing. Accepting bloodline limits is another matter. It is quite reasonable for Uchiha to request fresh female Otsutsuki tissue from the new root for research. After the fall of the Uzumaki clan, the Uzumaki ninja clan scattered across the ninja world. Currently, the only known female Uzumaki to Uchiha is Uzumaki Karen from the Grass Village. Regarding this, Uchiha has already sent a summoning beast, a ninja cat, to the Grass Village to plot the capture of Uzumaki Karen. As for the Hyuga Kunoichi, it is even more convenient. Uchiha directly obtained somatic cells from Hinata Hyuga for cloning. Before the knowledge of cloning technology spread, no one would have imagined this. Just a small sample of living tissue is sufficient to clone a complete individual, rendering the secrecy of bloodline limits a joke. When Uchiha turned 17, that is this year, the Konoha's 9 Little Strong graduated from the ninja school at the age of 12. However, Uchiha remained completely indifferent to this. Currently, Uchiha Itachi serves as the deputy director of the new route. Even after Uchiha Itachi betrayed the Uchiha, he was still retained after Uchiha Fugaku became the 5th Hokage. Uchiha Itachi lost his Mangekyō Sharingan, but he transplanted a 3-demo Sharingan. With the 3-demo Sharingan, Uchiha Itachi's strength surpasses that of an elite jonin. If one were to categorize his strength, it would be at the quasi-Kage level. Above elite jonin but below the Kage level. At the age of 18, Uchiha Itachi possesses such strength that he serves as the deputy director of the new route. From both a strength and capability perspective, he is more than sufficient. Meanwhile, Uchiha Sasuke and Uzumaki Naruto are also under the guidance of the 5th Hokage. They have become the twin stars of Konoha. Uchiha Sasuke successfully awakened his Sharingan under the electric shock technique and has since reached the 3-demo Sharingan. The 3-demo Sharingan at the age of 12 reflects Uchiha Sasuke's talent, which was greatly underestimated in the past. Ultimately, he blossomed under the guidance of the 5th Hokage. Uzumaki Naruto is even more extraordinary than Uchiha Sasuke. At the age of 12, Uzumaki Naruto, with his talent that disregards the drawbacks of shadow clones, has become a true all-round ninja under the 5th Hokage's guidance. The intensity of his training surpasses that of Uchiha Sasuke, which is naturally due to the fact that the 5th Hokage possesses the eternal Mangekyō Sharingan. He completely controls the Nine Tails within Uzumaki Naruto, thereby thoroughly shaping Naruto's personality and mindset. Today, Uzumaki Naruto is less of an Uzumaki and more of Sarutobi Naruto. Uzumaki Naruto has a good relationship with Sarutobi Konohamaru. He also has a good relationship with a kunoichi named Sarutobi Kin. The two have nurtured their feelings since childhood, and it is inevitable that they will talk about marriage in the future. It can be said that under the promotion of the 5th Hokage, Uzumaki Naruto and the Sarutobi clan are deeply bound together. It is highly likely that the 6th Hokage will be Uzumaki Naruto, not Uchiha Sasuke. On the surface, this is the 5th Hokage's deliberate attempt to balance the Uchiha and Sarutobi clans. However, very few people know the truth. The current 5th Hokage, Uchiha Fugaku, is actually the former 3rd Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. Among those who know this insider information, there are no Uchiha clan members other than Uchiha. Under the control of the eternal Mangekyō Sharingan, Uzumaki Naruto can completely control the Nine Tails within him. This equates to another form of perfect Jinchuriki. With the Nine Tails providing an incredible amount of chakra, along with Uzumaki Naruto receiving appropriate guidance, he can maintain the efficiency of training and learning with hundreds of shadow clones at any time. At just 12 years old, having just graduated from ninja school, Uzumaki Naruto is undoubtedly a powerful ninja at the Kage level. One could say that Uzumaki Naruto's strength is beyond question the first of his age in the entire history of the ninja world. Perhaps to build momentum for Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke, this year's Chunin exams in Konoha are unprecedented in scale under the leadership of the 5th Hokage. Konoha is showing a thriving momentum, suppressing other ninja villages to the point where they can hardly breathe. However, it remains true that none of this concerns Uchiha. In order to secure more research equipment materials and funding, Uchiha has completely traded away all shares of the beauty hospital he established. The renowned beauty hospital in the ninja world is no longer related to Uchiha. In his eyes there is only strength. He has a premonition that something significant may happen during this year's Chunin exams. Over the years, Konoha has not abandoned its targeting of the Akatsuki. After the establishment of the new route, numerous Uchiha ninjas disappeared in the Land of Rain. After years of investigation, intelligence about the Akatsuki has been clarified. Many class rogue ninjas indeed exceed the scope of regular handling. However, the inability of Konoha to deal with the Akatsuki does not mean they cannot handle the Land of Rain and the Rain Village. The Land of Fire has imposed strict sanctions on the Land of Rain. The new route does not let any ninja from the Rain Village go, and both sides have developed a deep-seated hatred. This is no longer about Orochimaru launching the Konoha collapse plan, but rather that the Akatsuki will not miss the opportunity to strike Konoha during its bustling time. The Chunin exams that the Fifth Hokage is vigorously preparing for this year undoubtedly present such an opportunity. Uchiha Hajime gazed at a newly cultivated batch of clones, initiating the attempt to unlock the Mangekyō Sharingan. This batch of clones was created using Uzumaki Karen as the base. It was proven that a high-quality base could indeed enhance the qualifications of the clones. Among the 5 clones born from this batch, 1 successfully activated the Mangekyō Sharingan. Even the other failures did not perish. Instead, they awakened the 3 Tomo Sharingan. The lifespan of the clones extended from 1 year to 3 years. 5 years after his reincarnation, Uchiha Hajime successfully cultivated the Mangekyō Sharingan. However, he currently possessed only 1 pair of Mangekyō Sharingan. He needed another pair of Mangekyō Sharingan to attain the eternal Mangekyō Sharingan. As for the abilities of this pair of Mangekyō Sharingan, they were pain sharing and pain reversal. From the Mangekyō techniques, it was evident how Uchiha Hajime activated his Mangekyō. It was through extreme pain. Such an attempt was something even the most insane Uchiha members would not dare to conceive. Only Uchiha Hajime with a batch of clones could disregard life so recklessly. Thus he previously acquired numerous brain-dead clones. It wasn't until Uzumaki Karen was used as a base that he finally succeeded in obtaining a clone that successfully activated the Mangekyō Sharingan. As for the shadow clone consciousness that bore his pain, it naturally disappeared, leaving behind a blank clone shell for Uchiha Hajime to experience the power of the Mangekyō Sharingan. The power of the Mangekyō Sharingan completely surpassed that of the 3 Tomo Sharingan. All functions of the Sharingan, including dynamic vision, body duplication, energy perception, ninjutsu replication, and genjutsu, were comprehensively enhanced. With the power of the eyes, the Mangekyō genjutsu could easily overpower the genjutsu of the 3 Tomo Sharingan. The abilities that Uchiha ninjas relied on with the 3 Tomo Sharingan were thoroughly crushed by the Mangekyō. One could say that the Mangekyō Sharingan was the nemesis of all non-Mangekyō Uchiha. If it weren't for Uchiha Hajime exchanging souls with Sarutobi Hisashi and Uchiha Fugaku, the Uchiha clan's extermination would have been prevented. Otherwise, under the initial killing blow, Uchiha Itachi with the Mangekyō Sharingan would have slaughtered the 3 Tomo Uchiha like dogs. For Uchiha Itachi, exterminating the Uchiha clan was not a great challenge. The efficiency of a ninja's slaughter exceeded imagination. With the help of Uchiha Obito root and the Umbu, Uchiha Itachi indeed possessed the capability to annihilate the Uchiha clan. His Mangekyō techniques were equally devastating to the vast majority of ninjas. With pain sharing and pain reversal, as long as Uchiha Hajime activated this pair of techniques, the target would be forced to experience the agony that rendered Uchiha clones brain-dead when the Mangekyō Sharingan was activated. What was even more wonderful was that pain sharing was one-sided. Only the target would feel extreme pain, while Uchiha Hajime, the caster of this Mangekyō technique, would remain unaffected. At the same time, the pain he experienced could also be inflicted on the target. Theoretically, he could completely cast pain reversal on himself, thus allowing the target to endure double the pain. Such a cruel technique made Uchiha Hajime very satisfied. In the midst of life-and-death battles, such pain, even if it could not render the target brain-dead, would be sufficient to cause a momentary daze, deciding the outcome of the battle. He had now cultivated clones of Tsunade, Uzumaki Karen, Kagaya, Hyuga Hinata, and Uchiha Mikoto. Before the Chunin exams, he could use these clones as a base to cultivate a new batch of Uchiha Hajime clones. if the Akatsuki were to attack Konoha during the Chunin exams. Then he needed to make more comprehensive preparations. Uchiha can attack his master Uchiha Arashi, and used the Mangekyō Genjutsu to extract the forbidden Sharingan technique Izanagi from his memories. Although each use of Izanagi consumed 1 3-tomo Sharingan for Uchiha Ken who mastered cloning techniques. He was not short of 3-tomo Sharingan. With Izanagi, his deficiencies in combat talent could be compensated. Even if he suffered a fatal injury, he could trigger Izanagi to turn his damage into an illusion. He then attacked Hatake Kakashi. He seized Hatake Kakashi's left Sharingan, the only publicly known 3-tomo Sharingan. The Uchiha clan no longer cared about the leakage of this Sharingan. Because the Uchiha clan was now unprecedentedly strong. The awakening rate of the Sharingan had significantly increased, and even the 3-tomo Sharingan had become abundant. Naturally, they did not care about the leakage of a single 3-tomo Sharingan, even considering it a symbol of friendship between the Uchiha clan and Konoha ninjas. However, no one knew that Hatake Kakashi's left eye Sharingan was not merely a 3-tomo Sharingan but a Mangekyō Sharingan. Even though Uchiha Ken already possessed a pair of Mangekyō Sharingan, he certainly would not let go of this overlooked Mangekyō Sharingan, especially since this Mangekyō possessed the Kamui technique, a space-time ability. Uchiha Ken had refrained from taking action earlier, because he previously lacked the confidence to succeed. As an established elite jonin, Hatake Kakashi's strength was undoubtedly in the top tier beneath Hokage. Although Uchiha Ken also possessed the 3-tomo Sharingan, the gap in combat talent, compared to geniuses like Hatake Kakashi and Uchiha Itachi, was far too great. Under the premise of similar panel data, his chances of victory were extremely low. Uchiha Ken waited until he possessed the Mangekyō Sharingan before taking action against the Uchiha elders and Hatake Kakashi. This was the reason why, under the absolute suppression of the Mangekyō Sharingan, he was confident in ending the battle with a single glance. He only used Mangekyō Genjutsu against his master Uchiha Arashi. However, against Hatake Kakashi, he not only used Mangekyō Genjutsu but also employed Mangekyō techniques. He knew that Hatake Kakashi's left eye was a Mangekyō. He would not give Hatake Kakashi any chance to explode with power. Overnight, the Uchiha elders and Hatake Kakashi were ambushed. Moreover, it was certain that the attacker was a Mangekyō wielder. After all, the traces of Mangekyō Genjutsu and Mangekyō techniques could not be concealed by Uchiha Ken's abilities. The mysterious Mangekyō Uchiha appeared. The opponent was not the masked man of the Akatsuki organization, which possessed spacetime techniques. This incident undoubtedly drew the attention of Konoha's higher-ups. The Konoha Umbu, the new route, and the Konoha Police Department all entered a state of alert. However, due to the limited damage caused by the opponent, they only acquired information on Izanagi and seized Hatake Kakashi's 3-tomo Sharingan. Aside from that, no other damage was inflicted. Such a style of action did not seem like that of the Akatsuki organization, which had a deep-seated blood feud with Konoha. Therefore, they only maintained vigilance. However, Uchiha Ken clearly underestimated Konoha's intelligence system. Just when he thought he was acting without anyone noticing, the 5th Hokage personally arrived at his laboratory. The other party got straight to the point. "You are the one who attacked Uchiha Arashi and Hatake Kakashi, the Mangekyō Uchiha, aren't you?" Although it was a question, the other party's attitude clearly indicated certainty. "Are you curious why I confirmed it was you?" The expression of the 5th Hokage did not carry the usual gentleness of Sarutobi Hiruzen. Instead, it revealed a powerful majesty and dominance. To put it simply, the previous 3rd Hokage had a mild demeanor merely because his abilities were insufficient to suppress Konoha. He could only maintain a facade of gentleness while secretly stabbing others in the back to consolidate his power. Now he possessed the eternal Mangekyō Sharingan. He believed his strength was on par with Uchiha Madara. With absolute power, he naturally did not need to consider others' attitudes. Rather, others had to act according to his wishes. Uchiha Itachi remained silent. The appearance of the 5th Hokage indeed caught him by surprise. After all, he had spent most of his energy in recent years conducting research on cloning in the laboratory. However, he had also managed to fulfill his responsibilities at the new roots quite smoothly, as he always had shadow clones ready at the new roots to complete his medical ninja tasks. Normally, to meet him in person, one would need to first consult his shadow clone and then inform his main body. But the fifth Hokage directly bypassed the shadow clone and arrived at the laboratory door, which clearly illustrated his attitude. Just from the fifth Hokage's imposing expression alone, no one would think that this fifth Hokage was actually the previous third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen. Seeing that Uchiha Itachi did not respond, the fifth Hokage revealed the reason. Because the entire Uchiha clan is under my surveillance, and you are the only exception. To be able to awaken the Mangekyō Sharingan within 3 years of studying medical ninjutsu, you truly have a talent for research. Uchiha Itachi understood the fifth Hokage's reasoning. He knew the true face of the fifth Hokage. After all, his soul was exchanged with Uchiha Itachi. The fifth Hokage could pinpoint him not because he had let anything slip, but simply because he had used the process of elimination. When all other Uchihas could not awaken the Mangekyō Sharingan. Having hidden his true identity and invested heavily in secret research in the laboratory, Uchiha Itachi became the only possible candidate. In recent years, the fifth Hokage indeed allowed him to pursue his research freely. Even though his research investment was significant, most of it was covered with shares from a beauty clinic controlled by Uchiha Itachi. Moreover, the number of human subjects he consumed was minimal, just a few female ninja death row inmates. However, the fifth Hokage did not expect Uchiha Itachi to present him with such a surprise. After Uchiha Itachi offered the emotional resonance eye-opening technique of Konoha Hospital and the electric current stimulation eye-opening method, he now found that even awakening the Mangekyō Sharingan could be achieved through his research. After becoming the head of the Uchiha clan, and the fifth Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen thoroughly learned all the legacies of the Uchiha clan. Thus, he understood the difficulty of awakening the Mangekyō Sharingan. Even this generation of the Uchiha clan had birthed Uchiha Fugaku Uchiha Shursue Uchiha Itachi, and the masked man, 4 holders of the Mangekyō. However, in reality, the difficulty of awakening the Mangekyō Sharingan was extremely high. It was normal for 2 to 3 decades to pass without a single pair of Mangekyō Sharingan appearing. Not to mention that awakening the Mangekyō Sharingan not only required stimulation but also talent. Those lacking talent could not awaken the Mangekyō Sharingan no matter how much stimulation they received. These were all experimental data and experiences from the Uchiha clan's 1,000-year research on the Mangekyō Sharingan. Yet Uchiha Itachi broke this convention. With his qualifications according to Uchiha clan standards, he should not have been able to awaken the Mangekyō. Yet the fact was that Uchiha Itachi did indeed awaken the Mangekyō Sharingan. This groundbreaking discovery and research alone was enough to overturn the Uchiha clan's 1,000-year traditional understanding. However, the fifth Hokage did not intend to let this research result spread within the Uchiha. Every pair of Mangekyō Sharingan born poses a significant challenge to the established order. Why did Uchiha Obito want to push for the Uchiha clan's extermination? It was to prevent the emergence of new Mangekyōs that would disrupt his plan of becoming the Ten-Tails Jinchuriki and enacting the infinite Tsukuyomi. Why did Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo want to exterminate the Uchiha clan? It was also to prevent the birth of Mangekyō ocular techniques similar to Kodo Amatsukami within the Uchiha. Now, Sarutobi Hiruzen, occupying Uchiha Fugaku's body, had become the fifth Hokage. Not only did he possess the eternal Mangekyō Sharingan, but he also had Kodo Amatsukami. Even so, he did not wish to see the birth of more Mangekyō Sharingan. The mysteries of Mangekyō ocular techniques are unfathomable. Even the fifth Hokage with the eternal Mangekyō Sharingan could face setbacks. He could only allow the existence of Mangekyō Sharingan that did not pose a threat to his power. Tell me about your Mangekyō ocular technique. I can overlook your past actions. I will also grant you the authority of an elder in the Uchiha clan. The fifth Hokage revealed his intentions. He indeed did not plan to make things difficult for Uchiha Itachi. Konoha was indeed very powerful now. However, the fifth Hokage's ambitions were even greater. Under his previous leadership, Konoha had experienced the Second and Third Shinobi World Wars. Each time Konoha had paid a heavy price. But all of this was due to Sarutobi Hiruzen's insufficient strength, leaving him to passively face the siege of the other 4 great ninja villages. But now it was different. After becoming the 5th Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen had been preparing for the 4th Shinobi World War. He aimed to achieve what even the 1st Hokage Senju Hashirama could not complete, to annihilate the 4 great ninja villages and unify the shinobi world. Therefore, he needed Uchiha Itachi's assistance. For Uchiha Itachi to awaken the Mangekyō Sharingan was a good thing for him, as a mere Mangekyō Sharingan had limitations in its ocular power. As long as the ocular technique was not a reverse type like Koto Amatsukami, he could tolerate it. After all, excessive consumption of ocular power from a simple Mangekyō Sharingan could lead to blindness. This was entirely a consumable. The 5th Hokage's request was not excessive. Uchiha Itachi was not prepared to confront the 5th Hokage either. Thus he revealed his Mangekyō ocular techniques. My left eye's Mangekyō ocular technique is pain sharing, can transfer the pain I endure to another. My right eye's Mangekyō ocular technique is pain recollection, can repeatedly recreate the pain I have experienced. Uchiha Itachi revealed his Mangekyō ocular techniques. The abilities of the Mangekyō ocular techniques directly informed the 5th Hokage of the factors behind his awakening of the Mangekyō Sharingan, using pain stimulation to awaken the Mangekyō Sharingan. This attempt had been experimented with in the history of the Uchiha clan. However, the results of those experiments were invariably failures. Every 3-demo Uchiha was an elite jonin. Using elite jonin as consumables to attempt to awaken the Mangekyō Sharingan, the repercussions of pain stimulation either led to brain death or rendered them incapacitated. The pain stimulation required to awaken the Mangekyō Sharingan completely exceeded what humans could endure. Yet, unexpectedly, this attempt, deemed impossible by the Uchiha clan, succeeded here with Uchiha Itachi. Moreover, the pain-sharing technique, which could lead to brain death in elite jonin, endowed Uchiha Itachi's Mangekyō ocular techniques with immense value. Fortunately, after learning about Uchiha Itachi's Mangekyō ocular techniques, he could adequately prepare defenses. Uchiha Itachi was still not enough to pose a lethal threat to him. Understanding this, the 5th Hokage let out a sigh of relief. The 5th Hokage did not intend to pursue the actions of Uchiha Itachi. Even though he attacked one of the elders, Uchiha Arashi, such behavior would be considered highly rebellious in the ninja world. However, it was well known that the relationship between Uchiha Itachi and his master Uchiha Arashi was not harmonious. Furthermore, his attack on Uchiha Arashi was merely to acquire information about the forbidden technique Izanagi. As for the 3-demo Sharingan he had taken from Kakashi Hatake, in the eyes of the 5th Hokage, it was simply a preparation by Uchiha Itachi to activate Izanagi. Regarding Kakashi Hatake's loss of his left eye's 3-demo Sharingan, the 5th Hokage compensated for it with another 3-demo Sharingan. By sacrificing one 3-demo Sharingan, he could acquire an elite jonin. From the perspective of the Hokage, this was a very advantageous deal. Moreover, due to this 3-demo Sharingan, Kakashi Hatake was considered to have completely pledged his loyalty to the 5th Hokage. As a disciple of the 4th Hokage, Kakashi served the 3rd Hokage after the 4th's death. It was only after the 5th Hokage ascended that he was unaware that the 3rd Hokage was indeed the 5th Hokage. Kakashi had always been compliant yet disloyal to the 5th Hokage, while the former 3rd Hokage had become the leader of the new roots. However, the 3rd Hokage had become more of a mascot. Essentially, he did not involve himself in the affairs. The true power of the new roots was held by Uchiha Itachi as the vice minister. For Uchiha Itachi, the fact that Konoha was above his family became his ideological stamp. Now, with his father Uchiha Fugaku becoming the 5th Hokage when the Hokage became an Uchiha. When the interests of the family aligned with Konoha, Uchiha Itachi would naturally not betray again. For Uchiha Itachi, whoever became Hokage he would follow. This was because the former 3rd Hokage had been too successful in winning people's hearts, leading to many in Konoha like Kakashi Hatake not being particularly close to the 5th Hokage. Kakashi Hatake felt this way, as did Might Guy, this time taking advantage of Kakashi's attack. When the 5th Hokage gifted Kakashi Hatake the 3-demo Sharingan, He also exerted influence on him with the eternal Mangekyō Sharingan, thus leading Kakashi to pledge loyalty to the Fifth Hokage. This was a good thing for the Fifth Hokage, as Kakashi's loyalty directly changed the opinions of many Jonin and special Jonin, including Mangekyō. This further solidified the power of the Fifth Hokage. When the Fifth Hokage shared the lightning release shadow clone technique with Kakashi, Kakashi's strength instantly elevated to that of a quasi-Kage. Because all along the key that had constrained Kakashi's strength lay in his chakra. The lightning release shadow clone could maximally compensate for this. The purpose of the lightning release shadow clone was neither to gather intelligence nor to engage in direct combat, but rather to serve as a reservoir for lightning release chakra. At critical moments when the lightning release shadow clone is dispelled, the vast amount of lightning release chakra within the clone can return directly to the original body. This grants the original body a powerful reserve of chakra, allowing it to electrify the shadow clone, condensing lightning release chakra, and ultimately transforming the non-attribute shadow clone into a lightning release shadow clone. The threshold for this technique lies in the nature transformation of lightning release chakra. In this regard, Kakashi Hatake is well known for his proficiency in lightning release. He even created a rank lightning release technique Chidori and S-rank lightning release technique Raikiri. Simply having the lightning release shadow clone is not enough. He must also use the lightning sealing technique. By sealing the lightning release shadow clone within a scroll for convenient use, this becomes the ultimate form of the lightning release shadow clone technique. Moreover, Kakashi Hatake himself masters sealing techniques such as the evil sealing method. Mastering the lightning sealing technique was easy for him. With a sufficient reserve of lightning release chakra, Kakashi Hatake's promotion from elite Jonin to Quasi-Kage was only natural. Uchiha Itachi did not immediately become an elder of the Uchiha clan. If he were to receive such a promotion now, it would be equivalent to publicly revealing his identity as a Mangekyō Sharingan user. However, he was not content to remain idle. Utilizing the reverse summoning technique of the Inuzuka clan, Uchiha Itachi had already dispatched numerous clones to the outside world. Previously, he used his clones to capture Karui and attack Tsunade. This time his target was even greater, the Jinchuriki of the Seven Tails from Takigakure. There are 9-tailed beasts in the ninja world. These 9-tailed beasts are categorized by the number of tails they possess, ranging from 1 tail to 9 tails, with the 9 tails being the strongest. The complete form of the 9 tails is equivalent to the sum of the previous 8 tails. The 9-tailed beasts correspond to 9 Jinchuriki. The other tailed beasts are affiliated with the 5 great ninja villages. Only the 7 tails belong to Takigakure. In the past, Takigakure was the 6th largest ninja village, second only to the 5 great ninja villages. However, as time passed, with the S-rank rogue ninja Kakuzu slaughtering the upper echelon of Takigakure, the village fell into decline. Uchiha Itachi's target was the only tailed beast that did not belong to the 5 great ninja villages, the 7 tails Shomiai. Although he could realize near-infinite chakra to a certain extent through the lightning release shadow clone, this infinite chakra has its limitations regarding electrical power. Once the power is cut off, he would be unable to create lightning release shadow clones through power conversion. Each tailed beast is equivalent to a chakra nuclear power station. Possessing nearly infinite chakra makes it almost impossible to seize the tailed beasts from the 5 great ninja villages. However, capturing the 7 tails from Takigakure is still feasible with Uchiha Itachi's current Mangekyō Sharingan. Thanks to the earlier reconnaissance conducted by his clones in combination with the Inuzuka clan, Uchiha Itachi has already gathered ample information regarding the configuration of the 7 tails Jinchuriki in Takigakure. The 7 tails Jinchuriki of Takigakure is named Kid. She is a girl. Unlike other Jinchuriki across the ninja villages who are generally ostracized, Takigakure due to its weakened strength regards the 7 tails Jinchuriki Kid as its greatest trump card and currently the only quasi-Kage level combat power. It is due to Kid's suppression that stability has been maintained in Takigakure. Even though Takigakure is weak, it is still a small temple with a strong wind, and a shallow pond has many turtles. In the struggle for the position of leader of Takigakure, the entire village has fallen into a situation of power struggles, and even the 7 tails Jinchuriki Kid can only maintain the facade of peace in Takigakure. However, she soon would not need to worry about such troubles. as Uchiha Itachi manipulated the Umbu squad, symbolizing the Chunin around the Seven Tails Jinchuriki Kid. He then directly unleashed a Mangekyō Sharingan technique, causing the Seven Tails Jinchuriki Kid to be unable to make even a sound and fall into unconsciousness amidst incredible pain. The Seven Tails Shomi-Eye within the body of the Jinchuriki was also controlled by Uchiha Itachi's Mangekyō Genjutsu. With sufficient intelligence, the process of capturing the Seven Tails Jinchuriki was extremely easy for Uchiha Itachi. The disappearance of the Seven Tails Jinchuriki did not cause any waves in Takigakure, as after losing the suppression of Kid, no one pursued the matter of the Jinchuriki's disappearance. Instead, they were busy with their own power struggles. The already weak Takigakure fell into civil war. However, all of this had nothing to do with Uchiha Itachi. He had already brought the Seven Tails Jinchuriki Kid back to the laboratory and commenced research on Jinchuriki and tailed beasts. Uchiha Shin is researching the Jinchuriki, mainly focusing on the sealing of the tailed beasts within them. His secret laboratory is tolerated. The main reason is that the negative consequences of his research are not easily discernible. His primary focus is on cloning due to its relatively low operational difficulty. The most required resources are simply nutrient solutions and several female ninja prisoners. Other laboratory equipment includes cultivation pods, nutrient chambers, and high-precision microscopes. There are also some ordinary experimental supplies. One could say that his laboratory in terms of materials and supplies is less taboo than the research conducted at the Konoha Hospital. It cannot be compared to the experimental projects of Senju Tobarama Orochimaru or Shimura Danzo, although Uchiha Shin's research projects are not entirely known. From his needs it appears quite moderate, not requiring much caution. Correspondingly, aside from training in medical ninjutsu, Uchiha Shin also practices sealing techniques and barrier techniques. However, his progress in sealing and barrier techniques is limited, lacking access to top-tier sealing arts. He has no means to master techniques such as the 4-symbol seal or the 8-trigram seal. Other seals, such as the Een sealing technique, cannot be dispelled. As for other techniques like the tongue-binding seal and the self-curse seal, they are similarly forbidden. From Uchiha Shin's perspective, his research on cloning technology is capable of breaking the bloodline limitations of the ninja world. This is an absolute taboo that is difficult to leak. With cloning technology, too many operations can be performed. However, from the perspective of the Fifth Hokage and others in the new roots, Uchiha Shin's perceived taboos seem trivial. The gap in understanding between the two sides has created an incomprehensible misunderstanding. Unless one day Uchiha Shin's laboratory requires a large number of ninjas as materials. Only then will there be a need for vigilance, because Uchiha Shin has demonstrated himself to be harmless in past experiences, and he does not possess the ability to access top-secret information from Konoha. Even after activating the Mangekyō Sharingan, the abilities he has shown are merely to acquire information about Izanagi and to take possession of Hatake Kakashi's 3-Demo Sharingan. He was successfully warned by the Fifth Hokage, as he neither showed ambition to seize sealing scrolls nor attempted to investigate the Nine Tails Jinchuriki. All these behaviors have made Uchiha Shin more trustworthy in comparison to figures like Orochimaru. It is precisely this reassuring aspect of Uchiha Shin that he began researching the sealing of the tailed beast within the Seven Tails Jinchuriki in his own laboratory. Although he has been unable to access top-tier sealing techniques over the years, he has also become proficient in sealing arts to a considerable extent. Various conventional sealing techniques come easily to him. Now, having attained the Mangekyō Sharingan, he possesses a clear understanding of the flow of energy. He is exceptionally well suited for studying sealing techniques. Before the Chunin exams, he has one last opportunity to create a batch of clones. In this interval, he has the chance to obtain more than one pair of Mangekyō Sharingan. However, obtaining the eternal Mangekyō Sharingan is impossible. This is because merging two pairs of Mangekyō Sharingan requires at least a month or more, and there are only 3 months left until the Chunin exams. 3 months is only enough time for him to create one batch of clones. Additionally, activating the Mangekyō Sharingan also requires time. Merging to form the eternal Mangekyō Sharingan is absolutely insufficient. During these 3 months, he must thoroughly research the sealing of the tailed beast, ultimately transferring the seven tails from Kid's body to his own. At the same time, he will begin work on Kid's clone. Although the number of ninjas in the ninja world is vast, the number eligible to be Jinchuriki is extremely limited. It requires very stringent qualifications. Even among the 5 great ninja villages, the ninjas qualified to be Jinchuriki are in single digits. Uchiha Shin is not extravagant enough to treat Kid, who possesses Jinchuriki qualifications, as mere expendable material. As Uchiha Shin conducts research on the sealing arts and the tailed beasts, using the Seven Tails Jinchuriki Team 7, becomes a legendary group of genin in Konoha. Under the intentional arrangement of the 5th Hokage Uzumaki Naruto, Uchiha Sasuke, and Sarutobi Konohamaru form Team 7, with the trained Uzumaki Naruto undoubtedly becoming the leader. At just 12 years old, he is an elite strength that has never been seen in the history of the ninja world, more exaggerated than the legendary ninja god Senju Hashirama and the ninja world Shura Uchiha Madara. As for the guiding ninja of Team 7, it is none other than the 5th Hokage himself. With Uzumaki Naruto, he single-handedly sweeps away numerous drank missions in Konoha. Hundreds of shadow clones easily break the record for drank missions for Konoha's genin class, while Uchiha Sasuke, the 12-year-old elite jonin, also crushes another genius, Hatake Kakashi. Having just graduated from the Ninja Academy, Uchiha Sasuke has already completed many high-level tasks and single-handedly killed the Shrank rogue ninja Zabuza Momochi, one of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the Mist. He seized Zabuza's beheading sword and the corpse of a bloodline user skilled in ice release. As for Sarutobi Konohamaru, she is also quite excellent from a female ninja's perspective. Not only is she extremely beautiful, but she is also proficient in medical ninjutsu. At 12 years old, she possesses the strength of a Chunin, which is quite impressive. Team 7 participates in this year's Grand Chunin exams organized by the 5th Hokage, posing a dimensional strike against other genin participating in the exams this year. However, the emergence of Uzumaki Naruto has suppressed the arrogance of the Uchiha clan in recent years. After all, with the powerful rise of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha ninjas have nearly become the representative names of Konoha ninjas. Compared to Uchiha ninjas, other ninjas immediately seem dimmed. Fortunately, the orphan Uzumaki Naruto has emerged, and although his teacher is the 5th Hokage Uchiha Fugaku, he suppresses the younger generation of Uchiha with absolute strength. At last, this gives other ninjas in Konoha a glimpse of hope to surpass Uchiha ninjas. As the Chunin exams approach, this year's Chunin exams in Konoha do not have participants from the other 4 great ninja villages. There are also no participants from the Rain Village. However, aside from that, other ninja villages have basically sent representatives. This includes the weakened Takigakure. The disappearance of the Seven Tails Jinchuriki from Takigakure has finally spread in the ninja world over time. The whereabouts of the Jinchuriki have become a focal point of concern for various ninja villages. However, up until now, no ninja village or organization has stepped forward to take responsibility for the disappearance of the Seven Tails Jinchuriki. Everything is still in the investigation phase. Regarding the bustling Konoha, due to the approaching Chunin exams, Uchiha Shin has no intention of participating. He is currently stimulating the new batch of clones to awaken their Mangekyō Sharingan. Moreover, he has encountered setbacks. The pain stimulation method that previously successfully activated the Mangekyō Sharingan has unexpectedly failed this time. He only obtained a batch of 3-Demo Sharingan with no signs of activating the Mangekyō Sharingan. Although he is unclear about the reasons for the failure, Uchiha Shin does not stubbornly cling to the pain stimulation method. The number of clones he can produce in each batch is limited depending on the number of egg cells. Before resolving the issue of infinite egg cell generation, the number of clones he can obtain in each batch is relatively limited. His clones are also restricted by the capacity of the cultivation pod's nutrient chambers and the number of lightning release shadow clones. Unlimited cultivation is impossible. Moreover, extreme emotional stimulation includes more than just pain. There are other factors as well. The Chunin exam is in full swing. Uchiha Izumi, attempting to replicate the pain-induced activation of the Sharingan, has shifted his focus this time to extreme emotions of hatred. Humans possess 5 senses: sight, sound, smell, taste, and touch, corresponding to visual, auditory, olfactory, gustatory, and tactile perceptions. To create extreme stimulation in the realm of the 5 senses is theoretically possible through any of them, but in reality Uchiha Izumi's conditions for achieving this are limited. Take sight, for example. If Uchiha Izumi could generate visual pollution on the level of Cthulhu, activating the Sharingan should not be difficult. However, in fact, he is unable to create such a degree of visual shock under the current conditions. The same applies to auditory, olfactory, and gustatory stimuli. What kind of terrifying sound or astonishing taste could stimulate someone to activate the Sharingan? As it stands, Uchiha Izumi cannot achieve this. The only possibility lies in the sense of touch, which has many variations, among which pain is undoubtedly the most direct form of stimulation. Indeed, he has activated his Sharingan through pain. Yet he failed when attempting to activate the Sharingan in the same manner. Since the stimulation through the 5 senses has failed, he must turn to emotional stimulation. Human emotions are numerous, generally categorized into the 7 emotions and 6 desires. The 7 emotions refer to joy, anger, sorrow, fear, love, hatred, and desire. The 6 desires refer to the desires arising from birth, death, ears, eyes, mouth, and nose. To stimulate the activation of the Sharingan, ordinary emotional stimuli will certainly not suffice. Among all emotions, hatred and anger stand out the most. Though many works depict love as the solution, Uchiha Izumi cannot even begin to imagine what kind of love could reach the level needed to activate the Sharingan. The same goes for sorrow, fear, and hatred. There is no greater sorrow than a dead heart, yet even that is insufficient to activate the Sharingan. Only extreme hatred and extreme anger theoretically have no upper limit. Uchiha Izumi, whether before or after his reincarnation, has never faced such extremities. Life has had its ups and downs, but it has never reached a point where he could not continue living. Before his reincarnation, he was a mere beast with no hope for the future. After his reincarnation, his goal is to become the strongest and achieve immortality, and he has seen hope for that. However, it is difficult for him to evoke endless hatred and anger. But this is the ninja world. Now that he possesses a pair of Sharingan, everything is completely different. What was difficult for the previous 3-Demo Sharingan is now achievable with the current Mangekyō Sharingan, which is the genjutsu of the Sharingan. After all, it is his shadow clone that will endure the extreme pain, not his original body. When Uchiha Izumi casts the Mangekyō genjutsu on his shadow clone, he constructs various hellish illusions for the shadow clones. Some of them experience floods, fleeing famine, and the despair of cannibalism. Others endure the utmost hatred and anger from the devastation of their homeland and the slaughter of their city by foreign races. Some struggle with the confusion of not distinguishing reality from another world. It can only be said that as the original body, Uchiha Izumi is utterly inhumane when it comes to his replicated shadow clones. As these shadow clones, laden with intentionally constructed memories of suffering, are released back to the original body, the consciousness of the erased shadow clones passively endures these immersive memories. The memories, intricately woven by Uchiha Izumi's original body, bring an incredibly intense stimulation when they return to the original body. Among this batch of clones, one Sharingan is born. Subsequently, he acquires a total of 4 pairs of Sharingan, including the one he currently possesses. He successfully creates 5 pairs of Sharingan through cloning. Perhaps due to the different stimuli, the abilities of the 5 pairs of Sharingan vary. In addition to the Sharingan representing pain, there are also those representing hunger and hatred. There are those representing anger and confusion. Among them, the ability of the Hunger Sharingan is to drain energy from the left eye while absorbing energy with the right eye. Targets struck by the left eye's technique will rapidly lose their nutrients and energy, ultimately starving to death. The right eye's energy absorption technique can draw the nutrients and energy from all living beings within its sight, including those from animals and plants. The Hatred Sharingan's ability marks targets with hatred from the left eye while the right eye steals their strength. After a target marked with hatred is killed, the right eye's technique can permanently siphon their power. The more intense the hatred mark, the higher the degree of power theft. Through the synergy of the Hatred Sharingan, one can infinitely grow stronger through killing. The ability of the Anger Sharingan amplifies anger. The techniques of both eyes can stack upon each other. In simple terms, the angrier one becomes the greater the amplification. If there were infinite ocular power, it could be increased indefinitely. However, the power enhanced by anger is not permanent. Once the ocular technique ceases, one will revert to their original state. This anger Sharingan is akin to a Hulk-like skill of ocular techniques. The left eye's technique of the confusion Sharingan creates an alternate space, while the right eye generates another self. When activating the left eye's technique, another alternate space is formed. This space is set in a modern backdrop, specifically a deserted mental hospital. When the right eye's technique is activated, another version of oneself appears within the mental hospital. Once summoned, the original body is forcibly drawn to the alternate space of the mental hospital. The two selves cannot coexist in the same space. If the self in the alternate space exits, the original will enter. Conversely, if the alternate self returns, the original emerges. Despite such restrictions, the true value of this ocular technique lies in its immortality. That is to say, regardless of which self dies, the other remains unaffected. If the self in the alternate space dies after being replaced, Uchiha Izumi can generate another self through the ocular technique. Conversely, if the original body dies, he will be reborn on the other self in the alternate space. Thus, as long as one cannot kill both selves in these spaces, Uchiha Izumi is effectively immortal. Although the Confusion Sharingan's abilities have certain limitations, its functionality remains undeniably powerful. With the alternate space ocular technique, it also means he can transfer everything in his secret laboratory to the alternate space. While he previously acquired Hatake Kakashi's Kamui Sharingan, the Kamui alternate space is controlled by Uchiha Obito, rendering it temporarily useless for him. Now, with his independent alternate space, its value surpasses even that of another self. After all, he is currently not worried about the issue of death. With numerous clone bodies existing, as long as he does not face a world-ending crisis, he can freely navigate between any of his clone bodies using his soul-swapping ability to avoid being killed. In the alternate space, Uchiha Madara was rearranging his laboratory. The once empty psychiatric hospital was undergoing renovation thanks to numerous clones working diligently. However, this renovation had just begun when he sensed something. It was the death of another self. This fact left Uchiha Madara momentarily stunned. He had not yet adapted to his new Mangekyō Sharingan. He certainly did not expect another self to perish. According to the rules of the ocular techniques in the alternate space, when his main body entered the alternate space, another self would be forced to appear in reality. Due to the brief duration, the other self remained in a normal human state, without even mastering chakra. Even so, the other self was located in an underground laboratory, one of the safest places in Konoha. Even though Uchiha Madara had relocated the laboratory, he had not yet dispelled its barrier. Given the strength of the barrier, even enshrank ninjutsu would be insufficient to breach it. Yet now another self had actually died. Uchiha Madara finally realized that something grave had happened in Konoha despite having had a premonition beforehand. During the Chunin exams in Konoha, significant events were bound to occur. With the current power of the Fifth Hokage, if it were merely Orochimaru's plan to destroy Konoha, it would pose no threat to Konoha. However, conversely, if the Akatsuki were to launch a large-scale attack on Konoha, then the death of another self would not be surprising. When Uchiha Madara appeared in reality, he had just materialized when an overwhelming gravitational force acted upon him. He looked up. A massive stone sphere loomed above his head. Rather than a stone sphere, it could be described as a circular mountain. This enormous stone sphere enveloped all of Konoha. In response, Uchiha Madara glanced around. Konoha had disappeared. The only force capable of causing such a scene was the Rinnegan's planetary devastation technique. There was no doubt that the Akatsuki had struck. The leader of the Akatsuki Pain possessed the Rinnegan. Above the gigantic stone sphere, the Ninetales was in its complete form. The Fifth Hokage also exhibited a complete Susanoo hundreds of meters tall. The Ninetales and Susanoo provided protection to many Konoha ninjas. In the face of planetary devastation, ordinary people had no chance of survival. The gravitational force would crush ordinary people to death. Only ninjas could withstand the pressure of gravity with chakra, preventing them from being crushed against the surface of the stone sphere. By the time Uchiha Madara manifested planetary devastation was nearing its conclusion, the gravitational force continued to pull the earth and stones skyward. Yet the force was significantly lacking. Uchiha Madara did not resist the gravity, allowing himself to be drawn into the sky. Looking down from above, he could see the horrifying scene below. The entirety of Konoha had completely vanished before this move of planetary devastation. A gigantic crater over 100 meters deep had appeared at Konoha's former location. In the face of such depth, even the many shelters and underground facilities established by Konoha had become meaningless. The unyielding Hokage rock had also disappeared. In such destruction, Uchiha Madara's underground laboratory was indeed unable to resist. The death of another self was therefore understandable. This time Pain did not choose to use the almighty push, but instead utilized the planetary devastation technique. However, whether it was almighty push or planetary devastation, both were powerful enough to obliterate Konoha. Millions of inhabitants in Konoha were annihilated by this attack, even with the Ninetales and Susanoo providing aid. Yet the number of survivors in Konoha would not exceed 10,000. Uchiha Madara unleashed the lightning release. Under the influence of the lightning release, some iron sand was attracted to his feet. Uchiha Madara stood on the iron sand, defying gravity, eventually reaching the top of the massive stone sphere. The gravitational pull was at the center of the stone sphere. If one were beneath the stone sphere, gravity would pull them upwards into the sky. Conversely, if one arrived above the stone sphere, gravity would then push them down, pressing them against the surface of the stone sphere. The two factions were distinctly separated. One side was the Akatsuki, comprising Pain of the Six Paths with the Rinnegan Konin, the paper jutsu ninja, Tobi, the masked Uchiha Ibito or black and white Zetsu, Kyo Sun Sasori, Daidara, the explosive ninja, Kakuzu, the immortal ninja, Haiden, the immortal ninja, one of the 7 ninja swordsmen, Kisame Hashigaki, Orochimaru. If it were just these members, it wouldn't be much. The key was that in front of the Akatsuki stood a large number of powerful ninjas summoned through impure world reincarnation. These reincarnated ninjas included the first Hokage Hashirama Senju and the second Hokage Tobirama Senju. Except for the fourth Hokage, whose soul was trapped in the belly of the Reaper, all the past Kage from the 5 great ninja villages, as well as elite Jonin and Chunin, filled the area. This formed an incredibly powerful army of reincarnated ninjas. In comparison to the Akatsuki, Konoha's side appeared far too shabby. With the complete Ninetales, the 5th Hokage, the 3rd Hokage Jiraiya, and a considerable number of Konoha ninjas among these Konoha ninjas, the Uchiha clan had the largest number. However, when Uchiha Madara saw many of the 3-demo Sharingan Uchiha with their eyes dimmed, he understood why so many had survived. Undoubtedly, it was a group of Uchiha elders who had used the forbidden technique Izanagi with their Sharingan. It was this that allowed many Konoha ninjas and Uchiha clansmen, who should have died in the planetary devastation, to survive. Jiraiya summoned the giant frog from Mount Myaboku, but Jiraiya's intention was not to fight. Instead, he aimed for the giant frog from Mount Myaboku to swallow many Konoha ninjas who lacked sufficient combat strength. Immediately after, he would dispel the summoning technique. In this way, he transferred the Konoha ninjas from Mount Myaboku. Regarding Jiraiya's actions, the Akatsuki did not impede. Even if some Konoha ninjas survived, what of it? They had lost the foundation of over 1 million people in Konoha. Even if all the people present in Konoha survived, it would be impossible to restore Konoha. Not only would the Akatsuki not spare Konoha, but the other 4 great ninja villages would not spare Konoha either. Uchiha Madara did not expect the butterfly effect he created to be so exaggerated. Without Uchiha Itachi joining the Akatsuki, Orochimaru naturally did not defect from the Akatsuki after being defeated by Uchiha Itachi. With the support of the Akatsuki, Orochimaru had actually perfected impure world reincarnation during the Chunin exams, allowing it to form combat strength. Also, because the Uchiha clan was not exterminated, the new roots established by Uchiha were investigating the mastermind behind the Ninetales disturbance at the time of Tobi, the masked Uchiha. This created a deep-seated enmity between the Akatsuki, and the new roots ultimately evolving into hostility between the Rain Village and Konoha. The enmity between the Land of Rain and the Land of Fire. Such hostility after years of conflict made both sides unwilling to relent. Konoha still underestimated the strength of the Akatsuki. What's more, they never expected the Akatsuki's retaliation to be so thorough, erasing Konoha from the map. The appearance of Uchiha Madara attracted the attention of both sides. At this moment, he did not hide his Mangekyō Sharingan. Upon seeing his appearance, the Uchiha side could not help but show expressions of surprise. In this life-and-death moment, having a Mangekyō Uchiha was undoubtedly invaluable. However, facing the exaggerated lineup of the Akatsuki's reincarnated ninjas, the presence of one more Mangekyō Uchiha held little significance. Even with the complete Ninetales and complete Susanoo providing protection for Konoha, the survivors of Konoha could not find much sense of security. The fifth Hokage never expected that after acquiring the eternal Mangekyō Sharingan like Uchiha Madara, he would encounter the Rinnegan. Moreover, the wielder of the Rinnegan just so happened to be the leader of the Akatsuki, the sworn enemy of Konoha. Pain of the Six Paths waited until Jiraiya had nearly evacuated the Konoha ninja. Only then did he deactivate the gravitational core at the center of the stone sphere. Without the gravitational core, the immense stone sphere began to fall. Amidst the thunderous roar, the stone sphere crashed into the crater, where Konoha had vanished, causing intense tremors in the surrounding area. Due to gravitational compression, the size of the massive stone sphere was much smaller than the crater. However, during such a fall, large amounts of earth and stone began to fall off its surface. This triggered a cloud of dust to rise. Everyone finally returned to the ground, while Pain of the Six Paths controlled his repulsive force to hover in the sky. He gazed down at the Konoha ninjas as if he were a god. "Do you feel the pain now?" Pain's voice echoed throughout the surroundings. This inexplicable statement filled the eyes of the Konoha ninjas with hatred. If hatred could manifest, they would wish to reduce Pain, who had destroyed Konoha, to ashes. "This is the pain you have always inflicted upon the small nations. Now you too have experienced it." Pain looked at the Konoha ninjas with eyes equally filled with hatred and delight. During the Second and Third Shinobi World Wars, Konoha had made the Land of Rain its main battlefield. The original three founders of the Akatsuki were even all disciples of Jiraiya. They took it upon themselves to seek peace, but Hanzo of the Salamander, the leader of the Rain Ninja Village, was unwilling to see peace. Similarly, Danzo, the leader of Konoha's root, did not want to see peace in the Land of Rain. With Danzo's support, the leader of the Rain Ninja Village ambushed the Akatsuki, who were attempting to negotiate peace. Akatsuki's leader Yahiko was forced to commit suicide. The Akatsuki members were completely wiped out. In the end, only Nagato, who had awakened the Rinnegan, and Konan survived. Even so, Nagato paid the price of becoming crippled. In the time that followed, he rebuilt the Akatsuki, an organization that absorbed rogue ninjas from various villages, using absolute power to intimidate the ninja world and achieve a deterrent peace. Due to Nagato's disability, he created the Six Paths of Pain to lead the Akatsuki in his stead. However, until today, only the core members of the Akatsuki knew that their leader possessed the Rinnegan. Usually, the Six Paths of Pain were in a state that concealed the Rinnegan. Hiding the appearance of the Rinnegan was very easy, whether through partial transformation techniques or colored contact lenses. Just like how the fifth Hokage had always concealed his eternal Mangekyō Sharingan. Originally, according to Nagato's plan, the Akatsuki should not have moved at this time. However, on one hand, the Land of Fire and Konoha were continuously sanctioning and striking against the Land of Rain and the Rain Ninja Village. The current Land of Rain was already filled with famine. If time was delayed any further, most of the citizens of the Land of Rain would starve to death. On the other hand, the existence of Orochimaru provided the Akatsuki with the confidence to annihilate the 5 great ninja villages and achieve peace ahead of time. Meanwhile, Jiraiya observed Pain and Konan from across the field. His expression was one of despair. He had always thought that the 3 disciples from the Land of Rain, Yahiko, Nagato, and Konan, were dead. Yet, unexpectedly, upon seeing them again, he was astonished that the always peace-seeking Yahiko had now come to destroy Konoha with the power of the Rinnegan. Even that gentle Konin looked at Konoha with coldness and hatred. Yahiko, why do you possess the Rinnegan? And you are actually the leader of the Akatsuki. Jiraiya could hardly believe it. He was one of the few who knew that the fifth Hokage and the third Hokage were the same person. Thus he did not care that the fifth Hokage was Uchiha Fugaku. His own master had exchanged his soul with Uchiha Fugaku through a secret technique. From the outcome, the conflict between Konoha and Uchiha had eased. Konoha's situation was thriving and everything was progressing in a positive direction. However, no one had expected that the ninja world would harbor the Rinnegan, a powerful ocular technique capable of annihilating an entire ninja village with a single blow. This had surpassed their understanding. Even the god of shinobi Senju Hashirama and the shinobi world Azura Uchiha Madara could not accomplish such a feat. Yet now it was happening right before their eyes. As for Jiraiya's inquiry's pain of the six paths made no response. His gaze towards Konoha was filled only with destruction. Kill them. With Pain's order, Jiraiya activated the army of reanimated ninjas. Monkey, tell me where the Senju clan and the Uzumaki clan are. The killing intent erupted from the first Hokage Senju Hashirama. As for the second Hokage Senju Tobirama, he had lost his consciousness and was completely restricted. The reason for this was naturally because Senju Tobirama was the inventor of the reanimation jutsu. Although his initial idea was to summon the souls of ninjas and interrogate them for information, Orochimaru had developed the reanimation jutsu to a level of strategic value. However, Orochimaru did not dare to gamble on whether Senju Tobirama had left a loophole in the reanimation jutsu breaking free from his control. Hashirama's interrogation target was the third Hokage. But the soul of the third Hokage had been distorted by the Kodo Amatsukami technique of Uchiha Fugaku, so Senju Tobirama could naturally receive no response. As the one who ended the era of chaos and founded the ninja village era, Senju Hashirama could disregard everything, but he could not ignore his own clan. The Senju clan, which had been passed down for thousands of years, was forcibly disappearing within the village he had established. This was undoubtedly a tremendous irony. With the unjust disappearance and the annihilation of the Uzumaki clan, when Hashirama learned of this news, he could hardly believe it. Yet the truth was undeniable. Without the Senju clan, Konoha had lost the value he had protected. As for the Uchiha clan, at the moment he clashed with Uchiha Madara, their relationship reached its end. After all, no matter what, he had personally killed Uchiha Madara. The Uchiha clan with Uchiha Madara and the Uchiha clan without him were completely two different concepts. Sage art would release true Thousand's hands. Receiving no response, Senju Hashirama did not need one. With his eruption, a colossal statue of the thousand-handed cannon, nearly occupying the entire battlefield, appeared on the scene. Before this cannon, the mountain-sized complete Ninetales and the hundreds of meters tall Susanoo appeared as insignificant as toys. Tell me, where is the Senju clan? Where is the Uzumaki clan? Senju Hashirama, using his strongest technique, fell into madness. Senju Hashirama was not as cold-blooded as Uchiha Itachi. He held extremely deep feelings for the Senju and Uzumaki clans. He could not accept that during his lifetime. The Senju clan, which had absolute dominance in Konoha, would quickly face extinction after the deaths of himself and his brother. He could not accept that the Uzumaki clan, a 1,000-year ally of the Senju, would descend into the plight of annihilation. If he had known this was the outcome, then what was the meaning of establishing Konoha? Sarutobi Hiruzen stared at the manifestation of the Senju cannon, which was equivalent to nearly half of Konoha. He was engulfed in disbelief after acquiring the body of Uchiha Fugaku. Having obtained the eternal Mangekyō Sharingan, he believed he was powerful enough to suppress the ninja world. However, the reality before him dealt him blow after blow. In this world of the Rinnegan, a single strike obliterated the Konoha he had sworn to protect. Senju Hashirama, who had been dead for many years, was resurrected through the impure world reincarnation. The strength displayed was enough to crush his complete Susanoo. He could not fathom how Uchiha Madara, who also possessed the eternal Mangekyō Sharingan, once stood against Senju Hashirama. Even with the complete nine tails added to his side before the Senju cannon, he could see no chance of resistance. Sarutobi Hiruzen naturally could not imagine. Both were wielders of the eternal Mangekyō Sharingan, yet there existed a gap between them. Even within the entire Uchiha clan, Uchiha Madara was a unique existence. Senju Hashirama was the same. Faced with the Senju cannon, the Konoha ninjas could not even muster the will to resist. All that remained was despair. In light of such circumstances, Uchiha Obito used the Mangekyō Genjutsu to control Might Guy. He then proceeded to perform an eye transplant on Might Guy in front of everyone. 2 Threedemo Sharingan were transplanted onto Might Guy. The 8 Gates formation. Open. Visible chakra erupted from Might Guy's body. In a very short time, he unlocked the 8th gate. As a forbidden technique of taijutsu, the 8 gates have a total of 8 gates. Each gate opened multiplied the power he could unleash. With the 7th gate opened, his strength was already comparable to that of a Kage. When all 8 gates were opened, his power was sufficient to briefly suppress the Ten Tails Jinchuriki. However, the opening of the 8th gate also meant that after a brief surge of power, he would succumb to death. The entire Konoha now faced. In such a despairing situation, the complete Nine Tails could not save Konoha. Even the 5th Hokage, who possessed the eternal Mangekyō, could not save Konoha. As for the other former Hokages, Jiraiya, Uchiha Itachi, Uchiha Sasuke, Hatake Kakashi, and Yamato, they were all powerless to save Konoha. The only one who could turn the tide was Might Guy alone. Even Uchiha Obito found himself at a loss in such a situation. He chose to take action. He did it entirely for his own glory, not to allow Nagato, Uchiha Obito, or Orochimaru to become the strongest. When Might Guy opened the 8th gate, his left eye transformed into a Mangekyō. No one expected that among the 2 Threedemo Sharingan transplanted by Uchiha Obito, one would be a Mangekyō. This Mangekyō was the Mangekyō of Rage, which enhanced his power the angrier he became. It was very fitting to use this Mangekyō on Might Guy in his current state. The other Threedemo was a regular Sharingan. The chakra unleashed by Might Guy, who had opened all 8 gates, reached an awe-inspiring level. Such a level of chakra was not inferior to that of Senju Hashirama. What surprised everyone was that Might Guy, having opened all 8 gates, targeted neither the massive Senju cannon nor the Deva Path Pain, who sought to destroy Konoha. Instead, he aimed at the 5th Hokage. At this moment, the complete Susanoo was as fragile as paper in Might Guy's hands. It was shattered in a single blow fast enough that even the Mangekyō Sharingan could hardly capture the speed, instantly seizing the 5th Hokage's eternal Mangekyō Sharingan. No one believed that such an act would be Might Guy's intention. Such an abnormal behavior could only be manipulated by Uchiha Obito. Only Uchiha Obito, who had performed the Mangekyō Genjutsu and eye transplant on Might Guy, could control his actions in such a way. A single strike shattered the complete Susanoo, seizing the eternal Mangekyō Sharingan. Might Guy's second strike hit the Nine Tails Jinchuriki. The Nine Tails, which was as massive as a mountain outside Naruto Uzumaki, provided no defense whatsoever. Might Guy directly tore through the Nine Tails, striking Naruto Uzumaki in the head. Naruto immediately fell unconscious. His unconsciousness did not affect the Nine Tails. Under the control of the eternal Mangekyō, the Nine Tails regained consciousness. Yet upon seeing the Senju cannon and Senju Hashirama before it, the Nine Tails, which had once rampaged through Konoha and caused great casualties, dared not even bare its teeth in front of Senju Hashirama, remaining quiet as if it were a small kitten. In the next moment, the Nine Tails lost consciousness again. Just after escaping the control of the eternal Mangekyō, it was once again controlled by Uchiha Obito's Mangekyō Sharingan. Having made 2 strikes against Konoha, Might Guy finally set his sights on the Akatsuki organization, targeting the Senju cannon, which was several dozen times larger than the Nine Tails. With a single kick, he shattered a significant portion of it. The god of ninja Senju Hashirama was merely hit by the residual force, his resurrected body being mostly destroyed. Might Guy, having opened all 8 gates, surpassed everyone's expectations, including his own. He probably could not even realize that he had become powerful enough to stand shoulder to shoulder with the Sage of 6 Paths. A single kick shattered Senju Hashirama. Might Guy's second target was Deva Path Pain. Shinra Tensei. Deva Path Pain quickly activated his Rinnegan abilities. A powerful repulsive force erupted from him as the center. However, the repulsive force that had been invincible against others had no effect on Might Guy at this moment. Might Guy broke through the repulsive force and landed a punch on Deva Path Pain, destroying its effectiveness. The 6 paths of pain were mere clones of Nagato's Rinnegan, not his main body. Might Guy did not directly obliterate Deva Path Pain. He had already shown restraint. Might Guy's third target was the army of Impure World reincarnated ninjas. After obliterating the third target with ease, the Raging Chakra and Fierce Winds instantly destroyed over half of the army of Impure World reincarnated ninjas. Before Might Guy now, every casual punch or kick he threw was a devastating strike. Unless one could reach the level of the Ten-Tails Jinchuriki, even the residual force would be unbearable. Might Guy's strength exceeded everyone's expectations, becoming a true embodiment of destruction. Might Guy's fourth attack was directed at the Akatsuki members. He moved at a speed that was simply impossible to react to. Except for Black and White Zetsu, who were completely obliterated. Obito, the masked man, quickly hid in another space. Everyone else was knocked unconscious by Might Guy, including Orochimaru. Perhaps he was overly confident in his own army of Impure World reincarnated ninjas. Orochimaru also descended upon Konoha in his true form. The 6 paths of pain were entirely destroyed and Konan was merely a paper clone, not the real body. The Akatsuki, which had once devastated Konoha and was powerful beyond belief, could not even last a minute under Might Guy's onslaught. But that was not the end. Might Guy transformed into a harbinger of destruction, striking at the area around the Konoha crater with each punch and kick. Each blow carried massive chakra and air blasts, forming terrifying rifts that spread for miles. Under such widespread bombardment, one strike finally met a barrier. Shinra Tensei. A new Shinra Tensei erupted. Might Guy, with his indiscriminate attacks, finally forced Nagato, who had been hiding nearby, to reveal himself. Indeed, Nagato could control the 6 paths of pain to act on his behalf. But such control had distance limitations. If Nagato wanted to act against Konoha, he could not be too far from it, or otherwise his chakra control would falter. Nagato's main body was forced to appear, signifying that the Akatsuki's assault on Konoha was nearing its end. The crippled Nagato was forced to reveal himself. Under the amplification of the Kaleidoscope Sharingan, Might Guy had undeniably reached the level of the 6 paths. To put it bluntly, even if the Ten-Tails Jinchuriki Uchiha Madara were to appear at this moment, he would undoubtedly be kicked to death by Might Guy. And not just severely injured. By relying solely on taijutsu to reach the level of the 6 paths, there was only Might Guy amplified by the Kaleidoscope Sharingan throughout the entire shinobi world. Time was running out. Even from a great distance, Might Guy still instantly appeared before Nagato. Shinra Tensei. Nagato could only use his Rinnegan once again to counter. But it had no effect. Previously, the Shinra Tensei used by Pain had been ineffective. The Shinra Tensei of his original body was no different. The powerful repulsive force was easily shattered by Might Guy, who had activated the Kaleidoscope Sharingan. A flash of blood glimmered. One of Nagato's Rinnegan was snatched away by Might Guy. Then Konan, who was beside Nagato, was knocked unconscious by Might Guy. Summoning technique. Might Guy performed the summoning technique. In the next moment, Uchiha Itachi appeared before Nagato. Might Guy formed the hand seals again. Izanagi. One of his Sharingan with its 3 tomo became a consumable. The effects of the 8 gates on Might Guy disappeared. In its place was Might Guy, who had not activated the 8 gates. Using Izanagi, he could transform damage into an illusion. Uchiha Itachi used his 3 tomo Sharingan to eliminate the side effects of the 8 gates on Might Guy, effectively turning a one-time use of the 8 gates into a reusable technique. With just one 3 tomo Sharingan, he could temporarily create a powerhouse at the level of the 6 paths. One must say such an exchange was quite worthwhile. Uchiha Itachi launched an illusion against Nagato. The Rinnegan was the ultimate form of the Sharingan. With the strength of the Rinnegan, it was enough to be immune to any type of kaleidoscope illusion. The Kaleidoscope Sharingan was an exception. However, Uchiha Itachi's purpose in casting the illusion was not to control Nagato, but to convey some secret knowledge. For instance, the Rinnegan is the ultimate form of the Sharingan. There is no such thing as the Rinnegan awakening naturally, as well as the forbidden technique of the Sharingan Izanagi. You have been used. Uchiha Itachi explained this fact. At the moment Nagato realized the truth of the Rinnegan, he naturally understood this point. Since the Rinnegan could only evolve from the Sharingan, then his Rinnegan with both eyes could never belong to him. It must have been transplanted from someone else. His previously seemingly normal life was actually designed by others, which naturally included the tragedies of his life. From the death of his parents to meeting Yahiko and Konan, and the establishment of the Akatsuki organization, as well as Yahiko's death, Nagato's life flashed before his eyes like a film reel. How much of this truly belonged to his life? How much was designed by the mysterious being who granted him the Rinnegan? He was unclear. The long-standing will of Nagato collapsed when he learned this truth. The will he had staunchly upheld crumbled, because he was unsure how much of the will of deterrence he believed in was real, and how much was illusory. Your Rinnegan belongs to Uchiha Madara. You are a tool used by Uchiha Madara to collect tailed beasts, revive the Ten-Tails, and ultimately resurrect Uchiha Madara. That masked man is another agent designated by Uchiha Madara, used to guide and supervise you on the path of collecting tailed beasts and reviving the Ten-Tails. Uchiha Itachi laid it all bare. Use the Rinnegan to cast Izanagi and restore Konoha. I can spare your life and Konan's. At the same time, I will lift the sanctions and attacks on the land of rain and Mangekyō. After today, I will be the 6th Hokage. Uchiha Itachi needed Konoha. He had just mastered the ability to mass-produce Kaleidoscope Sharingan. Even with Might Guy as this great weapon, he himself did not possess the eternal Kaleidoscope Sharingan, nor did he have the Rinnegan or the Transmigration Eye. As for the goal of becoming the Ten-Tails Jinchuriki, he had not yet achieved that. Before becoming the Ten-Tails Jinchuriki and acquiring the bloodline limit, he needed the resources provided by Konoha, the first shinobi village. Regarding the deal proposed by Uchiha Itachi, Nagato, whose will had collapsed, remained unresponsive. His decades-long life and persistence turned to vapor in an instant. Even someone as strong as Nagato found it hard to accept in that moment. Cast Izanagi. I can revive Yahiko for you. Uchiha Itachi was forced to sweeten the deal. Nagato snapped out of his daze. Really? What Nagato wanted was a true resurrection, and not the kind of undead ninja brought back by Edo Tensei. This is my promise. Uchiha Itachi's attitude was serious. At this point, Nagato had no choice. He himself did not care about death, but he cared about Konan's death. He cared about the possibility of Yahiko's revival. He cared that the suffering of the Land of Rain could come to an end. This time the operation against Konoha would fail in such a manner that Nagato had never anticipated, just as the 5th Hokage had never expected the leader of the Akatsuki to possess the Rinnegan. He had not expected that Orochimaru would have improved Edo Tensei to such an incredible extent. Nagato also did not foresee that his failure would come from the unremarkable duo of Uchiha Itachi and Might Guy. Under the gravitational control of the Rinnegan, Nagato appeared before everyone. He looked emaciated, as if his skin were clinging to his bones. His body was covered in various black chakra rods. It was through these black chakra rods that Nagato was able to control the 6 paths of pain. At this moment, the members of the Akatsuki had been transferred to another dimension by another Uchiha Itachi, accompanied by Orochimaru's unconsciousness. The Edo Tensei technique also came to an end. In fact, the vast majority of ninjutsu would be released after losing their controller. Otherwise, it would be hard to imagine what would happen after losing the caster's control. The first reaction of the Edo Tensei ninja would probably be to turn Orochimaru the caster into ashes. Nagato floated above Konoha. The people of Konoha did not understand what Nagato intended to do, and could only passively remain on guard. However, what Nagato did next was beyond everyone's expectations. Izanagi. The same Izanagi but different Sharingan castings would yield different effects. The 3 Tomo Sharingan cast Izanagi. the maximum effect could revive ninjas within a certain range. Uchiha Madara had once used the Eternal Kaleidoscope to cast Izanagi. Including Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobirama, none had detected the abnormality of his body, allowing Uchiha Madara to escape under the guise of death. Now, the ninjas of Konoha witnessed the exaggerated effects of casting Izanagi at the cost of the Rinnegan. Konoha, which had recently been annihilated by Nagato's Shinra Tensei. Now under the power of Izanagi, all destruction turned into vapor. The world seemed to reveal two different timelines. One was the timeline of destruction. The other was the timeline of preservation. Ultimately, the timeline of destruction vanished and Konoha was saved. However, this was not a temporal ability but an extremely exaggerated illusion ability that created an effect similar to that of time manipulation. This mythical ability once again refreshed the understanding of the ninjas of Konoha. Previously, Nagato had annihilated Konoha with a single strike. Now he had saved Konoha at the cost of one Rinnegan. Having completed Izanagi, Nagato fell from the sky. He had lost one Rinnegan, and now due to the effects of Izanagi, his other Rinnegan also lost its function. Now Nagato was completely blind, yet he did not fall to his death. A figure caught Nagato and then vanished. The effect of Izanagi activated at the cost of the reincarnation I was astonishingly effective. Not only were the deceased Leaf Village inhabitants completely restored, but even the Leaf Village obliterated by the Shinra Tensei was fully revived. The entire Leaf Village was restored to the state it was in before Nagato unleashed the Shinra Tensei, specifically during the final battle phase of the Chunin exams. Naruto Uzumaki vs. Sasuke Uchiha. The result of activating the Shinra Tensei was a swift destruction of the bustling Leaf Village. In the aftermath of its restoration, chaos quickly ensued within the village. The reason was simple. Although Nagato used Izanagi to restore the Leaf Village, the memories of everyone's deaths remained intact. The entire Leaf Village had experienced death. The fear that came with it could not easily be overlooked even after resurrection. Many people fell into a state of shock, exhibiting uncontrollable hysterical behavior. In such a scenario, the fifth Hokage, who had lost the eternal Mangekyō Sharingan, was at a loss. The fifth Hokage, now equipped with a regular Mangekyō Sharingan, began to issue calm commands directing the ninjas to maintain order in the Leaf Village. This sudden confrontation with the Akatsuki organization was unexpected for everyone. Yet all understood that from this day forward the Leaf Village would change. A storm was inevitable. The fifth Hokage, who had exposed the eternal Mangekyō Sharingan, was unable to mount a proper resistance against the Akatsuki's attack. The restoration of the Leaf Village now depended entirely on Uchiha Obito's intervention. Not only had he captured most of the Akatsuki members, but also the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, Naruto Uzumaki, and Might Guy. Even though Uchiha Obito was still merely a user of the Mangekyō Sharingan, the power he possessed was enough to obliterate the Leaf Village. In the face of such power, the fifth Hokage, who had lost the eternal Mangekyō Sharingan, found himself devoid of the foundation of his authority. After all, since the establishment of the ninja village system, the leader of a village often represented its strongest force. This had seen many twists and turns in the case of the third Hokage. Yet for the third Hokage, the disappearance of the Senju clan and the destruction of the Uzumaki was a significant threat, as Uchiha had just revealed his potential menace. Plans were drawn up to eliminate the Uchiha clan alongside other notable figures such as Kakashi Hatake, Dan Kato, Senju, Rope Tree Tsunade, Orochimaru, and the couple Minato Namikaze and Kushina Uzumaki. It could be said that all the ninjas in the Leaf Village who posed a threat to the third Hokage ultimately met a grim fate, whether through suicide, death, leaving, or defection. Sarutobi Hiruzen had believed that possessing the eternal Mangekyō Sharingan would be sufficient to suppress the Leaf Village and even the entire ninja world. However, this recent attack revealed otherwise. Times had changed. The power he relied on, the reincarnation I Might Guy and the Edo Tensei of Hashirama Senju, was utterly ineffective against them. The Chunin exams were forced to come to an abrupt halt. Compared to the hysteria among ordinary Leaf Village residents, ninjas were generally more accepting even after experiencing death. Most ninjas quickly took action to suppress the chaos caused by the ordinary citizens. While theoretically large-scale genjutsu could also calm the leaf villagers, it was also true that those skilled in such techniques were elite and few. Thus, the best approach to the panicking villagers was to knock them out. Concerns about any potential aftereffects during this process were entirely disregarded. Thanks to the efforts of the leaf ninjas, the chaotic situation was finally brought under control before nightfall. Inside the Hokage building, Uchiha Obito had arrived. The fifth Hokage had already been waiting here, perhaps due to his lack of confidence. The third Hokage Jiraiya, Kakashi Hatake, and many Uchiha elders were all present. Although the Uchiha elders had suffered damage to their Mangekyō Sharingan due to using Izanagi to save lives, they had a long-standing custom of retaining their Mangekyō Sharingan, so essentially they all had at least one new Mangekyō Sharingan implanted. This preserved their strength to the greatest extent possible. Hand over Uchiha Shizui's Mangekyō Sharingan. I will take on the role of the sixth Hokage. As a condition, I can promise to suppress the spirits of Hashirama Senju and Tobirama Senju. The crowd, who had just felt some discontent due to Uchiha Obito's attitude, returned to calmness. They had witnessed the terror of Hashirama Senju's Thousand Hands cannon during the day. To put it bluntly, Hashirama Senju at full power could obliterate the Leaf Village in a minute. That was indeed a power capable of suppressing the ninja world. When compared to such power, the fifth Hokage, who possessed the eternal Mangekyō Sharingan, appeared utterly insignificant. All of his hopes dissipated. He understood better than anyone that once Hashirama Senju and Tobirama Senju were freed from restrictions, he might not die. After all, he was currently Uchiha Fugaku. However, the Sarutobi clan would inevitably face extinction. With the Senju gone and the Uzumaki destroyed, the Sarutobi clan, the Shimura clan, the Mito clan, and the Uchiha clan who benefited from this would not escape the consequences. This was a fate the fifth Hokage absolutely did not want to confront. Moreover, he had sensed another crucial fact. That was Uchiha Obito possessed more than one Mangekyō Sharingan. This implied that he might have mastered the technique to cultivate Mangekyō Sharingan in bulk. Possessing such a technique, as well as having control over Akatsuki members, the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, and might guide Uchiha Obito's willingness to confer with him, was a final courtesy. Otherwise, with his strength, if he desired, there were plenty of ways Uchiha Obito could make him I can hand over Uchiha Shizui's Mangekyō Sharingan right now. I also agree to you becoming the sixth Hokage. However, please give me a bit of time. Once I have dealt with the current chaos in the Leaf, I will take full responsibility and resign from the Hokage position. The fifth Hokage made his choice. He took out a small vial from his person which contained two perfectly preserved Mangekyō Sharingan. Uchiha Obito received the well-preserved Sharingan. After infusing it with Mangekyō Chakra, both Mangekyō Sharingan transformed into Mangekyō Sharingan. This confirmed that the Mangekyō Sharingan offered by the fifth Hokage was genuine. Having lost all of his Mangekyō Sharingan, the fifth Hokage looked haggard. He completely lacked the vigor he had during the Chunin exams. Jiraiya had no objections, knowing that the soul of Uchiha Fugaku before him was actually Sarutobi Hiruzen. Thus he understood the threat posed by Uchiha Obito was both precise and deadly. Sarutobi Hiruzen had orchestrated the fall of the Senju and the destruction of the Uzumaki. But he would never allow his Sarutobi clan to face extinction, even if it meant Hashirama and Tobirama could not. As for the other Uchiha elders, the Uchiha clan had always upheld strength as paramount. Since Uchiha Obito had demonstrated power surpassing that of Uchiha Fugaku, he would not only become the sixth Hokage but also the new leader of the Uchiha clan. Everything that had transpired in the Leaf Village was rapidly spreading to the ninja world through spies from other ninja villages. This was unstoppable. The entire perception of the ninja world would be completely rewritten. In the past, the ninja world generally believed that the tailed beast bomb represented the limit of destructive power. However, the events in the Leaf Village demonstrated otherwise. There exist multiple techniques capable of annihilating a ninja village in one strike, and even methods to fully restore a destroyed ninja village. In the face of such mythic abilities that exceed comprehension, the balance of power among the 5 great ninja villages has lost its foundation. Through this meeting, the higher-ups of Konoha have confirmed Uchiha Izumi's undeniable strength and the status of the 6th Hokage. The Uchiha clan can accept such a result. After all, Uchiha Izumi's impressive performance in turning the tide is far superior to the ineffectual rage of the 5th Hokage. Moreover, Uchiha Fugaku has lost all his Mangekyō Sharingan, and also lost the power to suppress Konoha, which is significant for the Uchiha clan. It is only natural for stronger individuals to rise to power. Uchiha Izumi is different from Uchiha Shisui and Uchiha Itachi. If Uchiha Shisui and Uchiha Itachi had convinced the Uchiha elders and Uchiha Jonin with absolute strength, instead of relying on the Hokage faction or thinking about mediating the relationship between the Uchiha and the Hokage faction, the Uchiha clan would not have resorted to the risky option of a coup. The Hokage faction would not entertain the idea of exterminating the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Izumi is clearly not the type to compromise in such a manner, especially with his explicit stance. They would not dare to stand against Uchiha Izumi, just as the former Uchiha clan would not have dared to defy Uchiha Madara's orders. Unless the Uchiha clan finds someone who can rival Uchiha Madara or Uchiha Izumi's backing, it would be a different matter. For Sarutobi Hiruzen, he could accept such a result, even if he lost all his Mangekyō Sharingan and the position of the 5th Hokage. At least he gained a robust youthful body and a promise that the Sarutobi clan would not be exterminated. Everything is like this. The power of the Hokage is indeed important. However, when Sarutobi Hiruzen thinks about the past and Senju Hashirama's Senju canon, he realizes that his entire Sarutobi clan might not even withstand a single slap from that Senju canon. He feels very satisfied with the current situation. Uchiha Izumi has matters to attend to. He is currently applying seals to the unconscious members of the Akatsuki in a different space, to prevent them from causing trouble upon awakening. Nagato, who has lost one Rinnegan and blinded another, has been implanted with a pair of Byakugan by Uchiha Izumi. As for the blinded Rinnegan, Izanagi does not completely destroy the Rinnegan. As long as it is properly maintained, there is still a possibility for the blind Rinnegan to recover. A typical example is Uchiha Madara, who used an eternal Mangekyō Sharingan to cast Izanagi. However, this did not prevent him from ultimately restoring his eternal Mangekyō. Moreover, he also awakened the Rinnegan. In the face of Might Guy's 6 paths level taijutsu, no one can evade by pretending to be unconscious. Even the non-human entities like Kakuzu Haiden and Sasori are no exception. He has applied seals to everyone and additionally used a separate barrier to imprison them. Moreover, Uchiha Izumi's shadow clones are conducting rigorous surveillance around the clock to ensure that no one encounters any problems, because his upcoming time is not spent researching the members of the Akatsuki, but in smoothly managing the power of Konoha. Regarding Uchiha Izumi's desire to become the 6th Hokage, in the face of his absolute strength, it has already become an established fact. However, because Uchiha Izumi has been too low-key in the past, being Hokage is not solely about strength. It also involves balancing the various strengths within Konoha. In this regard, Sarutobi Hiruzen has done well effectively controlling the balance among the various ninja villages. However, Uchiha Izumi soon put the higher-ups of Konoha, including Sarutobi Hiruzen, at ease. Because Uchiha Izumi's desire to become the 6th Hokage is not merely about the power of the Hokage. He values the resources that can be controlled as Hokage, including sealing scrolls, experimental data research equipment, researchers, and electricity supply, etc. Uchiha Izumi does not care about power, he cares more about strength. In a world like the ninja world, having strength means having everything. Therefore, after Uchiha Izumi displayed what he truly wanted, the higher-ups of Konoha cooperated extraordinarily well. The sealing scrolls that Uchiha Izumi had long been yearning for were handed to him before he became the 6th Hokage. Additionally, the secret techniques of Konoha and the Uchiha clan were made available to him, along with access to the Umbu Laboratory, Root Laboratory, Konoha Hospital Laboratory, and so on. In return, Uchiha Izumi appointed the 5th Hokage as a Konoha elder in advance, granting him full authority to assist Uchiha Izumi in handling various affairs of Konoha. One could say that the 5th Hokage has lost the title of Hokage, yet he has not suffered much loss in terms of Hokage's power. For such a result, all parties are quite satisfied. Having gained some free time, Uchiha Izumi finally has the opportunity to deal with the last member of the Akatsuki Uchiha Obito. Uchiha Obito possesses Kamui Mangekyō, allowing him to hide in a different space at any time, making it difficult for anyone to deal with him. However, Uchiha Izumi has another Kamui Mangekyō. He can enter Uchiha Obito's Kamui space. Uchiha Obito is unaware of this. When Uchiha Izumi activated his Kamui Mangekyō, he entered the Kamui space. After some time in the Kamui space, Uchiha Obito is absent. Uchiha Izumi is unconcerned about this. He has plenty of time and can afford to wait. After a while, the Ten-Tails shell was collected by Uchiha Obito into the Kamui space. Clearly, Uchiha Obito understands the consequences of losing Nagato and the Rinnegan. Thus, he chose to transfer the Ten-Tails shell at the earliest opportunity. The Ten-Tails shell is the key to all of his and Uchiha Madara's plans. Only by resurrecting the Ten-Tails shell can one achieve the Ten-Tails Jinchuriki. Only then can he activate the infinite Tsukuyomi and create a world where everyone's wishes come true. However, Uchiha Obito never anticipated the existence of a traveler like Uchiha Izumi. All of his plans have been seen through by Uchiha Izumi. Even the Kamui space he thought was foolproof was preemptively ambushed. To prevent Uchiha Obito from escaping, Uchiha Izumi directly activated the pain perception eye technique against him, overwhelming Uchiha Obito's entire body with pain capable of killing an elite jonin. In the next moment, Uchiha Obito's Kamui right eye was seized by Uchiha Izumi. Losing the Kamui Mangekyō meant that Uchiha Obito had effectively lost most of his means. He was directly captured by Uchiha Izumi. In Uchiha Obito's Kamui space, besides the Ten-Tails shell that was just collected, there are numerous other possessions, such as Uchiha Obito's most treasured body of Rin Nohara, along with many collectibles of Uchiha Madara, and the bodies of countless powerful figures in the ninja world. Without a doubt, the corpses used in Orochimaru's Edo Tensei organization mostly came from Uchiha Obito. More precisely, they came from the White Zetsu army in Uchiha Obito's possession. It is through the all-pervasive White Zetsu army that Uchiha Obito gathered most of the intelligence in the ninja world. Originally, Kuro Zetsu's control over the White Zetsu army was supposed to be above Uchiha Obito's, but Kuro Zetsu was eliminated by Might Guy in a single strike. This third son of Kagaya Otsutsuki possesses the ability to control the ultimate behind-the-scenes manipulator of Six Paths Madara, and was preemptively eradicated by Uchiha Izumi. Thus, now that Uchiha Obito has been captured, Uchiha Izumi has control over 100,000 White Zetsu. With Uchiha Obito successfully subdued, Uchiha Izumi has obtained the Ten-Tails shell, 100,000 White Zetsu, and Uchiha Madara's legacy. As for having captured Nagato and Konin, it is equivalent to controlling the Land of Rain and the Rain Village. This counterattack against the Akatsuki has yielded him unimaginable gains. Successfully subdued Uchiha Obito, the Uchiha clan began to read Obito's memories. He has lost the Mangekyō Sharingan. Moreover, the sealed Uchiha Obito, who could not resist the memory reading of the Uchiha clan's Mangekyō, had his memories accessed. Uchiha Itachi approached Nagato and Konin. He displayed Obito's memories in front of them through illusion. He confirmed the existence of Uchiha Madara to them, and that Black Zetsu and White Zetsu are products of Madara's Inyang release. However, Black Zetsu was not actually created by Madara. Instead, he is the third son of Kagaya Otsutsuki. After Kagaya was sealed by her two ungrateful sons, Otsutsuki Kinshiki and Otsutsuki Momoshiki, Black Zetsu was temporarily created by Kagaya. In the ninja world, Black Zetsu never found an opportunity to save his mother. According to the original story, Black Zetsu ultimately ambushed the Ten-Tails Jinchuriki Six Paths Madara, successfully reviving his mother Kagaya Otsutsuki using Madara's body. Then Kagaya was quickly sealed by Naruto Uzumaki and Sasuke Uchiha, imprisoned for 1,000 years, having only briefly experienced freedom. He was sealed once again. It must be said that Kagaya as the progenitor of chakra is truly ineffective. However, at present, the fact that Black Zetsu is a creation of Uchiha Madara is the reality people believe. Even Madara himself thinks this way. Through Obito's memories, Itachi gave Nagato and Konin an explanation, making them realize that their fates were manipulated, a truth rather than a lie from Itachi. After Itachi collected some of Konan's physical samples, he released her. He needed Konan to return to the Rain Country to stabilize the situation. He also needed Konan to maintain the operations of the Akatsuki organization. The real Akatsuki is not just composed of rank rogue ninjas from various ninja villages. Other lower-ranked ninjas Chunin and Jonin are also recruited. Uchiha Obito had Black and White Zetsu control White Zetsu to gather intelligence in the ninja world, but his White Zetsu intelligence network was not open to Nagato and Konan. Therefore, Nagato and Konan relied on the peripheral members of the Akatsuki organization to obtain intelligence provided by these outer members. Then the core members took action, forming the entire chain of the Akatsuki organization. This vast underground intelligence network could not be easily abandoned. This is also the reason Itachi released Konan. For her, whether it was the safety of her companion Nagato or the possibility of Yahiko's resurrection. Both were enough to keep her under control. Konan and Yahiko were a couple. Yahiko's suicide back then was because Konan became a hostage of the demigod Hanzo. Realizing that the peace talks were a trap, Yahiko, as the leader of the Akatsuki, unwittingly led the members into the trap, compounded by Konan being captured. Many factors led to Yahiko's desperate suicide. If Nagato had not awakened the Rinnegan, the Akatsuki would undoubtedly have been annihilated. There would be no current situation. The liberated Konan returned to the Rain Country. According to Itachi's promise, the Fire Country sanctions and blockades against the Rain Country and Konoha's targeting of the Rain Ninja Village would soon be lifted after utilizing Konan to grasp the Akatsuki organization in the Rain Country. Itachi then approached Orochimaru. After breaking through Orochimaru's facade, the true body of Orochimaru appeared before Itachi, which was actually a woman. This was the young body that Orochimaru successfully took over after developing the forbidden jutsu impure world reincarnation. Orochimaru's original body had aged with time. This was unacceptable for Orochimaru, who sought to master all ninja techniques and pursue the truth of the world. He could not accept that he would one day become like his teacher Hiruzen Sarutobi. Thus he began to research immortality. The technique of impure world reincarnation was an objective of Orochimaru's research, and he eventually succeeded. In Orochimaru's vision, as long as there was a suitable body, he could achieve immortality by continuously taking over new ones. But he did not expect that with each takeover his soul strength would continuously diminish, evidenced most directly by his resistance to genjutsu. What Itachi did not expect was that when he lost the ability to read Orochimaru's memories with the Mangekyō Sharingan, he discovered that Orochimaru was already under the control of the Mangekyō. The one controlling Orochimaru was none other than Uchiha Obito. This could be understood as well. In Madara's resurrection plan, impure world reincarnation was also an indispensable part. In simple terms, it was to summon Uchiha Madara to the present world through impure world reincarnation. Then using Black Zetsu to control the wielder of the Rinnegan to activate the ocular technique Rinne. Thus, relying solely on the Rinne Tensei ocular technique would be enough to resurrect the impure world reincarnated ninja. Through this method, Uchiha Madara could achieve the feat of dying an old man but being resurrected in his prime. Not only would he relive a life, but he could also become the Ten Tails Jinchuriki, casting the infinite Tsukuyomi, completing the peace that Madara envisioned. This would completely end the millennium-long chaos in the ninja world. Therefore, Uchiha Obito controlled Orochimaru, who mastered impure world reincarnation using the Mangekyō. This was understandable. However, now Uchiha Obito's Kamui Mangekyō was in his hands. He did not erase Obito's Mangekyō Genjutsu. Instead, he used Kamui Mangekyō to further strengthen the Genjutsu on Orochimaru. With Kamui Mangekyō, Itachi read Orochimaru's memories. He easily grasped all of Orochimaru's lifelong knowledge. Itachi obtained the remains of Uchiha Shisui from the hands of the Uchiha elders. Then, using White Zetsu as a sacrifice, he performed impure world reincarnation. Soon, Uchiha Shizui's soul was summoned from the Pure Land to the present world. In order to prevent Uchiha Shisui from breaking free from control, Itachi did not grant him the ability to think independently. Next, Itachi controlled Uchiha Shisui to perform the Kodo Amatsukami ocular technique on Orochimaru. compared to the control of the Mangekyō Genjutsu. Itachi preferred to modify control at the level of will. Although Uchiha Shursui had lost both of his Mangekyō in life, after Impure World reincarnation his Mangekyō still existed, and he was not affected by the 10-year cooldown of Kodo Amatsukami in reality. He could still use Kodo Amatsukami twice. Itachi used one Kodo Amatsukami on Orochimaru, and then he used another on Hyuga Hayashi. Rishang Rizuo was utterly powerless before the Baishinshin ocular art. Even though his Baiyen allowed him to discern that Yuzhibo Jin had employed an illusion against him, he could only endure it, not merely because Yuzhibo Jin himself was a Wanhua Tong powerhouse, but also because Xuanhua Mingren and Mai Teikai stood at his side. Soon Rishang Rizuo's expression shifted from guarded to reverent. He had at the level of his will become entirely loyal to Yuzhibo Jin. As for Yuzhibo Jishui voluntarily entered a coffin and was sealed away. Yuzhibo Jin began to read Rishang Rizuo's memories. All the secrets of the Rishang clan unfolded before him. Among them was the Longzongnyo curse seal, which drew Rishang Rizuo into another space. The key to activating the Longzongnyo curse seal lay in the Baiyen. This posed no problem for Yuzhibo Jin. He implanted a pair of Baiyen into De Shiwan's eyes, after which Rishang Rizuo used the Longzongnyo curse seal on De Shiwan. Thus, under the triple dominion of Wanhua Tong Genjutsu Baishinshin ocular art and the Longzongnyo curse seal, the possibility of De Shiwan's betrayal was reduced to its nadir. Next, Yuzhibo Jin ordered Rishang Rizuo to summon the Rishang main family, then ambushed them, stamping the Longzongnyo curse seal upon the foreheads of every member of the Rishang main house. This even included Rishang Rizuo himself, as well as Rishang Chutian and Rishang Huahua. All of this was because the Longzongnyo curse seal had no method of removal. Once branded, not even death could free one from it. Since there was no way to undo it, Yuzhibo Jin simply marked the entire Rishang clan with the Longzongnyo curse seal. This prevented the Rishang from leaking their Baiyen outward. Wuyin village had once acquired a single Baiyen. Such an event would never be permitted again. Xuanhua Mingren was also fitted with a pair of Baiyen by Yuzhibo Jin, and then branded with the Longzongnyo curse seal. As the story's protagonist, merely controlling him with the Wanhua Tong ocular power did not put Yuzhibo Jin at ease. After completing this series of operations, Mai entered a new act of Hokage transition. The fifth Hokage resigned in remorse over the Chunin exam incident. Yuzhibo Jin, who had saved Mai from destruction, assumed the mantle of the sixth Hokage. Yet his ascension did not bring immediate sweeping change to Mai. The true levers of power in Mai remained largely in the hands of the former fifth Hokage. Yuzhibo Jin cared little for the office itself. What he sought was strength. Yuzhibo Jin appointed De Shiwan to oversee the root laboratories to research curse seals and bloodline fusion. Curse seals could grant a shinobi a certain degree of sage-like transformation. They could greatly amplify combat prowess. At the same time, the heavenly curse seal even possessed the power of resurrection. As for bloodline fusion, it was a direct route to achieving Shueji Wangluo. There were, as far as known, 3 ways to accomplish Shueji Wangluo. One was to consume the divine tree's fruit. Daitongmu Hui had achieved Shueji Wangluo by this means. Another was to become the Ten-Tails Jinchuriki. That too could lead to Shueji Wangluo. The final method was the fusion of 7 chakra nature transformations. Both the divine tree fruit and the Ten-Tails were exceedingly rare. To attain Shueji Wangluo, fusing 7 chakra natures seemed the most arduous. Yet it was also the most orthodox path. Once this road was pioneered, it could be replicated, enabling many more to achieve Shueji Wangluo by the same means. Instead of contesting for divine tree fruit or the position of Ten-Tails Jinchuriki, Yao Shirdo faced the package of having Baiyen implanted and the Longzongnyo curse seal affixed to him. Yuzhibo Jin assigned him to the Mai Hospital laboratories to focus on immortal arts and bloodline transplantation. Even if Yuzhibo Jin could obtain a ceaseless supply of bloodline stock through cloning, when it came to transplanting bloodlines, the future Yao Shirdo would be the specialist capable of implanting multiple bloodlines into a single body. The same held true for immortal arts. In the future, Yao Shirdo mastered the Long Daidong immortal techniques. abilities capable of granting life to the inanimate frighteningly potent. As for Chisa Jisya, Yuzhibo Jin was cloning his body. The current Chisa Jisya had already transformed his own body into a human puppet. His original self had been reduced to a blood and flesh core, having wholly lost human features. Such a Chisa Jisya was difficult to control. Yuzhibo Jin intended to reforge Chisa Jisya with a human form so that he could be properly controlled. As the era's foremost puppeteer, Chisa Jisya was indispensable. If Yuzhibo Jin planned to industrialize the ninja world, then Chisa Jisya would be necessary. Mai once more returned to a calm state. The wider ninja world also quieted, until every village could field countermeasures to Dibao Tianxing Jinshu Chensho, and Beiman Kai peace would likely endure for a long while. Moreover, a consensus spread through the nations: absolutely do not provoke Huaji country or Mai, nor the Yu Ren Cun Shao Zuji of the Rain Nation. This had become a shared taboo. As for Yuzhibo Jin himself, on one hand, he expanded his cloning laboratories. With the full support of Mai behind him, Yuzhibo Jin could carry out more cloning. On the other hand, he worked to produce more Wanhua Tong Xiaolunyan. He also sought to fuse new Yongheng Wanhua Tong Xiaolunyan. Beyond that, he mastered numerous ninjutsu, including Fei Leishan Ji Shu Shirgui Fingjin Qian Niao and Leichia Linghua Ji Shu Beiman Dun Jia and more. He studied sealing arts as well: Xixiang Fingyin Bagua Fingyin, In Fingyin Jingang Fengsuo. Other strength techniques: the lightning nature Qilin, the wind nature Spiral Shuriken, the strength ninjutsu Chao Dianci Pao, were under development. Research into Zhujian Shibao and Baijua cells was also underway. The advantage of numerous clone bodies revealed itself at this time. Yuzhibo Jin used his clones to contract with the three great summoning beast sanctuaries, while cultivating immortal arts on Miamushan Longdaidong and Shigulin. His clones were naturally short-lived. He felt no pang at their loss. He could simply use quantity to compensate for any deficiency in innate talent. It could be said that Yuzhibo Jin was busy. In the blink of an eye, he turned 18. He now felt frighteningly strong. By assigning De Shiwan and Yao Shido to study the two successful Zhujian Shibao transplant samples in Dai and Yuzhibo Daitu, they gleaned valuable data, though Da's successful case remained singular. Yet the Zhujian Shibao transplantation in Yuzhibo Daitu produced effective results. It must be remembered that the Zhujian Shibao on Yuzhibo Daitu had been grafted by Yuzhibo Ban. At that time, Yuzhibo Daitu had half his body crushed by a boulder. It was only through Yuzhibo Ban's transplantation of Zhujian Shibao that his ruined half was made whole. That alone gave Yuzhibo Daitu a chance to survive. Crucially, when the Zhujian Shibao was successfully transplanted, Yuzhibo Daitu was only in the Ergoyu Xiaolunyan state. He had not awakened the Wanhua Tong Xiaolunyan. Moreover, the integration of Zhujian Shibao in Yuzhibo Daitu was extraordinarily perfect. There was no backlash. Mai had previously experimented with Zhujian Shibao as well. De Shiwan had led that earlier effort, yet it had still ended in failure. The principal cause was the Zhujian Zibao's incredible corrosive force. Even with Da's survival, it remained a lone example. Now, using Yuzhibo Daitu as a sample to study Zhujian Shibao transplantation yielded promising results. The reason De Shiwan and Yao Shido independently proposed similar transplantation schemes was entirely because Yuzhibo Jin possessed conditions others lacked, namely the Luanhui Yen and the Yongheng Wanhua Tong Xiaolunyan. The Luanhui Yen could completely suppress Zhujian Shibao. The Yongheng Wanhua Tong Xiaolunyan could reach a peaceful coexistence with it. The ordinary Wanhua Tong Xiaolunyan fell far short, only able to temporarily restrain Zhujian Shibao. Once the corrosive nature of the Zhujian Shibao was resolved, De Shiwan could promptly devise a transplantation protocol. Yao Shido was not yet fully matured, but the Zhujian Shibao transplantation plan he proposed closely matched De Shiwan's. With the successful transplantation of Zhujian Shibao, Yuzhibo Jin, having mastered would release, saw his strength surge once more. At this moment, Uchiha Jin finally had the confidence to dominate the ninja world, no longer relying on the insufficient confidence of controlling Might Guy and the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. However, despite Uchiha Jin appearing to have numerous clones during the production of these clones, he had taken precautions against potential attacks during the Chunin exams. In preparation for the future Fourth Ninja World War, all of his clones were on a path of quick gains, resulting in their lifespans generally ranging from 1 to 3 years. Both their combat power and potential were greatly limited. However, now that he had taken down the Akatsuki organization and eliminated Black Zetsu, without this behind-the-scenes manipulator's guidance, he could enjoy a relatively safe developmental environment for the next 20 years. The reason for 20 years is simply because after 20 years the Otsutsuki expedition team would arrive in the ninja world. The Otsutsuki expedition team consists of 3 members: Otsutsuki Kagaya's descendants Otsutsuki Momoshiki and Otsutsuki Kinshiki. Any one of them possesses the strength to crush Otsutsuki Kagaya. As for the last member, Otsutsuki Kinshiki, he is merely a servant to Otsutsuki Momoshiki. According to the customs of the Otsutsuki clan, upon discovering a place like the ninja world, they would inevitably plant the divine tree to absorb the energy of the entire planet. To bear the fruits of the divine tree, Otsutsuki Kagaya was hunted by the Otsutsuki clan for a millennium simply because she hoarded the fruits of the divine tree. This is a taboo within the Otsutsuki clan. Even after a millennium, the Otsutsuki expedition team still descends, and that is the reason. With the means of Otsutsuki Momoshiki and Otsutsuki Kinshiki, once they descend into the ninja world, there are only 2 choices for the ninja world. One is to defeat the other. The other is to accept destruction. Uchiha Jin does not want death, so he can only resort to any means necessary to become stronger and ultimately defeat the 2. To avoid the result of his own death, he naturally began to create more advanced clones with a 20-year buffer. Although such clones still needed to be hastened, they could be accelerated within a reasonable range without severely compromising their lifespan and potential. To create more advanced clones, Uchiha Jin once again attacked Tsunade. After defeating Tsunade, he proposed the resurrection of Kakuzu and Senju Rope Tree as conditions. He gained Tsunade's allegiance. As for Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobarama, he found it difficult to control them due to their unpredictability. Before his power completely surpassed theirs, Uchiha Jin did not plan to resurrect them. With Tsunade's unparalleled medical ninja prowess, it was more than suitable for nurturing even stronger clones. Correspondingly, Uchiha Jin also implanted a pair of Byakugan into Tsunade. Then he cast the caged bird curse seal on her for control. This completed a stage of intense enhancement. With the Rinnegan, Uchiha Jin and Might Guy began to travel to the other 4 great ninja villages. They demanded the 4 great ninja villages to hand over their hidden techniques. The 4 great ninja villages were furious at such demands from Uchiha Jin. Yet they complied obediently. In such a short time, they were unable to devise a method to counter the Rinnegan and Might Guy. Handing over their hidden techniques was still better than being destroyed. Uchiha Jin bore a pair of Rinnegan, yet no one knew that one of them was blind. The blind Rinnegan was being nurtured by Uchiha Jin using Yin-Yang release to check the chakra. According to predictions, it would take at most 3 years for the blind Rinnegan to fully recover. Others were unaware of this point. For the 4 great ninja villages, whether it was the planet-destroying star or Might Guy, they far exceeded their means of counteraction. Thus they could only yield. Uchiha Jin made a trip to the 4 great ninja villages. He obtained the secret techniques of the 4 great ninja villages. The ninjutsu forbidden techniques and secret arts from each ninja village greatly enriched Uchiha Jin's and Konoha's ninjutsu collection. Thus Uchiha Jin had new training goals. The water release and ninja tool forging from Kirigakure, the puppet technique and magnet release training from Sunagakure. Although magnet release from Sunagakure is also a bloodline limit, it does not come from bloodline inheritance but rather from training. Starting from the third Kazekage, Sunagakure has discovered a path for training magnet release. Whether it is the magnet release of the third Kazekage or the magnet release of the fourth Kazekage, both of their magnet releases were derived from training as the original bloodline. As for the fourth Kazekage's third son, Gaara's magnet release is more about inheritance. Since Sunagakure's magnet release is achieved more through training, the inheritance of its magnet release is not stable. The third Kazekage's magnet release controls iron sand. The fourth Kazekage's magnet release controls gold sand. Gaara's magnet release controls normal sand. Although they all utilize magnet release, the effects they display are entirely different. Kumogakure's lightning release, body flicker technique, and storm release. Kumogakure has also researched a path of fusion with bloodline limits. This is storm release, which was born from the extreme development of lightning release and water release. This is also an original bloodline limit possessing limitless potential. Iwagakure's explosion release and dust release. Compared to the bloodline development of Sunagakure and Kumogakure, Iwagakure is at the forefront among all ninja villages. Because Iwagakure not only has a perfected path for explosion release, forming an explosion release unit, but more importantly, Iwagakure also has experience in developing bloodline elimination. That is the dust release unique to Iwagakure. Both the second Tsuchikage and the third Tsuchikage mastered dust release. In the face of dust release, any defense is meaningless because dust release can reduce all matter and energy to its original state. Matter can decompose into atoms. Energy can also dissipate. However, the third Tsuchikage has already aged, and there are precursors when casting dust release, making it impossible for instant activation. All of these limit the effectiveness of dust release in front of top-tier powerhouses. Uchiha Jin and Might Guy merely made a trip to the 4 great ninja villages. The effect brought about was something that had not been seen in the previous 3 ninja world wars. Through his actions, he made Konoha truly recognize what the new era's ninja god was. No need for war, a merely existing was enough to make other ninja villages submit. After displaying absolute power, Uchiha Jin finally began to initiate reforms in the ninja world. The starting point of this reform is the Ninja Elementary School, Ninja Middle School, Ninja High School, and Ninja University, as well as Vocational Elementary School, Vocational Middle School, Vocational High School, and Vocational University. His goal was no longer to cultivate batches of killing machines, but to attempt to nurture batches of producers, thereby constructing a modern civilization with ninja world characteristics. Unlike modern society where industrial technology is the primary productive force, in the ninja world chakra is the primary productive force. How to combine chakra and carve out a route of productivity unique to the ninja world is the focus that Uchiha Jin needs to attempt. Fortunately, he now has 19 years. He has more than enough time to change the ninja world. While his individual strength is indeed powerful, if he can unify the strength and wisdom of the entire ninja world. The ninja school and vocational school, established by Uchiha Kagami, have garnered significant attention in Konoha. This is not only a move by the 6th Hokage, the god of shinobi Uchiha Kagami. Everyone is obliged to show respect. The cultivation philosophy, teaching model, and fee structure of the ninja school and vocational school are vastly different from the current traditions of the ninja world. The ninja school and vocational school were established at the old site of the Uchiha clan, on the outskirts of Konoha, after the Uchiha clan moved back to the center of Konoha. That place had fallen into disuse, but now it has been transformed. Uchiha Kagami reshaped it using wood release, presenting a scene reminiscent of a modern university. The vocational school primarily targets ordinary people. It is free for them to learn here. Everything is free, including tuition, accommodation, textbooks, and uniforms. Everything is entirely free. Ordinary people receive systematic education here, ranging from literacy in elementary school to enlightenment in middle school, choosing a profession in high school, and further studies in university. This forms a complete educational chain that cultivates ordinary people in the ninja world into modern industrial talents. However, currently Uchiha Kagami is still struggling to find sufficiently professional teachers. After much planning, the middle school education is relatively complete. However, from high school to university it is quite unprofessional due to a lack of sufficient accumulation. Even so, every beginning is difficult. Due to being free, the vocational school quickly filled its spots with students. Compared to the popularity of the vocational school, the ninja school is relatively dismal. With the current cultivation model of the ninja village, most ninjas are unable to accept Uchiha Kagami's production-oriented ninja training philosophy. For ninjas, the cultivation philosophy centered around killing and combat is deeply ingrained. Uchiha Kagami does not mind this point. Since he could not recruit enough students in the ninja village, he could easily recruit outside of it. To become a ninja, one must possess ninja qualifications. However, in the past, most ninjas in the ninja village were tested and recruited locally, with only a small number being absorbed from outside with ninja qualifications. For instance, Yakushi Kabuto is of this type. Uchiha Kagami directly recruited students from the Land of Fire and the Land of Rain using food as an incentive to test ninja qualifications and recruit students. Soon, young students with ninja qualifications, being blank slates, were successfully recruited. They would receive a completely different kind of elite education. All of this would be personally taught by Uchiha Kagami, instilling in them the lofty ideals of serving the people, the nation, civilization, and the stars and sea. Moreover, he would reinforce these ideals in their minds using the kaleidoscope Sharingan technique, stamping these thoughts into each of their brains. Uchiha Kagami is so earnest because ninjas are special. If their ideologies are not constrained, then once ninjas with great power grow up, they can easily go astray. Absolute power leads to absolute corruption. To prevent such occurrences, Uchiha Kagami places great importance on the education of ninja students. In the future, these students, who will possess great power and productivity, need to become the backbone of the ninja world's development, supporting the future growth of the entire ninja world. In Uchiha Kagami's view, the importance of ninja ideology far outweighs their abilities. His current focus is primarily on three aspects. These are the laboratory training and teaching. He does not care about qualifications because of the research conducted with Orochimaru and Yakushi Kabuto. Bloodline transplantation will become widespread under Uchiha Kagami. Even poor qualifications can be transformed through the transplantation of various bloodlines. As time progresses, the schools established by Uchiha Kagami are expanding at an incredible rate, all because of the combination of schools and factories. In the technologically backward ninja world, it has become a combination of a school and an industrial park. With the resurrection of Sasori of the Red Sand, Uchiha Kagami has regained his physical form. He then controlled him using the Byakugan and the caged bird curse seal. Regarding Uchiha Kagami's modern industrial plans, Sasori of the Red Sand became the most perfect practitioner. Originally, Sasori of the Red Sand only manipulated a puppet of the Third Hokage. However, after Uchiha Kagami provided numerous clones of the Third Hokage. With the assistance of numerous magnetic release bloodline ninjas, Uchiha Kagami developed vast agricultural bases using 100,000 white zetsu. The crops produced by Uchiha Kagami are impacting the food order that has existed in the ninja world for thousands of years. Under the influence of wood release, conventional agricultural practices cannot compare in both yield and quality. In the face of ninjas' abilities, ordinary people have no competitive ground. An ordinary person toiling for an entire year does not yield as much as a single wood release from a white zetsu. The medical skills of ordinary doctors, no matter how exceptional, cannot compare to a single healing ninja art. As Uchiha Kagami intentionally combines ninjas with productivity, a society order based on ordinary labor is bound to collapse. Currently, a large part of the Land of Fire, as well as many other countries, cannot do without the food provided by Uchiha Kagami. Aside from some grain-producing areas that can maintain stability, other places simply cannot refuse the affordable and high-quality food. If it weren't for Uchiha Kagami setting export quotas based on local conditions, even the grain-producing areas would face the dilemma of low prices hurting farmers. Now the Land of Rain has been completely occupied by Uchiha Kagami's food. This is not coercion. Rather, it is the result of Conan's request. The Land of Rain experiences constant rainfall with extremely scarce resources, and has suffered the ravages of the Second and Third Shinobi World Wars. In addition, due to conflicts with the Uchiha clan, it has triggered a comprehensive targeting from the Land of Fire and Konoha. Such a Land of Rain can no longer consider its future. Having access to abundant cheap food is the only choice for the Land of Rain. Other countries, such as the Land of Wind, Land of Water, Land of Earth, and Land of Lightning, have also imported large quantities of food from Uchiha Kagami. Food as a strategic resource is something other countries cannot refuse. The moment it was reported that Uchiha Kagami recklessly utilized 100,000 white zetsu to produce food using wood release, the entire ninja world trembled. When Uchiha Kagami employed numerous clones of the Third Hokage for mining and steel production, with control over both food and steel. Uchiha Kagami has completely extinguished the fighting spirit of other countries. Other ninja villages once thought that Orochimaru's Edo Tensei was the limit, but even with Edo Tensei the soul is only one. However, the emergence of clones renders the existing cultivation of ninjas meaningless. A ninja village needs to invest significant human and material resources to cultivate a jonin. But now Uchiha Kagami informs everyone. Regardless of whether it is class qualifications or bloodline limits, he can produce clones in bulk. After a brief period of growth, they will again become powerful figures at the level of a Kage. When cage-level figures can be mass-produced, the cultivation of other ninja villages loses its significance. In this way, Uchiha Kagami has completely destroyed the resistance of other ninja. When Uchiha Itachi reached the age of 23, it marked the 6th year of his tenure as the 6th Hokage, yet it was also the 5th year of his pursuit of industrialization. During these 5 years, he vigorously supported education, promoted production-type ninjutsu, and advanced industrialization, achieving positive results in various aspects. The once populous Konoha, which had a population of 1 million, had completely lost its allure as the number 1 ninja village in the shinobi world, replaced by the expanding academic urban circle of Uchiha Itachi. The urban circle, with a population exceeding 3 million, was a deliberate outcome of Uchiha Itachi's intention to maintain quality. It was sufficient to sustain the population of the entire Land of Fire, which is not an exaggeration, as Uchiha Itachi's laboratories had produced numerous results. For instance, Orochimaru's laboratory, after receiving ample resource support, had made significant advancements in the development of cursed seals, much to Uchiha Itachi's satisfaction. Orochimaru's original concept for the cursed seals was to enhance ninja strength through senjutsu chakra and to serve as a vessel for his own reincarnation. However, with Uchiha Itachi's cloning technology, the last drawback of Orochimaru's reincarnation was addressed, allowing him to continuously reincarnate his clone bodies. He had achieved immortality free from the worries of lifespan. Orochimaru was left solely with the pursuit of technology. Under Uchiha Itachi's guidance, the research direction of cursed seals underwent a transformation combining cursed seals with bloodline transplantation. This ensured the enhancement and restriction of ninjas. Enhancement was simple, as cursed seals could grant ordinary people, without any qualifications, the status of ninjas. They could also elevate the ninja status of those who already possessed ninja qualifications to a higher level. Under Uchiha Itachi's requirements, the effects of the cursed seals were extremely mild. Even ordinary people felt only slight discomfort after having a cursed seal applied. In the following period, the physical fitness and ninja qualifications of ordinary people were gradually enhanced as Uchiha Itachi treated cursed seals as biological chips. Through the cursed seals, each ninja could be monitored and rewarded, from continuously enhancing ninja qualifications to granting bloodline limits, and then to progressing towards senjutsu. This process was gradual, and beyond that, cursed seals had another function: chakra conversion, as ninjas possessed chakra attributes. For instance, Uchiha Itachi's initial chakra attributes were lightning and water. When practicing ninjutsu, ninjas could achieve twice the results with half the effort by choosing practices that matched their chakra attributes. However, not everyone was fond of their innate chakra attributes. In such cases, the chakra conversion feature of the cursed seals could be activated. This allowed any ninja to transform their chakra attributes, at will, enabling them to practice all 5 elemental styles. Additionally, through the joint research of Orochimaru and Sasori, they developed a chakra core capable of vast chakra storage and attribute conversion. It was no easy feat to get the two to collaborate, or even though Uchiha Itachi was their shared superior, it took considerable effort to persuade them. This was primarily due to Sasori's one-sided disdain for Orochimaru, stemming not only from Orochimaru's theft of Sasori's Third Hokage puppet's bodily materials, but also because there was a competitive relationship between Sasori's proud puppet technique and Orochimaru's Edo Tensei technique, allowing Sasori to transform ninjas into human puppets. Once transformed into a human puppet, the puppet could still perform the ninjutsu and bloodline limits of the ninja in their lifetime, with the third Kazekage puppet being his pinnacle work. In contrast, Orochimaru's Edo Tensei could resurrect a deceased ninja from the Pure Land back to reality with the necessary bodily materials and a living ninja as a sacrifice, and control them as well. Without a doubt, the existence of Edo Tensei posed a significant threat to Sasori's puppet craft. This left Sasori extremely dissatisfied. Even Uchiha Itachi had to promise to resurrect Sasori's parents before he could persuade Sasori to cooperate with Orochimaru. Previously, to solve the chakra storage and conversion issue, Uchiha Itachi had developed an evil method within the lightning release shadow clone technique, and now with the chakra core. The method of obtaining chakra had become much simpler. By inserting a specially designed chakra black rod into one's body, one could achieve remote chakra transmission. This allowed one to experience the sensation of unlimited chakra at any time and place. As for the essence of the chakra core produced by the two's collaboration, it was essentially a combination of Hashirama's cells and the Nine-Tails flesh core. Uchiha Itachi did not touch Naruto Uzumaki. On the contrary, Naruto had married Sarutobi Konohamaru, with the fifth Hokage officiating the ceremony. The Nine-Tails studied by Orochimaru and Sasori was the other half of the Nine-Tails. During the Night of the Nine-Tails, the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, had sealed the Nine-Tails in two halves. One half was sealed within his son Naruto Uzumaki, while the other half was sealed within his soul, consumed by the Shinigami. In these years, Uchiha Itachi had long since joined forces with Orochimaru to study the Shinigami, not only extracting the fourth Hokage soul from the Shinigami's stomach, but also detaching the Nine-Tails. After this half of the Nine-Tails was removed from the Shinigami's belly, it behaved rather docilely, compelled to be so, for if it were not, Uchiha Itachi would consume it with the Ten-Tails shell. Through cursed seals, he monitored and rewarded ninjas, while the chakra black rods facilitated remote chakra transmission. Numerous ninja tool technologies based on chakra black rods flourished throughout the academic urban area. As for where the chakra came from, one aspect was through electricity conversion. A large amount of electricity was continuously converted into chakra, and to obtain electricity, many power plants were constructed in the Land of Fire. On the other hand, chakra conversion was also achieved through thermal energy, by burying the chakra cores beneath active volcanoes, continuously converting magma's heat into chakra. Other methods included light energy conversion, directly converting solar energy into chakra. The chakra produced this way supplied the entire academic urban area, benefiting numerous ninjas, 100,000 white zetsu, and various related facilities. Additionally, Uchiha Itachi collaborated with Orochimaru, Kabuto, Yakushi, Sasori, Tsunade, the Uchiha clan, the Hyuga clan, and other factions. They successfully developed the giant Rinnegan without even going to the moon, merely relying on the wisdom of the ninja world and the vast number of Byakugan obtained through cloning technology. The successful creation of the giant Rinnegan granted Uchiha Itachi the ability to transform the ninja world. Through the power infusion of the giant Rinnegan, Hinata Hyuga successfully activated her Byakugan. At the moment the Byakugan was generated, the caged bird curse mark naturally dissipated, marking the limit of its control over her. As a result, Hinata Hyuga became Uchiha Itachi's guardian ninja. In contrast, Karen Uzumaki, the former host of the Seven Tails, was also one of Uchiha Itachi's guardian ninjas, now possessing eternal Mangekyō Sharingan. She bore the responsibility of awakening the Rinnegan for Uchiha Itachi, and the same was true for her. The Seven Tails within her had been extracted. However, she did not die. This was due to Uchiha Itachi using the Suna village's forbidden technique, the self-resurrection, to save her at the cost of consuming a clone. The power of the giant rebirth eye surpasses that of the normal Rinnegan or even the rebirth eye. It can annihilate a city with a population of 1 million in a single strike. This is also the limit. Only in the hands of the Ten-Tails Jinchuriki can the power of the Rinnegan be maximized, capable of destroying an entire continent or creating a moon. Indeed, the moon of the ninja world did not exist since ancient times, but was created 1,000 years ago by the sage of 6 paths Otsutsuki Kagaya using the Rinnegan. The purpose was to seal away the Ten-Tails' physical form, and Otsutsuki Kagaya, the brother of the sage of 6 paths Otsutsuki Hagoromo. A stable ecosystem was established on the moon, giving rise to the Otsutsuki clan there, although they later dwindled due to internal strife. Now there is likely only one member left. The moon also has a giant rebirth eye. Once a member of the Otsutsuki clan dies, their Byakugan will be absorbed into the giant rebirth eye. Over the centuries, countless Byakugan have been placed within it. This has given rise to the supreme power of the giant rebirth eye. The Rinnegan wielded by the Ten-Tails Jinchuriki can destroy continents and create moons. This should have been a power exclusive to the bloodline limit, but the emergence of the giant rebirth eye has shattered that notion. It is equally capable of destroying continents and obliterating moons. One could say that the existence of the giant rebirth eye is at least equivalent to half a bloodline limit. Moreover, in terms of destructive power, it is not much different from a bloodline limit, only differing in the realm of existence. The Uchiha can certainly reshape the ninja world single-handedly. Currently, the ninja world appears in this manner, with only the Land of Fire remaining relatively normal. This is because 1,000 years ago the battles between Otsutsuki Kagaya and her two sons Otsutsuki Hagoromo and Otsutsuki Himura led to the destruction of entire continental plates in the ninja world. In the end, to seal Otsutsuki Kagaya, they created a moon using the Rinnegan, which is one of the reasons why the ninja world consists of only one ninja continent. Even so, the Land of Fire was the least affected. Other countries like the Land of Water are merely a series of islands, while most of the Land of Wind is desert. Much of the Land of Earth consists of rocky wasteland, and the Land of Lightning features complex and towering hills. The other four countries generally have harsh environments and scarce resources. This is also why during every Ninja World War Konoha faces assaults from the other four major ninja villages, as they all covet the territory of the Land of Fire. Now with the giant rebirth, the Uchiha can use it to transform the continent and change the climate of each nation. This fundamentally addresses the survival issues of the populace in various regions. Additionally, it can raise land to create new living spaces. Beyond the land itself, the giant rebirth eye has many uses, such as constructing underground cities, floating cities, underwater cities, and even space cities. These giant rebirth eyes can accomplish all of this. In addition to the giant rebirth eye, the Uchiha have also created the giant Sharingan. Using the same method as the giant rebirth eye, centered around the eternal Mangekyō Sharingan and filled with the three Tomo Sharingan. Thus the giant Sharingan was born. This giant Sharingan does not possess the abilities of the Rinnegan, but it can still unleash the Mangekyō techniques based on its core, the eternal Mangekyō Sharingan. With the power of the Tsukuyomi, the giant Sharingan gains unparalleled illusion capabilities, capable of creating numerous Tsukuyomi worlds. These Tsukuyomi worlds are nearly indistinguishable from the real world, and the flow of time can be adjusted freely. The most exaggerated time flow is 1 second in reality, equating to 72 hours in the Tsukuyomi space. The Uchiha's Academy City has developed to this extent within 5 years. The role of the giant Sharingan is still secondary to that of the giant rebirth eye. By constructing an Academy City in Tsukuyomi space that is more extravagant and fantastical than reality, they can cast illusions on the students. This allows them to learn within the Tsukuyomi space. The public time flow rate adjusted by the Uchiha is 1 to 10. Within the Tsukuyomi space, every student can access top-tier educational resources. With unlimited resources for cultivation, even the most ordinary students can graduate with it. Then, freshly graduated, they are already capable of becoming elites in various fields. In the Academy City, ordinary living expenses are all free. Because with the productivity of the Academy City, normal monetary transactions can no longer satisfy the economic cycle. However, to obtain higher-level enjoyment, one must contribute themselves to earn contribution, whether it is for higher-level ninja qualifications, bloodline limits, or sage mode, or seeking infinite chakra, wanting an immersive experience in Tsukuyomi space, or desiring the treatment of cloning reincarnation. These higher-level enjoyments all require contribution points. This system encourages the residents of the Academy City to progress. Currently, the Academy City is not just an educational city, a scientific city, an industrial city, or an agricultural city, but also a city of illusions. As for the other core of the giant Sharingan, the Kotoamatsukami Mangekyō, it is primarily to maintain the loyalty of the Academy City's residents to the Uchiha. Subtly, it ensures that the residents of the Academy City do not develop rebellious thoughts against the Uchiha. As more giant rebirth eyes and giant Sharingans are created, the Uchiha finally began their takeover of the entire ninja world. Even after 5 years, the gap between other ninja villages and the Academy City has not only not narrowed. In fact, it has widened further. Faced with the Uchiha's annexation, they have no choice but to accept the reshaping of their nations by the giant rebirth eye. The existence of chakra and ninjutsu has transformed every aspect of the ninja world. It has altered people's lives. In this regard, the presence of chakra has led to a leap in the development of technology and civilization within the ninja realm. In the world before the crossing, there was no chakra. The world progressed from a feudal era to modernization over hundreds of years. However, in the ninja world, only a few years have passed. Previously, most people in the ninja world were merely surviving, but now the majority are living. The widespread education and change in ideology have been subverted in the face of surreal illusions like the Tsukuyomi space amidst the explosion of productivity. The low-end labor of ordinary people has completely lost its significance. The Uchiha clan does not consider low-value labor to hold any meaning, especially if the progress of technology and education does not bring about changes in people's lives. If the only purpose is to work harder, then what is the meaning of progress? Or rather, where has the wealth created by productive advancements gone? Thus, labor is directly allocated. In the system he has crafted, labor becomes a voluntary power, a form of power. Because of the lack of labor, your life will not be comparable to that of the previous feudal lords. There will be no starvation or inability to seek medical attention due to lack of work. The corresponding labor will yield contribution points, considered a return for humanity's contributions rather than mere money. Ordinary money has lost its significance in the face of today's productivity. The economy itself has become meaningless because all productivity is in severe excess. According to normal economic principles, this will inevitably trigger an economic crisis. Therefore, basic living materials are allocated and produced based on demand controlled by big data. Even if a certain degree of scarcity arises, rapid production can compensate for it. Currently, a vast number of robots are spread across every aspect of the ninja world. These robots provide comprehensive services to human society. Moreover, these robots are not simple, they possess life and intelligence. These are modern cutting-edge robots, yet in today's ninja world they are produced in bulk. The essence of these robots is that they are puppets. Designed by Sasori, the key lies in the materials used for manufacturing. Extremely advanced technology has been employed in these robots. The core consists of chakra black rods and life materials. These life materials primarily come from Kyo's forbidden technique of reincarnation. Along with the combination of the sage art of the Dragon Cave's inorganic reincarnation, Kyo's forbidden technique can resurrect the deceased, but its core function is to imbue life into puppets. The corresponding sage art of the Dragon Cave's inorganic reincarnation also possesses the characteristic of granting life to inorganic matter. By combining the two, life materials have been successfully created. Through chakra black rods, remote chakra transmission is achieved, and with life materials as the core, living puppets are created. However, these puppets lack intelligence. But as long as they undergo training in the Tsukuyomi space, they can gain limited intelligence as life robots. The Uchiha clan cannot endow these life robots with true wisdom, because the initial intention of creating life robots was to replace people's low-end labor, thereby liberating humanity from millennia of toil. Truly endowing them with human significant survival is not the purpose of humanity, living is. Most life robots are essentially NP-level intelligences in the Tsukuyomi space. Of course, after education in the Tsukuyomi space, humans generally possess a higher level of literacy. In the operation of society, they continuously engage in morally low behaviors. After evaluation, they will be continually transferred to the fringes of human civilization to prevent situations where a single bad apple spoils the whole batch. Thus, even life robots with NP-level intelligence will generally not encounter malicious destruction or humiliation. This is not absolute, but it can be largely guaranteed. Of course, there are also combat robots with shadow-level combat power. These robots also possess life, and they possess advanced intelligence and rights used to address certain crises in the ninja world. When Uchiha Itachi reached 28, after 2 5-year plans, the ninja world has been completely transformed. It has jumped from the primitive feudal era to a near-future appearance. Due to Uchiha Itachi's pronatal policy, superlarge cities have sprung up. Additionally, the popularization of anti-gravity ninjutsu has contributed to this. This is not the latest developed high technology, but rather a variation of the Earth release technique from Iwagakure, allowing various flying vehicles to flourish. The existence of flying vehicles and sealing techniques has made modern transportation extremely convenient. However, this is merely the transportation accessible to ordinary people. For the elite, they are teleported directly. The Flying Thunder God technique has also become widespread in today's ninja world. Although today's flying vehicles are also extremely convenient, no matter how convenient they are, they cannot compare to the speed of spatial teleportation afforded by the Flying Thunder God technique. The floating city centered around the giant Rinnegan has also become a marvel of the modern ninja world. Other underground cities, underwater cities, and space cities have also become a reality. Even ordinary people, as long as their moral values are not too low, can travel to these wonders of the ninja world via reservation. Except for confidential research facilities, the vast majority of facilities in the ninja world are made partially public, allowing ordinary people to directly experience the impact of chakra technology advancements. However, in the current ninja world, even ordinary people under the influence of cursed seals possess ninja qualifications as long as they are willing. After a certain amount of training, any ordinary person can attain the qualities of a genin. After such a series of technological advancements, Uchiha Itachi finally issued the command to land on the moon. He certainly knows that there exists a lunar passage in the ninja world, and he has also located that lunar passage. However, since the moment he could mass-produce giant Rinnegan and giant Sharingan, he has ceased to care about the Otsutsuki Kinshiki on the moon. There is only one giant Rinnegan on the moon which cannot stir up much commotion. This is indeed the case as the ninja world undergoes earth-shattering changes. Even a space city has been created. Through the Flying Thunder God technique and the Cloud Village's heaven-sending technique, there are now multiple space cities in the outer space of the ninja world with various satellites visible everywhere. Not only in the ninja world, but numerous probes have also been launched to other planets in the solar system. Yet the moon has none. This itself is a signal that the ninja world is aware of the existence of civilization on the moon. Now this tacit understanding has finally been broken as the war-capable space fortress descends upon the moon, and it has detected a large ecosystem existing on the far side of the moon. This discovery has caused a slight stir in the ninja world, accompanied by technological advancements. The ninja world has discovered the abnormalities of its own planet and has confirmed through technological means that a divine war occurred 1,000 years ago, which destroyed the continent. The myths regarding the goddess of the moon and the sage of six paths are not merely myths. It has also been confirmed that the moon did not exist in the ninja world 1,000 years ago. The current moon has been created by the sage of six paths. Now, with the discovery of an ecosystem on the far side of the moon, unknown civilized cities have also been found within that ecosystem. The myths of 1,000 years ago have once again entered reality. Faced with the formidable space fortress, Otsutsuki Shurin obediently complied. For years, he had been observing the developments in the ninja world through the enormous Rinnegan on the moon. He naturally understood that he absolutely lacked the ability to resist. Indeed, there exists a giant Rinnegan on the moon, but in the ninja world, the number of giant Rinnegan publicly exposed had already approached 100. There was an absolute disparity in strength between both sides. Otsutsuki Shurin's original plan was to use the giant Rinnegan to drive the moon to destroy the ninja world. Then, based on the destruction of the ninja world, he aimed to reproduce a new race with Hinata Hyuga, the princess of the Byakugan, to replace the old races of the ninja world. However, his plan was doomed the moment the giant Rinnegan appeared in the ninja world. There exists a connection between the giant Rinnegan. When Otsutsuki Shurin realized that a giant Rinnegan had appeared in the ninja world, he lost his ability to destroy it. He then watched helplessly as the ninja world developed to an extraordinary level in just 10 years. Even though Otsutsuki Shurin was born without eyes, it did not mean he could not see. With the aid of the Rinnegan chakra from the giant Rinnegan, he could not only see but also observe the entire development of the ninja world. Now that the ninja world had landed on the moon, Otsutsuki Shurin surrendered. On the moon, there not only existed ecological rights but also unknown civilized cities. Moreover, there was a civilization descendant without eyes. This was undoubtedly a major discovery. accompanied by Otsutsuki Shuren's cooperation, as well as investigations into the ecological system and civilized cities on the moon. The truth quickly surfaced. It turned out that the moon was actually created by the Sage of Six Paths using the Rinnegan. The Sage of Six Paths had a brother named Otsutsuki Yumura. It was Otsutsuki Yumura who created the ecological system on the moon and left behind the Otsutsuki descendants to guard the outer path deity and the fallen goddess of the moon. Compared to the distorted and fragmented myths of the ninja world, the myths passed down by the Otsutsuki clan on the moon were much more authentic and complete. Based on the myths on the moon, one could easily deduce a narrative. That is, 1,000 years ago, the ninja world fell under the rule of the goddess of the moon, who was said to have descended from the heavens. Accompanying the descent of the goddess of the moon was a divine tree. When the divine tree grew, it bore a fruit, and the goddess of the moon consumed the fruit of the divine tree. Thus she gained the power to rule the world. Under the rule of the goddess of the moon, the ninja world entered an unprecedented era of prosperity, with people living in peace and happiness. However, at some point, the goddess of the moon suddenly fell into depravity, attempting to exterminate humanity in the ninja world. In the face of her tyranny, Otsutsuki Yumei and Otsutsuki Yumura stepped forward. After a fierce battle lasting 3 months with the goddess of the moon, they succeeded in creating the moon using the Rinnegan. They sealed the goddess of the moon on the moon. Otsutsuki Yumei remained in the ninja world to restore the ecology and population, and established the ninja sect. Otsutsuki Yumura stayed on the moon to guard the seal of the goddess of the moon. After Otsutsuki Yumei grew old, he left the outer path deity on the moon. This was the mission of the Otsutsuki clan on the moon. However, as time passed, a war broke out between the main family and the branch family of the Otsutsuki clan on the moon. The Otsutsuki branch family annihilated the main family using the giant Rinnegan. Yet, with the emergence of the giant Rinnegan, the Otsutsuki branch family on the moon also rapidly declined. Their birth rate decreased, and it could not be reversed. As a result, by now, only Otsutsuki Shuren remained as the last member. The seal of the goddess of the moon, guarded by the Otsutsuki clan, had not encountered any issues for millennia. However, in recent decades, the outer path deity, guarded by the Otsutsuki clan, was summoned by a ninja from the ninja world. The declining Otsutsuki clan had no means to counter this. The discoveries on the moon definitively characterized the past myths. What the ninja world thought were myths turned out to be history. No wonder the geography of the ninja world is so strange. Turned out that the ninja world had been destroyed once. It was the battle between the Sage of Six Paths and the goddess of the moon that annihilated the ninja world. Then it was the Sage of Six Paths who restored the ecology and civilization of the ninja world. This allowed the civilization of the ninja world to survive. In contrast to the Otsutsuki clan on the moon, who could not harness the giant Rinnegan, leading to the backlash of the giant Rinnegan, resulting in the demise of the Otsutsuki clan. Each giant Rinnegan in the ninja world was established with numerous restrictions from the moment of its creation, to ensure that the giant Rinnegan remained completely under control. Not only the giant Rinnegan but also the giant Sharingan were the same. For the restless giant Rinnegan on the moon, Uchiha Itachi chose to directly shatter it and then recombine it. Eliminating this unstable factor on the moon, the ninja world truly embarked on the path of colonizing the moon, starting the journey of stars and oceans. With the giant Rinnegan from the space fortress, Uchiha Itachi confirmed that the center of the moon indeed sealed the true body of Otsutsuki Kagaya. One must say the Sage of Six Paths brothers are indeed impressive. Even after 1,000 years, the seal on Otsutsuki Kagaya remains steadfast. However, this seal still seemed insufficient in Uchiha Itachi's eyes. This can be seen from how Kurozetsu was able to use techniques to allow Otsutsuki Kagaya to directly possess the Ten Tails Jinchuriki. It clearly showed that Otsutsuki Kagaya still possessed a certain level of autonomy. Given the right opportunity, the Ten Tails Jinchuriki was essentially a trap. Becoming the Ten Tails Jinchuriki could indeed achieve the bloodline limit. Yet the Sage of Six Paths actively removed the Ten Tails from his body in his later years. This was because he discovered that the Ten Tails Jinchuriki was merely a vessel for his mother Otsutsuki Kagaya to possess. After losing the 10 tails within him, the Sage of Six Paths passed away. However, he opened up the Pure Land in the form of a spirit body existing for 1,000 years in the Pure Land. Even as a spirit, the Sage of Six Paths still wielded powers on the level of bloodline limits. This can be seen from how he granted Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke yin-yang release. The fact that Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke were able to seal Otsutsuki Kagaya once again shows this point. 1,000 years ago, they needed to join forces with his brother Otsutsuki Yumura and battle Otsutsuki Kagaya for 3 months to achieve victory. Now the Sage of Six Paths merely granted Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke yin-yang release, and Otsutsuki Kagaya was sealed by the two without even lasting a night. It is evident that the Sage of Six Paths' strength in the Pure Land had not diminished over 1,000 years. Rather, it had strengthened. Otsutsuki Shurin performed well. After being collected some bodily samples and undergoing education and conceptual learning through the Tsukuyumi space, he was granted the identity of a citizen of the ninja world as the last descendant of the Otsutsuki clan. He enjoyed certain rights to the ecological system of the moon and the profits from the Otsutsuki cities. This income was sufficient to make Otsutsuki Shurin a wealthy man in the ninja world. Even the eyes he was missing were replaced with a pair of Byakugan, restoring his sight. Meanwhile, on the moon, numerous elite ninjas focused their research on the center of the moon, where Otsutsuki Kagaya was sealed. Considering the bloodline limit-level powers of Otsutsuki Kagaya, a higher intensity of sealing was needed. Only after confirming that Otsutsuki Kagaya lacked the ability to escape could they conduct research on her true body. Among the researchers, the former second Hokage Senju Tobirama was notably present. Uchiha Itachi broke his promise to Sarutobi Hiruzen. In fact, not only was Senju Tobirama resurrected, including Senju Hashirama, Uzumaki Mito, Senju Rope Kato, and the parents of Sasori Yahiko, Uchiha Itachi resurrected many people. Some of these resurrections were through Edo Tensei and the Rinnegan's reincarnation technique. This method was used because most of the deceased had been dead for too long and their genes could not be completely extracted for cloning. Another portion was revived through Edo Tensei clone bodies and then using the impure world reincarnation method. If Uchiha Itachi had only resurrected a few individuals, such as Senju Hashirama, Senju Tobirama, and Uzumaki Mito, they would naturally wish to obliterate Sarutobi Hiruzen and the Sarutobi clan. However, he did his best to resurrect the Senju clan and the Uzumaki clan. With the ninja clans as bonds, ultimately with Uchiha Itachi's permission, Sarutobi, Hiruzen, Shimura, Danzo, Mito, Gaiden, and Tsunade Koharu were held accountable. Through impure world reincarnation, Uchiha Fugaku, trapped within Sarutobi Hiruzen, finally returned to his own body. As for Sarutobi Hiruzen, who occupied Uchiha Fugaku's body as the 5th Hokage after being killed, he was resurrected again through Edo Tensei. This time he was finally the complete Sarutobi Hiruzen. In any case, the fate that awaited the four was undoubtedly tragic. The soul's rightful place was restored and Uchiha Fugaku remained the 5th Hokage. After all, the former Konoha village had transformed into Konoha City. It had lost its past status and value. As for the Four's ninja village, it was preserved by Uchiha Itachi. After all, the ninja world had entered a new era. This method of punishing the extermination of clans was not suitable in the current legal context, given the hatred from the 1,000 years of wars in the ninja world. If pursued, the ninja world would probably never know peace. Now even Uchiha Madara had been resurrected. But in the current era, whether it was the former god of ninja or the former Azura of the ninja world, they could no longer stir up any storms. In order to maximize the seal on Otsutsuki Kagaya, a group of sealing experts first studied the sealing methods of the Sage of Six Paths. It must be said that the Sage of Six Paths sealing strategy is exceptionally clever. In fact, for any sealing technique, the first consideration is energy. Sealing also requires energy consumption. Without sufficient energy to maintain it, the seal will fail over time. As for the method of drawing energy from the sealed target to reinforce the seal, this approach works well for tailed beasts, but it cannot be applied to Otsutsuki Kagaya, because at the time of sealing Kagaya, the Sage of Six Paths was not yet the Ten Tails Jinchuriki. He became the Ten Tails Jinchuriki only after he and his brother defeated their mother Otsutsuki Kagaya. Defeating Otsutsuki Kagaya is one thing, but killing her is another. In any case, the Sage of Six Paths chose to seal his mother rather than kill her. From the way the Sage of Six Paths sealed Kagaya by creating the moon, it is clear that he never considered giving his mother a chance to escape. Because the moon seal is a permanent seal. To unseal Otsutsuki Kagaya, one must possess the power to destroy the moon. The key to maintaining the seal's energy is actually the moon's gravitational force, utilizing the gravity at the moon's core and the tidal forces created when the moon orbits the Earth. By converting gravitational and tidal forces into energy, the seal on Otsutsuki Kagaya remains stable even after 1,000 years. The seal on Otsutsuki Kagaya remains incredibly firm as she lies in a stable slumber at the moon's center. If it weren't for the threat of the Otsutsuki extermination team, Uchiha would not have recklessly attempted to study Otsutsuki Kagaya. However, as the progenitor of chakra, she inherently possesses unparalleled research value. Thus, Uchiha mobilized 2 gigantic Rinnegan and 2 gigantic Sharingan to impose a planetary-level seal on both Otsutsuki Kagaya's soul and body. Then they extracted her from the moon's center and began cautious research on Otsutsuki Kagaya as the source of chakra in the ninja world. As the only known bloodline limit in the ninja world, and one that was achieved through consuming the fruit of the god tree, the research value of Otsutsuki Kagaya is immeasurable. It is sufficient to break through many current bottlenecks in ninjutsu research. First is physical techniques. Previously, physical techniques in the ninja world were a compulsory course for ninjas. However, there are not many powerful physical techniques in the ninja world. The most famous is the Hyuga Gentle Fist technique, while there are basically only 3 other powerful physical techniques. They are the 8 Gates technique represented by Might Guy, the Super Strength Fist represented by Tsunade, and the Lightning Release Body Flicker technique represented by the 4th Hokage. Among them, the 8 Gates technique has the highest upper limit. Once the 8 gates are opened, it can unleash a power that suppresses bloodline limits at the cost of death. However, this cost was broken by Uchiha using the Sharingan Forbidden Technique Izanagi, allowing the 8 gates to be opened at the cost of only a 3-demo Sharingan. But even though the 8 gates technique can unleash such power after years of research, it still hasn't been able to elevate pure physical quality to the level of bloodline limits. However, from Otsutsuki Kagaya, a method to enhance physical quality to the level of bloodline limits without the cost of death has been found. Because Otsutsuki Kagaya herself possesses physical techniques at the bloodline limit level, this technique is called the 80 God Airstrike. Through reverse research on her body, one can completely find a direct path to physical techniques at the bloodline limit level, effectively achieving the divine status of physical techniques. Otsutsuki Kagaya's hair, Otsutsuki Kagaya's bones, the Ninetamo Rinnegan on her forehead. Everything about Otsutsuki Kagaya possesses indescribable value. After confirming that Otsutsuki Kagaya was completely sealed, Uchiha immediately became the Ten Tails Jinchuriki with one of his clone bodies. The preparations to revive the Ten Tails were already complete. To limit the Ten Tails' power, Uchiha provided it with the chakra of the 9-tailed beasts. Rather than the 9-tailed beasts themselves, the 9-tailed beasts were split from the 10 tails. With the return of the 9 tails, the 10 tails would be revived. However, Uchiha was aware that the 10 tails Jinchuriki is the vessel for Otsutsuki Kagaya's revival. Therefore, even though he met the conditions to become the 10 tails Jinchuriki, he did not proceed until Otsutsuki Kagaya was extracted from the moon's center and became experimental material, at which point he became the 10 tails Jinchuriki with a clone. When the 10 tails Jinchuriki was born, Uchiha's eternal Mangekyō Sharingan directly evolved into the Rinnegan. Meanwhile, the Ninetamo Rinnegan was also opened on his forehead, giving birth to the second bloodline limit in the ninja world. As for the Sage of Six Paths, his soul state is difficult to locate using bloodline limits. Uchiha's achievement of a bloodline limit greatly facilitated research on Otsutsuki Kagaya. Like Orochimaru before, he researched the fusion of 7 chakra nature transformations, but after paying countless prices, the research still declared failure because he was undergoing a transformation from 0 to 1. Now he had 2 existing bloodline limits for reverse development. In the second year, Orochimaru completed the fusion of 7 chakra nature transformations with his clone, achieving the birth of the third bloodline limit. However, the bloodline limit achieved through pure fusion of 7 chakra nature transformations did not give birth to the Rinnegan, the reincarnation eye, or the Ninetamo Rinnegan, as well as other bloodline limit techniques. It is equivalent to being a blank bloodline limit body. Although such a bloodline limit appears blank, it is essentially pure humanity. It did not take on the appearance of the Otsutsuki clan. Bloodline limits achieved through Uchiha Senju, Uzumaki Hyuga Kagaya, and other ninja clans will undergo bloodline regression and ultimately take on the appearance of the Otsutsuki clan. This is also true for the Ten-Tails Jinchuriki achieved by Uchiha. The horns that grew on his head are the most significant mark of the Otsutsuki clan. In the following time, more bloodline limits were developed in the ninja world, including physical technique bloodline limits, bone bloodline limits, hair bloodline limits, reincarnation, eye bloodline limits, Rinnegan bloodline limits, and more. With the advancement of technology, many more bloodline limits were continuously developed. One could say that the research on Otsutsuki Kagaya successfully elevated the ninja world from a mortal era to a mythological era. Even the weakest bloodline limits possess an almost overwhelming advantage over other non-bloodline limits. Because in the face of bloodline limits, conventional 7 chakra types will become completely ineffective. Bloodline limits can immunize and absorb conventional ninjutsu. Just this point is enough to bring despair to traditional ninjas. To pose a threat to bloodline limits, one basically has to rely on these 4 type sage techniques: sealing techniques, physical techniques, and ocular techniques. The Sage of 6 Paths brothers were able to defeat their mother Otsutsuki Kagaya in part because they were extraordinary geniuses possessing astonishing combat abilities that allowed them to fight at higher levels. But another factor is that Otsutsuki Kagaya lacked combat experience. Although she possessed the power of a bloodline limit, she had very little combat experience, leading to her being clumsy in battle, ultimately being killed by her 2 sons and sealed on the moon for 1,000 years. The large number of bloodline limits births, along with that, also elevated chakra technology to a higher level. The traditional 7 chakra attributes had already been researched to their limits. Various bloodline limits were continuously created. However, for those who mastered the fusion of 7 chakra nature transformations, the fusion of just 3 chakra nature transformations is child's play. What truly deserves the investment of bloodline limits is the development of various rule-type divine techniques. This is a field that only bloodline limits can venture into. Divine techniques. This concept belongs to the Otsutsuki clan. After accessing Kagaya Otsutsuki's memories, the people of the ninja world began to understand that the universe indeed harbors a civilization like that of the Otsutsuki. In comparison to the Otsutsuki civilization, the ninja world appears as immature as an infant. This is because the development history of the Otsutsuki civilization spans over 1,000,000 years. The territory of the Otsutsuki civilization spreads across vast star fields. At the moment, the ninja world had just stepped out of its home planet under the guidance of the Uchiha. The number of planets under the Otsutsuki civilization is countless. In fact, the Otsutsuki civilization has even developed an industrial chain for herding planets and harvesting them. In simple terms, it involves leaving the seeds of life on countless planets. Once the planets develop, divine trees are planted to harvest their fruits. Ordinary life planets can barely produce a single divine tree fruit before becoming depleted. For natural recovery, it would take at least several 100,000 years. The ninja world is unique. After producing a divine tree fruit, it does not lead to ecological collapse. However, following the battle between the Sage of 6 Paths and Kagaya Otsutsuki, the ninja world still faced the outcome of ecological collapse. The current ninja world is absolutely unable to support the production of another divine tree fruit, using the galaxy as its pasture. This is the method of the Otsutsuki civilization. Kagaya Otsutsuki devouring the divine tree fruit is forbidden in the Otsutsuki civilization because under normal circumstances, if a divine tree fruit is refined by an Otsutsuki elder, at most 7 reincarnation pills can be produced, which can give rise to 7 bloodline reincarnations. If consumed directly, it can only produce 1 bloodline reincarnation. This is undoubtedly a significant waste of the divine tree fruit. With the technology of the Otsutsuki civilization, they are capable of mass-producing bloodline reincarnations. The technology of the Otsutsuki civilization cannot be weaker than that of the ninja world. However, due to management reasons, the Otsutsuki civilization has blocked other routes to achieve bloodline reincarnations, allowing them only through divine tree fruits or reincarnation pills. Illegally achieving bloodline reincarnations is a grave sin in the Otsutsuki clan, second only to privately consuming divine tree fruits. After being captured, they will be refined into reincarnation pills for distribution. Once the Otsutsuki expedition team arrives, Kaguya Otsutsuki will also face the same fate, being captured and taken back to the Otsutsuki civilization. She would be refined into reincarnation pills. Correspondingly, the fate of the bloodline reincarnations in the ninja world is similar. However, perhaps due to the secluded nature of the ninja world encountered by Kaguya Otsutsuki. Kaguya Otsutsuki initially believed that the Otsutsuki expedition team would arrive soon. Therefore, 1,000 years ago, she attempted to convert the native inhabitants of the ninja world into white Zetsu, forming her own war legion. Yet she only managed to convert 100,000 before it led to a rift between mother and sons. The Sage of Six Paths thus battled against their mother, with millions of humans dying in the ensuing chaos. The ninja world was nearly destroyed. It is a great irony. Now 1,000 years have passed and the Otsutsuki expedition team is finally about to arrive. Regarding this, Uchiha Itachi finally stopped hiding and revealed the news that the Otsutsuki expedition team would arrive in a few years. From Kaguya Otsutsuki's memories, the strength of the Otsutsuki civilization was learned. In an instant, the news that the Otsutsuki expedition team would arrive in a few years became apparent. This fact poured a bucket of cold water over the heads of the high-ranking officials of the ninja world, especially since they had only recently been celebrating their breakthrough in bloodline reincarnation. Now they must face the Otsutsuki expedition team. Although they are also bloodline reincarnations, they have a clear understanding of the strengths of both sides. The gap in civilization between the two sides is simply too vast. So great that they dare not entertain any notions of luck. The more learned a person is, the more they can recognize their ignorance. Those who are aware of this truth are the most elite among the ninja world. Therefore, they hold no optimism. Of course, they are not entirely pessimistic. The current generation of high-ranking officials in the ninja world has generally experienced blood and fire. No matter how strong the enemy may be, they still have the courage to take action. Moreover, given the usual conduct of the Otsutsuki civilization, once the ninja world is detected, there is no possibility of peaceful coexistence. To counter the impending Otsutsuki expedition team, the bloodline reincarnations of the ninja world must develop divine techniques. Divine techniques are concepts belonging to the Otsutsuki clan. It is equivalent to the ultimate move of the bloodline reincarnations. The power of divine techniques generally surpasses that of any other type of ninjutsu, including physical techniques and ninjutsu at the level of bloodline reincarnations. In confrontations between bloodline reincarnations, only techniques of the same bloodline can inflict sufficient damage. However, such damage is difficult to deliver a fatal blow to bloodline reincarnations. Each bloodline reincarnation masters the ultimate yin-yang release with extraordinary resilience and recovery capabilities. Defeating a bloodline reincarnation is easy. However, killing a bloodline reincarnation is far more difficult than sealing them. Many bloodline reincarnations also possess numerous means of resurrection. Completely killing a bloodline reincarnation is extremely challenging. To swiftly defeat or even kill a bloodline reincarnation, the best method is divine techniques. In the Otsutsuki civilization, there is a saying, only divine techniques can counter divine techniques. Kaguya Otsutsuki as a bloodline reincarnation. In the Otsutsuki civilization, she can only be considered a subpar example. This is because she theoretically masters two divine techniques, namely Infinite Tsukuyomi and Heavenly Gaze. Infinite Tsukuyomi can trap an entire world in eternal illusion. Heavenly Gaze possesses 6 separate spaces. This seems like an extremely powerful technique. However, it is quite useless, even considered trash. This is because both of Kagaya Otsutsuki's divine techniques target objectives beneath the bloodline reincarnation level. They have virtually no effect on bloodline reincarnations. Infinite Tsukuyomi is ineffective against bloodline reincarnations. Such separate spaces of heavenly gaze can even freely transfer the powers of the Mangekyō Sharingan. It can only be described as the most useless of wastes. Correspondingly, the power of other divine techniques is evidently formidable. Time Freeze can freeze time for 10,000 years. High Emperor Lingzuan can absorb and rebound techniques, significantly amplifying their power. Wave God can solidify chakra of any nature to create immensely powerful weapons and beings. Time Reversal allows one to return to a few seconds before. Even among the bloodline reincarnations of the Otsutsuki civilization, few possess divine techniques. Coincidentally, the Otsutsuki expedition team members each master divine techniques. And there is a shortcut to mastering divine techniques. That is through eye techniques. Even in the Otsutsuki civilization, eye techniques developed to their peak can also be titled as divine techniques. In the Otsutsuki civilization, only those bloodline reincarnations who have mastered divine techniques are considered true bloodline reincarnations. Only by becoming a bloodline reincarnation can one be regarded as a core member of the Otsutsuki civilization, possessing privileges unattainable by other Otsutsuki members. Even without discussing the world-destroying power of bloodline reincarnations, their innate immortality is sufficient to make all Otsutsuki members, including Kagaya Otsutsuki, take any risks necessary. The reason Kagaya Otsutsuki devoured the divine tree fruit is that she judged that even if she brought back the divine tree fruit herself, she might not receive even a single reincarnation pill. If that is the case, it would be better for her to consume the divine tree fruit and gain the power of a bloodline reincarnation. Even if she is captured back to the Otsutsuki civilization, dying would not be a loss. However, she did not expect that she ultimately feared death. Her actions in creating the White Zetsu army led to her being sealed by her two sons for 1,000 years. The Otsutsuki expedition team that struck fear into her heart arrived a full 1,000 years late. Now she has become a subject of research in the ninja world. Correspondingly, the threat of the Otsutsuki expedition team will also be faced by the ninja world. The ninja world continues to develop rapidly, especially in outer space. The resources of the ninja world have already been limited for exploitation, necessitating the acquisition of more resources for further development. Thus, seeking resources from outer space is essential. Moreover, unlike the modern solar system, the outer space of the ninja world contains asteroid belts. These asteroid belts were created from the battle between the Six-Path Sage's brothers and Kagaya Otsutsuki, possibly remnants from when the Six-Path Sage created the moon. Regardless, by clearing outer space and capturing asteroids, vast resources can be obtained while the ninja world develops rapidly. However, the higher-ups of the ninja world are already preparing for the arrival of the Otsutsuki Expeditionary Force. In fact, defeating the Otsutsuki Expeditionary Force itself is not particularly difficult. Whether by intent or chance, with the current power of the ninja world, annihilating two Otsutsuki clans is certainly achievable. However, the challenge is not in defeating the Otsutsuki Expeditionary Force. The challenge lies in ensuring that information about the ninja world does not get transmitted. It should be noted that the Otsutsuki Expeditionary Force has arrived a millennium late. It is not that the Otsutsuki Expeditionary Force has been traveling through the universe for a millennium, but rather due to certain reasons Kagaya Otsutsuki has been overlooked. One must remember that Kagaya Otsutsuki had already taken precautions against the expeditionary force 1,000 years ago. This implies that as long as the Otsutsuki civilization takes notice, in a relatively short time they could dispatch the clan members to distant star systems for combat. This is evidenced by the absence of any detected traces of the Otsutsuki expeditionary force by the large astronomical exploration devices established in the ninja world. The Otsutsuki Expeditionary Force did not arrive in the ninja world through interstellar travel methods. Instead, they were directly transported to the star system where the ninja world is located. Such methods are entirely beyond the imagination of the ninja world, and the Otsutsuki civilization monitors every clan member. If Kagaya Otsutsuki secretly consumes the fruit of the divine tree, it will immediately generate a record within the Otsutsuki civilization, and correspondingly they will know what happens to the Otsutsuki Expeditionary Force. At that time, the ninja world will not face just 2 Otsutsuki clan members, but a clan army led by Otsutsuki elders. During the time the Otsutsuki civilization has traversed the universe, there has never been another civilization that could rival the Otsutsuki civilization. After all, when facing other civilizations, they initiate with clan members, giving no chance for other civilizations to grow through battle. They will cleanse other civilizations with absolute superiority, ensuring that no threat can form against the Otsutsuki civilization. Facing such an Otsutsuki civilization at the moment of becoming an opponent, it is indeed quite despairing. After all, compared to the Otsutsuki expeditionary force, it is the Otsutsuki civilization behind them that is truly terrifying. However, the Uchiha clan does have a solution. That is their soul exchange ability. As long as they can exchange their soul with that of the Otsutsuki expeditionary force, at that time they could relay false information about the ninja world in the guise of the Otsutsuki expeditionary force, thus safeguarding the ninja world. However, regarding this trump card of theirs, Uchiha did not disclose it. While most people in the ninja world are unaware, the entire high command of the ninja world is already preparing for battle. They approach the imminent arrival of the Otsutsuki expeditionary force with the highest level of seriousness. Numerous plans have been rigorously debated and simulated. But regardless of the simulations, the ninja world has discovered a cruel fact: defeating the Otsutsuki expeditionary force is easy. However, preventing the ninja world from falling into the sight of the Otsutsuki civilization is exceedingly difficult. Nonetheless, the ninja world has also found a not-so-ideal solution. That is to hide all current civilizations of the ninja world underground, disguising the ninja world as a lifeless planet. Additionally, after modifying Kaguya Otsutsuki's memories, they plan to hand her over. This way, once the Otsutsuki expeditionary force obtains Kaguya Otsutsuki, if the opposing force is sufficiently careless, they will be unable to discover the hidden civilization of the ninja world underground, returning directly to the Otsutsuki civilization. It can be said that Kaguya Otsutsuki must be handed over. She has already been recorded in the Otsutsuki civilization, and the Otsutsuki expeditionary force has come because of her. If the action fails, a more powerful expeditionary force will surely be dispatched to capture Kaguya Otsutsuki. The difference lies in how Kaguya Otsutsuki returns to the Otsutsuki civilization. Engaging in battle with the Otsutsuki expeditionary force is deemed the worst option. Thus, the development of the ninja world has reached a turning point. Under the might of numerous clan members and the power of the gigantic Rinnegan, the entire ecosystem of the ninja world has undergone a tremendous shift. Not only human civilization, but the entire ecosystem has been transferred underground. In a short time, from land to sea, even the atmospheric density has been completely altered. All satellites and space cities in outer space have also been reclaimed. Deep within the ninja world's underground, countless seals have been disguised, ensuring that even with the power of the Rinnegan, when observing the ninja world, they will not see the ecosystem located underground, but rather a completely desolate underground structure. The only ecosystem in the ninja world that retains vitality is the moon's ecosystem. The original moon's ecosystem has been transformed into a celestial palace that meets Kaguya Otsutsuki's aesthetic. For Kaguya Otsutsuki, who has been thoroughly studied, she no longer possesses much value. According to the ninja world's plan, if the Otsutsuki expeditionary force can quietly take Kaguya Otsutsuki away, then naturally it would be a win-win situation. If the situation develops and leads the Otsutsuki expeditionary force to discover the underground ecosystem and the ninja world civilization, then even if discovered by the Otsutsuki civilization, they absolutely cannot remain idle. After eliminating the Otsutsuki expeditionary force, they would directly disperse and escape the ninja world using alternative space. Each clan member can construct a separate space, then use this alternate space to take a certain population of the ninja world to escape. Thus, even if the Otsutsuki civilization descends, capturing the scattered ninja world civilization would still pose a significant challenge. As long as one clan member successfully escapes, they can take root in other star systems and rebuild the ninja world civilization. At the level of clan members, traveling across the stars and transferring between star systems is entirely feasible. This is also the last resort of the ninja world. Unless absolutely necessary, no one wishes to leave their homeland, let alone abandon their home planet. 3 years after the ninja world fell silent, the Otsutsuki Expeditionary Force, foretold by Uchiha, appeared directly in the star system amidst spatial fluctuations. The Otsutsuki Expeditionary Force that descended upon the ninja world indeed comprises 3 individuals. Unlike in Boruto, where the Otsutsuki Expeditionary Force became a joke, in terms of expressiveness they are even far inferior to the weaker Kagaya Otsutsuki. In reality, the 3 members of the Otsutsuki Expeditionary Force, merely by their chakra fluctuations upon arrival, distorted the space. With their combined strength, any one of them possesses the capability to destroy a planet. This is also a fundamental quality of clan members who have entered the realm of gods. Even the weakest clan member finds it unchallenging to destroy a planet. The Otsutsuki Expeditionary Force does not hide themselves at all. They have absolute confidence in their own strength. Meanwhile, regarding memory modification, Kagaya Otsutsuki, who is indulging in opulence within the Moon Palace, naturally senses this energy fluctuation. Her expression changes immediately. She attempts to flee from the moon, which is a common action shared by most illegal clan members of the Otsutsuki civilization when confronted by the expeditionary force. Otsutsuki Kinshir directly crossed space to appear before Otsutsuki Kagaya. With just one strike, he cleaved Otsutsuki Kagaya in half. Everything was so effortless. It was so easy that even Otsutsuki Kinshir couldn't believe it. One must know that Otsutsuki Kagaya had consumed the fruit of the divine tree. The Otsutsuki civilization had allowed her to exist for 1,000 years. They had thought that after a millennium Otsutsuki Kagaya would have grown to an exceptionally formidable level. Yet they did not expect Otsutsuki Kagaya to be so weak. Weak to the point of being a disgrace to the bloodline limit. The body of Otsutsuki Kagaya, which had been cut in half, quickly reconnected. What reconnected her body was the Ten Tails. Currently, Otsutsuki Kagaya was also the host of the Ten Tails. To ensure that the Otsutsuki expedition team could quickly capture Otsutsuki Kagaya and return to the Otsutsuki civilization, Uchiha's plan also released the Ten Tails. This time the Ten Tails had truly absorbed the chakra of the nine-tailed beasts, not merely a hollow version that had only absorbed their chakra. Absolute quality and quantity. No one would see any distinction. The memories of Otsutsuki Kagaya and the nine-tailed beasts had been altered. It was guaranteed that the Otsutsuki civilization would not easily notice anything amiss. Otsutsuki Kagaya's weakness was unexpectedly surprising. This caused Otsutsuki Kinshi, who had acted to be momentarily stunned. It was this moment of shock that allowed Otsutsuki Kagaya to find an opportunity to enter her own dimensional space, the Heaven's Palace. However, her dimensional space was far too weak. After confirming that Otsutsuki Kagaya had 6 dimensional spaces, Otsutsuki Taosher and Otsutsuki Pushi exchanged glances filled with surprise. Following that, the two used their dimensional spaces to suppress and absorb Otsutsuki Kagaya's dimensional space. Each of them had 3 dimensional spaces. Among them, the core dimensional space of Otsutsuki Kagaya, the origin sphere, fell into the hands of Otsutsuki Taosher. The 3 members of the expedition team, Otsutsuki Taosher was stronger and held a higher position. Naturally, when benefits were involved, he could receive more. Otsutsuki Kagaya watched helplessly as her dimensional space was suppressed and devoured, becoming the nourishment for Otsutsuki Taosher and Otsutsuki Pushi's dimensional spaces. She was forced out of her own dimensional space. As soon as she appeared, she was directly frozen in time. Faced with this move, Otsutsuki Kagaya had no power to resist. Her figure was completely frozen. The expression of terror was so vivid. This capture operation was surprisingly smooth. Otsutsuki Kagaya's weakness was simply unbelievable. However, after reading Otsutsuki Kagaya's memories, they discovered the reason. After consuming the fruit of the divine tree, Otsutsuki Kagaya had no intention of enhancing her strength. She was well aware that no matter how she improved, she would never be a match for the Otsutsuki expedition team. Thus she indulged in pleasure. She established a moon palace on the moon and reveled for 1,000 years. The memories of Otsutsuki Kagaya's 1,000 years of indulgence were both false and real. To ensure authenticity, Uchiha had Otsutsuki Kagaya genuinely indulge for 1,000 years within the Tsuki no Mi space. The maximum time ratio of the Tsuki no Mi space was 1 second to 72 hours. Under such an exaggerated time flow, the 1,000 years of indulgence experienced by Otsutsuki Kagaya in the Tsuki no Mi space was as real as reality itself. One must say the Otsutsuki expedition team admired Otsutsuki Kagaya's hedonistic mindset. After all, within the order of the Otsutsuki civilization, there was virtually no chance for illegal bloodline limits to escape. Many Otsutsuki members pursued becoming bloodline limits for greater power and longer lifespans. However, after succeeding, they ended up dying at an even faster rate. Even within the Otsutsuki civilization, in order to legally obtain more limit pills, many factions deliberately leaked and allowed the birth of illegal bloodline limits. The fruit of the divine tree was relatively rare even within the Otsutsuki civilization. Yet using illegal bloodline limits to refine limit pills was a tacit rule among many high-ranking members of the Otsutsuki civilization. After realizing the truth, those illegal bloodline limits often lived in fear. In extreme despair, they awaited the arrival of the expedition team like Otsutsuki Kagaya, who chose to simply lie down, indulging comfortably for 1,000 years. Even among the 3 members of the expedition team, this was extremely rare and even enviable. After all, although the 3 were stronger and held higher positions as members of the Otsutsuki expedition team, they had many privileges. However, they had both power and responsibility. They spent years chasing down and capturing illegal bloodline limits. It was impossible for them to indulge for 1,000 years like Otsutsuki Kagaya. In short, with complex emotions, the Otsutsuki expedition team successfully contained Otsutsuki Kagaya. The situation that concerned the ninja world did not occur. After successfully capturing the target, Otsutsuki expedition team simply swept through the entire solar system with their immensely powerful Byakugan techniques. After confirming that there were no other life planets in the solar system, the Otsutsuki expedition team performed a space technique and vanished from the solar system. Before leaving, Otsutsuki Taosher also planted a seedling of the divine tree in the ninja world. This seedling's main function was to restore the planet's ecology. Even after maturing, it would not bear the fruit of the divine tree. 1,000 years passed. The Otsutsuki civilization strengthened its restoration efforts for life planets, no longer primarily focused on harvesting as they had in the past. After all, the predecessors cut down the trees, and the successors were left exposed to the sun. Now the scarcity of divine tree fruits within the Otsutsuki civilization had risen several. Correspondingly, to obtain more limit pills and gain more bloodline limit quotas, more and more illegal bloodline limits were deliberately allowed, cultivated and harvested within the Otsutsuki civilization. Not all illegal bloodline limits were simply lambs for slaughter. Coupled with the internal power struggles of the Otsutsuki civilization, many factions chose to support illegal bloodline limits in causing trouble to redistribute power. This kept the Otsutsuki civilization in turmoil for the past millennium. This was also the reason why Otsutsuki Kagaya was overlooked. Compared to the internal turmoil, the handling of Otsutsuki Kagaya was continuously delayed, ultimately postponed for 1,000 years. This was to prevent the emergence of more illegal bloodline limits, to avoid causing larger-scale turmoil. Thus, the Otsutsuki civilization relaxed its restrictions on the divine tree. The divine tree could annihilate life planets, could also restore life planets. Now the Otsutsuki civilization was undergoing a new round of land reclamation. They planted seedlings of the divine tree on planets suitable for life development. This was to promote the birth and development of life, to prepare for future harvesting of divine tree fruits. Moreover, once a seedling of the divine tree was planted, it meant that the corresponding star system had an owner. No other Otsutsuki bloodline limits would interfere, transforming a lifeless habitable planet into a life planet capable of supporting the fruit of the divine tree. Takes thousands to tens of thousands of years. For ordinary civilizations, this time is extraordinarily long. But for bloodline limits who are nearly immortal, such time is still relatively acceptable. However, the details of this matter were naturally unknown to the ninja world. Regarding the current situation, the ninja world had mixed feelings. The good news was that the Otsutsuki expedition team had not discovered the ecosystem hidden deep underground in the ninja world. The concern was that Otsutsuki Taosher had planted a seedling of the divine tree in the ninja world. The existence of the divine tree seedling limited the development of the ninja world. To break the current deadlock is not an easy task. The divine tree sapling not only grows rapidly, but also spreads outwards at an astonishing pace. Moreover, it possesses a strong sense of perception. The divine tree is not merely a plant. It can also embody animals and fungi. The divine tree is the Ten-Tails and the Ten-Tails is the divine tree. The two can transform into one another, and the White Zetsu is also created from the divine tree. White Zetsu is a collective entity of animals, plants, and fungi. Once the divine tree matures, it can swiftly monitor the entire planet. This is also why Otsutsuki Kagaya did not carefully inspect the shinobi world, because there was no need, as any hidden civilizations would be suppressed by the divine tree. As for attempting to act against the divine tree being discovered by, it would be tantamount to being found by Otsutsuki Kagaya. At worst, she would have to make another trip. Otsutsuki Kagaya has absolute confidence in the technology of the divine tree, and does not believe that a marginal planet like the shinobi world could possess a solution. Even Otsutsuki Kagaya herself could not do it, and naturally the shinobi world has realized this. Time is running short for the shinobi world. They must either resolve the divine tree issue or escape the shinobi world before it can monitor everything. With the current technological prowess of the shinobi world, escaping is not a problem. The question is what to do after leaving the shinobi world. Should they remain in the current solar system to develop discreetly, or should they migrate to other stellar systems? These are all pressing questions. Of course, if they could resolve the divine tree sapling issue, that would be ideal, but the shinobi world lacks complete confidence in this matter. Uchiha Izumi does have a solution stemming from his soul exchange ability. Previously, he used this ability as a trump card against the Otsutsuki expedition team. Fortunately, this trump card was not utilized, since using it once incurs a decade-long cooldown, making it too risky to employ lightly. With a million years of technological accumulation from the Otsutsuki civilization, he cannot guarantee that after exchanging souls, the Otsutsuki expedition team wouldn't have means to detect and counterbalance the soul. After all, the Otsutsuki civilization possesses exceedingly sophisticated resurrection methods known as contracts. During the resurrection process, they can achieve complete transformation from body to soul, turning the target entirely into the Otsutsuki they were in life, inheriting all their strength, abilities, and genes. Such techniques are currently beyond the capabilities of the shinobi world. The resurrection methods previously available in the shinobi world, though seemingly comprehensive, are limited to non-bloodline individuals. If a bloodline individual is resurrected, they will lose their bloodline abilities. To regain them, they must cultivate again. The resurrection of the Otsutsuki clan, however, can retain the bloodline powers entirely, revealing a stark technological gap between the two. Since he did not utilize the soul exchange against the Otsutsuki expedition team before, he now has more options available. After years of research into soul exchange, Uchiha Izumi has developed another extraordinary ability, one so remarkable that he himself found it hard to believe. This ability enables him to exchange souls across dimensions, although it is still in the verification stage. However, when Uchiha Izumi attempted to display names and appearances from other dimensions in the soul exchange frame, something outrageous occurred. The frame actually recorded the information successfully. This success indicates that his soul exchange power can be used across dimensions, meaning Uchiha Izumi is not confined to the Naruto universe. He can venture into other universes for development. However, since crossing into the Naruto world, this soul exchange ability has only been used once. He exchanged the souls of Hiruzen Sarutobi and Uchiha Fugaku, avoiding the tragedy of the Uchiha clan massacre, and buying himself time for growth. He has not experimented with the soul exchange ability on himself. Most often he exchanges souls between shadow clones and regular clones. Uchiha Izumi did not hastily activate the soul exchange function. If he merely wanted to escape the shinobi world, that would not be an issue. However, the shinobi world belongs to him now, and he naturally cannot easily abandon his foundation. The current available uses for the soul exchange are limited to one. Yet such uses can accumulate. Having been in the shinobi world for 25 years means that in another 5 years, he can gain the ability to exchange souls twice. This would maximize his safety after the soul exchange. In the next 5 years for conservative reasons. Uchiha Izumi has also initiated a major migration in the shinobi world, relocating the underground ecosystem to Mars using his interdimensional abilities. This migration was exceptionally smooth. One significant reason for this is that Orochimaru has broken through the copying technique of the Mangekyō Sharingan. Normally activating the Mangekyō Sharingan even with Uchiha Izumi's ability to mass activate it through collecting public emotions is limited. After all, the extreme emotions of one person are finite while the emotions of billions of people are infinite. Even so, the Mangekyō Sharingan activated under the same emotional conditions still exhibits certain differences in their ocular techniques, yet Orochimaru managed to mass-produce the same Mangekyō Sharingan. Even the ocular techniques are identical. With this technology, interdimensional Mangekyō were produced in bulk, resulting in a large number of interdimensional spaces. Migrating the entire shinobi world ecosystem is therefore not an issue considering the ecosystem itself is relatively small, consisting of only a single continental plate. As for the oceanic ecosystem, there was little concern. After extensive collection destruction was carried out, in 5 years, the shinobi world ecosystem and civilization were completely relocated to the depths of Mars. As for developing ecosystems and civilizations directly on the surface, that is a last resort for the weak shinobi civilization. For the shinobi civilization, it has experienced a tumultuous 20 years from the incredible 15 years of development to the recent 5 years of hiding. Although the quality of life did not decline, the constant threat of civilization's destruction led many citizens to abandon entertainment. Instead, they turned to scientific research. In the struggle for civilization levels, technology represents everything. However, with the limited resources of the current shinobi world, surpassing the Otsutsuki civilization, which has countless stellar systems and 1,000,000 years of foundation in technology, remains an unattainable dream. With the 5-year period now over, Uchiha Izumi began preparations for soul exchange. The world he intends to exchange with is the Boruto timeline. The Boruto timeline contains abundant Otsutsuki resources including Otsutsuki Kagaya, Otsutsuki Ishiki, Otsutsuki Mamashiki, Otsutsuki Kinshiki, and Otsutsuki Urashiki. Additionally, the remains of the Otsutsuki god Otsutsuki Shinjutsu are also present in the shinobi world. These conditions are not currently available in the shinobi world. After accessing Otsutsuki Kagaya's memories, Uchiha Izumi discovered that there is no Otsutsuki Ishiki in his shinobi world. Otsutsuki Kagaya is an individual who descended into the shinobi world. As long as he can successfully capture Otsutsuki Mamashiki in the Boruto world, he can obtain the secret technique to control the divine tree, thereby completely eliminating the threat of the divine tree in the shinobi world. This would provide the shinobi world with at least several thousand years of stable development time. Uchiha can prepare himself for the soul exchange. There was no need for him to worry about the matters of the ninja world, as his original soul had already been exchanged. However, all his numerous clones still wielded absolute power and authority. None of the clones could resist his soul exchange, thus being firmly grasped by him. Yet when facing others, his many clones were indistinguishable from his true self. The current issue was which soul he would exchange from the Boruto series. To prevent any mishaps, it was best for him to choose a target for the soul exchange that existed in the Boruto world, but not in his own ninja world. Therefore, individuals like Otsutsuki Shoten were not within his considerations. If he were to exchange souls with Otsutsuki Shoten from his ninja world, it would be a significant loss. It was an once-in-a-decade opportunity that could not be wasted lightly. Consequently, figures like Uchiha Sasuke and Uzumaki Naruto were also not options. As for other members like Uzumaki Boruto, Uchiha Sarada, and Mitsuki from the new Team 7, Uzumaki Boruto possessed the Byakugan, which could be elevated to the Rinnegan. The difficulty of this was far greater than elevating the Sharingan to the Rinnegan. Even with Uchiha Ken's current capabilities, obtaining the Rinnegan still relied on infusing ocular power into a giant Rinnegan. This was the easiest method. Another method involved continuously merging the Byakugan through the combination of Sharingan, which could also unlock the Rinnegan. However, such efficiency was too low. The Byakugan consumed would be enough to form a giant Rinnegan, which was utterly counterproductive if it was just the Byakugan. In Uchiha Kan's eyes, the priority of Uzumaki Boruto was not high. After all, there was too little time left for him to grow. He needed to elevate his strength within a few months to a level capable of defeating the Otsutsuki expedition team. Even though Uzumaki Boruto was the protagonist, his potential in this regard was still relatively limited. It was not the most ideal starting point. Mitsuki, as a modified individual of Orochimaru, possessed significant potential. However, to avoid any potential mishaps, he would not choose him among the many options in the Boruto series. Uchiha Sarada and another inconspicuous member, Kinshiki, met Uchiha Kan's criteria. Uchiha Sarada possessed the Sharingan. Moreover, she had an exceptionally high aptitude for unlocking the Mangekyō Sharingan, which could provide him with an extremely favorable start. Kinshiki, being the daughter of the Roots Remnants, had the latest research achievements. She possessed a summoning beast named Nu, created from Hashirama's cells. This summoning beast Nu had boundless potential, not only possessing immense combat capabilities. It also had characteristics similar to tailed beasts, which could give him an excellent starting point. It was not that Uchiha Kan did not want other male options. However, the many second-generation potentials in the Boruto series were limited and could not provide Uchiha Kan with a favorable start. After careful consideration, Uchiha Kan ultimately chose Uchiha Sarada as his exchange target. With his target successfully chosen, he then set himself as the person to be exchanged on the other. As for the imbalance in power, this could be easily resolved. It was not too difficult to go from weak to strong, but becoming weak from strong was rather simple. Soon Uchiha Kan's power dropped to the level of a genin, achieving balance with Uchiha Sarada's strength. However, just as Uchiha Kan confirmed the soul exchange, he discovered a new condition. The soul exchange's golden finger indeed allowed for interdimensional soul transfers, but because it was cross-dimensional, it was no longer unconditional. Instead, it required a price. As for the price, it was the cultivation of a bloodline limit. Such a price was not insignificant. However, for Uchiha Kan it was still acceptable. He replaced a clone with a bloodline limit and then activated the soul exchange ability. It must be said that his golden finger was quite domineering. Almost in a daze, Uchiha Kan appeared in another dimension's Konoha from underground on Mars. He found himself inside Uchiha Sarada's body. He adapted quite well to the change in identity. For this day, he had undergone related training in advance. Merely changing gender was not an issue for most ninjas. In the old era, it was common for ninjas to utilize transformation techniques for intelligence purposes. As for the new era, as long as one had contribution points, changing gender was also a breeze. In short, Uchiha Kan had now become Uchiha Sarada. Moreover, he fully adapted to the current body. The chakra flowed smoothly without any issues. Feeling this brand new body, he experienced the disparity in talent. Previously, as an Uchiha, his talent was indeed quite low, and did not meet the conditions to unlock the Mangekyō Sharingan. If not for his improved physique, he would never have been able to awaken the Mangekyō. Correspondingly, Uchiha Sarada, even with only half of the Uchiha bloodline, was significantly stronger in terms of talent than he was at the beginning. Uchiha Kan adapted to his new body as the daughter of Uchiha Sasuke and Haruno Sakura. Uchiha Sarada had a very high starting point. However, currently, she primarily mastered more skills from her mother, Haruno Sakura. As for Uchiha Sasuke, Uchiha Sarada had never met her father, which led her to begin questioning her origins. Uchiha Kan continuously stimulated the potential of this body. In a very short time, he successfully unlocked the three-tomo Sharingan. Moreover, he also mastered the nature transformations of lightning and fire chakra. Due to the soul exchange, Uchiha Kan, despite having lost power, still retained the knowledge he possessed and the realm of his bloodline limit. With Uchiha Sarada's body, he was temporarily limited by insufficient chakra. He could briefly exert Kwasashidao-level power. However, it would also be easy to compensate for the chakra deficiency. Uchiha Kan directly attacked Kinshiki, the class leader, and then transferred the summoning beast Nu onto himself. Uchiha can absorb the Hashirama cells from the summoning beast Nu, thereby achieving a symbiotic relationship with it. The summoning beast Nu could invoke the negative emotions within a person's heart. It could then absorb chakra filled with negative energy to enhance its strength. The same summoning beast could represent entirely different concepts in different hands. In Kinshiki's hands, she needed to absorb negative energy chakra from ninjas to supply the growth of the summoning beast Nu. But in Uchiha-kan's hands, the summoning beast Nu could absorb human negative emotions directly like a tailed beast to convert energy. The current Konoha had experienced the destruction by pain and the Fourth Great Ninja War. Yet Konoha remained undeniably the #1 ninja village. This was primarily due to the emergence of two ninja gods, the 7th Hokage Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke. The two had sealed Kagaya Otsutsuki together during the Fourth Great Ninja War, creating a significant gap in strength compared to other ninja villages. Whenever they wished, either of them could suppress the 4 major ninja villages and unify the ninja world. However, neither of them had such intentions. Uzumaki Naruto held his own ideals of peace. Uchiha Sasuke also respected Naruto's choice. Yet, even in such a prosperous Konoha, every person here had to hustle for work and life. The negative emotions emitted by a city with a population of millions were exceedingly vast. However, Uchiha-kan could not absorb them recklessly, because the 9 tails within Uzumaki Naruto also sensed malice and could similarly gain energy by converting negative emotions. This was an ability possessed by all tailed beasts. Otherwise, the continuous chakra of the tailed beasts could not possibly come from nowhere. If tailed beasts were outside, they could also recover by absorbing and converting natural chakra. But as Jinchuriki, the tailed beasts within the ninjas could not do this. High concentrations of natural chakra would lead to the Jinchuriki's death. Fortunately, every ninja village had unimaginable darkness that allowed tailed beasts to restore energy by absorbing and converting negative emotions. The negative emotions in Konoha could not be completely absorbed by the 9 tails. Uchiha-kan, without attracting the 9 tails' attention, manipulated the summoning beast Nu to absorb negative emotions and convert them into energy, continuously growing stronger. Meanwhile, under the stimulation of negative emotions, Uchiha-kan successfully unlocked Uchiha Sarada's Mangekyō Sharingan. Uchiha Sora obtained 2 Mangekyō Sharingan techniques. One of them is the emotion realm, an alternate space that can store emotions in unlimited quantities. The other is the emotion detonation technique, which can detonate others' emotions to cause harm or amplify one's own or another's emotions, accompanied by Uchiha Sora gaining the Mangekyō Sharingan and Hashirama's cells. Additionally, the summoning beast Nu provides a continuous supply of energy. His strength surged directly from a quasi-shadow level to a super shadow level. All of this happened in just a day. Uchiha Sora, using the body of Uchiha Sarada, completed a transformation from a genin to a super shadow without being detected by others. Uchiha Sora did not continue to elevate his strength, but rather solidified his physical foundation. His soul realm indeed falls under the category of bloodline limits. However, his body still requires some time to adapt to such a rapid and substantial shift in power. As a member of Team 7, Uchiha Sarada now enjoys considerable freedom. Team 7 consists of Uzumaki Boruto, Uchiha Sarada, and Mitsuki. The 3 are respectively the son of the 7th Hokage Naruto Uzumaki, the daughter of Sasuke Uchiha, and the son of Orochimaru. Mitsuki, as an artificial human created by Orochimaru, is indeed recognized as his son by Orochimaru himself. Due to such backgrounds, even though the guiding ninja of Team 7 is the elite Jonin Konohamaru Sarutobi, in reality, he does not oversee Team 7. Basically, Team 7 is allowed to operate freely. After graduating from the genin level, they did not engage in as many rank missions as other genin teams to hone their combat abilities and teamwork. To be honest, in the present day, with Naruto Uzumaki and Sasuke Uchiha suppressing the ninja world, before their passing, no one would expect the outbreak of the 5th Shinobi World War. The strength of the two was simply too formidable. Also, due to their influence, every ninja village collectively relaxed their suppression on technology. In the past, various ninja villages could divert social conflicts through ninja wars. However, this method of warfare is no longer feasible. They had no choice but to leverage technology to enhance productivity, thus alleviating and delaying conflicts. Even now, Konoha is filled with a technological atmosphere. The existence of technology has significantly reduced the role of ninjas, correspondingly turning more ordinary people into laborers, improving their quality of life at the expense of continuous work. Consequently, a massive accumulation of negative emotions has emerged in Konoha. Because Team 7 lacks enforced collective activities, the three essentially operate independently. Uchiha Sasuke has been away for a long time. Uchiha Sarada has never even met her father. Her mother Sakura Uchiha is a top medical ninja at Konoha Hospital. In the face of severely injured patients, Sakura Uchiha is indispensable, which also means she is often not at home. As a medical ninja, Sakura lacks a stable work schedule. While she can rest, patients do not have the luxury of time. Such a family situation has left Uchiha Sarada in a state of lacking love for a long time. Coincidentally, this year Konoha will hold an unprecedented Chunin exam. This time, the Chunin exam will see other 4 major ninja villages send genin teams to participate. Naruto Uzumaki will also have a secret meeting with Sasuke Uchiha. Under Naruto Uzumaki's deliberate circumstances, he revealed the news of his meeting with Sasuke Uchiha to Uchiha Sarada. Attempting to facilitate their reunion, Uchiha Sora naturally understands Naruto Uzumaki's intentions. He then brought along Uchiha Sarada's best friend. Akiyama Chocho, the daughter of the Akiyama clan, set out to follow the 7th Hokage Naruto Uzumaki. This was an audacious act for a 12-year-old genin. Such behavior is still somewhat acceptable as the current ninja world is generally in a period of peace. Even outside of the ninja villages, danger is rarely encountered. Especially for Konoha ninjas, as long as they possess the Konoha forehead protector, the entire ninja world would give them face. Uchiha Sora chose to act with Akiyama Chocho purely to amplify the target, thus fishing for information. As for the target being fished, it is the experiment subject of Orochimaru in the ninja world, Uchiha Shin. His physique is special, born without rejection. He can have any bloodline limit transplanted onto him. Orochimaru researched Uchiha bloodlines using his body-enabling Shin to gain the Uchiha bloodline and Sharingan. From then on, he took Uchiha as his surname, thus acquiring the title of Uchiha Shin. After Orochimaru's failed attempt to possess Sasuke Uchiha, he went into hiding for a while. Uchiha Shin seized this opportunity to not only escape Orochimaru's control but also obtained cloning technology from him. After years of lurking and research, Uchiha Shin achieved considerable results in cloning. He can mass-produce his clones. This in itself is not remarkable. However, he can make his clones universally awaken the Mangekyō Sharingan, and this Mangekyō technique is entirely consistent with Uchiha Shin's original. This is quite exceptional. Additionally, Uchiha Shin has created another type of Mangekyō, which possesses powerful monitoring and teleportation abilities. In the form of a cyclopean giant, it provides intelligence and teleportation services for Uchiha Shin. Even Sasuke Uchiha and Naruto Uzumaki cannot escape its surveillance. All of this showcases Uchiha Shin's talent in scientific research. Now, along with Uchiha Shin's burgeoning power, he even harbors thoughts of inheriting and promoting the Uchiha clan himself. As long as he kills Sasuke Uchiha and Uchiha Sarada, he will be the only Uchiha in the ninja world. Uchiha Sora intends to fish for the Uchiha Shin group. Previously, Uchiha Shin failed to attack Sasuke Uchiha. This time, Uchiha Sora swaggered out of Konoha with Akiyama Chocho, luring Uchiha Shin into appearing. Uchiha Sora's attempt proved to be a complete success, as he used shadow clones to deal with Akiyama Chocho. As the daughter of the Akiyama clan, Akiyama Chocho is plump and talkative. This pairing with Uchiha Sarada from the past fits quite well in terms of personality. The seemingly cold Uchiha Sarada actually yearns for familial love, friends, and lively interactions. However, for Uchiha Sora at present, it is merely a torment. Fortunately, he did not have to wait too long. Soon after, the cyclopean giant activated his Mangekyō technique, transporting the youthful Uchiha Shin over. However, as soon as he revealed himself, he was captured by the already ambushed Uchiha Sora. Uchiha Shin may have evaded the perceptions of Sasuke Uchiha and Naruto Uzumaki, but he cannot escape Uchiha Sora's awareness, because Naruto Uzumaki's perception relies on malice. In contrast, Uchiha Sora's perception is based on emotions. As long as the opponent possesses emotions, they cannot escape Uchiha Sora's detection. Using emotions to control the Cyclopean giant and Uchiha Shin, he then commanded the giant to activate the Mangekyō technique, transporting all three to Uchiha Shin's secret base. Here not only does Uchiha Shin's original body exist, but there are also numerous clones of Uchiha Shin. These Uchiha Shin take on various forms. However, they share a common characteristic: they possess the Mangekyō Sharingan. Upon witnessing a multitude of Uchiha Shin, Uchiha can immediately unleash his Mangekyō Sharingan. The alternate space known as the Seven Emotions realm swiftly expanded. All Uchiha Shin were drawn into it. Within the alternate space of the Seven Emotions realm, even the leaders possessing intelligence and teleportation could not break through. Even with similar spacetime abilities, the concept of ability coverage exists. Before more powerful spacetime abilities, the leaders akin to the Kamui Mangekyō Sharingan were rendered ineffective. Although Uchiha Shin possessed Mangekyō Sharingan, granting them strong resistance against illusions, they were still rapidly eroded by the overwhelming emotions. Their resistance was swiftly dismantled, ultimately falling under Uchiha Kan's control as the individual powers of dozens of Uchiha Shin combined. How could they possibly withstand the emotional energy of 100,000 people from Konoha suddenly gaining dozens of Mangekyō Uchiha Shin as subordinates? As for the need for more Mangekyō Sharingan, with Uchiha Kan accessing Uchiha Shin's memories, he understood the origins of the numerous Mangekyō Sharingan held by Uchiha Shin. Although it appeared that all present were Mangekyō Uchiha Shin, in reality all clones, who could not activate Mangekyō Sharingan, had been dealt with by Uchiha Shin. Only the clones who activated Mangekyō Sharingan were qualified to survive. As for how to create similar Mangekyō techniques, it was because Uchiha Shin copied the pain he faced when activating his own Mangekyō Sharingan onto the other clones. Due to having the same genes, the same chakra, and the same painful experiences, this shared root of suffering stimulated them. Thus they obtained the same Mangekyō Sharingan. As for the Mangekyō leader possessing teleportation abilities, it was because the essence of the Mangekyō leader was derived from the genetic modification of Uchiha Obito. Due to Uchiha Shin's unique constitution that did not trigger rejection, he first integrated Uchiha Obito's genes into his own body. He then cultivated a special Kamui Mangekyō individual from his own body. To prevent this Kamui Mangekyō individual from betraying him, he restricted its form to that of a unique leader. He not only limited them physically but also mentally, nurturing the leader to become a perfect tool. In fact, Uchiha Shin's personality was excessively distorted to the point where even his clones did not fully trust him. Just give them an opportunity. Then the clones would turn against the original. This opportunity would have come swiftly as he attacked Uchiha Sasuke and Uchiha Sarada. Along with attacking Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sakura, he brought about his own demise. However, Uchiha Kan's early arrival allowed Uchiha Shin to have a chance to survive as a tool. After controlling Uchiha Shin, Uchiha Kan quickly began cloning from this base. It must be said Uchiha Shin's body possessed immense research value. His cells not only had no rejection response but could also differentiate into any cell. This allowed Uchiha Shin to clone without relying on egg cells. Uchiha Shin's body also integrated white Zetsu cells. This made it more accurate to say that Uchiha Shin's clones were not clones but rather splits at the cellular level. Other Uchiha Shin could be said to have emerged from a process akin to the growth of white Zetsu. Extremely absurd. Shadows were left behind in this secret base to maintain control. Uchiha Kan then used Kamui to teleport back to his previous location, exchanging places with the shadow clones free from Uchiha Shin's interference. Very smoothly, Uchiha Kan followed behind Uzumaki Naruto and met with Uchiha Sasuke. Uchiha Sakura also soon appeared. Having completed the tracking, the scene avoided the misunderstanding where Uchiha Sasuke would draw his sword against his daughter Uchiha Sarada. In the ninja world where Uchiha Kan resided, Uzumaki Naruto married Sarutobi Konohamaru, while Uchiha Sasuke married another Uchiha clan member. In this more legitimate timeline, Uzumaki Naruto married Hyuga Hinata and Uchiha Sasuke married Haruno Sakura. However, their married lives were less than ideal. Uzumaki Naruto's management skills were lacking. As the 7th Hokage, he was actually quite strained. To manage Konoha well, he had to handle everything personally. Even though Uzumaki Naruto could use 1,000 shadow clones for assistance, he was still too busy to take care of his family. Hyuga Hinata's gentle nature allowed her to understand, but their son Uzumaki Boruto developed a strong rift with his father. As for Uchiha Sasuke, it was even more unnecessary to mention. He had not been home for over a decade, leaving Haruno Sakura to guard an empty house, pouring all her energy into medical work. In Uchiha Sarada's memories, there was even less of a fatherly figure. Uchiha Ken had no intention of truly recognizing Uchiha Sasuke and Uchiha Sakura as his parents. Of course, he did not express this explicitly. He merely acted somewhat distantly, which was a common trait among the Uchiha clan, lacking in emotional expression. To avoid suspicion, he returned to Konoha. At this moment, the entire ninja world was heating up for the upcoming Chunin exams in Konoha. This year's Chunin exams in Konoha were unprecedented in scale, with all 5 great ninja villages participating, a first since the establishment of the ninja village system. Personally called and organized by the 7th Hokage Uzumaki Naruto, Uchiha Sasuke would also make an appearance at this Chunin exam. In light of the combination of Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke, the ninja world was quite accommodating. However, with the Chunin exams approaching, a significant event occurred. The previously calm ninja world was stirred once more. The 8-tailed beasts had been stolen by a mysterious individual. After experiencing the 4th Great Ninja War, no new Jinchuriki had emerged in the ninja world. Aside from the established 8-tails Jinchuriki Killer B and 9-tails Jinchuriki Uzumaki Naruto, no other tailed beasts had been sealed within ninja bodies. Instead, they gained a degree of freedom. As a price for this relative freedom, the tailed beasts had to operate under the supervision of their respective ninja villages. Moreover, they could not engage in destruction. This peaceful coexistence lasted for over a decade, but it was unexpectedly shattered now with the simultaneous disappearance of the 8-tailed beasts. Killer B, the 8-tails Jinchuriki, was defeated in a single encounter, and the 8-tails extracted from his body, while his life was spared. Normally, the lives of the tailed beasts and their Jinchuriki were intertwined. If the Jinchuriki died, the tailed beast would also perish. If the tailed beast was extracted, the Jinchuriki would die as well. However, this rule has been continuously broken in the ninja world. The 8-tailed beasts faced attacks and went missing all within the same time frame. It is unimaginable that in the ninja world dominated by Konoha, there exists an organization with such terrifying power capable of easily taking the tailed beasts and the 8-tails Jinchuriki. They could easily inflict heavy damage on the other 4 great ninja villages. Thus, the leaders of the 4 great ninja villages headed towards Konoha in advance. Originally, the Grand Chunin exams were no longer on the minds of the 5 Kage. They planned to use the Chunin exams to hold a 5 Kage summit to discuss this urgent matter that could impact the peace of the ninja world. In the current ninja world, there exists the capability to capture all 8-tailed beasts simultaneously. Theoretically, only Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke can achieve this. However, no one believes that Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke would actually do it. Given their strength, the other 8-tailed beasts would hardly provide them with any combat power. The other 4 Kage gathered in Konoha. While confirming this fact, they were also on guard against the emergence of new forces in the ninja world before Konoha's destruction and the outbreak of the 4th Great Ninja War. The ninja world hardly took the Akatsuki organization seriously. However, in the current ninja world, the 5 great ninja villages do indeed have a suspect. This suspect could not possibly be Uchiha Sarada, who is occupied by Uchiha Itachi, but rather the Shell organization. In recent years, there has been a technological explosion in the ninja world. The source of this technological explosion is the Shell organization. This organization is extremely mysterious and is backed by the powerful figures of various countries. It operates numerous technology enterprises. It has military power, wealth, authority, and technology. Holding strong productive capabilities, it also provides many jobs. Such a super enterprise is something even the ninja villages would hesitate to confront. Over the years, these technology companies have formed the Shell organization, which collaborates extensively among themselves. If it is the Shell organization, then capturing all 8-tailed beasts simultaneously is well within their capability. If the disappearance of the 8-tailed beasts is indeed due to the Shell organization's actions, then this time the meeting of the 5 Kage will need Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke to take action, and the 5 great ninja villages will mobilize together to re-establish the significance of the ninja villages and the ninjas. If the Shell organization is left unchecked, the order of the ninja world will be completely disrupted. Technology is indeed important, but it must be controlled by the ninja villages to align with their interests. Meanwhile, Uchiha Obito acquired the physical remains of Uzumaki Kushina and Uzumaki Mito, performing the reanimated jutsu on them. Soon their reanimated forms appeared before him. However, both were restricted in consciousness and unable to think. Uchiha Obito's reanimated forms were entirely for the 9 tails chakra within them. As former tailed beast Jinchuriki, even in death their souls permanently retained some tailed beast. After extracting all the 9 tails chakra from them, Uchiha Obito released the reanimated jutsu. Immediately afterward, he utilized a clone to activate his Rinnegan. As for where the Rinnegan came from, it's simple. Uchiha Obito first fused his Sharingan into an eternal Mangekyō Sharingan using the Uchiha clan's resources. Then he fused the eternal Mangekyō Sharingan into the Rinnegan. Only Uchiha Obito could achieve such a fusion. There was no choice. Time was of the essence, and he could only rapidly cultivate the Rinnegan to enhance his strength. With the help of the Rinnegan, Uchiha Obito summoned the 10 tails physical shell and filled it with all 8-tailed beasts, and the 9 tails chakra, bringing the 10 tails back to life. Uchiha Obito suppressed the 10 tails with his clone's Rinnegan, successfully sealing the 10 tails within himself, achieving the status of a 10 tails Jinchuriki. Upon becoming the 10 tails Jinchuriki, his double Mangekyō Sharingan transformed directly into the Rinnegan, while a Ninetamo Rinnegan also opened in his forehead. In this way, he swiftly positioned himself as part of the bloodline limit. His current power is undoubtedly the strongest in the ninja world. Even the Shell organization's leader Zetsu, also known as Otsutsuki Ishiki, would not be his match. In this ninja world, Otsutsuki Kagaya is merely a servant of Otsutsuki Ishiki. Her status is comparable to that of Otsutsuki Kinshiki in the eyes of Otsutsuki Mamashiki. She is merely a tool for sacrificing to the god tree or for her master. The god tree requires the sacrifice of a member of the Otsutsuki clan to bear its fruit. Otsutsuki Kagaya's incredible control over the god tree attacked Otsutsuki Ishiki. She intended to make her master the sacrifice to the god tree. However, Otsutsuki Kagaya did not anticipate that Otsutsuki Ishiki was not dead. Otsutsuki Ishiki had his lower half absorbed by the god tree. His upper half used the divine technique Shomiabaku to transform into the size of dust to survive. The severely injured Otsutsuki Ishiki hid for 1,000 years within the body of the monk Zetsu, until the Fourth Great Ninja War. After Otsutsuki Kagaya was sealed once again, he found top scientist Amato and established the Shell organization, pushing for technological advancements in the ninja world while attempting perfect reincarnation. Meanwhile, Uchiha Obito as the 10 tails Jinchuriki became part of the bloodline limit. Otsutsuki Ishiki sensed this immediately. After all, the 10 tails was complete only by absorbing half of Otsutsuki Ishiki's body. With his calculations, the ninja world would not see the birth of another bloodline limit for a long time. Otsutsuki Kagaya was resealed. Even after Sage of Six Paths provided Naruto and Sasuke with the means to seal Otsutsuki Kagaya, they lacked enough strength to pose a threat to him. Therefore, Otsutsuki Ishiki transitioned from hiding to establishing the Shell organization, promoting technological development in the ninja world, and laying the groundwork for his resurrection. Yet, unexpectedly, someone once again became the 10 tails Jinchuriki. Otsutsuki Ishiki was of course aware of the recent mysterious disappearance of the 8-tailed beasts in the ninja world. Moreover, the 5 great ninja villages suspected the Shell organization's involvement. The emergence of the Ten-Tails Jinchuriki made Otsutsuki Ishiki realize that there was still a hidden powerhouse in the ninja world. The other party went from stealing the 8-tailed beasts to suddenly becoming the Ten-Tails Jinchuriki. It is evident that this has been planned for a long time, not merely after the Fourth Great Ninja War. With the resealing of Otsutsuki Kagaya, the Ten-Tails physical shell was also resealed on the moon. To become the Ten-Tails Jinchuriki, one must first obtain the Ten-Tails physical shell. To acquire the Ten-Tails physical shell, one needs a pair of Rinnegan. With the Ten-Tails physical shell and Rinnegan, and by collecting the 9-tailed beasts, one can resurrect the Ten-Tails and become the Ten-Tails Jinchuriki. The mysterious individual seized the 8-tailed beasts, yet Konoha's 9-tails Jinchuriki Uzumaki Naruto was not attacked. Thus, to obtain the 9-tails chakra, one can only resort to the reanimated jutsu, acquiring it from previous 9-tails Jinchuriki or special beings like Kin and Jin. Kin and Jin were once swallowed by the 9-tails. However, they did not die. Instead, they survived by continuously consuming the flesh and blood within the 9-tails. Causing the 9-tails considerable pain, they were eventually expelled. Perhaps it's due to their unique bloodline or because they consumed a large amount of the 9-tails flesh. Both of them acquired 9-tails chakra. Subsequently, they rebelled, killing the second Hokage Senju Tobirama and the second Raikage. They were killed by the third Raikage. The Fourth Great Ninja War indicated that the Ten-Tails does not need to absorb all 9-tailed beasts. It can resurrect with most of the tailed beasts. Acquiring chakra from other tailed beasts can still lead to resurrection, not affecting the birth of the Ten-Tails Jinchuriki. The other party was able to achieve 10 tails in such a short time. It must have been a long-planned scheme. In fact, it was indeed so. Uchiha Obito became the Ten-Tails Jinchuriki and immediately captured Hyuga Hanabi. Hyuga Hanabi's Byakugan was once taken by Otsutsuki Shura on the moon. Otsutsuki Shura briefly achieved the Rinnegan using this Byakugan. However, as the giant Rinnegan was shattered by Uzumaki Naruto and Hyuga Hinata, this Rinnegan devolved back into a Byakugan. The defeated Otsutsuki Shura relinquished the Byakugan, returning the Byakugan to Hyuga Hanabi's eyes. Now Uchiha Obito has captured Hyuga Hanabi and taken her Byakugan. He removed the Rinnegan and replaced it with the Byakugan. Under the infusion of the ultimate Inyang release of the bloodline limit, this Byakugan rapidly underwent a transformation. Reverting to the Rinnegan, with the powerful insight of the Rinnegan, he can now seek trouble with Otsutsuki Ishiki before the Otsutsuki hunting party arrives. First, resolving the issue of Otsutsuki Ishiki is Uchiha Obito's plan. No time was given to Otsutsuki Ishiki to prepare further. When the insight of the Rinnegan was activated by Uchiha Obito, the entire shinobi world was shrouded under the gaze of the Rinnegan. Meanwhile, Uzumaki Naruto felt the familiar power of the Rinnegan. His expression was one of immense shock. Previously, he had indeed defeated Otsutsuki Kinshiki, who possessed the Rinnegan on the moon. That was indeed an incredibly arduous battle. Not only did it save the shinobi world, but it also thwarted Otsutsuki Kinshiki's plan to destroy it using the moon. Most importantly, after this event, his relationship with Hyuga Hinata was greatly strengthened, ultimately leading to their marriage. Now the giant Rinnegan on the moon had been destroyed and Otsutsuki Kinshiki was successfully awakened by him, no longer attempting to annihilate the shinobi world. So where did this new Rinnegan come from? Otsutsuki Ishiki never expected the existence of a Rinnegan. Even though he attempted to conceal himself, as soon as the Rinnegan's insight scanned the shinobi world, it was still too late. Uchiha Obito directly locked onto Otsutsuki Ishiki. Then, using the Kamui ability, he initiated a teleportation. In the next moment, Uchiha Obito appeared before Otsutsuki Ishiki. At that time, Uchiha Obito appeared in the form of Uchiha Sarada. However, after becoming the Jinchuriki of the Ten-Tails, Uchiha Sarada underwent a transformation towards the Otsutsuki clan, sprouting horns and having pale skin. His original 12-year-old physique had now matured into that of an adult. At this point, even his parents Uchiha Sasuke and Uchiha Sakura would struggle to recognize him at a glance. Seeing that the target of the mysterious Kekai Genkai was himself, Otsutsuki Ishiki completely disregarded any concealment and activated the pact within him. His human body rapidly transformed into that of an Otsutsuki due to the pack's influence. However, this imperfect reincarnation came at a cost. Although it allowed him to recover his peak power in a very short time, if he were to be killed in this state, he would truly die. He had prepared for 1,000 years, yet now he was forced to face a failed reincarnation. Even so, he had no choice but to proceed. Otsutsuki Ishiki was fully aware of the power of the Kekkei Genkai. Only by completing his reincarnation could he gain the strength to contend with the Kekkei Genkai. At present, his greatest hope lay in his divine abilities in his very existence. Even within the Otsutsuki civilization, he was considered a genius able to cultivate divine techniques without the aid of Kekkei Genkai. Yet this very genius fell into the hands of Otsutsuki Kagaya, whom he had previously looked down upon. The divine technique he mastered was known as the Black Eye. It was both a dojutsu and a divine technique. It could shrink himself and other objects to an extreme degree, allowing the shrunken items to be stored in a time-stop dimension. Once the divine technique was released, the objects would return to their normal size. With this ability, Otsutsuki Ishiki could execute various unimaginable attacks. Faced with such an Otsutsuki Ishiki, Uchiha Obito maintained a certain distance and then launched the Ten no Mikoto. Originally as the Jinchuriki of the Ten Tails, even with his Rinnegan, the only technique he could activate was the infinite Tsukuyomi. However, in another timeline, Uchiha Obito had thoroughly researched Otsutsuki Kagaya. On the premise of Kagaya being sealed for the second time, he could use his Rinnegan to seize control of Kagaya's dimension. Accompanied by a violent spatial fluctuation, Otsutsuki Ishiki initiated the attack first. With a wave of his hand, a lightning-fast black chakra rod appeared in front of Uchiha Obito, and with the Rinnegan's insight, Uchiha Obito anticipated Otsutsuki Ishiki's attack method. He accelerated the shrunk black chakra rod at the particle level and then released the dojutsu. Thus, the black chakra rod appeared in front of Uchiha Obito. In the face of such acceleration, the speed of the chakra rod was increased to several hundred times the speed of sound. In the face of this move, the infamous railgun was obliterated in an instant. The two were not even comparable. The black chakra rod penetrated Uchiha Obito in an instant, yet there were no injuries, because at the moment Otsutsuki Ishiki attacked, he activated the Kamui technique. At that moment, his true body was hidden in a different dimension. After the accelerated black chakra rod pierced through Uchiha Obito, it instantly plunged into the ground. Soon after, the black chakra rod underwent an explosion akin to a nuclear fission level. It could be said that with this single move, Otsutsuki Ishiki could flatten the shinobi world. Even a single segment of the black chakra rod could be accelerated to the might of the Kekkei Genkai. It was equivalent to a single strike from the Ten Tails tailed beast bomb. Yet, Otsutsuki Ishiki had only this one opportunity to attack. Immediately after Uchiha Obito activated the Ten no Mikoto, he drew Otsutsuki Ishiki inside. The moment Otsutsuki Ishiki entered the different dimension, he attempted to escape, but then something strange happened. No matter how he attempted to shift dimensions, he always transitioned from one different dimension to another. This was easy to understand. That is to say, there were 6 different dimensions within the Ten no Mikoto. Uchiha Obito could change the position of the dimensions, ensuring that no matter how Otsutsuki Ishiki shifted, he would fall into the next dimension. This was also the technique Otsutsuki Ishiki feared the most. In terms of combat power, Otsutsuki Ishiki was confident he could kill Otsutsuki Kagaya with his divine technique. But he was utterly helpless against Kagaya's divine technique, the Ten no Mikoto. After initiating his reincarnation, Otsutsuki Ishiki had only 2 to 3 days to live. Uchiha Obito did not need to directly kill Otsutsuki Ishiki. He just needed to use the Ten no Mikoto to delay for 2 to 3 days until Otsutsuki Ishiki died naturally. Otsutsuki Ishiki had been searching for a body that was compatible with him for a perfect reincarnation. Recently, he successfully found such a body, and he had nurtured the individual to the point of being ready for reincarnation. However, he did not expect that before he could begin the process, Uchiha Obito would block his way. Now he was trapped in the Ten no Mikoto awaiting death. Otsutsuki Ishiki felt immense unwillingness but was powerless. Meanwhile, Uchiha Obito, having captured Otsutsuki Kagaya, immediately headed to his next target. That was his next objective, the core member of the Kara organization, Yamato. He might be the smartest scientist in the history of the shinobi world. Before Yamato, even Orochimaru fell short, because Orochimaru's research direction had a traceable source, which was the second Hokage Senju Tobirama. And although Yamato had gained some of Otsutsuki Ishiki's inheritance, the fact that he could create an artificial human that fused the genes of the Otsutsuki god far exceeded what Otsutsuki Ishiki could accomplish. Uchiha Obito did not intend to let the strongest scientist in the shinobi world off the hook. Not just Yamato, he would not spare other members of the Kara organization and important assets either. Faced with a genuine Kekai Genkai, Otsutsuki Ishiki still had some strength to contend against the divine techniques. With a stroke of luck, he might even achieve a counterattack. As for the members of the Kara organization, they were completely at his mercy. Even if their strength had generally reached the level of Kage or even beyond, in a very short time the Kara organization was swept clean by Uchiha Obito. As for the terrifying explosions caused by Otsutsuki Ishiki's attacks, they naturally drew the attention of the shinobi world. Uchiha Sasuke, using the Rinnegan's technique Ten no Tsuin, rushed to the scene as quickly as possible with Uzumaki Naruto. Here they sensed the power of the Rinnegan, the chakra of the Ten-Tails Jinchuriki, the Kamui, the Ten no Mikoto, and another mysterious fluctuation of dojitsu. Faced with the situation here, Uchiha Sasuke and Uzumaki Naruto found themselves at a loss for words due to the residual ocular power and chakra at the scene. The two were able to determine that the combatants possessed strength beyond their own. The most powerful among them was undoubtedly the Jinchuriki of the Ten-Tails. The opponent easily captured another owner of ocular power within the realm of the heavens, and soon after they vanished. Yet the strength of the mysterious ocular power's owner was equally astonishing. A single strike triggered an explosion comparable to that of the Ten-Tails' tailed beast bomb. After more than a decade of peace in the ninja world, the two were completely unaware of when such powerful mysterious beings had come to hide within. In the face of this situation, the two could only remain vigilant and do nothing else. The leader of the shell organization had changed. The Otsutsuki Ishiki had been replaced by Uchiha. With the appearance of the Jinchuriki of the Ten-Tails, the entire ninja world was enveloped in a state of alarm. In this regard, Uzumaki Naruto did not hide the truth, and informed the daimyos of various countries, and the leaders of all ninja villages about the discovery of the explosion site. The emergence of the Ten-Tails Jinchuriki signified that the 8-tailed beasts had already fallen victim to dark hands. Now it had only been a little over a decade since the Fourth Great Ninja War. The higher-ups of the ninja world were naturally aware that the existence of the Ten-Tails Jinchuriki had surpassed their ability to respond. Perhaps even Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke together would not be able to match the Ten-Tails Jinchuriki. The two were able to defeat Otsutsuki Kagaya because she was overly weak. If not for her seizing Uchiha Obito's body, the current ninja world was shrouded in the illusion of infinite Tsukuyomi, prompting the entire intelligence network of the ninja world to be activated. Regarding this situation, Uchiha chose to ignore it. Though the Otsutsuki extermination team made their formal appearance during the Chunin exams prior to the exams, Otsutsuki Urashiki had already begun hunting down Jinchuriki and chakra in the ninja world. Hence the time available for Uchiha was truly limited. Uchiha gathered all the scientists and laboratories of the entire shell organization to form a larger-scale super laboratory. Each scientist within had been controlled, particularly Yamato of the three paths, through mind reading and control. Uchiha successfully found two special artificial humans, Ada and Damon, both created based on the genes of the Otsutsuki deity. They are inherently endowed with divine techniques. Due to the immense threat they posed, this batch of artificial humans was ordered to be destroyed by Otsutsuki Ishiki. Yet their divine techniques were formidable. They survived by controlling the shell organization member Boru, who was executing the destruction orders through their divine techniques. Among them, Ada possessed two divine techniques, the all-seeing eye and omnipotence. The all-seeing eye can view past scenes, meaning that no secret in the world can escape its gaze. However, there is a limitation to the all-seeing eye. It cannot see scenes prior to Ada's birth. As for omnipotence, it is even more exaggerated, capable of achieving a certain degree of wish fulfillment. However, her ability is ineffective against her blood relatives, the Otsutsuki clan, and other bloodline limits. As for Daemon, he is a Das brother. His divine technique is reflection, which can reflect all attacks and killing intent, but it can only be activated upon contact with the target. However, his physical techniques are at the level of bloodline limits. It should be noted that both Ada and Daemon have not reached the level of bloodline limits in terms of their bodies and realms. Yet, due to their divine techniques and the genes of the Otsutsuki deity, they have achieved combat power equivalent to that of bloodline limits. Compared to Otsutsuki Ishiki's caution, Uchiha does not care about taboos at all. After all, even if he stirs up great chaos in this ninja world, he can escape this space-time by exchanging souls. 3 days later, Otsutsuki Ishiki faced death in despair. After his demise, Uchiha found another Ten-Tails within Otsutsuki Ishiki's alternate space, along with many relics of Otsutsuki Ishiki. Among these relics was the body of the Otsutsuki deity, who transcended the current dimension after devouring countless divine tree fruits. After ascending to another dimension, his physical body was left in the current world. It was then discovered and researched by Otsutsuki Ishiki and Amato of the Three Paths in an unknown manner. Ultimately, Amato created a batch of artificial humans using the genes of the Otsutsuki deity. After the destruction of this batch of artificial humans, only Ada and Daemon survived. Now Uchiha has restarted the research on the body of the Otsutsuki deity. Moreover, he ordered Amato to create more artificial humans, but the base for these artificial humans became Uchiha Sarada and her clones. Uchiha released Otsutsuki Kagaya, who was sealed at the center of the moon, and took full control of her. Since he had already decided to cause a stir in this space-time, he certainly could not leave Otsutsuki Kagaya to the Otsutsuki extermination team. After all, Otsutsuki Kagaya was a bloodline limit who had devoured divine tree fruits. Although her combat power is indeed lacking, it does not mean her abilities are weak. She simply cannot unleash her true strength. Uchiha turned Otsutsuki Kagaya into a human puppet to deal with the impending Otsutsuki extermination team, utilizing her power. Uchiha successfully merged the 6 alternate spaces of the divine technique, the realm of heaven, into one. The merged alternate space received an epic enhancement. Techniques such as Kamui Flying Thunder God technique and even Otsutsuki Ishiki's spatial techniques would be completely suppressed within the alternate space. They would no longer be able to function. Even the enemy's alternate spaces would be suppressed and difficult, if not impossible, to activate. As for Uchiha himself, he could move freely within the alternate space, manipulating lava, snow, supergravity, sand, acid, and other spatial forces for suppression and attack. It was akin to an enhanced version of a domain or a degraded version of a divine kingdom. However, even though this alternate space was so powerful, Uchiha did not believe his alternate space could rival that of Otsutsuki Momoshiki or Otsutsuki Urashiki. For the development of the realm of heaven is still in its early stage for Uchiha. However, for Otsutsuki Momoshiki and Otsutsuki Urashiki, even if their alternate spaces are initially far inferior to the realm of heaven, their backing in Otsutsuki civilization and many years of enhancements give them the ability to elevate their alternate spaces to great heights. Currently, what Uchiha lacks the most is time. As the Chunin exams approach, the Otsutsuki extermination team is about to appear in the solar system. Uchiha successfully found the Otsutsuki clan's treasured plow. This plow possesses an extraordinarily exaggerated ability to traverse time and change the future by returning to the past. As for why this treasured plow appeared in this ninja world, it can only be said to be a relic of the Otsutsuki deity. After all, even the body of the Otsutsuki deity has inexplicably appeared in the ninja world. Using the Otsutsuki Kagaya puppet, Uchiha activated the treasured plow. Uchiha had no intention of altering the past. He was uncertain of the consequences that large-scale changes to the past might provoke. Of course, it was still possible to make up for the regrets of key personnel in the Shell organization by leveraging this point. That was Amato of the Sand Path. Even though Amato was indeed the top scientist in the ninja world, however, before he encountered Otsutsuki Ishiki, Amato's life was not pleasant. His wife and daughter had passed away. In an effort to resurrect his daughter after mastering cloning technology, he repeatedly attempted to bring her back to life through cloning. However, something went wrong. The daughter he cloned had a completely opposite personality. She was violent, cruel, and bloodthirsty. How beautiful Amato's daughter had been in life. In contrast, the daughter born from cloning was immensely evil. This was a regret that Amato could not amend, because Otsutsuki Ishiki forbade Amato from researching impure world reincarnation. The essence of impure world reincarnation is to summon the soul from the Pure Land. And the Pure Land is the domain of the Sage of Six Paths. In other words, if Amato attempted to reincarnate his daughter using impure world reincarnation, then his actions could potentially be exposed to the Sage of Six Paths. This was something Otsutsuki Ishiki absolutely did not want to face. His overly cautious personality allowed him to survive for 1,000 years. However, at many times he would miss opportunities. Uchiha Ken did not mind this. In fact, he had already grasped the soul of Amato's daughter. This was to keep Amato in check. This time he returned to the past. The time point he chose was exactly when Amato's wife and daughter were still alive. By utilizing cloning technology and shadow clones, Uchiha Ken could obtain complete replicas of Amato's wife and daughter without altering the past. Aside from this, he made no other changes. Or rather, the other members of the Shell organization were not worth his altering of the past. Uchiha Ken appeared on the moon with the Shell organization. On the current moon, there were still a few remaining members of the Otsutsuki clan. Otsutsuki Shinjiro was not alone. However, the Otsutsuki clan on the moon was naturally no match for the Shell organization. They were easily defeated. The moon's ecosystem became the base of the Shell organization. The Shell organization then delved into research on the remains of the Otsutsuki god Otsutsuki Kagaya Kawaki Koji, the divine tree bloodline limits, divine arts, androids, and modifications. Uchiha Ken also brought out his research achievements from the ninja world. Now that he had ample time, he naturally wanted to maximize its use. By utilizing infinite Tsukuyomi, he could maximize research efficiency. However, infinite Tsukuyomi was not omnipotent. After all, it was a divine art of the bloodline limit level. The world created through infinite Tsukuyomi was incredibly realistic, yet this realism had limits. This limit was the bloodline limit. Once it entered the realm of the bloodline limit, the research conducted in the world of Tsukuyomi would deviate from reality. Therefore, research at the bloodline limit level must be corroborated with reality. This was also the reason Uchiha Ken needed time. To further accelerate the research progress, Uchiha Ken applied cloning technology to Amato. The Shell organization had many excellent scientists, yet none of them could reach Amato's level. Other scientists couldn't even match Amato's cloned bodies. With enough Amatos and ample time, Uchiha Ken's needs were fulfilled. The secrets of the Otsutsuki clan were unveiled before him like never before. The remains of the Otsutsuki god were essentially the culmination of Otsutsuki divine arts. During the transplantation process, different divine arts would manifest based on the individual. Leveraging this, Uchiha Ken acquired countless divine arts. Meanwhile, the reincarnation contract ability of the Otsutsuki clan was completely analyzed by Amato, because the contract ability directly acts upon the soul. In other words, when Uchiha Ken exchanges souls in the future, he can bring his abilities along with the soul. The Otsutsuki bloodline limit is restricted by the laws of their civilization. They cannot reincarnate at will. They need to find a sufficiently compatible body to reincarnate. The advantage of this type of reincarnation is that it can completely retain previous cultivation. Including the strength of the bloodline limit can also be preserved. But for Uchiha Ken, he simply did not care about this point. He was not under the supervision of Otsutsuki civilization. He could use any means to achieve the bloodline limit. The reincarnation methods that the Otsutsuki bloodline limit could not use were available to him. He lost his bloodline limit's cultivation after reincarnating. Then he could simply become a bloodline limit again. However, other Otsutsuki bloodline limits could not do this. They could only become bloodline limits through the divine tree's fruit and the limitless pill. Both of these are extremely scarce within Otsutsuki civilization. Even if they wanted to obtain them again, it would be extremely difficult. An imperfect reincarnation would not only lose bloodline limit cultivation, but even the divine arts that the Otsutsuki bloodline limit values most would be compromised. These were things that the Otsutsuki bloodline limit could not accept. After mastering the contract, Uchiha could not only preserve his abilities at the soul level through the contract, but each soul exchange was equivalent to 100% compatibility. Although he would lose his cultivation in the process, he would not lose his abilities. Even divine arts were the same. This was an unmatched advantage that other Otsutsuki bloodline limits could not compare. Additionally, Yamato also utilized the second 10 tails of Otsutsuki Ishiki to successfully crack the divine tree. However, the greatest function of the cracked divine tree was not its combat power, but rather its capability to infinitely grow divine tree fruits. A normal divine tree could only bear one divine tree fruit. To obtain a second divine tree fruit, one would need to return to Otsutsuki civilization to acquire a second divine tree. However, with Yamato implanting the genes of the Otsutsuki god into the divine tree, a complete divine tree emerged. This unrestricted divine tree could absorb everything. The previous divine tree primarily absorbed the energy from life planets to grow divine tree fruits. But this complete divine tree could even absorb and transform lifeless barren planets. Furthermore, this divine tree could continuously produce divine tree fruits by directly absorbing the energy of stars. The Otsutsuki god, by consuming countless divine tree fruits, found the secrets to surpass the current dimension. Undoubtedly, the Otsutsuki god must have mastered such a complete divine tree. There is no need for life planets. As long as it can continuously absorb stars, it can have countless divine tree fruits to consume at will. No one expected that the divine tree would evolve to such an extent after absorbing the genes of the Otsutsuki god. Fortunately, this complete divine tree possesses uniqueness. Even with Yamato's technology, he could not replicate another complete divine tree. After Uchiha consumed the divine tree fruits, he sealed the complete divine tree within his body. Such a divine tree, even if destroyed, must not be allowed to escape his control. Uchiha absorbed the remains of the Otsutsuki god using the complete divine tree. After absorbing the remains of the Otsutsuki god, he obtained the two core divine arts of the Otsutsuki god. These two divine arts were omniscience and omnipotence. Omniscience and omnipotence. These are the two core divine arts of the Otsutsuki god. Of course, the omnipotence of the Otsutsuki god fundamentally differs from that of the artificial human Ada. Ada's omnipotence is not only uncontrollable but also ineffective against certain groups and individuals. Meanwhile, Uchiha Obito, after absorbing the remains of the Otsutsuki god, has attained a complete ability of omniscience and omnipotence. However, his status does not reach that of the Otsutsuki god. Correspondingly, as long as he continues to consume the fruits of the god tree, one day he too can reach the transcendent height of the Otsutsuki god. By mastering omniscience and omnipotence, Uchiha Obito essentially grasps all divine arts. Any ability he can comprehend, he can directly utilize. Any technology he can understand, he can also directly materialize. Moreover, abilities and technologies that he cannot comprehend can also be deduced directly through his omniscient capacity after expending sufficient energy. As a minor Otsutsuki god, Uchiha Obito is quite satisfied with his own strength. He immediately erased all information regarding the Otsutsuki god. To avoid any potential risks, Yamato, from the land of the three paths, discovered the weaknesses of the Otsutsuki god's abilities through the remains of the Otsutsuki god. He then returned to the normal timeline with the Shell Organization. Uchiha Obito continued to station the Shell Organization on the moon. His current power completely surpasses that of the Otsutsuki expedition team. Due to the disappearance of the Ten Tails vessel and Otsutsuki Kagaya, Otsutsuki Shin left the moon and moved to Konohagakure. This was partly because Konohagakure needed Otsutsuki Shin's combat power for stability. On the other hand, it was also because there was nothing left on the moon that required Otsutsuki Shin's oversight. When the three members of the Otsutsuki expedition team descended upon the moon, they saw Otsutsuki Kagaya, who had long been waiting for them on the moon. Immediately, the 3 members of the Otsutsuki expedition team were suppressed by Otsutsuki Kagaya using the Heavenly Palace. At this moment, the Heavenly Palace had evolved into a divine realm. In the Otsutsuki civilization, possessing a divine realm is also the ability of the Otsutsuki elders. This completely surpassed the scope the Otsutsuki expedition team could handle. The 3 members of the Otsutsuki expedition team were captured by Otsutsuki Kagaya as soon as they landed on the moon. Complete annihilation. Of course, before the Otsutsuki expedition team was consumed by the divine realm, they had already transmitted the information regarding Otsutsuki Kagaya's power back to the Otsutsuki civilization. This was entirely an act of self-preservation. If not for the rescue from the Otsutsuki elders, the 3 members of the expedition team would likely face uncertain fates in Otsutsuki Kagaya's hands. Any qualified Otsutsuki member knows that the methods of the Otsutsuki expedition team are brutal. Once captured by the expedition team, death becomes a luxury. Correspondingly, when the Otsutsuki expedition team falls into the hands of Otsutsuki criminals, they encounter the same level of brutality. Multiple chakra black rods formed from ultimate yin-yang release pierced through the 3 members of the expedition team, nailing them to the divine realm. Then Uchiha Obito began to soul-search the 3. Under normal circumstances, the Otsutsuki bloodline limit cannot have its memories read. This is because the contract is not only a reincarnation method but also an encryption method. Forcibly reading memories will only lead to the complete annihilation of the Otsutsuki bloodline limit spirit. This is also a means for the Otsutsuki civilization to prevent information leakage. All legitimate Otsutsuki bloodline limits will be implanted with such precautionary measures. However, the encryption methods of the Otsutsuki civilization are completely ineffective against the divine arts of the Otsutsuki god. Soon the memories of the 3 members of the Otsutsuki expedition team were read by Uchiha Obito. This allowed him to witness a broader scope of intelligence regarding the Otsutsuki civilization. Otsutsuki Kagaya had a relatively low status within the Otsutsuki civilization, and the useful information in her memories was limited. In contrast, the 3 members of the Otsutsuki expedition team held higher status and accessed intelligence, far surpassing that of Otsutsuki Kagaya, providing Uchiha Obito a deeper understanding of the Otsutsuki civilization. The reason for this is that the Otsutsuki civilization is not entirely a centralized structure but resembles a feudal system. Due to the vast territory occupied by the Otsutsuki civilization, even they find it difficult to maintain complete jurisdiction. Thus, the Otsutsuki civilization can only uphold unity through a feudal method. Otsutsuki Kagaya was able to survive for 1,000 years entirely because the Otsutsuki civilization experienced a millennium of turmoil seeking more slots for legitimate bloodline limits. Various places turned a blind eye to the spread of illegal bloodline limits, leading to an irreversible situation. Even the Otsutsuki civilization only managed to stabilize illegal bloodline limits after enduring a millennium of turmoil. To achieve this, the center of the Otsutsuki civilization was forced to decentralize considerable power. During this millennium, the 3 members of the Otsutsuki expedition team captured numerous illegal bloodline limits, which made them quite arrogant. Because everyone understood that the 1,000-year turmoil of the Otsutsuki civilization was not fundamentally due to the strength of illegal bloodline limits, but rather a result of internal power struggles. Now that the turmoil has just calmed down, the Otsutsuki civilization is generally in a time of martial virtue. Thus, shortly after the 3 members of the Otsutsuki expedition team sent out a distress signal, the Otsutsuki elder descended upon the solar system. He came alone. The strength of the divine realm is beyond imagination. If even the Otsutsuki elder cannot suppress Otsutsuki Kagaya, then the next step would not be to send more powerful personnel to deal with Otsutsuki Kagaya, but rather to absorb her as a new Otsutsuki elder. Considering the solar system as the territory of Otsutsuki Kagaya, she need only accept the leadership and summons of the Otsutsuki civilization. As for the descended Otsutsuki elder, Uchiha Obito directly launched a consciousness invasion against him, employing the most core consciousness encryption technology of the Otsutsuki civilization. This was easily breached by Uchiha Obito. Even elder-level consciousness encryption is ineffective against the omniscience and omnipotence of the Otsutsuki god. It can be said that Uchiha Obito's existence has become a natural enemy for the Otsutsuki civilization, allowing him to effortlessly complete consciousness invasion, memory reading, and body occupation against even the Otsutsuki elders. At this moment he is the Otsutsuki elder. Even when facing higher-level beings within the Otsutsuki civilization, they cannot extract Uchiha Obito from the elder's body. Uchiha Obito left his clone behind while controlling his main body, the Otsutsuki elder, to return to the Otsutsuki civilization with the 3 members of the expedition team and Otsutsuki Kagaya. In this manner, Uchiha Obito can easily steal the achievements of 1,000,000 years of development of the Otsutsuki civilization. As for his clone, it leads the Shell organization to unify the ninja world. Just as the grandest Chunin exams were being held in Kanahagakure, the Shell organization descended upon the scene of the exams, leaving everyone in disbelief. The leader of the Shell organization turned out to be Uchiha Sarada, who had just recently been the vessel for the Ten Tails. When the infinite Tsukuyomi was activated once more, a blood moon hung in the sky, enveloping the entire ninja world in the illusion of the infinite Tsukuyomi. Only Uzumaki Naruto, Uchiha Sasuke, and Uchiha Sakura, along with the other 2 members of Team 7, Uzumaki Boruto and Mitsuki, as well as a few like Orochimaru, maintained their self-awareness. Who exactly are you? Looking at the Ten Tails vessel Uchiha Sarada floating in the sky, and the Uchiha Sarada beside him, the lower ninja found it hard to distinguish which one is real and which one is fake. Both Uchiha Sarada are real, because they are both clone avatars, not shadow clones created through the abilities of Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke. It's not as if they couldn't even tell the difference between shadow clones. This was also the reason they previously did not suspect that the genin Uchiha Sarada had any issues. However, the appearance of the Ten Tails Jinchuriki Uchiha Sarada completely shattered their understanding. It was hard for them to believe that a 12-year-old Uchiha Sarada could be the Ten Tails Jinchuriki. In fact, their suspicions were correct. A normal Uchiha Sarada could not possess such strength. What appeared before them was Uchiha Obito. I am indeed not Uchiha Sarada, but I can return Uchiha Sarada to you. Before the people present could comprehend what was happening, another Uchiha Sarada indeed appeared in Uchiha Obito's hand. This counterpart was a clone created by Uchiha Obito by traveling back to the past, made from Uchiha Sarada before the soul exchange. Looking at the newly appeared genin Uchiha Sarada, that familiar feeling immediately confirmed for Uchiha Sakura and Uzumaki Boruto that this was indeed Uchiha Sarada. It was definitely the real one. However, what was in Uchiha Obito's hand was not just Uchiha Sarada. There was also Uchiha Fugaku, Uchiha Mikoto, Uchiha Itachi. Correspondingly, there were also Namikaze Minato and Uzumaki Kushina. I possess the ability to travel back to the past. So as long as I wish, I can bring the copies of people from the past to the present. Uchiha Obito explained his abilities, or rather the ability of the divine tool of agriculture. The moment this ability to travel back to the past was revealed, everyone present was astonished. This not only meant the possibility of changing the past, it also meant the ability to change regrets. The ability to travel back to the past combined with the cloning ability. Uchiha Sasuke gazed at the parents who had reappeared before him. The reappearance of the entire Uchiha clan displayed emotions that were beyond words, completely uncontrollable. Uzumaki Naruto looked at his parents before him, equally moved. Even though Uzumaki Naruto was now older than his own parents, in his heart parents would always be now he understood that his parents loved him. It was only death that had severed their bond. Soon the 6th Hokage Kakashi Hatake regained consciousness. Then he saw his father Kakashi Shikaku Uchiha Obito and no Era Rin. The 5th Hokage Tsunade also regained consciousness. She saw her grandfather Hashirama Senju, her second grandfather Tobarama Senju, her grandmother Uzumaki Mito, and her brother Shinsuke Senju, as well as her parents and many Senju clansmen. Others included Kato Dan and Jiraiya. One by one living people appeared before them. I will be the ruler of the ninja world, granting true peace to the ninja world. For Uchiha Obito now, even in the face of doubt, the fact was, he was truly providing welfare to the ninja world. With his current strength, the ninja world could no longer offer him more benefits. It was entirely a one-sided provision of benefits from him to the ninja world. He used infinite Tsukuyomi to re-educate the ninja world and popularize the ideology, instilling the concept of equality for all in every individual of the ninja world, making everyone aware that all are born equal. The inequality lies only in abilities. With greater power comes greater responsibility. Uchiha Obito granted everyone equal rights to education and work. Within the realm of Tsukuyomi, everyone has access to infinite educational resources. Here, everyone's talents can be educated to their theoretical limits, and then upon returning to reality truly choose their own lives. Whether to choose work, serve humanity, earn contribution points, or pursue higher development, or to choose to enjoy life, all these options are available. While the people of the ninja world underwent a transformative change in infinite Tsukuyomi, the ninja world in reality was also undergoing tremendous changes. Uchiha Obito initiated the omnipotent divine technique with infinite Tsukuyomi. A near-future social system was manifested by Uchiha Obito. This is the manifestation of personal power developed to its extreme. It is also the origin of Uchiha Obito unilaterally providing welfare to the ninja world. With his strength at this level, one person's productivity has indeed surpassed the entire ninja world. In such a situation he could do as he pleased. Yet he granted the ninja world a fair system and the power of development. This is rare throughout the entire universe. After all, even the Otsutsuki civilization fundamentally operates on absolute power and exploitation. The Otsutsuki bloodline controls everything. The prospects for ordinary Otsutsuki members are extremely limited. Their existence itself merely provides emotional value for the Otsutsuki bloodline. This was also the case when the breakthroughs of illegal bloodlines spread. Even though behind it the Otsutsuki bloodline had schemes to harvest illegal bloodline users for crafting forbidden techniques, yet illegal bloodlines still spread rapidly throughout the entire Otsutsuki civilization like wildfires, triggering a millennium of turmoil. Of course, Uchiha Obito also set industry ceilings for the people of the ninja world. However, this industry ceiling depends on Uchiha Obito's own strength. With his current strength as a minor Otsutsuki deity under the condition of available resources, he does not mind the people of the ninja world breaking through to bloodlines and even possessing their own divine territories. This is absolutely impossible in Otsutsuki civilization. Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke did attempt limited struggles, but were easily suppressed by Uchiha Obito. The gap in realms had reached a point that could not be bridged. With a mere spatial fixation, Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke were completely frozen. The reason for spatial fixation was entirely to make the two recognize their own strength. If it were time freeze, their thoughts would also be frozen together. Instead, they would not realize the disparity between them. Uchiha Obito, with the divine tool of returning to the past, maximally replicated the bloodlines and heroes of the ninja world from the past, allowing them to continue serving in the new era. The exterminated Uchiha clan, the Kagaya clan, the Mizuki clan, and so on. The vanished Senju and the destroyed Uzumaki were all replicated and restored by him. He did not change the past. He merely obtained the genes and memories of individuals from the past. That's all. Under the premise of the existence of the original body, there may still be contradictions with the original self. However, without the original body, they are the only original self. Both in terms of genes and memories, they are equivalent to the original self. In the ninja world, Uchiha Obito is developing this timeline of the ninja world. As for the original body Uchiha Obito, he successfully infiltrated the Otsutsuki civilization. Moreover, he ensured the safety of Kagaya Otsutsuki, preventing her from becoming material for the forbidden techniques. Having just ended the millennium of turmoil, the Otsutsuki civilization does not lack forbidden techniques. What it lacks is members who recognize the Otsutsuki civilization. The millennium of turmoil greatly weakened the cohesion of the Otsutsuki civilization. Now Kagaya Otsutsuki as an antique from a millennium ago, having not participated in the millennium of turmoil, is more traditional in perception compared to the new Otsutsuki nobles. Therefore, Kagaya Otsutsuki was recognized as an elder of the Otsutsuki awaiting judgment. She will serve the Otsutsuki civilization for a millennium to atone for her sins. After a millennium, she will officially become an elder of the Otsutsuki, no longer in a state of awaiting judgment. As for Uchiha Obito, after completing this pursuit mission and recommending an Otsutsuki elder, he was credited accordingly. Thus, Uchiha Obito successfully returned to the Otsutsuki civilization. In his capacity as an Otsutsuki elder, he openly acquired the legacies of the Otsutsuki civilization that he could access, continuously enhancing himself. Only by truly joining the Otsutsuki civilization can one realize how powerful it is. To put it plainly, 2/3 of the Milky Way galaxy is under the influence of the Otsutsuki civilization. It is exaggerated to the extreme. As for the ninja world, it does not fall within the sphere of influence of the Otsutsuki civilization, as it is too far from the center of the Milky Way galaxy. Even though the Otsutsuki civilization possesses interstellar teleportation technology, transporting to the ninja world and then back would consume more energy than what a bloodline limit can provide. If Otsutsuki Kagaya had not monopolized a fruit of the god tree, there would still be some benefits in alchemy. Otherwise, the Otsutsuki civilization would not even bother sending out a punitive expedition. In the case of an illegal bloodline limit, the Otsutsuki civilization would not take any action until the civilization had developed enough to yield sufficient benefits. However, it is extremely difficult for an illegal bloodline limit to break through the numerous barriers of the Otsutsuki civilization and reach beyond its sphere of influence. The current Otsutsuki civilization has experienced 1,000 years of turmoil and is in a state of rebuilding. Thus, there is ample operational space for the Uchiha clan, for example, through reasonable and legal means, to integrate the ninja world into the Otsutsuki civilization. The justification provided would be that the higher-ups of the ninja world are governed by the descendants of Otsutsuki Kagaya. Even if the bloodline is impure, the ninja world and Otsutsuki Kagaya share an inseparable blood relationship. Rather than destruction, it is better to nurture them to become the foundation of Otsutsuki Kagaya. By contributing to the Otsutsuki civilization and having the Otsutsuki elders as recommendations, the application for a mere distant planet's affiliation was quickly approved. Otsutsuki Kagaya became the nominal leader of the ninja world, and others were willing to give her face. After all, the elder of the Otsutsuki was still an elder. Once the divine kingdom opens the bloodline limit, without a divine kingdom can only sit idle. The existence of the divine kingdom is a mark of strength even in the Otsutsuki civilization. It is superior to the vast majority of divine techniques, and the ninja world can also use the interstellar teleportation pathways of the Otsutsuki civilization to travel there. However, the Uchiha clan did not immediately send personnel to the Otsutsuki civilization. They planned to wait until the development of the ninja world reached a bottleneck before seeking knowledge under the guise of serving the Otsutsuki civilization. The Uchiha clan continually expanded their permissions and power within the Otsutsuki civilization through consciousness invasion, and in the blink of an eye 10 years passed. The soul exchange ability of the Uchiha clan received another opportunity. In fact, when returning to the past, the cooldown for soul exchange can also be reset. However, after gaining omniscience and omnipotence, he realized that he absolutely could not activate it, because once he used the opportunity gained from the past, it would mean he would be frozen in that time. This would be equivalent to directly opening a parallel world, making it impossible to return to and once he returned to the future, the opportunity gained from the past would also disappear. The Uchiha clan exchanged souls once again. Both returned to their respective worlds, and then Uchiha Sarada was bewildered. In another world, Uchiha Sarada relied on the permissions granted by Uchiha. In 10 years, she achieved the bloodline limit. In this ninja world, even though the ninja world had become incredibly powerful in terms of both technology and strength, but faced with the Otsutsuki civilization, they were still forced to migrate from the ninja world to Mars, and could only operate in the underground world of Mars. This was solely to avoid detection by the god tree of the ninja world. In this world, all changes began when the Uchiha clan was not exterminated. In this world, Uchiha Sasuke did not marry Haruno Sakura, which meant that Uchiha Sarada was never born. Naruto Uzumaki also did not end up with Hinata Hyuga. The people she was familiar with, such as Boruto Uzumaki, Chocho Akimichi, Shikadai Nara, and Inajin Yamanaka, all did not exist. However, Uchiha Sarada was not lonely, because the technology in this ninja world was far more developed than in her previous ninja world thanks to the permissions granted by Uchiha. She could learn anything she wanted and also experience the vast virtual worlds generated by the infinite Tsukuyomi. 10 years later, when she returned to her world once again, she found that her body was still the bloodline limit and the ninja world before her felt both unfamiliar and familiar. Unfamiliar because 10 years had passed and her ninja world had developed to an incredible extent where she had become the leader of the ninja world. Familiar because the current ninja world bore a high resemblance to her previous one, except that her ninja world did not need to hide beneath the surface of Mars. Instead, it was developing chakra technology openly in the ninja world. What Uchiha Sarada found hardest to accept was that during her 10-year absence, another imposter had taken her place. Uchiha Sasuke and Uchiha Sakura had another daughter. She met the grown-up Boruto Uzumaki Chocho Akimichi Shikadai Nara and Inajin Yamanaka, who were both familiar and unfamiliar childhood friends. However, Uchiha's clone explained everything to her. Uchiha Sarada still admired Uchiha immensely. Under his guidance, the ninja world had progressed from ignorance to the interstellar era. He provided everyone with equal opportunities for development and choice. She exchanged souls with Uchiha, and in a sense Uchiha Sarada still felt a sense of pride. However, she did not expect that Uchiha had resolved the troubles of the Otsutsuki civilization in her world within a short period. Moreover, he had developed the ninja world to a level even more advanced than another ninja world. Uchiha developed the ninja world using her identity, becoming the undisputed leader of the ninja world. However, the other Uchiha Sasuke and Uchiha Sakura were also real being copies created from the past. The timing of the copies was just before the two exchanged souls, which in a sense could also be considered another version of themselves capable of even going back to the past. Such events would be akin to mythological operations even in another ninja world. Thus, Uchiha Sarada witnessed a new Uchiha clan. The exterminated clan was copied from the past to the present. The current leader of the Uchiha clan is her father Uchiha Sasuke. Regarding such developments, Uchiha Sarada naturally could not say it was bad. She could choose to continue as the daughter of Uchiha Sasuke and Uchiha Sakura. Neither of them would mind having another daughter. However, Uchiha Sarada ultimately made another choice, which was to represent the ninja world in going to the Otsutsuki civilization for genuine integration education. This time, the elite of the ninja world generally chose to go to the Otsutsuki civilization to witness its brilliance and depth firsthand. Among them were figures like Amato Senju Hashirama, Uchiha Madara Senju Tobarama, Orochimaru, Kabuto Yakushi, and Deidara. 10 years have passed. Uchiha Jin has ascended from being a mere corner piece to a prominent elder of the Otsutsuki clan, utilizing possession techniques to reach high ranks within the Otsutsuki civilization. As an elder of the Otsutsuki clan, his status within the civilization is vastly different. Now Uchiha Jin has barely managed to establish his position among the upper echelons of the Otsutsuki civilization. He can offer some suggestions to the core of the Otsutsuki civilization, but that is all. The system of the Otsutsuki civilization is far too vast to truly enter its power core. Even with Uchiha Jin's current advantages, it would still take at least a century. However, with his protection, a group from the ninja world is heading to the Otsutsuki civilization to enjoy preferential treatment. They will not face oppression, discrimination, or other issues, providing them with a conducive environment for further study. Meanwhile, Uchiha Jin's original body has returned to his previous ninja world. The issue of the divine tree is no longer a problem for him. He has effortlessly taken control of the divine tree's permissions. After 15 years away from the ninja world, the indigenous people of the ninja world can finally return to their home planet. With the threat of the divine tree resolved, Uchiha Jin has not encountered any personnel like Amato from the three paths in his ninja world, indicating that Amato belongs to the unique personnel of the Boruto world. They do not exist in other ninja worlds. After all, Uchiha Jin knows that there is more than one similar ninja world, or rather the vast majority of the movie worlds. Uchiha Jin can traverse these worlds through his soul exchange ability. However, because he has gained unexpected benefits in the Boruto world, his focus has now shifted there. He aims to conquer the Otsutsuki civilization within a century, positioning himself as the new Otsutsuki god. Uchiha Gen's return has lifted the shackles on the development of his ninja world. In fact, it is not merely shackles. He has also brought back legacies and technologies that far surpass those of the current ninja world. However, he has only opened the ninja world to a limited extent. Uchiha Gen does not intend to allow the ninja world to develop excessively, so as not to draw the attention of the Otsutsuki civilization. The Otsutsuki civilization possesses a technology that can detect the existence of other civilizations through the brightness and energy fluctuations of stars. Brightness fluctuations are used to locate technologies such as Dyson spheres. Energy fluctuations are used to identify technologies that absorb stellar energy, whether it is a Dyson sphere or directly absorbing stellar energy. Such a level of technological advancement already possesses interstellar capabilities and poses a certain threat to the Otsutsuki civilization which would take action against it. As for whether it leads to destruction or to subjugation, that requires a judgment from the Otsutsuki civilization under the premise that Uchiha Gen's main development direction is another ninja world. The current development of the ninja world can be said to be locked. After civilizations leave their home planets, the primary source of energy acquisition is stars. Acquiring nearly unlimited energy from stars is the core driving force for advancing civilizations to interstellar status. Currently, the ninja world cannot acquire stellar energy through Dyson spheres, nor can it directly absorb stellar energy to avoid attracting the attention of the Otsutsuki civilization. This undoubtedly sets a ceiling on the development of the ninja world. Before Uchiha Gen achieves the status of the Otsutsuki god, it is not appropriate for the ninja world to develop excessively. Uchiha Gen has explained this to the ninja world. Regarding this point, the others in the ninja world can understand. After all, even without considering this, it would still take a long time for the ninja world to reach its ceiling. Even if they digest the legacy and technology of the Otsutsuki civilization, it is not something the ninja world can accomplish in a short period. Of course, if they do not understand, it is of no use, because the strength of Uchiha Gen alone surpasses that of the entire ninja world. After arranging matters in the current ninja world, Uchiha Gen returned to the Boruto world to continue his development within the Otsutsuki civilization. His strength is now advancing by leaps and bounds. After all, as long as he has sufficient materials and energy, he can continuously acquire divine tree fruits through the divine tree within him. By constantly consuming divine tree fruits, his strength will grow stronger. The stronger he becomes, the more powerful Otsutsuki elders he can control, gaining more resources, thus forming a positive cycle. However, even with Uchiha Gen's development, entering the core of the Otsutsuki civilization still requires a century. This illustrates the terrifying level of development the Otsutsuki civilization has achieved. The closer one gets to the center of the Otsutsuki civilization, the closer one approaches the center of the galaxy. The power core of the Otsutsuki civilization lies at the center of the galaxy. Black holes are a form of advanced energy and weaponry that far surpasses stars. The more powerful Otsutsuki factions possess larger black holes. Meanwhile, the Otsutsuki royal family controls the black hole at the center of the galaxy, holding supreme striking rights over other Otsutsuki factions. With the aid of black holes, they can launch galaxy-level strikes. Even Otsutsuki elders who possess divine nations remain insignificant in the face of the power of black holes. Thus, in the Otsutsuki civilization, the illegal bloodline gathering that triggered a millennium of turmoil cannot pose a core threat to the Otsutsuki civilization. Essentially, this conflict is merely a deliberate indulgence among Otsutsuki factions to redistribute benefits. Only a faction with a black hole could incite a rebellion. That would be a significant event. When the situation becomes uncontrollable, the Otsutsuki royal family will unleash the black hole at the center of the galaxy to bring about destruction. At that time, an entire star domain would be completely devoured, leaving nothing behind. Civilizations located in other star domains would witness the starry sky being erased as if with an eraser. This information is incredibly terrifying. Such intel can only be obtained by Uchiha Gen upon entering the high ranks of the Otsutsuki. Other Otsutsuki elders do not even have the qualification to know. With the black hole at the center of the galaxy, even if Uchiha Gen becomes the Otsutsuki god, he must proceed with caution, ensuring he does not attract the attention of the Otsutsuki royal family. Otherwise, in a mutual destruction scenario, if the black hole at the center of the galaxy is detonated by the Otsutsuki royal family, its power could obliterate the Otsutsuki god. Consequently, the entire galaxy would also meet its doom. Currently, the Otsutsuki civilization has not declined due to the transcendence of the Otsutsuki god. It can only be said that it is on a downward slope, but still far from a dire state. Thus, Uchiha Gen needs to treat this matter with caution. 70 years have passed in the blink of an eye. Uchiha Gen has truly entered the core upper echelon of the Otsutsuki civilization, arriving at the central region of the galaxy. This is not surprising at all. The Otsutsuki royal family is utilizing the black hole at the center of the galaxy for training, attempting to break through their own strength to become another Otsutsuki god. The previous Otsutsuki god, Otsutsuki Shurji, achieved transcendence through the path of strength, ultimately becoming transcendent of dimensions. However, this path can only be walked by Otsutsuki Shurji, and only he can reap countless divine tree fruits to validate his path. In the current Otsutsuki civilization, this path is a dead end because even the Otsutsuki royal family does not possess a complete divine tree. Without a complete divine tree, the current divine tree can only produce divine tree fruits by absorbing life planets. However, the current galaxy, the Otsutsuki civilization, occupies the majority of life planets. To pursue this path would be tantamount to self-sabotage. Thus, the Otsutsuki civilization can only follow the path of divine nations. By cultivating divine arts, refining rules, establishing divine nations, and continuously strengthening the divine nation until it becomes powerful enough to transcend. The Otsutsuki king, utilizing the black hole at the center of the galaxy, has expanded his divine nation to the size of a star domain. Transcendence is no longer far off. To develop the divine realm to its utmost extent. Yet it remains merely a divine realm. To truly transcend, the best approach is to harness the black hole at the center of the galaxy. To undergo an infinite collapse of the divine realm, ultimately triggering a singularity explosion within one's own divine realm, transforming it into a small universe. By utilizing the small universe, one can undergo a transformation in status. From being the lord of the divine realm to becoming a creator god. Reaching this step, this is true transcendence. In the face of a small universe, no number of divine realms can withstand a blow. This is also another path to transcendence discovered by the Otsutsuki clan. This path indeed leads to transcendence. However, fundamentally, it still relies on the divine realm to enhance oneself. It cannot be compared to the path of ultimate transcendence through the infinite devouring of the divine tree's fruits. After all, the infinite devouring of the divine tree's fruits directly enhances oneself. Just this aspect alone surpasses the divine realm path, no matter how powerful your divine realm is. The Uchiha clan directly invaded the main body. The Otsutsuki elders had no means to retaliate. 30 years passed, and the Uchiha clan gained unimaginable energy through the power of Otsutsuki civilization. With this energy, he cultivated countless divine tree fruits from the divine tree within his body. Then, by consuming the divine tree fruits, he made his main body infinitely stronger. All-knowing and omnipotent, he fully utilized the various inheritances of Otsutsuki civilization to their utmost potential. Finally, when the Uchiha clan felt sufficiently assured, they launched an attack on the Otsutsuki king. It was only when the Uchiha clan took action that the Otsutsuki king realized his existence. This should not have occurred. As the Otsutsuki king, he possessed numerous warning-type divine techniques. Whether it was crisis warning or future sight, these divine techniques failed to function. Not only him but others among the Otsutsuki elders attacked by the Uchiha clan faced the same fate. If ordinary Otsutsuki elders may lack sufficient depth, then every elder who entered the higher echelons of Otsutsuki had sound warning-type divine techniques. Yet these divine techniques were all deciphered before the Uchiha clan's omniscience and omnipotence. The method of deciphering was quite simple. It was a case of stealing the sky and changing the day. The Uchiha clan did not kill them but rather occupied them. Thus, the majority of the warning-type divine techniques, including future sight, could not perceive the crisis and changes. After all, they were neither injured nor dead, and the future continued to exist. With this technique, the Uchiha clan was unstoppable. This also applied to the attack on the Otsutsuki king. The Uchiha clan's attack on the Otsutsuki king occurred during a high-level meeting. However, when the Otsutsuki king saw that all the core upper echelons were indifferent to the Uchiha clan's attack, he realized that the vast Otsutsuki civilization had been unknowingly hollowed out. This was simply unbelievable. Only when he faced the invasion of the Uchiha clan did he understand why. The attacker possessed the inheritance of the Otsutsuki god. The Otsutsuki king is a descendant of the Otsutsuki god. Or rather, the closer one is to the core of Otsutsuki civilization, the more the core upper echelons are generally descendants of the Otsutsuki god. The identity of being a descendant of the Otsutsuki god endows them with supreme bloodlines, but when facing the Otsutsuki god, they would also be maximally suppressed. However, the previous Otsutsuki god had already transcended dimensions. Thus, none of the Otsutsuki upper echelons believed there could be someone who could silently invade. Yet such an absurd event occurred. Someone obtained the inheritance of the Otsutsuki god and swiftly controlled all the core upper echelons of Otsutsuki civilization. Now they are already taking action against him. Faced with this reality, the Otsutsuki king abandoned resistance after a brief struggle. In fact, most of the core upper echelons of Otsutsuki who were invaded by the Uchiha clan were in similar situations. Because in their view, Uchiha, who had obtained the inheritance of the Otsutsuki god, possessed the ability and authority to lead the Otsutsuki civilization. No one understood the might of the Otsutsuki god better than these core upper echelons. The current Otsutsuki civilization was in a continuous decline. Even if the Otsutsuki king ultimately achieved transcendence, so what? Such transcendence is merely a transcendence of power, not of wisdom. And the ability to invade the consciousness of the core upper echelons of Otsutsuki could only be attributed to one possibility. That is, Uchiha obtained the Otsutsuki god's most core all-knowing or omnipotent divine techniques. Obtaining either of these two divine techniques is sufficient to invigorate the Otsutsuki civilization. Uchiha obtained both. For Uchiha, who possessed all-knowing and omnipotent divine techniques, he was more suitable to lead the current Otsutsuki civilization than the current Otsutsuki king. At most, the current Otsutsuki king is merely a moderate ruler. What they desire is a revitalizing ruler, based on observations of other star systems by Otsutsuki civilization. Other star systems also possess civilizations and transcendent-level powerhouses. Even if there is a long period in the future where wars between star systems are unlikely to erupt in the vast majority of cases. Even star-level civilizations are more likely to be destroyed amidst civil wars and reincarnations. To grasp an entire star system is exceedingly difficult. Currently, the Otsutsuki civilization has already developed to its limit within the galaxy. The previous millennium of turmoil has indeed been quelled. However, correspondingly, the center of Otsutsuki civilization had no choice but to decentralize power. In exchange for the temporary unity of Otsutsuki civilization. Yet such a situation cannot last. The core upper echelons of Otsutsuki civilization have foreseen the future of their civilization. One could say that the development model of Otsutsuki civilization is destined not to endure. Even an entire galaxy cannot maintain the excessive consumption of Otsutsuki civilization for long. But they are powerless in this regard. They can only delay, unable to stop or reverse the emergence of the Uchiha clan. The emergence of the Uchiha clan did allow them to see the possibility of resolving the crisis of Otsutsuki civilization. After all-knowing and omnipotent represents the ability to accomplish anything. As the Otsutsuki king abandoned resistance, the Uchiha clan successfully completed the invasion. At this moment, the Uchiha clan had finally taken complete control of Otsutsuki civilization and the Uchiha clan directly absorbed the divine realm of the Otsutsuki king. Then, by leveraging the gravitational pull of the supermassive black hole at the center of the galaxy, they concentrated a singularity within their own divine realm. As the singularity was compressed to its utmost limit, a massive explosion occurred. All the rules within the divine realm were completely torn apart, reorganized, and transformed into the nutrients of the newly born small universe. The previous Otsutsuki king could not fully manage the Otsutsuki civilization due to the limitations of distance and a lack of strength, ability, and determination to centralize power. He could only maintain a basic unity in the Otsutsuki civilization through a system of feudalism. However, these issues posed no problems for the Uchiha. A mere issue of bloodline was enough to doom the Otsutsuki civilization. As the god of Otsutsuki, all bloodlines of the civilization were fundamentally constrained by him. The current Otsutsuki civilization developed from the previous god of Otsutsuki, and Uchiha gained the inheritance of the god. In other words, all Otsutsuki members with bloodline ties to the previous god were subject to Uchiha's will, and it was not excessive for him to wield life and death over them. Certainly there existed Otsutsuki members without ties to the previous god, but these were generally at the lower levels of the Otsutsuki civilization. The vast majority of the management within the Otsutsuki civilization had intricate connections to the previous god. Under such circumstances, Uchiha named himself Otsutsuki Uchiha, becoming the new supreme leader of the Otsutsuki civilization. As for the former Otsutsuki king, his throne was preserved. Uchiha was not a patient administrator. He only needed to provide a general direction. In the future, the Otsutsuki civilization would still rely on the Otsutsuki king as the primary manager. Upon becoming the god of Otsutsuki, Uchiha forcibly abolished the divine tree of the Otsutsuki civilization. This prevented the fruits of the divine tree from serving as a shortcut for the Otsutsuki civilization to achieve bloodline gathering. Subsequently, he established a contract for the entire Otsutsuki civilization's bloodline gathering. The contract itself was essentially a variant of a pact. In terms of initial promotion, it aimed to establish a more efficient means of communication to enhance governance within the Otsutsuki civilization. All bloodline gatherers with the bloodline of the previous god of Otsutsuki could not resist this contract and would be forcibly branded. The difference was that the positions of those who voluntarily accepted the contract would remain unchanged, while those resisting acceptance would be investigated and held accountable. If they had truly committed no violations, there would be no consequences. However, given the rampant lawlessness within the Otsutsuki bloodline gatherers, it was unlikely that no violations existed. Such bloodline gatherers would be punished according to their crimes, ranging from execution to demotion or the stripping of their realms. In this movement of contracts, the number of Otsutsuki bloodline gatherers who perished even exceeded that of the Millennium Chaos. Yet, with the god of Otsutsuki suppressing them, he did not even need to take action personally. He could mobilize a majority of the Otsutsuki bloodline gatherers using overwhelming military strength to achieve suppression. In the past, even the Otsutsuki king wielded such authority and efficiency. However, Uchiha achieved this. He certainly could do so, having ensnared essentially all of the upper echelons of the Otsutsuki civilization. In terms of both power and authority, he held absolute advantage, spreading the contract through iron-fisted means to every bloodline gatherer within the Otsutsuki civilization's sphere. With the contract serving as a constraint, the entire Otsutsuki civilization could be said to have initially completed its unification as opposed to the previously fragmented state of independent governance. Next, it was quite simple to launch a rectification movement centered on the current laws of the Otsutsuki civilization, ensuring that the government's decrees could reach every corner of the Otsutsuki's influence. Regions where implementation was inadequate would once again face cleansing. Through this series of purges, a massive amount of old powers were eliminated. New era bloodline gatherers who passed the contract assessments rose to power, resulting in a reshuffling of authority within the Otsutsuki civilization. Uchiha did not plan to act recklessly next, as his major cleansing was already sufficient. The upcoming several hundred years would serve as a period of adaptation and adjustment. He would use milder means to weaken and scatter the previous factional powers of the Otsutsuki civilization, thereby enhancing its cohesion. Only when this step was nearly completed would he revise the new laws. Once the new laws were largely implemented, he would finally proceed to seal the bloodline gathering pills. Ruling a great nation is akin to cooking a small fish. Uchiha certainly understood this. A too swift approach, even if ultimately realized, would still lead to the destruction of the Otsutsuki civilization. He had already achieved transcendence, realizing true immortality. With sufficient time to transform the Otsutsuki civilization, it would only be once the bloodline gathering pills were completely sealed that a fair and just system could be implemented. By then, the ideals of the Otsutsuki civilization would be reshaped, transforming into the form Uchiha envisioned. After completing the contract branding, Uchiha entered a period of silence. The subsequent rectification movement was handled by the Otsutsuki king. Uchiha set aside administrative affairs to stabilize his transcendent state. Regarding his own microcosm, he ultimately decided to develop it into a world tree model. In this way, the divine tree would serve as the absolute core of the microcosm. The entire microcosm formed in a round heaven and square earth manner, with an unimaginably massive divine tree standing at the center. As time progressed, numerous worlds emerged around the divine tree. The roots of the tree connected to the underworld, while its branches formed 33 heavens. Countless star systems revolved around the worlds atop the divine tree, while various other beings appeared upon the earth and the tree. As the microcosm evolved towards a complete world, all rules birthed from it were utilized by Uchiha, the creator god. He could freely command the power of the rules of the microcosm and also command the faith power of living beings. It can be said that the stronger the development of the microcosm, the stronger his own power would become. However, regardless of the kind of power he possessed as the god of Otsutsuki, it could only manifest within the current universe. Although he had reached the transcendental realm theoretically, he could enter other dimensions. This method was random. The omniscient and omnipotent ability of the god of Otsutsuki was limited to the current universe. Correspondingly, Uchiha's soul-swapping ability was also transcendent of dimensions. With his transcendent strength, he could not interfere with the soul-swapping ability. This meant that as long as his soul left the current dimension, even if it merely returned to the previous shinobi world, his power would be reset to 0. He would revert from the god of Otsutsuki to a bloodline gatherer. However, with the experience from another shinobi world, he could become the god of Otsutsuki again at a faster pace. The reality was that even though he possessed omniscience and omnipotence, and held the realm of the god of Otsutsuki, the complete divine tree was unique. In his own shinobi world, there was no remains of the Otsutsuki Tsutsuki, nor a complete divine tree. Even if he achieved the god of Otsutsuki, his power would still be considerably weaker than his counterpart in the Boruto world. Even without the complete divine tree, Uchiha has confidence in conquering the Otsutsuki civilization. After all, both are parallel universes. Even though there are some differences in details, overall the disparity is not significant. Uchiha cannot bring the complete divine tree into his universe in a spiritual form. However, it is feasible to bring over his divine techniques and realms through contracts. Uchiha activated his interstellar teleportation ability. He entered the domain of the Otsutsuki civilization. Following this, the usual routine ensued. Omniscience and omnipotence are practically the nemesis of the Otsutsuki civilization. In terms of invasion, he was unstoppable. This time, Uchiha only took 30 years to penetrate the core high ranks of the Otsutsuki civilization. However, capturing the most powerful Otsutsuki king remains beyond his reach. Without the complete divine tree, Uchiha's strength enhancement is limited. Yet 70 years later, Uchiha managed to complete the invasion of the Otsutsuki king. The absence of the complete divine tree significantly impacted his foundation. He could only absorb and integrate a vast number of divine realms. Then, with the supermassive black hole at the center of the galaxy, he opened up a small universe again. This allowed him to successfully transcend. However, this time, the innate materials opened up by Uchiha's small universe did not include the refined innate spiritual root divine tree. Without the complete divine tree, the innate spiritual roots refined in this way completely lack the stability needed to support the entire small universe. Ultimately, Uchiha chose to refine the Taiji diagram. However, this Taiji diagram is formed by the innate yin-yang escape, which perfectly aligns with the characteristics of the current universe. It is used to stabilize the small universe. This is entirely sufficient. Because there are no conditions like another ninja world, no remains and inheritance of the previous Otsutsuki gods, Uchiha wants to reform the Otsutsuki civilization. He can only proceed gradually. Directly prohibiting the divine tree is absolutely impossible. The divine tree is the absolute core of the Otsutsuki civilization, relied upon to the utmost by the entire civilization. Even if Uchiha achieves transcendence in this universe, he does not possess the ability to command the divine tree and the Otsutsuki bloodline. Thus, he can only invade the Otsutsuki bloodline network quietly from top to bottom. Only by mastering the majority of the Otsutsuki bloodline network can his reforms be carried out. As an immortal existence, those knowledgeable in the Otsutsuki civilization can naturally discern. Currently, the Otsutsuki civilization's consumption of resources from the galaxy is completely unsustainable. If this continues, perhaps millions of years later, the galaxy, which could originally last for over 100 billion years, will be completely depleted by the Otsutsuki civilization. Regarding this outcome, the Otsutsuki civilization knows yet does not wish to make changes. No one is willing to voluntarily cut back. As for the future, we will discuss it once the consequences manifest. What Uchiha needs to do besides reshaping the ideology of the Otsutsuki civilization is to put the development model of the Otsutsuki civilization on hold. Fairness, justice, talent-based selection, and sustainable development will be the core of the future Otsutsuki civilization. However, this is destined to be a long process. Limited by his own strength and the overly vast influence of the Otsutsuki civilization, he can only proceed gradually. He cannot be as radical as in another ninja world. This creates a significant gap in progress between the two ninja worlds. Compared to the development of the entire Otsutsuki civilization, the ninja world limited to the solar system is hardly worth mentioning. In the future, the ninja world will inevitably be incorporated into the Otsutsuki civilization, thereby gaining the benefits of its development. However, the timing is not appropriate now. Within the Otsutsuki civilization, there exists a pervasive sense of superiority. Outsiders within the Otsutsuki civilization are not much better than slaves. They are also akin to servants. Even within the Otsutsuki civilization, the infighting between classes is extraordinarily brutal. The upper class can do as they please to the lower class. For instance, as a member of the bloodline network, Otsutsuki Peach Style can casually refine the servant Otsutsuki Gold Style into pills to consume. Such behavior is rampant in today's Otsutsuki civilization. Completely reversing the ethos of the Otsutsuki civilization is a heavy task with a long way to go. Uchiha granted the core high ranks of the Otsutsuki the ability to form contracts. The core high ranks can then impose contracts on other high ranks, and through the high ranks impose contracts on the lower ranks. In this way, layer by layer, as time passes, Uchiha can naturally master the entire Otsutsuki bloodline network in his hands. Because there is no complete divine tree or remains of the Otsutsuki god, each layer of contract imprint he grants provides absolute control over the lower ranks. The type of life and death by thought. Correspondingly, Uchiha himself controls all the contract imprints. Precisely because of insufficient ability, he cannot employ gentle methods and can only ensure the stability of order through absolute control. This requires a long time. Once the vast majority of the Otsutsuki bloodline network has been imprinted with contracts, Uchiha will then be able to steadily implement his policies. As everything enters into the right track, Uchiha left his avatar to manage the Otsutsuki civilization and the ninja world. As for himself, he began a new round of soul exchanges. He has accumulated over 20 exchange opportunities, allowing him to return to his ninja world universe periodically. The universe chosen by Uchiha this time is the Star Iron universe. At his current cultivation level, the universes that can assist him have become quite rare. However, the Star Iron universe is undoubtedly one of them. Compared to the transcendence of the Otsutsuki god, there is no road ahead now. The only option is to venture into other dimensions. The Star Iron universe offers another choice to carve out a path to destiny and achieve the Star God. The path of the Star God undoubtedly surpasses the transcendence of the Otsutsuki god. Uchiha intends to venture into the Star Iron universe to discover the methods for opening the path to destiny and achieving the Star God. As for the candidate chosen by Uchiha for the exchange, it is none other than one of the Star Core Hunter's blade. His real name is Ing Xing. He was once a craftsman in the Zhu Ming Construction Bureau, who acquired the legendary title 100 Crafts as a short-lived human. With his exceptional forging skills, he became one of the 5 gallant members of the immortal ship Cloud. In the war, he made significant contributions to the immortal ship. However, all this changed when one of the 5 gallant members Bai Heng passed away. The 5 gallant members were subsequently shattered. He and Long Zun Danfeng attempted to resurrect Bai Heng using the dragon transformation technique, but this resulted in the creation of a cursed dragon, triggering the chaos of the moon drinking. Even though the chaos of the moon drinking was quelled, it came at a price. Long Zun Danfeng underwent rebirth after shedding his scales. Yingxing was granted a blessing by the abundant command, transforming from a human into an undying aberration. In the countless massacres by the mirror flow, his will collapsed, leaving only the will to die. Ultimately, even mirror flow fell into the demon's shadow, breaking away from the immortal ship, leaving no trace. Only Jing Yuan remained from the 5 gallant members. Jing Yuan later became the military strategist of the Luo Fu immortal ship. After departing from the Luo Fu immortal ship, Yingxing was recruited by the Star Corps Hunters. Kafka, a member of the Star Corps Hunters, can soothe the restless movements within him using his word spirit. Although the immortal ship and the harvest are in a perpetual struggle from the perspective of Uchiha, he does not believe that the star gods embody a complete dichotomy of justice and evil. As a unique entity within the Star Iron universe, theoretically each star god's fate encompasses the entire universe according to the current development of Star Iron civilization. Throughout history there have existed 18 star gods. They are the Pioneer Star God Akivali, the Destruction Star God Nanak, the Hunting Star God Lan, the Knowledge Star God Bashazan, the Harmony Star God Zype, the Void Star God Nine, the Preservation Star God Klipe, the Harvest Star God Yaoshur, the Memory Star God Fuli, the Joy Star God Aha, the Mystery Star God Misai, the Breeding Star God Teyazuruos, the Balance Star God Hu, the End Star God Moang, the Pure Star God Yidrilai, the Gluttony Star God Eabaluo, the Immortal Star God Long, and the Order Star God Tai. Among these 18 star gods, the Pioneer Star God Akivali, the Breeding Star God Teyazuruos, the Gluttony Star God Eabaluo, the Immortal Star God Long, and the Order Star God Tai have been confirmed to have fallen. Among them, the Void Star God Nine lacks self-awareness and can be considered as non-existent. The Pure Star God Yidrilai is currently uncontactable. The Hunting Star God Lan and the Harvest Star God Yaoshur are in a state of mortal enmity. The Hunting Star God Lan, along with the universe's largest hunting faction, the Immortal Ship Alliance, is pursuing the Harvest forces throughout the universe. In this regard, most forces in the universe are in a state of support due to the cosmic locust disaster, the Antimatter Legion, and the Harvest forces being referred to as one of the 3 great disasters of the universe. The cosmic locust disaster, once incited by the Breeding Star God, affected half of the Star River, causing immeasurable destruction, which only calmed down after the Breeding Star God was eliminated. Yet, even after the fall of the Breeding Star God, the cosmic locust disaster continues to erupt throughout the universe from time to time, causing massive destruction. Behind the Antimatter Legion lies the Destruction Star God Nanak. To slow down the increase of entropy, indiscriminate destruction is carried out across the universe, leading to countless civilizations being obliterated at the hands of the Antimatter Legion. The Harvest people are forces that have received the blessings of the Harvest Star God Yaoshur. The Harvest Star God Yaoshur is exceptionally unique, while other star gods are generally extremely mysterious. They rarely reveal their existence except for the Harvest Star God Yaoshur. His principle is to ensure that all sentient beings' desires are fulfilled, making him the star god most likely to respond. Including the current immortal ship, it has also received gifts from the Harvest Star God Yaoshur. However, receiving the gift from Yaoshur is one matter, while being able to accept it is another. If one can perfectly bear the gift of Yaoshur, theoretically an entire race can achieve perfect longevity free from the troubles of lifespan and illness. However, the gifts of Yaoshur generally lead to disaster. If the gift received is a perfect blessing, it will result in wealth disparity, rigid class structures, and population explosions, ultimately leading to brutal civil wars. The home planet of the immortal ship faced such a situation. If one cannot obtain the perfect blessing, they will turn into a product of abundance. From body to spirit, distortions occur. Longevity naturally leads to population explosions and resource shortages, especially as interstellar travel in the Star Iron universe is not particularly difficult. The Pioneer Star God has generally laid down star tracks across the Star Iron universe, significantly reducing the costs of travel between various star systems. Thus, the Harvest people will frantically attack and plunder other planets, triggering widespread civilization collapse. The Immortal Ship as a civilization that has received the blessings of abundance quite perfectly. Consequently, they are seen by other Harvest people as the best source of nourishment. Devouring the people of the Immortal Ship not only grants longer life but also greater power. Ultimately, the Immortal Ship gave birth to the hunting star god Lon. From prey, they turned into hunters, becoming the nightmare of the universe's Harvest people. Theoretically, races receiving the blessings of abundance are all longevity beings. However, for intelligent beings, although the blessings of abundance can resolve physical longevity, they cannot achieve spiritual longevity. With the passage of time, regardless of whether they are the people of the Immortal Ship or the Harvest people, the uncontrollable products of abundance must be eliminated. Only the Harvest Decree can maintain both physical and spiritual longevity, without the issues of becoming products of abundance. By consuming the people of the Immortal Ship, the Harvest people can significantly extend their physical state, preventing them from turning into mindless products of abundance. Hence, the Immortal Ship Alliance and the Harvest people are natural enemies. This is not only enmity between star gods, but also a preventive measure. Once allowed to develop, the Immortal Ship will undoubtedly become the primary target of attack for the Harvest people. The blade discards the blessings of abundance on its own body like a tattered garment unable to escape. Yet for Uchiha, this is a pathway to analyze the power and fate of abundance. Once Uchiha successfully completes the exchange, at this very moment he became the blade. The blade became his avatar. Naturally, Uchiha would not allow the blade to occupy his true self. Even shortly after the two exchanged souls, Uchiha saw the symbol representing the blade on his golden finger dimming. He immediately realized what had happened. Even though the blade had shed its form of abundance, he still committed suicide at the first opportunity. For the blade, the very act of living is suffering. The only way he could find liberation is through death. Thus he died. Uchiha chose to respect the blade's choice, which was an immensely painful form of abundance for the blade. For Uchiha, it was entirely manageable. After all, considering his soul's rank, according to the classifications of the Star Iron universe, he belongs to the Supreme Decree level, fully possessing the potential to become a star god. Originally, Uchiha thought the blade's strength was at the Decree level. However, upon truly taking control, he discovered the blade's anomalies. If viewed solely from the blade's body, it possesses the physique of a Decree level. But due to the blade's continuous resistance against its own body, and the numerous brutal executions it endured from Mirror Flow, as well as later suppression by Kafka's words, it resulted in the blade being in a peculiar state of having the physique of a Decree level without the corresponding power. This also explains why the blade has been repeatedly killed by the reincarnation of Longzuan Danfeng Danheng. As long as the blade is in a rational state, it cannot unleash the power of the Decree level. It is only in the uncontrolled state of falling into the demonic shadow that the blade becomes a true, authentic Harvest Decree. Uchiha has no psychological burdens regarding accepting the power of abundance. Thus, he fully embraced the blessings of abundance that the blade resisted. In an instant, he elevated himself to become a complete Harvest Decree. At the same time he became the Harvest Decree, a vast river of fate appeared before him. This river of fate is the path of abundance. At the distant end of the river, the figure of the Harvest Star God Yaoshi manifested. Then he cast a glance at Uchiha. The blade's Decree body came from the fleeting blessing of another Harvest Decree. However, to truly become a Decree, one unavoidable step must be taken: gaining the recognition of the Star God. In the Star Iron universe, countless Destiny Walkers have practiced their fate power to the utmost. They have attained immense power, yet they cannot become Decrees for one reason: they cannot gain the recognition of the Star God. Only by gaining the recognition of the Star God can one become a Decree. This is almost an ironclad rule. The reason it is almost is that there exist a very few exceptional beings who can break this iron, just like the Void Decree Huangquan, who did not gain the recognition of the Void Star God yet still became a Void Decree. For other Destiny Walkers, gaining the most challenging recognition from the Star God is conversely the easiest with the Harvest Star God Yaoshi, because the Harvest Star God fulfills the desires of all sentient beings. For those walking the path of abundance, the difficulty lies in practicing the path of abundance to the decree stage, as the vast majority of those on the path to abundance become products of abundance before gaining the qualifications of a decree. The first person to notice the anomaly of the blade was naturally Liu Ying, also a Star Core hunter. Star Core hunters are essentially all capable of commanding, or rather possess the strength of a commander. As a humanoid weapon created to combat the cosmic locust disaster in the grammar world, Liu Ying comprehended the essence of destruction through continuous warfare. In the mechanical armor Sam, Liu Ying possessed commander-level strength. Like the blade, she too resisted becoming a commander. Once she embarked on the path of becoming a destroyer commander, she would be compelled to walk the path of destruction, a fate she did not desire. Moreover, she was deliberately implanted with the entropy disease at the moment of her creation, a condition considered terminal even in the Star Iron universe. It would gradually erase all traces of her existence in the world unnoticed by others. Yet Liu Ying was able to endure. Aside from her iron will as a weapon, she had also earned her qualifications as a commander coupled with the strength of the Star Core Hunter organization. This allowed her to maintain her existence while searching for the meaning of life as a Star Core hunter. In some ways, Blade's situation was similar to Liu Ying's. Both were resisting becoming commanders. Blade resisted becoming the abundant commander, while Liu Ying resisted becoming the destroyer commander. But now, Blade unexpectedly became the abundant commander without any prior warning. This reality nearly meant that Blade had completely fallen into chaos. It was a critical moment for the Star Core Hunter's actions. Although from the perspective of other interstellar organizations, the Star Core Hunters were a terrifying organization resonating throughout the cosmos. Every member within had a staggering bounty on their heads. Every action taken by the Star Core Hunters was related to the Star Core, which was referred to as the cancer of all realms in the Star Iron universe. A single Star Core possesses the destructive power to annihilate a planet, a civilization. Thus far, research on Star Cores remains superficial. It is only known that a Star Core is the manifestation of Destiny's power and may be related to the Star Gods. Even the smartest geniuses in the universe have no unified opinion on Star Cores. Powerful civilizations, factions, and organizations are all researching Star Cores. Once a Star Core can be analyzed, it would undoubtedly trigger a revolution in cosmic technology. The Star Core is both a disaster and possesses immeasurable value. The Star Core Hunters act upon such important Star Cores, disregarding the severe consequences that may arise. This has resulted in massive casualties, with various cosmic forces placing bounties on them. Yet the Star Core Hunters have their own principles. In the Star Iron universe, there is a notion of prophecy. This is a universe filled with fatalism where even one Star God exists whose very existence is a verdict on fate, the End Star God, the End King. What makes this Star God special is that its essence rises against the cosmic end, while other beings, including Star Gods, descend along the flow of time. He walks the opposite path, moving upward against the flow of time. What is an unknown future for other beings is for the End Star God an established history. One of the Star Core Hunters, Elio, is such a prophet. He can see the predetermined future and scripts it in such a way that the Star Core Hunters can fulfill that future. In the eyes of other factions, the Star Core Hunters may appear as a terror organization, but within their own view, they are merely correcting the future and guiding it. They allow the future to progress as they envision it. Even if the future is predetermined in the hands of the adept, it can still be deceived. The Star Core Hunters indeed aim to correct the future and see themselves as slaves of fate, yet their ultimate goal is to change the future through their actions. All along, the Star Core Hunters have been acting according to Ilias' script, which generally aligns with their expectations. This gives meaning to the Star Core Hunters. Blade yearns for death, and in Ilias' script he either meets redemption or comes to the death he desires. Liu Ying seeks the meaning of life, and Elio grants her that meaning, as do other members like Kafka and Silver Wolf. It is almost certain that, without Elio, the original fate of the Star Core Hunters members would have been dire. However, with Elio, Even if the outcome is the same, they would attain the life goals and meaning they desire instead of a tragic conclusion. But now, Blade suddenly became the Abundant Commander, which was definitely not in Ilias' script. Lu Ying immediately donned the Sam armor. Meanwhile, Blade's transformation into the Abundant Commander was sensed by others, including the former member of the Cloud's 5 heroes, one of the 3. Whether it was General Jing Yuan of the Luofu Xianzhou or the already fallen Mirror Flow, or even Dan Heng, the reincarnation of the Dragon Sovereign. Kafka, who was executing the script at the Black Tower space station, also sensed that Blade had become the Abundant Commander. The birth of every Abundant Commander is a disaster for the universe. The previous Cloud's 5 heroes paid a heavy price to deal with the sudden appearance of the Abundant Commander, leading to their disintegration. Now that Blade has become the Abundant Commander, Jing Yuan's side, and shared the news with the other Xianzhou as a sworn enemy of abundance, the emergence of every Abundant Commander is a major event even for the powerful Xianzhou alliance, requiring immediate handling. For Mirror Flow, her face was filled with murderous intent. It was she who had slaughtered Ing Xing hundreds of times, ultimately causing the disappearance of Ing Xing, one of the Cloud's 5 heroes. With the current Star Core Hunter, Blade, even in the state of a fallen shadow, Mirror Flow still holds an unyielding hatred towards abundance, maintaining her sanity with her extreme loathing. She is a special fallen shadow with the ultimate goal of exterminating the abundant star god, the pharmacist. For Dan Heng, it is equally a cause for alarm. As the reincarnation of the Dragon Sovereign Dan Feng, one of the Cloud's 5 heroes, even though he has severed ties with the Xianzhou, he continually denies his past with Dan Feng. Yet he still cannot escape his fate. He has been hunted by Blade numerous times, and yet each time he has turned the tables on Blade. But Blade is immortal. Each time he dies, he soon resurfaces, becoming his nightmare. He knows Blade despises him and loathes Dan Feng. Although trying to resurrect Bai Heng was a mutual decision between the two, the failure of the resurrection and the resulting turmoil, the Lunary Moon incident lies primarily on Dan Feng's shoulders. However, Blade is unaware that Dan Feng's attempt indeed failed, but it also succeeded. The contemporary Dragon Sovereign Bai Lu is that successful individual. Even if Bai Lu does not exhibit any of the Dragon Sovereign's powers, possessing only the superficial traits of dragon horns and tail, these are merely appearances. Dan Feng created another Dragon Sovereign, resurrecting a different incarnation of Bai Heng. Bai Lu is less an incarnation of Bai Heng and more like his daughter. Moreover, when the time comes, Bai Lu will naturally awaken the powers of the Dragon Sovereign. It is just that this memory has not been passed down to Dan Heng. This serves as protection for Bai Lu. As for Kafka, she sensed that the word spirit she left on Blade had become ineffective. Yet even with such an unexpected occurrence, Kafka and Silver Wolf decided to continue with their script at the Black Tower space station. This is the beginning of altering fate. If the star cannot board the Astral Express, then changing the future will have been destined for failure from the very start. As he had just become the envoy of abundance, he faced the situation with the Star Core Hunters and the Celestial Vessel Alliance. He was not anxious, because it was simple. Neither the Star Core Hunters nor the Celestial Vessel Alliance could kill him. That was all. He looked at the agitated Lu Ying before him, feeling equally helpless. Do not be afraid for now. First of all, I am not Ren. Lu Ying's hostility escalated to intent to kill despite the seemingly imposing Star Core Hunters outside. In reality, they shared a mutual understanding depending on one another. They could absolutely trust each other's lives. Even if Ren sought death wholeheartedly, he could not be killed in an inexplicable manner. Do not make a move yet. Let me explain the current situation first. I have exchanged souls with Rin. Then he committed suicide using my body. So his body now belongs to me. That's how it is. He killed himself too quickly. I couldn't return. Thus I used his body to accept the abundance and became the envoy of abundance. Uchiha can explain the situation, including some lies. Lu Ying, do not take action for now. A black cat appeared before the two. This black cat was Aelio, or rather one of Aelios' incarnations. The Star Iron universe is immensely dangerous, filled with many strong beings. Behind the scenes, figures like Aelio generally possess many incarnations. They are not easily struck down, nor do they fall unexpectedly. The aura of Ren has indeed completely vanished. He fulfilled his wish. Aelio first set the tone for Ren's fate. The universe is not merely about fighting and killing. It is about human sentiment and worldly affairs. Although Ren's death was not what the Star Core hunters desired, they were also aware. Ren had always pursued death, seeking liberation. Death was a form of redemption for Ren. Aelio did not wish for Ren's disappearance to lead to hostility between the Star Core hunters and the current envoy of abundance. After all, being able to become the envoy of abundance, there was no physical distortion and no mental distortion. This alone was enough to demonstrate the strength of the person before him. Can you tell me your name? True name? Aelio needed to assess the future of the person before him in order to determine his attitude. I come from another universe. You can call me Uchiha Ken Otsutsuki Ken or just Ken. Regarding Uchiha Ken coming from another universe, both Aelio and Luing were not surprised, because the Star Iron universe indeed has many beings and items from other universes, such as Walter Yang from the Collapse universe, currently the trailblazer of the Astral Express, and many strange items in the Black Tower space station come from other universes. One could even say even the Guardian Star God Cripper building the wall around the universe has factors that protect the Star Iron universe from invasion by other universes. However, even the Guardian Star God has great difficulty surrounding the Star Iron universe with a wall. Could even be said that it is a distant prospect, powerful beings from other universes. No wonder Aelio's foresight showed no reaction. The future of the Star Iron universe is predetermined. But this is under the premise of a closed system, and the outsiders from other universes are the variables that can change the future. However, the vast majority of travelers are simply insufficient to become such variables. Walter Yang, the trailblazer of the Astral Express. His existence itself has even become a part of the future of the Star Iron universe. But the Uchiha Ken before him is undoubtedly an exception. Aelio attempted to use his abilities to write the script for Uchiha Ken. He failed. Uchiha Ken's future surpassed the limits of what he could foresee. But failure itself is also a form of information. With his abilities, being able to foresee the failure of the future is enough to show that Uchiha Ken's future is capable of altering the cosmic landscape. What do you wish to do in the future? Aelio cautiously probed. To become a star god. Those 4 words caused Aelio and Luing present to momentarily freeze. It should be noted that since the Star Iron universe has had recorded history, only 18 star gods have been born. Among them, 5 star gods have fallen. The population of the Star Iron universe is far beyond hundreds of millions. If taking the universe as a base, there are also numerous envoys. It goes without saying that many aspire to become star gods, but very few truly become star gods. The most recent star god was the star hunter god Lan born, with the celestial vessel making abundance its nemesis. It is the faith of the celestial vessel, and it protects the celestial vessel. After countless envoys have experienced the vastness of fate, they have given up on the dream of becoming star gods. But Aelio did not believe that Uchiha Ken was lying, nor did he think Uchiha Ken was arrogant, because he could not foresee Uchiha Ken's future. If Uchiha Ken could truly become a star god in the future, this could also be one of the reasons he could not foresee the future. If Uchiha Ken could truly achieve star god status, then his identity as an outsider is indeed enough to change the future of the universe. Aelio thought of this. I know you want to change the future of the universe. Then invest in me. First give me 1 star core from each fate. After I become a star god, I can grant you 1 wish. A wish powerful enough to challenge a star god. Uchiha Ken casually proposed a deal. With the capability of the star core hunters, the number of star cores they currently possess is definitely not small. The huge bounty itself indicates this, compared to laboriously collecting star cores from various star domains. If they could directly obtain star cores from the star core hunters, it would undoubtedly be much easier. With Uchiha Ken's proposal, Aelio immediately received an extremely strong warning from fate. This meant he had indeed come to a turning point of destiny. If he accepted the deal, it would change the future dramatically. Conversely, if he refused, this opportunity of destiny would slip through his fingers. I agree. Aelio did not hesitate and immediately chose to agree. Why did he form the Star Corps Hunters? Naturally, it was to change the originally tragic future, including arranging stars into the Black Tower space station and sending stars into the Astral Express to become trailblazers. Everything was for the sake of changing the future. Now there was an opportunity to change the future. He absolutely could not miss it. However, I need some time to arrange the transfer of the Star Corps. During this time, please remain calm. Aelio's agreement was unexpected for Uchiha Kan and Luiying. The Star Corps Hunters are involved in high-risk events related to Star Corps. The core purpose is indeed to collect Star Corps. But these Star Corps will have extremely important uses in the future. However, they did not expect. Aelio would agree to Uchiha Kan's casual deal. Whether it was Uchiha Kan or Luiying, they both realized one thing. That is, Aelio was definitely influenced by the signs of fate. Uchiha Kan's omniscience and omnipotence abilities are indeed incredibly powerful. However, the main application field of these two abilities is the Naruto universe. To be more precise, it is the chakra realm. Now arriving in the Star Iron universe, his omniscience and omnipotence abilities are greatly suppressed before he gathers enough intelligence about the Star Iron universe. His omniscience ability may not necessarily surpass Aelio's foresight ability. This is a professional issue. However, from Aelio's reaction, one can also infer that he would certainly have such actions in the Star Iron universe. Otherwise, Aelio would not have hesitated to use the Star Corps as a bet. It must be said that foresight of the future while determining fate. Regardless of the circumstances, the ability to foresee the future has at least aided Uchiha Kan in the present, allowing him to more easily obtain the Star Corps. Since both parties have established a cooperative relationship, Uchiha Kan made a request to Aelio for intelligence as a Star Corps hunter. Aelio possesses his own intelligence network, which includes an immensely large database, most of which consists of members from the Star Corps Hunters. The genius hacker Silver Wolf illegally acquired data from the Interstellar Peace Corporation and other related factions. Nevertheless, the value of the database is recognized throughout the universe. Silver Wolf's hacking skills are of a cosmic level comparable to those of Duke Geargum, a member of the Genius Club. Every member of the Genius Club is acknowledged by the Celestial Knowledge Star God as a cosmic genius, each possessing technological inventions capable of changing the universe. Most members are at the rank of Envoy, and Silver Wolf possesses Envoy-level abilities without actually being one, which is extremely rare throughout the cosmos. In response to Uchiha Kan's request, Aelio opened up the database of the Star Corps Hunters, granting him access to all permissions except for the most core ones. Since both parties have reached an agreement, naturally it is a matter of trusting without suspicion. Aelio is not lacking in this kind of decisiveness. Uchiha Kan directly connected his mind to the database, rapidly absorbing the knowledge within. Although he had some understanding of the Star Iron universe due to the game, that understanding was incredibly superficial and macro. The true Star Iron universe is far more complex. Now, with access to the Star Corps Hunters database, he was gradually transitioning from the game back to reality regarding the Star Iron universe. Kafka and Silver Wolf left the Black Tower space station and returned to their base, where they learned of Ren's suicide. The current Ren is actually an outsider from another universe. Uchiha Kan restored his form without resembling Ren. As an envoy of abundance, he possesses the ability to change his shape at will. In light of Ren's suicide, Kafka and Silver Wolf, while feeling heartache, also blessed him for achieving the death he desired. If you truly cannot bear to part with Ren, once I become a star god, I can resurrect him. A resurrection in the sense of time. Directly returning to before Ren's suicide, bringing the past Ren to the present. I believe I can accomplish this. Uchiha Kan was serious. After all, this is not difficult for a star god. Time can be reversed not only in the Naruto universe but also in the Star Iron universe. Uchiha Kan's statement startled the Star Corps Hunters. Although the Star Iron universe has many concepts of resurrection the way Uchiha Kan described it, directly pulling someone from the past still somewhat exceeded their worldview. However, they did believe that a star god could indeed accomplish such feats. The End Star God, the End King, is indeed a star god who acts against time. However, they still rejected Uchiha Ken's method. Because even if he truly retrieved Ren from the past, Ren would still commit suicide. Unless he could also bring Bai Hang from the past and eliminate the moon-drinking chaos that caused great destruction to the Luo floating immortal boat. But doing so would exceed the limits of causality that the Star Core Hunters could repay. Uchiha Ken's words eased the conflict with the Star Core Hunters. Since even they refused Ren's resurrection, they could only let his suicide go. Although the Star Core Hunters had already completed the layout of the stars. They successfully allowed the star to join the Star Dome train, becoming a pioneer and guided pioneer star to follow the script directed by Elio. But to be honest, the probability of collaborating with Uchiha Ken to change the future far surpasses that of Pioneer Star, even if there is a Destruction Star Core within Pioneer Star. This merely grants Pioneer Star the potential to become an envoy, according to Ilias' script, provided that the script is perfectly implemented. Pioneer Star will ultimately gain the power to confront the star gods. But that is all. If Uchiha Ken can become a star god, then Pioneer Star would not need to bear the burden of changing the future. As for the Firefly afflicted with entropy disease, Uchiha Ken also has a solution. The simplest method is to have Firefly accept the blessing of abundance. The entropy disease will continually cause her existence to diminish. Such loss primarily concerns physical existence followed by mental existence. As long as her physical disappearance is resolved, her entropy disease can be greatly alleviated. The entropy disease is recognized as an incurable illness throughout the universe, especially since Firefly follows the path of annihilation and has reached the level of an envoy. As long as she is willing, she is the envoy of destruction. But the path of destruction paired with the entropy disease will only hasten her demise, which is why she resists her destiny. With every action she takes, she diminishes her own existence. Thus, Firefly fervently seeks the meaning of life. By coincidence, Uchiha Ken, as the envoy of abundance, fully masters his power. As long as Firefly is willing to accept the blessing of abundance. The blessing of abundance will continuously repair Firefly's physical disappearance, while resisting her path of destruction, significantly extending her existence. This will allow Firefly to possess a healthy body and freely use her own power. However, Firefly clearly shows resistance to the blessing of abundance. In the Star Iron universe, the blessing of abundance is one of the most terrifying blessings. The name of the abundant spoils is enough to rival the Cosmic Locust and the Antimatter Legion. Uchiha Ken does not mind this. Elio also delivered 18 star cores corresponding to 18 star gods. Even if the star gods fall, their destinies do not vanish. The star cores, which are quite tricky for any faction, were directly absorbed into Uchiha Ken's body. After entering Uchiha Ken's body, the star cores, radiating terrifying energy fluctuations, did not cause the slightest ripple. Immediately afterward, Uchiha Ken, right in front of the Star Core Hunters, split into 18 versions of himself, each one vivid and lifelike. Even the Star Core Hunters could not distinguish them. Each Uchiha Ken contained a Star Core. I will keep a memory link with the Star Core Hunters. If you need assistance, you can contact me. Then we will take our leave first. 17 Uchiha Kens vanished before the Star Core Hunters. His departure from the Star Core Hunters was inevitable. However, the manner of his departure was somewhat terrifying, whether through effortlessly mastering the Star Cores or splitting into 18 individuals. The Envoy of Abundance had already been targeted by the Immortal Boat Alliance. If he did not leave soon, the Immortal Boat Alliance would raid the Star Core Hunters base. To avoid conflict between the Star Core Hunters and the Immortal Boat Alliance, Uchiha Ken left the Star Core Hunters base in such a sinister manner. With his envoy-level strength, he was already capable of traversing the star tracks without relying on a spaceship. In a certain sense, all 18 Uchiha are embodiments of the original body. All Uchiha have directly split from the original body, possessing the same bountiful characteristics. For the Uchiha, only the soul with a golden finger is considered the original body. Moreover, he can freely exchange souls with his clones. Thus, wherever his soul resides, the original body will be there as well. Currently, his original body is within the bountiful emissary, but that does not mean he will always remain there. Other clones have the star core sealed within them. In a sense, he is the human pillar of the star core, using it to connect to the corresponding fate. It is akin to a lower-tier version of the emissary. This is also why the star core is both a cancer to the myriad realms and yet pursued by countless civilizations. As long as one can control the star core, it is equivalent to obtaining the power of the emissary. This is something that countless civilizations cannot afford to relinquish, the existence of the emissary. For any civilization, this is the foundation of their strength. An emissary can easily destroy planets and civilizations without a corresponding emissary to counterbalance. When facing opposing emissaries, planets and civilizations will become lambs to the slaughter. And the chosen target of the Uchiha is Yilil-Uovi. This is such a helpless planet. Long ago, Yilil-Uovi was a highly developed interstellar civilization. Moreover, it was a member of the city-building faction within the Interstellar Peace Company. The Interstellar Peace Company is nominally a company, but after a long period of development, its influence has spread throughout the entire galaxy, effectively functioning as an interstellar commercial empire. Very few forces in the entire galaxy can match the power and status of the Interstellar Peace Company. While the Interstellar Peace Company gained power and profit, it also fulfilled corresponding obligations, and its operational style was relatively acceptable. Thus, the reputation of the Interstellar Peace Company in the galaxy is generally good, leaning towards a force of justice. However, this is not absolute. Once the interests reach a certain level, the Interstellar Peace Company does not hesitate to use dirty means. 1,000 years ago, Yilil-Uovi was attacked by the Antimatter Legion. The war lasted for 300 years. Although Yilil-Uovi received some assistance from the Interstellar Peace Company, it was not enough to tilt the balance of victory. As a result, Yilil-Uovi was left with only the industrial zone of Belloberg as its territory. Even so, Yilil-Uovi did not give up resistance. The Interstellar Peace Company still did not provide strategic support, only barely keeping Yilil-Uovi alive. It was clear. The Interstellar Peace Company did not intend to invest too much in the doomed Yilil-Uovi, because even if they succeeded in rescuing Yilil-Uovi, the Interstellar Peace Company would not gain much in return. This is the cruelty of the Interstellar Peace Company. As a company, even in rescue, they instinctively calculate gains and losses. In the end, in despair, the city builders of Belloberg chose to seek help from the Star Core. The Star Core responded to her plea for help. Thus, in a very short time, the Star Core triggered a terrifying cold wave that covered the entire planet, burying both the warring Antimatter Legion and the city builders who were making their last stand. Only the last city of Belloberg survived. As a city builder, she sought aid from the cancerous Star Core, simultaneously eliminating the Antimatter Legion. The act of sacrificing her companions left city builder Elisa Land unable to face the reckoning from the Interstellar Peace Company. Moreover, she was in despair over the Interstellar Peace Company's abandonment of Yilil-Uovi's destruction. Thus, she hid the existence of Belloberg and severed the connection between Belloberg and the outside world. In the perception of outsiders, Yilil-Uovi had turned into a lifeless frozen star due to a sudden cold wave. The Antimatter Legion retreated after the cold wave, granting this planet true peace. From the perspective of the Interstellar Peace Company, they also felt deep sorrow for what happened to Yilil-Uovi, especially dispatching a small space station from the Interstellar Peace Alliance. For 700 years, it monitored Yilil-Uovi and sent messages ostensibly searching for possible survivors of Yilil-Uovi. Yet both sides harbored ulterior motives. The successive great guardians of Belloberg had been educated to harbor potential hostility towards the Interstellar Peace Company. This was not only due to the past insufficient support from the Interstellar Peace Company for Yilil-Uovi, but also because even that little support was not free aid but a loan. Once Belloberg was discovered by the Interstellar Peace Company, merely the loan itself would be enough for them to forcibly occupy Belloberg, turning Belloberg from free individuals into debt slaves. And for the Interstellar Peace Company, their actions towards Yilil-Uovi back then were indeed excessive. They treated the civilizations in their camp as pawns and engaged in frenzied exploitation. Should the survivors of Belloberg expose this, it would be a significant blow to the reputation of the Interstellar Peace Company. Thus, the Interstellar Peace Alliance fundamentally severed Belowberg's external plea for help. Moreover, they used the method of boiling frogs in warm water to ensure Belowberg would be slowly suffocated within Yliluovi. After all, the resources and energy of Belowberg are limited. Once there are issues with resources and energy, Belowberg will face extinction in a short time. The Interstellar Peace Company can then attribute Belowberg's demise to the Star Corps and their own actions, thus completely covering up their past actions. However, Belowberg undoubtedly welcomed a turning point. The Uchiha descended upon Belowberg. Prior to him, the masked fool Sambo under the Joyous Star God also arrived at Belowberg early. Soon after, they repelled the Antimatter Legion's attack at the Black Tower space station. They conducted resupply. The pioneers who absorbed new members would also descend upon Belowberg. These were all turning points for Belowberg. It should be noted that as a masked fool, while Sambo witnessed the future of Belowberg, he was also in a live-streaming state. Thus, the actions of the Interstellar Peace Company in Belowberg were destined not to be concealed. It can be said that the Interstellar Peace Alliance did not discover Belowberg. Is a complete lie, merely a willful act of ignorance. The current Belowberg has reached its limit due to insufficient resources and energy. The current Great Guardian Cocolia sealed off the lower district over 10 years ago. Belowberg is divided into upper and lower districts, with the upper district located on the surface. The lower district is underground, primarily tasked with mining the Earth Essence. The Earth Essence is the key that has allowed Belowberg to endure for 700 years. As a high-energy mineral, it has provided energy for Belowberg for 7 centuries, allowing it to survive and produce amidst the cold wave. Yet now the Earth Essence is about to be exhausted. To conserve resources and energy, Cocolia sealed off the lower district to maintain stability in the upper district. The lower district has completely become a slave to the upper district, desperately mining the Earth Essence but obtaining little in return. Both sides are struggling to survive. Only the upper district is somewhat decent, while the lower district faces far harsher conditions. In at most a year, the Order of Belowberg will collapse due to the exhaustion of the Earth Essence. Faced with such a situation, Cocolia's choice is once again to unleash a cold wave with the Star Corps. But this time the cold wave is aimed at Belowberg itself. To swiftly and painlessly end Belowberg's civilization, with the cold wave granting it a final semblance of dignity. If fortune favors them. After the universe approaches its end, the Memory Star God fully will reshape the universe with memories. At that time, Belowberg, which perished in the Memory Star Core, may welcome rebirth. This is the fate that Belowberg was meant to face. The fact that Uchiha Izumi has descended upon Yliluovi is undeniable. He did not hide at all, and thus the mission of abundance vibrated with an expansive aura. No matter the Celestial Vessel Alliance, the Interstellar Peace Corporation, the Black Tower Space Station, or the Starry Sky Train, all have received the message. Consequently, the eyes of many interstellar forces are now focused on this frozen dead star Yliluovi. Normally, envoys of abundance would descend upon planets teeming with life. Such envoys could swiftly gather a flourishing populace or an army of abundant creatures. Yet now they have arrived on a frozen dead star, which undoubtedly reveals something amiss. Uchiha Izumi paid no heed to the external opinions and did not even care for the upper districts of Belowberg. Instead, he directly infiltrated the underground, arriving in the lower districts of Belowberg. At this moment, Belowberg is not only facing a shortage of resources and energy, it is also troubled by rifts caused by the Star Core. These rifts exist in another dimension and appear randomly. Once a rift emerges, monsters from within these rifts will continuously pour out. This compels Belowberg to maintain a large-scale Silvermond Iron Guard to combat and clear the rift monsters. In the upper districts, due to Cocolia's stern command for the Silvermond Iron Guard, to engage, the casualty rate remains alarmingly high, leading to significant doubts regarding Cocolia the Great Guardian's reputation. The situation in the lower districts is even more tragic. They not only face a lack of supplies and arduous labor, but also have to contend with rift monsters and the crazed wanderers. In the lower districts, apart from the Rock Town and the large mining areas controlled by Rock Town, as well as the mechanical settlement sheltered by the Robot Swirl, other areas are filled with chaos monsters and death. When Cocolia sealed off the lower districts, he withdrew all the Silvermond Iron Guards. The only thing that has allowed the lower districts to endure is the grassroots organization known as the Earthfire. The upper districts of Bellowburg can still manage a semblance of tranquility. In contrast, the lower districts are completely struggling between life and death. Uchiha Izumi descended into the lower districts and publicly performed would release in Rock Town. In an instant, countless plants sprang from the dim Rock Town. A dazzling array of fruits and vegetables spread across Rock Town. For the people of Rock Town, they have not come into contact with fresh plants for far too long, let alone such fresh fruits and vegetables. The entire population of Rock Town instantly lost their sanity. They feasted on the ubiquitous fruits and vegetables. As the food entered their mouths, a myriad of flavors flooded their taste buds. This was not an illusion. Hence the residents of Rock Town fell into an even greater frenzy, not stopping until they could eat no more, at which point the Earth Fire members struggled to maintain order. Those who do not reside in the lower districts can hardly imagine the preciousness of food here, much less fresh fruits and vegetables. Even in the upper districts, such delicacies are reserved for the nobility. Even as Bellowburg teeters on the brink of extinction, order in the upper districts is still controlled by the nobles, while the lower districts are instead on the edge of life and death. The Earth Fire members, predominantly resilient ordinary people, most of whom are miners, regarded Uchiha Izumi as their savior. The leader of Earth Fire, Oleg, sought an audience with Uchiha Izumi. For someone who can bring food to the lower districts, their importance cannot be overstated. Uchiha Izumi's would release alone is enough to sustain Rock Town for 2 months. This is under the premise of careful allocation. If they were to indulge recklessly, they might not even last a week, especially with Cocolia continuously reducing supply. Uchiha Izumi's appearance is truly that of a savior for the lower districts. "I am Uchiha Izumi," he introduced himself. "I am an envoy of abundance." Only Natasha within the Earth Fire knows the true value of abundance and the envoys. After being isolated from the world for 700 years, even though Bellowburg once had the foundation of interstellar civilization, knowledge has long been monopolized, especially knowledge related to the stars. Knowledge concerning celestial deities and destinies which are linked to power has been particularly severely restricted. Now the extent of Bellowburg's knowledge is limited to the protective star deity Clipper. Natasha, well-read, has indeed learned about the celestial deities. As far as she knows, the deity of abundance is notorious throughout the stars, and as the envoy of the deity possesses unimaginable immense power. Yet even Natasha, after Bellowburg's self-imposed isolation for 700 years, finds it hard to imagine how powerful an individual can truly become. What she values is Uchiha Izumi's ability to provide food, nothing more. "I have come here to establish my own faction, Konoha. If you are willing to accept my leadership, you can obtain an inexhaustible supply of food. If you refuse, then I will leave this place. You can pretend I have never been here." Uchiha Izumi was straightforward in his demands. After a brief discussion, the Earth Fire quickly chose to join Uchiha Izumi's Konoha organization, and Uchiha Izumi thus became the first Hokage of Konoha. Next, Uchiha Izumi demonstrated the immense power of abundance combined with the power of white Zetsu to the newly joined Earth Fire members. A divine tree rose up from Rock Town. The divine tree bore clusters of white fruits. After the Earth Fire members consumed a white fruit, a powerful life force surged within them. Their bodies became healthier, their skin fairer, and their strength enhanced. Moreover, they also gained the power of wood release, enabling them to directly cultivate crops. Uchiha Izumi's operation of merging abundance and white Zetsu's power yielded remarkable results. The newly joined Earth Fire members quickly developed a sense of belonging. However, these white fruits are only available to Konoha members. Fortunately, the threshold for joining Konoha is very low. Anyone willing can become a member. However, after joining, they must comply with Konoha's orders. Once most of the people of Rock Town had joined, they quickly realized the cost of joining Konoha to receive benefits. Uchiha Izumi can monitor their every move. Moreover, he can directly build a comprehensive data system in their brains to issue tasks. If they fail to complete tasks, then everything Uchiha Izumi has granted them will gradually be reclaimed. This forces them to accept various professional training and education in the virtual world. However, this applies to those who harbor discontent. For the vast majority of the lower district populace, Uchiha Hajime has brought unimaginable rebirth. He has provided food, strength, and knowledge to the lower districts, allowing them to realize the brilliance yet cruelty of the interstellar world. Uchiha Hajime has recreated the brutal war between Bellowberg and the Antimatter Legion for the people of the lower districts. After resolving the crisis of basic needs, they must now face the crisis of survival. The lower district unilaterally ceased the supply of earth essence to the upper district. Kikilia showed no reaction to this. The resources were stored in the lower district. Such resistance is futile. The upper district can wait until the lower district yields. There is not much time for Uchiha. Therefore, he manages the lower district with some strictness. When the astral train appeared outside of Yililyovi, it wasn't by design that the astral train reached this planet. It was forced to stay on this planet. This was due to a blockage in the astral tracks. These tracks were laid by the pioneering celestial beings. Normally, astral tracks are difficult to be affected. However, the star core is one of those factors. Once the star core erupts, the powerful force of destiny can block the astral tracks, rendering them inoperable. Thus, the astral train was forced to remain here. As a creation of the pioneering celestial beings, the astral train inherently carries the duty of exploration. Regarding items like the star core that threaten the astral tracks, the astral train has a natural responsibility to resolve them. What made Dan Heng anxious, however, was the blade of the fallen abundance envoy right before him on this frozen planet. He did not know whether their arrival here was intentional or unintentional, but without a doubt, as a pioneer, he could not retreat. If the star core here was not dealt with, the astral train would not be able to set sail. Upon hearing that the abundance envoy was on this planet, the pioneers of the astral train became serious. This was not their first encounter with a star core crisis. However, the envoy is far more troublesome than the star core. Not to mention that he was one of the former 5 heroes of the cloud. In an instant, all the pioneers of the astral train were fully armed. Walt Himiko Dan Heng March 7, and the 5 of them were all on high alert. They then descended upon Yililyovi. As soon as they arrived, they witnessed a miracle. The ground shook violently as an unimaginable giant tree rose from the earth. It broke through the ground and quickly ascended. In the blink of an eye, this giant tree had grown to a colossal size, its crown reaching the clouds. Under the influence of this giant tree, the camouflage that had shrouded Bellowberg for so long shattered. A massive militarized city appeared before all the pioneers. Before their descent, they had naturally investigated the background of this planet. But they did not expect that this planet, believed to have been destroyed for 700 years, still had surviving life. Not only that, but there was also such a large city existing. Within the city, there was a substantial population, all thanks to the presence of the giant tree. The once vast Bellowberg was now in ruins. On the giant tree, many individuals surged toward the city. These people generally had fair skin, even showing a seemingly unhealthy pallor. Yet they were agile, strong, and armed with fine weapons. These weapons mostly originated from the rift reflecting reality. Not only do rift monsters spawn, but technology and even mechanical creations can also be reflected by the rift. However, weapons from the rift cannot be preserved in reality for long. They are also prone to eroding the human body, serving only as short-term consumables. The rift weapons used in the lower district generally came from the city builders' legion 700 years ago. In terms of advancement, they surpassed the current Silvermane Iron Guard by several levels. If one disregards the stance, the scene before them was clearly a tragedy of the underground people invading the surface dwellers. The underground people received the support of the abundance envoy, making them unstoppable. Bellowberg's military setup has always been for external threats. They never anticipated that a war would erupt from within. The entire Bellowberg quickly declared its fall, including the central creeper fortress of Bellowberg, which also declared its fall. The Grand Guardian Kikilia wielded the builder's gun, a token of protection. Yet he was easily defeated by Uchiha. When Uchiha appeared, Dan Hung immediately sensed it through the remote observation equipment of the flying device. He quickly locked onto Uchiha, who held the builder's gun. This flame spear symbolized the authority of the builders. Kikilia remained motionless. However, in Uchiha's hand it ignited a blazing fire, symbolizing protection, accompanied by the fall of Creeper Fortress. The Grand Guardian Kikilia was captured alive. The resistance of the entire Belloburg swiftly collapsed as the people of the Upper District finally recognized that the pale invaders before them were indeed the Lower District populace they had deliberately forgotten after abandoning them. The Lower District had been closed off for over 10 years. Yet 10 years was not enough for the people of the Upper and Lower Districts to completely replace each other. Those who were older could naturally recognize the past figures. In the past, the Upper and Lower Districts were one. They were all in one city, with most of them being interconnected. As a result, with Kikilia's orders, artificial barriers arose between both sides. Little did they know that over a decade later the Lower District would strike back at the Upper District in such a bizarre manner. They completed the occupation of the Upper District. Uchiha, wielding the flame spear, gazed toward the distant pioneer's flying device. At that moment Dan Hung felt uncertain. Based on his senses, the personnel across must be the blade of the Abundance Envoy without a doubt. Yet what appeared before his eyes was a stranger. This intense feeling of disconnection made it difficult for Dan Hung to distinguish between illusion and reality. Uchiha temporarily ignored the pioneers. With the aid of interstellar-level efficient management systems, the Lower District quickly completed the total takeover of the Upper District. Then the so-called Konoha Lower District populace began to search for relatives and persuade. The white fruit infused with the powers of abundance and white absolution rapidly spread to the Upper District due to its immediate effects. The prerequisite for obtaining the white fruit was to join Konoha. Joining Konoha and consuming the white fruit granted them health, sustenance, and power. As a price, they needed to be subject to Uchiha's control as the first Hokage. As more and more Upper District citizens voluntarily joined Konoha and consumed the white fruit, even the Silvermane Iron Guard stationed outside the city was powerless. They could only accept Konoha's rule. Meanwhile, the towering divine tree underwent another transformation, changing from a giant tree into a tree city. Members of Konoha could choose to reside in Belloburg or the Tree City. The previously resource-scarce Belloburg quickly entered a state of abundance. By learning, training, and practicing in the virtual world, they rapidly mastered numerous techniques related to wood release in reality. The current Belloburg is rapidly iterating technology centered around wood release. The pioneers witnessed the unimaginable rapid changes in Belloburg throughout the process. From the icy wilderness to vibrant life. Even after experiencing war, it could hardly be called war. Rather, it was a transformation. Then the pioneers received an invitation from Uchiha. The current Belloburg has been renamed Konoha City. The center of Konoha City is no longer Creeper Fortress, but rather the Hokage building located in the heart of the giant tree. Upon the giant tree, a massive statue of Uchiha emerged. Dan Hung felt a sense of unease. He did not know the relationship between the blade and Uchiha before him. Why his sense of the blade would manifest on Uchiha. Yet all of this was soon revealed. The pioneers no longer had a choice. It was no longer about whether they wanted to resolve the issue of the Star Core. Rather, it was a matter of whether the Uchiha would spare them. The Astral Express was indeed the creation of the pioneer star god. However, the current Astral Express faced numerous problems. Previously, the Astral Express had been blown in half by the Joy Star God Aha. Following the fall of the pioneer star god, the Astral Express was rendered completely inoperable. The current Astral Express was the product of repairs by Jeezy. But even though Jeezy was a genius mechanic and with the subsequent maintenance by Walter, the Astral Express could not return to its peak condition. Walter had served as the arbiter of reason in the broken universe, for a time a powerhouse in the field of technology. Thus, after entering the Steel Universe, he maintained his enthusiasm for technology, keeping pace with the developments of interstellar civilization in the Steel Universe. Even so, the Astral Express still had many flaws. For example, its structural integrity was insufficient. Also, there was a shortage of energy. If the pioneers were all inside the Astral Express, it would be a different story. They would complement each other. Even the Arbiter could remain unafraid. But now the pioneers were all on the Uchiha's territory. Naturally, they were systematically defeated by the Uchiha. No matter whether it was the pioneers or the Astral Express, none could escape. When the pioneers entered the Hokage building, the vast and magnificent Tree City felt empty. This was only natural. The Tree City spanned the upper and lower districts, capable of housing over 1 million people. Yet the combined population of the upper and lower districts did not even reach 1 million. The Uchiha were still fully renovating the upper and lower districts. Even as the lower district's essence was about to be depleted, they transformed it into a base for producing various mushrooms. Hundreds of thousands of people were scattered throughout the Tree City, the upper and lower districts. Naturally, this made most areas appear excessively vacant. I am not a blade. The Uchiha was direct. I come from another universe. I exchanged my soul with the blade using forbidden methods. I have obtained his form as the Arbiter. He fulfilled his long-held wish for death. We both gained what we desired. The Uchiha explained the situation. Do you have any questions? The Uchiha looked at the 5 pioneers. None. Walter shook his head. The current priority was to escape. Moreover, the Uchiha, as the Arbiter of Abundance, showed no signs of losing control. In the current Konoha city, aside from the condemned sinners, namely Kokolia and her group, everyone else had found redemption. There was no longer worry about energy shortages, no longer worry about food shortages, no longer worry about the issue of war. Furthermore, they had directly stepped into the era of the virtual world. Whether in learning, cultivation, or entertainment, they had reached a level that surpassed most interstellar civilizations. Since you have no questions, I will present my request. I want to board the Astral Express and become a pioneer. In truth, the Uchiha desired the Astral Express itself even more. However, it was likely that the train conductor Pam would not accept this. Hence, he settled for a secondary option. This requires the conductor's approval. Then tell the conductor, if I cannot board the Astral Express, then the Astral Express cannot leave Konoha Star. This was not a request from the Uchiha but a threat. The 5 pioneers were left speechless. After Jeezy and Pam negotiated, Pam, feeling somewhat wronged, chose to agree. As the conductor, Pam's mind still lingered in the era when the pioneer star god Archimedes existed. After all, after the fall of the pioneer star god, the Astral Express randomly lost its functionality. It was only recently that the Astral Express had been discovered, repaired, and restarted. Conductor Pam had experienced a blink of an eye, and others informed him of the fall of the pioneer star god. He accepted this fact. Yet he had not yet grown accustomed to facing the reality of losing the pioneer star god. After all, when the pioneer star god was present, the Astral Express did not need to bow to any forces. However, the current Astral Express required other forces to give them face. Once they did not, the Astral Express would find it difficult to move at all. Just like now with the Uchiha. With Pam's agreement, the Uchiha in front of the pioneers directly consumed the memory star core that was blocking the star. A memory star core that had easily frozen a planet 700 years ago, annihilating the Antimatter Legion, and the City Builder Legion could once again unleash a cold wave 700 years later. One could say that a star core was equivalent to an arbiter. The pioneer star could accommodate 1 star core, which would be considered a miracle. Now, before the pioneers, the Uchiha exhibited a miraculous reappearance. The memory star core had no power to resist against the Uchiha's absorption. This time, the Uchiha chose not to split off another version of himself. With the obstruction of the memory star core gone, the Astral Express could continue to start up. However, at this point, the pioneers were no longer in a hurry to leave. Pioneers generally possessed a spirit of inquiry. The philosophy of the pioneers was to endure the unknown but never submit to the unknowable. They were very interested in exploring the past of Yalalovi. After all, this was related to the Star Corps, the Antimatter Legion, and the 300-year war with Yalalovi. It was also related to the past of Belowberg's survival on the frozen planet for 700 years. The Uchiha was waiting for someone. He was waiting for the Celestial Boat Alliance's attitude towards him. However, the first to arrive was not the Celestial Boat Alliance but other forces of abundance. In the long-standing war with the Celestial Boat Alliance, although the forces of abundance had destroyed 2 of the 9 celestial boats, one of the celestial boats had vanished during a civil war. The Celestial Boat Alliance still had 6 celestial boats remaining. Each celestial boat was akin to a planet, even though the celestial boats had paid a heavy price. The consequences for the forces of abundance were even more dire. The winged civilization was first defeated by the celestial boats and then by the Antimatter Legion. From once being a force that instilled fear in civilizations, the forces of abundance had fallen to become mercenaries and interstellar pirates. The burghers had once battled the celestial boats without falling behind. But now the fox people enslaved by the burghers had joined the celestial boats. The burghers had imprisoned the Hulei for hundreds of years. The burgher forces were shattered, difficult to achieve greatness. The flesh forces once had the proud achievement of destroying the celestial boat Dai, forcing the celestial boat Dai to choose self-destruction in the face of inevitable defeat. However, in the following time, the flesh forces were nearly eradicated by the celestial boats. Once one of the 3 great disasters of the universe, the forces of abundance now found themselves at a disadvantage in the war against the Celestial Boat Alliance. Therefore, when a new arbiter of abundance emerged in the universe, the opponent was still an arbiter achieved through the blood-flesh bestowal. This was tantamount to the continuation of the Swift Arbiter. The Swift Arbiter had once pressed the Celestial Boat Alliance single-handedly, only to finally eliminate the Swift after the Celestial Boat Alliance had paid a heavy price. In a flash, the true form is the thousand-faced monster tree, possessing the ability to devour all flesh and blood to enhance itself. It can be said that its power has even reached the critical point of the Star God. It is the highest-ranking envoy, the foremost disciple of the true bountiful Star God Apothecary. Yet even such a being was eliminated at a great cost by the Celestial Ship Alliance. When it comes to representatives of abundance, it is undoubtedly the first to come to mind. In the current weakened state of the bountiful people, they are in dire need of an envoy of abundance to resist the Celestial Ship Alliance. This would allow the bountiful people to have space for development. Otherwise, their progress would be crushed by the Celestial Ship Alliance just as it began to show signs of improvement. After several attempts, it has become difficult for the bountiful people to make any development. Consequently, many biotechnologies related to abundance have faced a discontinuity. They can only plunder the technology of other civilizations for use. For a force like the bountiful people which once had a glorious civilization, this is undoubtedly a disgrace. In response to the audience from the bountiful people, Uchiha did not provide any reply, nor was there a need to, for soon enough. Swords of light that spanned the horizon shattered the beast ships of the bountiful people in the sky. It was a common occurrence in the Star Iron universe to tear apart starships by hand, because in this universe personal strength can indeed surpass technology. Its mirror flow, the bountiful people cried out in despair. In a brief moment, the beast ships in the sky vanished, and the voices of the bountiful people on those ships disappeared as well. Although the bountiful people are known for their strong vitality. However, mirror flow is particularly effective against abundance. Her power is the sword light that freezes everything. Once struck by the sword light, everything will be frozen. The bountiful people's powerful vitality is rendered useless in the face of such sword light, leading them to death through tearing and freezing. Only with the strength at the envoy level can one resist the sword light and chill of mirror flow, successfully destroying the beast ships and the bountiful people. Mirror flow looked at Uchiha, declaring, "You are not Blade." She instantly concluded having killed Blade countless times, even in the guise of Blade's envoy. The memory of sword light remains etched in her mind, and the fear of mirror flow has been imprinted in her bones. Blade can confront mirror flow, but not in such a calm manner. Moreover, the sword light she left within Blade's body has vanished. This disappearance is neither erosion nor expulsion but absorption. "I come from another universe." Exchanged souls with Blade. And then he committed suicide, Uchiha repeated once more. Mirror Flow nodded, glancing at Dan Hung among the pioneers. Dan Hung similarly held considerable wariness towards Mirror Flow. The former 5 heroes of Cloud, except for Jing Yuan, have all undergone complete transformation, including Mirror Flow herself after falling into the demonic shadow body. She has also killed a large number of Cloud cavalry bearing the weight of sin. Come and fight. Survive. Only then do you deserve to exist. Mirror Flow can naturally see Uchiha's strong control over the power of abundance. He is not a flash, nor does he need to absorb flesh and blood to enhance himself. The giant tree he nurtured has become a tree city for people to live and work. His power of abundance grants the locals a healthy physique, a strong body, and a biocomputer-like brain, enabling them to achieve health, strength, and wisdom. Such all-encompassing bestowal is deserving of the compassion of the Medicine King. However, the harm of abundance does not typically manifest immediately, just like the former celestial ship. The celestial ship also grew to its current state amidst continuous internal strife. At the same time, the celestial ship does not seek to eradicate every bountiful faction. If the current Konoha city in the Konoha Star can pass the assessment of the celestial ship, it can similarly continue to develop under the supervision of the celestial ship. The premise of all this is that Uchiha must possess sufficiently powerful strength. Mirror Flow does not belong to the celestial ship. She is currently a wanted criminal of the celestial ship. Yet she has continuously hunted for abundance and has formed a tacit understanding with the celestial ship. It is inappropriate for the celestial ship to directly mobilize against Uchiha, because the celestial ship also possesses a strong ability to foresee the future, specifically that of the Taibu Division, one of the 6 lords of Luofu. The leader of the Taibu Division, Fu Xian, can calculate all changes using the Chongguan array. Whenever the celestial ship undertakes any significant action, they generally need to perform divination. This is one reason why the celestial ship has been successful in both war and economy. But this time the Celestial Ship Alliance calculated through the Chongguan array that if the Celestial Ship Alliance were to become enemies with Uchiha, the consequences would be disastrous, and it has always been disastrous with no changes. Such a divination result has never occurred, even when the Celestial Ship Alliance faced the envoy of Flash, yet it has manifested upon Uchiha. Thus, the Celestial Ship Alliance chose to remain still, collecting more information about Uchiha before making a decision. Mirror Flow fears not death. For Mirror Flow, who has already fallen into the demonic shadow body, she lives to annihilate abundance. If she dies, it would be of little consequence. Mirror Flow does not pursue death with the same obsession as Blade, but she is not afraid of death either. She was just about to launch an attack. An extreme chill completely froze her body. This is the time-freezing technique commonly mastered by the Otsutsuki Expeditionary Force, executed by Uchiha with the cold flow of the Memory Star Core. When the sword light that freezes everything encounters this cold flow capable of freezing time, they are completely on different levels. With just one move, the opponent was defeated. No matter how strong Mirror Flow is, her strength does not touch the rules, and she has no room for resistance against divine techniques that touch upon rules. Uchiha defeated her in the area where Mirror Flow excels. Although you may not need it, I shall mention it anyway. I can lift the demonic shadow body. Upon these words, shock appeared in the pupils of Mirror Flow, who was frozen in place. Dan Hung on the other side felt the same. The current bountiful people and celestial ship people are generally troubled by the demonic shadow body, even with lifespans far exceeding those of short-lived species. Yet when the time comes, their bodies will still fall into the demonic shadow body, becoming remnants of abundance. If Uchiha can lift the demonic shadow body, it means that both the bountiful people and the celestial ship people can gain longer lifespans, which is enough to disrupt the current stable pattern of the celestial ship. Even celestial ship people cannot reject a longer lifespan and freedom from the troubles of the demonic shadow body. Uchiha lifted the time freeze. Mirror Flow regained her ability to act. Her expression fell into hesitation. Ultimately, she chose to leave. Once she lifts the demonic shadow body, her strength would suffer greatly. Currently, a significant part of her strength is built upon the power of abundance from the demonic shadow body, using the power of abundance to annihilate abundance. This is the new path Mirror Flow has chosen. Moreover, without the demonic shadow body, it means she can no longer evade her sins. Dan Feng has already paid the price, shedding his scales to be reborn as the current Dan Heng. Blade has also paid the price. He has successfully committed suicide. Mirror Flow is willing to pay the price for her sins, but not through execution. Rather, she wishes to die in the process of annihilating abundance. Thus she departed. Mirror Flow transmitted the intelligence she gained from facing Uchiha to Jing Yuan unilaterally. How to deal with the newly emerged envoy of Abundance Uchiha is a matter for the Celestial Ship Alliance unrelated to her current self. The mirror stream departed. For Uchiha can the ability to precisely freeze the body of the mirror stream without freezing her consciousness was an astonishing feat. The pioneers were all drenched in sweat. With the strength of the mirror stream, it was sufficient to kill those with weaker abilities. Yet when facing Uchiha, it couldn't withstand even a single move. This was no longer a confrontation of power levels, but rather a mastery of rules. The two sides were completely on different tiers. Even if you possessed the power to destroy planets, it would not necessarily allow you to truly achieve absolute zero. That is a temperature that freezes time itself. Through normal means, no matter how low the temperature is reduced, it would only approach absolute zero infinitely without ever reaching it. Yet this move was easily accomplished by Uchiha Ken. The appearance of the beast ship and the mirror stream caused a certain chaos in the current Konoha village. However, the chaos quickly subsided. Neither the beast ship nor the mirror stream inflicted any damage on Konoha village. Uchiha Ken showcased his power through the hand of the mirror stream. As the prosperous envoy, he utilized the memory star core to execute a time freeze at the level of absolute zero. Such strength before Uchiha Ken displayed any hostility, no faction was willing to oppose him. This included both the Celestial Ship Alliance and the Interstellar Peace Company. After today, no large faction would connect Uchiha Ken with the Star Core Hunter. Uchiha Ken, a visitor from beyond the universe. The identity of the prosperous envoy and the ability to wield the memory star core appeared on the desks of major factions, surprising Uchiha Ken. After the beast ship and mirror stream, another batch of arriving factions were neither from the Black Tower Space Station, nor the Interstellar Peace Company, nor the Celestial Ship Alliance. Instead, it was the secret transmission of the Medicine King arriving under the name of the Luo Fu Celestial Ship to meet Uchiha Ken, verifying whether he could dispel the demon in body. In response, Uchiha Ken pretended not to notice their attitude and easily dispelled the patients with demonine body they brought. The so-called demonine body is essentially the uncontrolled abundance of power within the body. To resolve it is simple, it just involves removing the excess abundance of power from within. However, to achieve this, only the envoy can do so, as only the envoy can manipulate the destiny power within a person with such precision. Among the 6 celestial ships, in theory, the true hunter envoy is likely only the Marshal Hua, the leader of the Imperial Bao 7 Heavens General. The other 6 generals can only be said to possess envoy-level combat power. They are not true envoys. An envoy would never expend immense energy to eliminate the demon in body, and moreover the hunter envoy excels in combat rather than healing. In truth, to eliminate the abundance of power within the celestial ship's body is not completely impossible, but it is simply not worth it to do so. Among all the envoys, the prosperous envoy is naturally the most specialized in this matter. However, the Celestial Ship Alliance and Prosperity are sworn enemies, and the prosperous envoy is also an enemy. Someone like Uchiha Ken, who fully masters the abundance of power and does not oppose the Celestial Ship Alliance, is the first of his kind. For those from the celestial ship who are about to fall into the demon in body, Uchiha Ken can resolve their risk of falling into the demon in body by absorbing abundance of power. For those who have already fallen into the demon in body, even if they can reshape their form through the method of absorbing abundance of power, their memories will suffer irreversible damage. One can only say that the body remains the same, but whether the newly emerged personality is still the original one is subject to interpretation. Even congenital diseases of the celestial ship people can be reshaped by adjusting the abundance of power, thus achieving complete healing. Celestial ship people, as long-lived beings with abundance of power, typically do not suffer from diseases. As for injuries, as long as they are not fatal, they can be saved most of the time. Even if they die, they can be resurrected through the preservation of consciousness within the Ten Kings division, continuing to serve the celestial ship. But what truly troubles the celestial ship people are congenital diseases. If an accident leads to a disability in the infant before birth, due to the abundance of power within, even if congenital diseases are successfully treated, they will revert to their original state due to the abundance of power, thus becoming a permanent disease. Now these are no longer issues in Uchiha Kan's hands, and he doesn't even need to personally treat them. His clones and even the divine tree of Konoha can provide healing. After Uchiha Kan showcased his abilities, he holds immense value for the Celestial Ship Alliance and even for the entire interstellar realm. Because as long as one joins Konoha, even short-lived species can obtain the white fruit, thus leaping to become long-lived beings. Such convenient and side-effect-free longevity is an irresistible temptation for all short-lived species in the interstellar realm. Of course, since the value of the white fruit is known, naturally some would attempt to smuggle it. However, once the white fruit leaves Konoha Star, it will lose its effect. If consumed without joining Konoha, then the person will transform into a white absolute, becoming a tool for Konoha. Before the Celestial Ship Alliance even makes a decision, a large number of short-lived species gather on Konoha Star. Their sole purpose for coming here is to join Konoha, acquire the white fruit, and become long-lived beings. As long as they consume the white fruit, even elderly individuals can directly regain their youth, becoming strong and healthy with fair skin. Thus the white fruit has been named the longevity fruit. No faction can obstruct people's pursuit of longevity. As for the negative consequences of longevity, that can be addressed when the negative consequences arise. With a massive influx of people from various civilizations and races joining Konoha Star. Previously he lacked a population, so he could only focus on building Konoha City. Now, with sufficient manpower, technology, and funds, he manipulated the memory star core to absorb the coldness of the entire planet. Thus the ice was lifted and Konoha Star was rejuvenated, transforming from an icy star into a verdant one. Gigantic trees sprouted across Konoha Star. In a very short time, Konoha Star completely became a prosperous star. At the same time, the long-lived people of Konoha spread to the universe, bringing the divine tree to one planet after another. As matters reached this point, Uchiha Kan's influence had become unrestrained even by the Interstellar Peace Company, because within the Interstellar Peace Company many were willing to join Konoha for the sake of longevity. Uchiha Kan became the first envoy under the God of Abundance, replacing the past fleeting figures. Yet no one expected that Uchiha Kan would become the God of Cultivation. With the fall of the God of Cultivation, in theory, anyone could inherit the path of cultivation and achieve the God of Cultivation. But no one has ever succeeded. Now Uchiha Kan has taken the lead. Not only the God of Cultivation, but also the God of Immortality, the God of Order, the God of Gluttony, and the God of Exploration. Uchiha Kan took possession of all the vacant paths. He could occupy the position of the God of Cultivation because he frantically split and proliferated with the power of abundance, aligning with the essence of the path of cultivation. He could occupy the path of order because the Konoha order he established had become one of the mainstream orders in the Star Iron universe. He could occupy the path of immortality because countless of his own splits and proliferations were indeed immortal, long-lived beings. He could occupy the path of gluttony because his greed truly surpassed all. He grants everything, controls everything, and boldly reaches for all vacant paths. He could occupy the path of exploration because he directly opened up the barriers between the Star Iron universe and the Hokage universe. With the merit of pioneering a universe, he was sufficient to occupy the path of exploration. Not long after, Uchiha Kan also opened up the chakra path, achieving the God of Chakra. He became the undisputed first star god. Throughout the Star Iron universe, no one could stand in his way. A new paradigm has emerged. With Uchiha occupying the path of destiny, the star god is achieved. Opening the path of destiny, the star god is accomplished. The original star gods inevitably felt the impact. The annihilation star god Nanak attempted to challenge the new order of Uchiha, practicing his own philosophy of destruction, using destruction to counteract the irreversible entropy of the universe. However, the Annihilation Star God Nanak was defeated and fell at the hands of Uchiha's gluttonous incarnation. Naturally, the path of destruction was also occupied by Uchiha. The new Annihilation Star God transformed into Uchiha. After the hunting star god Land's longbow was shattered by Uchiha's nurturing incarnation, finally ceasing the pursuit of the bountiful star god apothecary. The current situation is one where those who follow me prosper, while those who oppose me perish. If the hunting Lan refuses to abide by his order, then he will become another fallen star god after destruction. Fortunately, the hunting Lan recognized the disparity in strength between the two sides. The knowledgeable star god Bashizan voluntarily lowered his status from an independent star god to a subordinate of Uchiha. Other star gods, if they are willing to follow Uchiha's order, can be given the opportunity for independence, just like the hunting Lan. However, the knowledgeable star god Bashizan is absolutely not within this range. The knowledge he possesses must be controlled by Uchiha. Otherwise, he will exert all his strength to besiege Bashizan, and then become the knowledgeable star god himself. The harmonious star god Shipei revived the order of destiny alongside Uchiha. This greatly impacted the harmonious path. Strength significantly diminished. The guardian star god Clipper was also affected. After all, the guardian star god has always practiced the way of preservation by building walls. However, as Uchiha connected the Naruto universe and the Star Iron universe, his actions and philosophies of wall building became futile. The bountiful star god apothecary alongside Uchiha spread the power of abundance throughout the universe. Their strength significantly increased. The memory star god Fuli also saw a certain enhancement in strength. With the progress of civilization, the path of memory will inevitably face expansion. The joyful star god Aha's strength saw a certain enhancement. The mysterious star god Misa's strength also saw a certain enhancement. The balanced star god Hu's strength appeared to be considerably weakened. The end star god Moang's strength was greatly diminished. The pure star god Yadrila was saved from the brink of death by Uchiha becoming a subordinate of Uchiha. However, Uchiha's ambitions clearly do not stop there. He first seized part of the authority of the bountiful star god, combined with the nurturing star god giving birth to the life star god. Together with all the star gods, they eliminated the void star god. Immediately after, they collaborated with many star gods to transform the path of void into the path of the nether. With the absence of the void star god, the nether star god was born. The life star god and the nether star god combined, giving birth to the reincarnation star god. The emergence of the reincarnation star god signifies a complete grasp over the life, death, and rebirth of the Star Iron universe. As the Star Iron universe fell entirely under his control, Uchiha opened the Naruto universe to the Star Iron universe, birthing a new universe. The star gods that were weakened by Uchiha's series of actions previously were immediately greatly strengthened. What all star gods and various envoys anticipated the most was Uchiha's ability to connect universes. This means that as long as Uchiha continuously connects other universes, not only can the star gods grow, stronger civilizations can expand, but it also represents the opportunity to become new star gods. The end of the Star Iron universe will never come, because in a closed space entropy is indeed an unsolvable problem. But as long as new universes continue to emerge, then there will never be a need to worry about the arrival of cosmic extinction. This is also the reason why the end star god suffered severe damage. The star god representing the end of the universe faces a future where the universe will not have an end. Naturally, his strength will be greatly diminished. Meanwhile, Uchiha will not miss the opportunity to open new paths of destiny to continuously enhance himself. As more and more universes are opened, Uchiha masters the 3,000 paths, which equates to 3,000 destinies. Achieving the unity of all laws and embodying the Tao, he has become in the truest sense the master of the heavenly Tao, surpassing all star gods.